What is to be done? Also translated by Michael R. Katz. Alexander Herzen, Who is to blame? F. Fyodor Dostoevsky, Notes from Undergrund. 4. Rebecca and Kaylee. I the Fool too. The first consequence of this foolish affair. Preface 1. Vera Pavlovna's life with her family. 2. First love and legal marriage. 3. Marriage and second love. 4. Second marriage. 5. New characters and the conclusion. 6. Change of scene. What is to be done? Chernyshevsky, What is to be done? And the Russian intelligentsia. Michael R. Katz and William G. Wagner. If one were to ask for the title of the 19th century Russian novel that has had the greatest influence on Russian society, it is likely that a non-Russian would choose among the books of the mighty triumvirate Turgenev, Tolstoy, or Dostoevsky. Fathers and Sons. War and Peace? Crime and Punishment? These would certainly be among the suggested answers, but the novel that can claim this honor with most justice is N.G. Chernyshevsky's What is to be Done, a book few Western readers have ever heard of and fewer still have read. Yet no work in modern literature, with the possible exception of Uncle Tom's Cabin, can compete with What is to be Done? In its effect on human lives and its power to make history. For Chernyshevsky's novelette, far more than Marx's Capital, supplied the emotional dynamic that eventually went to make the Russian Revolution. 1. From the moment of its first appearance in 1863, What is to be Done? Provoked bitter controversy. Its author, Nikolai Gavrilovich Chernyshevsky, 1828-1889, had already achieved considerable influence and notoriety as one of Russia's earliest advocates of materialist philosophy, socialist political economy, and women's liberation. The novel's extraordinary impact, however, derived chiefly from the solutions it proposed for Russia's social ills and for the problems that agitated the intelligentsia from the mid-19th century onward. Condemning the patriarchal and authoritarian nature of family, social, and political relations as the principal source of Russia's social inequality, oppressiveness, and economic backwardness, Chernyshevsky rejected moderate reform as an ineffectual and morally bankrupt means of overcoming these problems. In the more radical program he offered, intellectuals would play an active role in social development and moral regeneration. Blending traditional Russian values and institutions with ideas derived from Western European social and political critics, he argued forcefully that individual self-realization, sexual liberation, and an economy that combined prosperity with social justice could be achieved only through the reorganization of the family society and means of production in accordance with cooperative principles. Armed with scientific education, new people, socially aware and morally strong individuals would lead this process of reorganization, particularly by enlightening others and providing models for emulation. This call to action appealed particularly to the younger generation of the intelligentsia, a small but articulate group of critics of the existing regime who strongly influenced both late imperial Russian and early Soviet history. Attempts to define the intelligentsia have varied widely. Some have emphasized the sociological process of education, others the formulation of ideological beliefs antipathetic to autocracy, and still others the psychological experience of alienation as the critical element in the formation of this group. 2. While none of these approaches by itself can explain such a complex phenomenon, each illuminates an important aspect of the intelligentsia. For these educate often highly educated individuals who believed in the transformative power of knowledge and ideas saw themselves and were perceived by their opponents as a distinct social group dedicated to fundamental changes in both the Tsarist political system and the structure of Russian society. This sense of mission as well as of alienation from the state and the rest of society arose from several important social and cultural changes that occurred in Russia from the early 19th century. Chief among them was the growth of an educated elite which by 1860 still numbered only about 20,000 in a total population of over 60 million. 3. To meet the need for technically more proficient and more effective officials, the state steadily expanded the system of secondary and higher education, drew heavily on Western European specialized literature in revising academic curricula, and gradually increased access to higher education for people outside the nobility. But this educational process produced not only more professional and loyal, albeit often reform-minded, bureaucrats, it also expanded Russia's tiny literary elite and fostered a professional elite whose members frequently sought to work independently of the state toward an avowed goal of social progress. Encouraged by their training as well as by the state to employ their expertise to solve society's problems, members of these elites used their knowledge of Western European institutions, conditions, and ideas to decry both the injustices, oppressiveness, and backwardness of Russian society and the inability or refusal of the Tsarist regime to ameliorate the situation. For many members of Russia's emerging educated elite thus found themselves alienated from the Tsarist state as well as separated from most of Russian society by their education and their disdain for traditional values and relationships. The anomalous social position occupied by the intelligentsia, and indeed by the educated elite in general, intensified this dual alienation. As long as the intellectual and socio-political elites had coincided roughly in the nobility, the problem of defining the status of intellectuals within the traditional social order remained muted. But once educated Russians began to identify themselves more as intellectuals or professionals than as members of a traditional social estate, they needed to redefine their social role and status in different terms. This need grew stronger as the access of non-noblesse to higher education increased after the 1850s and as many nobles left their estates for the cities after the emancipation of their serfs in 1861. 5. In an important sense, the various ideologies, programs, utopias, and conspiratorial groups devised by the intelligentsia represented attempts to fulfill this need. By formulating programs for social development which enabled them to play an integral part in overcoming Russia's poverty, oppressiveness, and backwardness, the intelligentsia provided itself with a social role that seemed to reintegrate it into society as spokesman, conscience, or guide. While drawing heavily on Western European social, political, economic, and philosophical ideas in formulating these programs, the intelligentsia assimilated them into a Russian cultural context that emphasized paternalistic control on the one hand and personal fulfillment through service to the community, especially to its weaker members, on the other. 6. Personal interest, social idealism, intellect, and cultural experience thus combined to produce in the intelligentsia a fervid, often self-sacrificing, and potentially authoritarian commitment to social transformation in accordance with an idea frequently carried to its logical extreme. The socio-political order that Chernyshevsky and his fellow intelligenti hoped to transform consisted in 1860 of an overwhelmingly illiterate and poor peasant agrarian society dominated socially by a thin layer of self-owning noblemen and ruled politically by a legally unlimited autocrat. Though the nobles provided the majority of state officials, they remained divided socially, ethnically, and regionally and depended on the autocracy for income, status, and the preservation of their principal economic asset, the serfs who worked their lands. The rest of society was divided into a variety of legal estates: merchants, clergy, taxed urban groups, Cossacks, foreign settlers, state peasants, and so on, defined by their relative privileges and obligations, either to each other or, primarily, to the state. Reinforcing and reflecting this hierarchical socio-legal order were the unequal relations based on generation and gender which predominated within families, peasant communities, and most other social groups. Women were subordinate legally and usually factually to men at every social level and were excluded from most occupations outside of the home, the family's farm, or certain menial trades. Religious beliefs, strong especially among groups other than the culturally westernized nobility, reinforced these hierarchical relations and patriarchal values, despite the institutional weakness of the Orthodox Church. To people engaged by ideas and committed to an ideal of social progress that often included mobility for themselves, the Tsarist order seemed stifling and stagnant. 6. On the theme of self-sacrificing service in the ideas and self-perception of the intelligentsia, C. Chernyshevsky, Russian Literature and IDE G.Y., Herzen, Dostoevsky, Leontiev, Tu/Sty, Fadyev, Urbana, University of Illinois Press, 1983, B. Engel, Mothers and Daughters, Women of the Intelligentsia in 19th Century Russia, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1983, I paper no, Chernyshevsky and the Age of Realism, a study in the semiotics of behavior, Stanford, Stanford University Press, 1988. The Autobiographies of Women Revolutionaries in B. Engel, Five Sisters, Women Against the Tsar, New York, Knopf, 1975, provide excellent examples of this phenomenon. Introduction 5. But despite this perception of stagnation, pressures for change were building throughout the early 19th century, not least within the government itself. The educational and ministerial systems created by the sometime avowedly reformist Emperor Alexander I, R 1801 to 1825, and extended by his successor the professedly ultra-conservative Nicholas I, R 1825 to 1855, produced a growing coterie of officials commit to enhancing Russian power and security through measures intended to expand the economy, improve society's welfare, and increase the bureaucracy's effectiveness. With the expansion of education and the development of publishing, some of these measures contribute to the process of professionalization and the growth of a culture of literacy which spawned the intelligentsia. Despite the deadening effects of state censorship and an official ideology that stressed autocratic power, orthodox religious values, and conservative nationalism, the activities of both statist bureaucrats and critical intellectuals extended and strengthened the belief in human reason that had gnawed steadily at traditional institutions and values since the time of Peter the Great. Other measures helped stimulate a modest yet structurally significant development of industries employing free rather than bound labor and the growth of trade and certain areas of agriculture. As a result of these developments, the populations of several cities expanded dramatically, those of St. Petersburg, Nizhny Novgorod, Kharkov, Odessa, Saratov, Minsk, and some others more than doubled from the beginning of the century. 8 Yet despite these changes, the overwhelming majority of Russians in 1860 remained illiterate and still lived in impoverished peasant villages, the backwater gentry estates described so gracefully by Turgenev, or the sleepy provincial towns satirized so brilliantly by Gogol. Over a third of the population suffered under the constraints and indignities of serfdom. But where capital resources were scarce, communications poor, regional trade fairs a principal means of distribution, and even such major cities as Kharkov rendered impassable by mud each spring, serfdom represented more a symptom than a cause of social and economic backwardness. Serfdom nonetheless provided the most visible and vexing symbol of all Russia's ills for state reformers and critical intelligentsia alike. Its elimination, both hoped to optimistically, would open the way for rapid development while establishing the basis for a more just society, or at least a more tranquil one. Thus when, spurred by Russia's humiliating defeat in the Crimean War, Alexander II, R 1855 to 1881, placed emancipation of the serfs at the center of an extensive program of reform that also affected the judicial system, local government, education, state finance, press censorship, and military SEI vice, one of the regime's strongest critics, Alexander Herzen, could proclaim approvingly from exile in London, "Thou hast conquered, 0 Galilean, 9. Chernyshevsky himself declared enthusiastically that in comparison with the Tsar's program, all the reforms and improvements carried out since the time of Peter seem of little importance. The new life now beginning for us will be as much more beautified, harmonious, brilliant, and happy than the former one as the last 150 years have been superior to the 17th century in Russia." Lo! For a moment it seemed as if the shared goal of emancipation and the process of state reform might reconcile the intelligentsia with the autocracy. This concord proved short-lived, however, and Alexander's efforts to strengthen his empire through reform paradoxically deepened the intelligentsia's alienation from his regime. To build support for emancipation, Alexander had relaxed the severe censorship controls that had oppressed writers, editors, and intellectuals during his father's reign. A lively public debate ensued in which support for reform predominated. But when this debate seemed to the regime to threaten public order and the radical press began to demand changes that went well beyond Alexander's limited objectives, the government once again tightened censorship restrictions, thereby angering the intelligentsia. Radical intelligentsia denounced the terms of emancipation announced in March 1861 as simply the perpetuation of serfdom in a new guise, and they reacted equally negatively to the government's hairy-handed response to university students' demands for greater autonomy later in the same year. Many, like Chernyshevsky, saw in the government's actions vindication of their belief that the autocracy was too imbued with patriarchal values and too closely bound to the privileged elements in society ever to become an agency for progress and satisfactory social reform. Frustrated and embittered, by early 1862 radicalized intellectuals and students were calling for revolutionary upheaval as the only way to effect the great changes in social, sexual, economic, and political relations that they believed were necessary and possible, if only sufficient will and the right means could be found. In their minds, the autocracy had replaced serfdom as the preeminent symbol and source of Russia's oppressiveness and backwardness. But while dissatisfaction with Alexander's reforms intensified the radicalization of the intelligentsia, this process had actually begun several years earlier with increasingly acrimonious disputes within the intelligentsia over a series of philosophical, aesthetic, and political questions. Initially occasioned by the conflict between youthful proponents of materialist and scientistic views and older adherents of idealist, chiefly left Hegelian beliefs, these disputes helped to precipitate a fundamental split in the intelligentsia between advocates of evolutionary reform and those who believed that fundamental change could be achieved only by revolutionary means. In these conflicts, Chernyshevsky and What Is to Be Done? Played a central role in both popularizing materialist, positivist, and rational utilitarian ideas among the intelligentsia and persuading many of its younger members that radical action was possible as well as necessary. Chernyshevsky's background eminently suited him for this role. His upbringing, education, and relations with his parents fostered in him the intellectual vigor, commitment to ideas, moral integrity, ascetic habits, and concern for the welfare of others that marked both his personal character and his developed ideological beliefs. Although gifted and self-confident intellectually, however, Chernyshevsky felt insecure personally and behaved awkwardly in social situations. To overcome his diffidence and shyness, he used his superior intellectual abilities to gain recognition, acceptance, and a sense of self-worth. Thus from an early age he used his knowledge to help others, his schoolmates at the Saratov Seminary, the members of the Vidinsky Circle in St. Petersburg, his students at the Saratov Gymnasium, the few women with whom he became involved, the readers of his essays and articles. Yet his altruism was tinged with paternalism. Convinced of the correctness of his views, Chernyshevsky often advanced them self-righteously and remained intolerant of criticism. Didactic journalism proved to be an ideal métier for the brilliant yet insecure son of an Orthodox priest who in his life and writings tried to reconcile the conflicting tensions between egoism and altruism, Western individualism and Russian collectivism, scientific discovery and moral certainty, and technological change and agrarian harmony. Chernyshevsky was born on July 12, 1828 in Saratov, a large provincial town and trading center of about 000 people on the Middle Volga. In typical fashion, his father Gavril Ivanovich had acquired his position as priest at the Sergievsky church on condition that he marry his predecessor's daughter Evgenia Igorovna Golyubova. Untypically the match proved successful, and by all accounts the Chernyshevskys provided a warm, caring and secure environment for Nikolai, their only child, to survive into adolescence. Indeed, his mother's solicitousness and overprotectiveness may have contributed to the extreme self-confidence with which Chernyshevsky later expressed his views even when faced with severe Tsarist persecution. His father's approach to his early education undoubtedly also bolstered Chernyshevsky's self-confidence while developing his intellectual skill. Unusually well read in secular as well as religious literature for a provincial priest, Gavril Ivanovich taught his son several languages and encouraged him to read widely in the family's extensive library. This process of self-education fostered in Chernyshevsky both an independent mind and a voracious appetite for reading, particularly works of or about literature. The family's modest yet comfortable means reinforced his love of reading as few resources remained for other diversions, while the example of his father, a highly capable, hard-working and well-respected cleric, shaped Chernyshevsky's serious and diligent approach to his studies. But while this family environment clearly nurtured many positive characteristics in Chernyshevsky, its extreme closeness and insularity may also have contributed to the social awkwardness and personal insecurity that he exhibited throughout his life. Chernyshevsky entered the Saratov seminary in 1842 at the age of 14. He was already more widely read than most of his teachers, let alone his peers, and proved to be a brilliant student. The resulting adulation of his instructors and admiration of his schoolmates undoubtedly strengthened his intellectual self-confidence and sense of self-worth, thereby compensating somewhat for his shyness and lack of social skills. Chernyshevsky won the respect of his fellow students, moreover, by helping many of the less able among them to get through their lessons and exams. This altruism toward his peers derived partly from his father's own kindliness and teachings on Christian charity, and partly from Chernyshevsky's sympathy for his less fortunate fellow students, many of whom came from impoverished backgrounds. But while the sight of poverty, brutality, and social inequality so evident throughout Saratov may have incited his compassion, particularly when filtered through his father's Christian ideals and the vague notions gleaned from such left Hegelian social critics as Belinsky and Herzen in Otechestvenny Zapiski, Notes of the Fatherland, Chernyshevsky still had not moved very far beyond the orbit of his parents' beliefs. This situation changed dramatically with the young man's departure from Saratov in the summer of 1846. He was now 18. Believing that their son's scholarly talents would enable him to attain a more exalted position than was possible within the clergy, and spurred by a dispute between Gavril Ivanovich and his superiors, Chernyshevsky's parents decided to send him to St. Petersburg University. The move coincided with Chernyshevsky's own growing interest in secular ideas and in the relationship between literature and society. Moreover, the prospect of an academic career excited him. In a letter to his cousin A.N. Pipin written shortly after his arrival in St. Petersburg, he declared, "We firmly resolve, with all the strength of our soul, to help end this period in which learning has been foreign to our spiritual life, so that it may cease to be like a strange coat, a sorrowful, impersonal aping for us. Let Russia also contribute what it should to the spiritual life of the world, as it has contributed and contributes to political life, emerging powerfully, distinctively, redemptively for humanity, in another great field of life learning, as it has already done in one state and political life. And let this great event be achieved, even if only in part, through us. Then we will not have lived in this world in vain, then we may view our earthly life with tranquility and tranquilly pass on to life beyond the grave. To help work for the glory, not fleeting but eternal, of one's fatherland and for the good of mankind, what can be higher and more desired than that? We pray to God He will grant this as our destiny." 12. Clearly, Chernyshevsky saw in the intellect and ideas powerful means by which to serve society and, in so doing, to achieve social prominence as well as personal satisfaction. Chernyshevsky's 5 years at St. Petersburg University proved pivotal in shaping the ideas with which he would later attempt to change Russian society. Following a pattern typical among university students, he soon grew disillusioned with what he considered to be the formalism, intellectual torpor, and, at best, mild reformism of the majority of his instructors. 13 Though officially a student of literature and philology, he devoted most of his time to questions of philosophy, political economy, and the social role of literature. With a small and changing circle of friends, chosen primarily for their ideas and intellectual abilities, he followed the exploits of such republicans as Louis Blanc during the Revolution in France in 1848 to 1849, explored the works of French utopian socialists such as Charles Fourier and his disciple Victor Considerant, and debated Ludwig Feuerbach's materialist critique of religion. 14 The vibrancy, dynamism, and optimism of these ideas could not fail to appeal to idealistic young intellectuals such as Chernyshevsky, especially when contrasted with the seemingly stagnant ultra-conservatism promoted even more intensively by the Russian government in reaction to the revolutionary events in Western Europe. 15 Resolving the conflict between atheistic materialism and religion proved to be particularly agonizing for Chernyshevsky, not least because of its serious implications for his relationship with his parents. But attracted by the potential for effective individual as well as social action which he saw implicit in Feuerbach's emphasis on man's creative capacity, Chernyshevsky abandoned orthodoxy for an equally holistic materialist worldview. His acceptance of the Tsarist socio-political order dissolved along with his faith in God. Henceforward he advanced, ardently and often intolerantly, the most extreme views among the small circle of radical intellectuals gathered around I. Vidensky, an older ex-seminarian from Saratov who taught literature at 2 military academies in St. Petersburg. But while ruthless in debate, Chernyshevsky remained personally compassionate. For several years he helped to support a fellow student whose ideas he admired, despite his own meager resources. 16. Chernyshevsky returned to Saratov in March 1851, a materialist, atheist, and proponent of socialism. Although profoundly alienated from the Tsarist state and the beliefs of most Russians, however, he had yet to challenge the established order openly. Indeed, he had returned to his native town partly in response to his mother's urging but primarily in the hope of finding more time to complete the master's thesis that he needed for entree to an academic career, hardly a revolution I pursued. And while testing the boundaries of the politically acceptable in his literature classes at the Saratov Gymnasium, Chernyshevsky remained carefully within them. Nor apparently did he form close ties with the few political exiles living in Saratov at this time. Presaging his later journalistic career, Chernyshevsky limited his revolutionary activities to teaching his students to think critically, especially about Tsarist society. At the end of his brief return to Saratov, Chernyshevsky married Olga Sokratovna Vasileva, an event that dramatically affected his life. The match at first glance seems an odd one, since Olga Sokratovna's character and interests clashed sharply with those of Chernyshevsky. The free-spirited, frivolous, and coquettish daughter of a provincial doctor, she proved largely indifferent to Chernyshevsky's political views and social concerns. Materialistic rather than materialist, she seemed to gain appreciation of her husband only with his ability to provide for her comforts. Not surprisingly, Chernyshevsky's parents opposed the marriage. Yet it satisfied many of their son's deepest needs. Though he sincerely loved Olga Sokratovna, Chernyshevsky also saw in their marriage an important rite of passage that promised to dispel his social awkwardness. "I must marry," he confided to his diary at this time, "also because I will then become a man, rather than the child I am now. Then my timidity, shyness, etc. will disappear." 17. Moreover, the marriage provided Chernyshevsky with both an excuse to break with his parents on an issue other than his religious apostasy and a reason to return to St. Petersburg. He had to obtain a position that could support a wife and family. Finally, his relationship with Olga Sokratovna enabled Chernyshevsky to substantiate many of his ideas, particularly in regard to the emancipation of women. Influenced strongly by the romantic feminist views of the French author Georges Sand and generally treating people as the reflections of abstract ideas, he pictured himself as liberating his wife from a confining family situation, a view apparently not shared by Olga Sokratovna. He promised and gave Olga Sokratovna complete independence and ascendancy in their marriage, to the point of living in separate rooms and indulging her whims while he himself still adhered to his former ascetic habits. Despite his solicitousness, evidence suggests that his wife's preference for material comfort over freedom strained their relationship, especially during the early years of the marriage. But even this need to satisfy his wife's desires provided Chernyshevsky with a justification for his intense journalistic activity and the consequent neglect of his family. As if to emphasize his rejection of his parents' beliefs, Chernyshevsky defied social convention by marrying Olga Sokratovna only 10 days after his mother's sudden death, in April 1853, and quickly departed for St. Petersburg. Unable to decide between an academic and a journalistic career, he barely supported himself and his wife by teaching, translating popular English novels, and penning literary reviews while endeavoring to finish his master's thesis on the aesthetic relations between art and reality. Unexpected talent as a literary critic, philosophical and personal clashes with his thesis advisor, and chance pushed as well as drew Chernyshevsky toward journalism. The popularity of his reviews in Chernyshevsky Zapisky and Savremennik, The Contemporary, attracted the attention of the latter's editor and publisher, Nikolai Nekrasov, a radically inclined romantic poet who also possessed remarkably good business sense. 19 Nekrasov soon offered Chernyshevsky a permanent position on the staff of his journal, despite the intense disagreements between the radical young critic and the older, more moderate, and philosophically idealist contribution Uters to Savremennik on nearly every subject, from aesthetic values to political views. The same disagreements led Chernyshevsky's thesis advisor, the moderate literary scholar and state censor A.V. Nikitenko, first to delay the public defense of the thesis until 1855 and then to conspire to block conferment of the degree until 1858. Thus effectively barred from an academic career, Chernyshevsky had little choice but to devote his energies to journalism. His timing proved propitious. The death of Nicholas in 1855, Russia's humiliating defeat in the Crimean War, and the conflict emerging within the intelligentsia over philosophical orientation, aesthetic values, and socio-political ideals together provoked an unprecedented outburst of vigorous and often acrimonious journalistic debate that offered Chernyshevsky ample opportunity to fulfill the ambitions revealed earlier to his chosen. The ensuing decade proved to be the most intellectually productive and socially active period in Chernyshevsky's life. Indeed, journalism suited his temperament, talents, and needs perfectly. While awkward and unimpressive in public, in print Chernyshevsky deployed his sharp intellect, a biting polemical style laced with moral fervor, and wide familiarity with Western European as well as Russian literature and socio-political ideas with devastating effect. As a contributor to, and then editor of, one of mid-19th century Russia's most prominent thick journals, the monthly literary and political periodicals that provided the main medium for public discourse at this time, he became an influential critic of the injustices and deficiencies of the existing order as well as a preeminent spokesman for radical social and political change. As Chernyshevsky's popularity grew, subscript ions to Savremennik soared, thereby extending the reach of his ideas. Two principal conflicts, pitting him against both political moderates and the Tsarist state, shaped most of Chernyshevsky's writing during these years. Concentrating initially on literary criticism, he sought to formulate a theory of aesthetics that both embodied his materialist and positivistic beliefs and transformed art into a weapon for radical social transformation. In thus linking art with social action, Chernyshevsky reflected a view common among the intelligentsia at this time, that literature and literary criticism could serve as powerful forces of historical progress. But his extreme assertion, expounded most comprehensively in his master's thesis, that literature should be judged solely on the basis of its fidelity to reality and its social utility, challenged the idealism and aesthetic values of even moderate critics of the regime, to say nothing of their aristocratic sensibilities. In the ensuing conflict over the nature of art, Chernyshevsky and his youthful allies suggested that their critics' moderation and commitment to idealism derived largely from a self-interested desire not to upset the status quo, while their opponents imputed Chernyshevsky's ideas in part to the lack of culture allegedly resulting from his social origin and upbringing. Ivan Turgenev, for example, a moderate who at the time was the most renowned contributor to Savremennik, remarked that Chernyshevsky and his supporters are resentful that they were brought up on vegetable oil and so they arrogantly strive to wipe poetry off the face of the earth and establish their coarse seminarian principles. 20. Clearly social differences as much as philosophical and aesthetic disagreements shaped the response to Chernyshevsky's ideas and exacerbated the conflict that was pushing moderate and radical intelligentsia apart. The adoption of a program of reform by Alexander II only widened this gulf. Turning from the later 1850s almost exclusively to questions Of political economy and social theory, Chernyshevsky quickly concluded that Russia's social injustices and lack of development could not be overcome through evolutionary means, especially reforms undertaken by the Tsarist state. In his view, the relationship of mutual dependence between the autocracy and privileged social groups precluded meaningful state action until a social revolution had restructured political power. Chernyshevsky believed, moreover, that if this revolution was to succeed, it would need to overturn the patriarchal relations that existed within the family as well as between social groups and between the state and society. Thus he became an ardent advocate of women's rights as a means to pursue social revolution generally, and thereby help to raise the woman's question in mid-19th century Russia. 21 But Chernyshevsky condemned not only the inadequacy of the government's proposals. He also harshly criticized the moderate intelligentsia who supported these proposals and again questioned their integrity as well as their intelligence. Moderates countered that Chernyshevsky's radicalism not only was impractical but also threatened to frighten the government away from the more realistic path of gradual reform and to unleash the destructive positions of the still ignorant masses. The break between moderates and radicals within the intelligentsia was complete. While calling for radical social action over state reform, however, Chernyshevsky took care to remain within the boundaries set by state censorship and to avoid personal involvement in revolutionary activities. Nonetheless, the government blamed the upsurge of revolutionary and student activism in the early 1860s on the subversive influence of Sovremennik and its radical editor. Therefore, when Chernyshevsky ignored warnings to moderate the journal's political line, the government reacted to student protests at St. Petersburg University and a series of suspicious fires in the northern capital in early 1862 by closing Sovremennik in June and arresting Chernyshevsky on largely fabricated charges the following month. While imprisoned and awaiting trial in the Peter Paul fortress, Chernyshevsky produced his last significant and most influential work, the novel What Is to Be Done. In early 1864 he was convicted of subversion, largely on the basis of false evidence, and sentenced to 14 years at hard labor, later reduced to 7, to be followed by permanent exile. Chernyshevsky spent the next 18 years in prison or in exile in eastern Siberia, far from his family, friends, or sources of intellectual stimulation. Isolation, poverty, frustrated hopes and anxiety over his family's welfare broke his spirit as well as his health. Although he continued to write, most of what he produced lacked the sharpness and focus of his earlier works. Only the autobiographical novel Prologue, published in London in 1877, had much literary merit. Olga Sokratovna visited him once. But the journey proved so exhausting for her that Chernyshevsky forbade her to repeat it and even urged her to divorce him in order to find a husband who could offer her more security. 22 In 1883, having subdued the revolutionary movement of the 1870s, the government allowed Chernyshevsky to move to the more populous and less remote port of Astrakhan on the Caspian Sea, where he lived a relatively lonely existence with his wife for the next 6 years. He was permitted to return to Saratov only in June 1889, 4 months before his death. While the government's harsh treatment of Chernyshevsky ended his active career, it also transformed him into a martyr and thereby undoubtedly enhanced the appeal of What Is to Be Done. It is perhaps fitting that a man who valued the intellect so highly and tended to treat people as personifications of ideas became himself the mythicized symbol of Russian radicalism. The ideology of a revolutionary utopian. Chernyshevsky's chief intellectual accomplishment lay in synthesizing the ideas of contemporary Western European social critics, political economists and philosophers into an ideology of radicalism that appealed to angry young intelligentsia caught in the backward conditions of mid-19th century Russia. 23 The appeal of his ideas derived both from their successful melding of current European theories with Russian cultural, especially Orthodox religious values, and from the crucial role that they assigned to déclassé intellectuals in the effort to overcome Russia's problems. Though he condemned both the European capitalist present and the patriarchal Tsarist past share, Chernyshevsky combined secular ideas with religious values, Western European democratic individualism with Russian collectivism and paternalism in a way that promised intellectual self-fulfillment and social prominence while still binding them closely to the community. Materialist philosophy, utilitarian ethics, science, and technology became the means through which an educated elite would transform traditional social institutions into a prosperous agrarian utopia where both the material welfare of the masses and the creative needs of intellectuals would be satisfied. Chernyshevsky thus offered an ideological vision that promised to resolve the tensions produced by educational reform, Western European competition and cultural intrusion, and the advent of secularization and impact of science in a still predominantly agrarian Christian community. Philosophical materialism provided the foundation for both Chernyshevsky's critique of the Tsarist socio-political order and his optimistic belief in the possibility of transforming that order through action informed by scientific knowledge. 24 Influenced strongly by the German materialists Ludwig Buchner and especially Ludwig Feuerbach. 25 Chernyshevsky claimed that body, mind, and spirit represented merely different aspects of a single, unitary human organism that was an integral part of nature. Action, thought, and emotion thus were nothing more than sensual responses to external stimuli and therefore were governed by natural laws. Chernyshevsky argued that these laws could be discovered by rigorous application to human society of the methodology and concepts developed in the natural sciences by such pioneers as the French physiologist Claude Bernard. 26 Human beings would then be able to reshape their social as well as natural environment in accordance with their needs. Religious belief and philosophical idealism impeded progress toward this end, Chernyshevsky asserted, by projecting a false image of human nature which obscured knowledge of reality. Social, political, and religious institutions likewise tended to preserve distorted images of reality in order to protect the power and privileges of the social groups that benefited from these institutions. For Chernyshevsky, then, human progress required both the constant advance of scientific understanding and the elimination of those institutions that perpetuated ignorance. Chernyshevsky's theory of aesthetics, which so enraged his moderate opponents, followed logically from his materialist epistemology. 27 For him, art represented a medium for revealing, vicariously experiencing, and thereby better understanding reality. Reality itself could not be transcended, only comprehended. Idealist notions of pure art or beauty therefore were not simply false but dangerous, because they obscured reality and subordinated it to an unrealizable ideal. Chernyshevsky concluded that art should therefore be judged on the basis of its fidelity to reality and its ability to expand human knowledge. Hence his theory of aesthetics essentially endeavored to transform art into an instrument of education. Taking this principle a step further in, Chernyshevsky sought not only to explain reality but also to change it by providing radical youth with guidelines for social behavior and political action. By thus emphasizing in his fictional as well as his critical writing the need to understand and affect the present, Chernyshevsky contributed significantly to the development of aesthetic realism in mid-19th century Russia despite the extremeness of his views. In addition to materialism, Chernyshevsky also drew heavily on British utilitarianism to explain human behavior and to refute idealist conceptions of morality. 28 The resulting theory of rational egoism enabled him to reconcile the individual's need for personal self-fulfillment with the collective interests of the community. Put simply, Chernyshevsky argued that all human behavior was motivated by the desire to maximize personal pleasure and to avoid pain. Since human motivation thus was both constant and universal, differences in the behavior of people could be explained only by the different ways in which their socio-economic environment led them to act in pursuit of their self-interest. Crime and courage, avarice and charity, all emanate from the same egoistical impulse. Chernyshevsky concluded that religious and philosophical idealist concepts of free will and amorality therefore could neither explain nor alter human action. Good and evil became relative terms, their use based on whether people perceived the actions of others as beneficial or harmful to them. The conflict between good and evil simply reflected the clash of interests between competing individuals or social groups. We should resolve such conflicts by maximizing the pleasure of the largest number of people, asserted Chernyshevsky, since that would bring the greatest benefit to society. Building on this idea, he added that enlightened individuals recognized that the maximization of society's interests also best served their personal interests because their welfare depended directly on society's general level of prosperity. Self-interest, he contended, therefore led such rational egoists to work toward the creation of socio-economic and political institutions that ensured that personally pleasurable and socially desirable action coincided for each individual. As Christian charity had provided the way to personal salvation for his father, service to the community became the way to personal self-fulfillment for the secularized son. Chernyshevsky based his defense of cooperative socialism as well as his critique of capitalist individualism and Tsarist patriarchy on this theory of rational egoism. Drawing heavily on the work of French utopian socialists and British political economists. 29 He argued that a political economy based on cooperative labor and collective ownership could satisfy the needs of the individual and society more effectively than either capitalism or the Tsarist order because it would channel the pursuit of self-interest toward improving the welfare of the group as well as of the self. Economic output expanded more rapidly as a result, Chernyshevsky contended, because individuals worked more efficiently as a group than they did separately and because they worked more productively when they retained the fruits of their labor. Indeed, believing that the value of a good derived from the amount of labor embodied in it, Chernyshevsky idealized manual labor and asserted that it provided the chief source of personal pleasure. He therefore denounced both capitalism and the patriarchal self-economy as exploitive as well as inefficient because they promoted a competitive pursuit of self-interest that deprived especially workers and peasants of the product, and thus the value, of their labor. Economic productivity consequently suffered because laborers expended less effort in their work while the idle rich had to invent unproductive pastimes in order to satisfy their need for sensual stimulation. Both the capitalist and the Tsarist patriarchal systems thus depressed a society's overall welfare by preventing the majority of its members from achieving their full productive potential. This was particularly the case in regard to women, who were prevented under both systems from pursuing socially productive and personally fulfilling occupations even when their intelligence surpassed that of men. In Chernyshevsky's view, then, the source of Russia's economic backwardness and social oppressiveness lay in its patriarchal socio-economic and political structures. Socialist transformation of these structures promised growth and prosperity as well as personal liberation. Following the ideas of his fellow social critics Alexander Herzen and Mikhail Bakunin, Chernyshevsky believed that the existence of the peasant commune provided Russia with a unique opportunity to undertake this transformation directly without first having to experience the evils of capitalism. 31 While not idealizing the commune, he argued that it could be transformed through advanced European technology and science and through the ideas of such thinkers as Fourier Considerant and Robert Owen, into a highly productive cooperative agricultural community. Initially hoping that the state might direct this process, Chernyshevsky concluded from the course of emancipation that the Tsarist regime was imbued too deeply with patriarchal values and bound too closely to the landed nobility to promote such change. Referring also to the abandonment by French liberals of their ideals when faced with the demands of the masses in 1848 to 1852, Chernyshevsky began to assert that political structures in general emerged historically as the means by which dominant social groups preserved their power and privileges. Since these groups would never voluntarily surrender their power, significant social or political change could not be achieved through gradual reform, whether promoted by the state or by liberals. Hence only a social revolution that destroyed patriarchal relations within the family and society and thereby undermined the autocratic political system could clear the way for socialist transformation and economic growth. Considering moderates to have been too thoroughly seduced by the comforts of the old regime to risk real change, Chernyshevsky declared that only the younger radical members of the intelligentsia could lead this revolution and guide the subsequent transformation of society. The growing influence of natural science and scientific methodology among European intellectuals generally during the latter half of the 19th century gave Chernyshevsky's ideas an important advantage in the ideological conflict that erupted within Russia's educated elite at this time. The apparent objectivity of materialism and utilitarianism enabled him to deny the legitimacy of both idealist ethics and the values underlying existing political, social, and religious institutions while simultaneously providing legitimacy to his own ideals in the guise of scientific fact. Yet despite his sincere profession of materialism and his pretensions to scientific objectivity, Chernyshevsky remained essentially an idealist. Following the earlier radical Russian Critic Vissarion Belinsky L3 for example, he argued that an ACCU-rate depiction of social reality entailed a critique of its injustices and an indication of how they could be overcome. Such a critique implied an ideal of justice against which to measure reality. Nor did Chernyshevsky simply explain or describe actions and relationships in terms of socio-economic utility, he also judged them in terms of moral categories. Failure to work toward the goals that he defined was not merely illogical or inexpedient but also immoral. His utopian vision projected a harmonious community where egalitarian and just social relations remained unaffected by constant technological change. Indeed, this vision appealed to educated young Russians precisely because it combined familiar Orthodox Christian ideals with new utopian socialist and democratic models and invested the amalgam with scientific certainty, thereby providing youthful intelligentsia with firm moral guidelines during a period of social and ideological dislocation. The very fact that Chernyshevsky concentrated his efforts so single-mindedly on educating this intellectual elite testifies to his belief that history was moved at least as much by ideas as by material forces. Armed with the proper ideas, these new people could reshape rather than simply react to the Russian environment, in the process creating a society that was more just as well as more productive. This combination of moral and scientific certainty helps explain the stridency, intolerance, and self-righteousness with which Chernyshevsky promoted his ideas. It also explains the blend of democratic collectivism and elitist paternalism that characterized these ideas. For while extolling service to the community as the path to personal self-fulfillment, Chernyshevsky portrayed an elite that served society largely by shaping it in accordance with the elite's own view of social justice. As a result, much like the Christian precepts from which he drew sustenance, Chernyshevsky's ideas contain the potential for authoritarianism as well as for liberation. The tension between egoism and altruism, evident in his life and explored in his fictional characters, thus remained unresolved. But if Chernyshevsky was a paternalistic elitist, he was no more so than either apologists of the Tsarist regime or his moderate opponents within the intelligentsia. Indeed, his arguments effectively exposed the dilemma confronting Russian moderates, whose ideals also were incompatible with autocracy and alien to the majority of the Russian people. Moderates no less than radicals had to destroy the old regime and impose their values on the rest of society in order to realize their goals. Facing the Scylla of political disorder and the Charybdis of social upheaval, they tended to opt for order at the expense of social change. 34 In pursuing his ideals, Chernyshevsky at least focused directly on the poverty, hunger, and oppression that affected the major ity of the population. By doing so from a materialist and scientistic perspective, he helped provoke a more sophisticated debate over Russia's economic backwardness by calling attention to the sociological and technological sources of this problem. Perhaps most impressive, however, Chernyshevsky persuaded the younger generation of the intelligentsia of the possibility as well as the nobility of acting to overcome Russia's social and economic problems. He thereby provided déclassé intellectuals with a social role that gave them considerable self-esteem regardless of the success or failure of their actions. The Bible for these radical intellectuals became the novel What Is to Be Done? Represents the best-known and most comprehensive statement of Chernyshevsky's ideas. Through it he exerted extraordinary influence on generations of Russian radicals. The assertions of these radicals and the reactions of their opponents cannot be fully understood without reference to the source that inspired or enraged them. Rakhmetov, the totally rational revolutionary ascetic and superhero, makes both Lenin and Dostoevsky more comprehensible. Vera Pavlovna, the emancipated woman who tears asunder the conventional family and the institution of marriage, helps explain both. Sofia Peravskaya and Konstantin Pobdanostsef. 35 Moreover, Chernyshevsky both followed and contributed to a rich Russian literary tradition by presenting the major statement of his ideas in the form of a novel. Written as a response to Turgenev's Fathers and Sons, What is to be Done? In turn provoked Dostoevsky's Notes from Underground. The book thus represents a major work of Russian literature as well as one of the key documents for understanding 19th-century Russian social and political thought, revolutionary activity, and social conflict. Chernyshevsky produced What is to be Done? While incarcerated in the Peter Paul fortress, where he sat awaiting trial as his case was laboriously investigated. Prevented from writing any further essays or articles, he turned to fiction as a medium for expressing his ideas. The novel was not meant as a diversion or as a substitute for more important work. Chernyshevsky explained subsequently to the official commission of inquiry, "For a long time I have planned to apply myself to literature. But I am convinced that people of my character must do this only in their later years. A novel is destined for the great mass of the public. It is a writer's most serious undertaking, and so it belongs to old age. The frivolity of the form must be compensated for by the solidity of the thought." 36. Indeed, the protestations of the narrator in the novel notwithstanding, Chernyshevsky meant his work to stand in the great tradition of Russian literature represented by Gogol and Turgenev. In La Te 1862 Chernyshevsky asked the prison commandant for permission to begin work on a novel. His request granted, he set to work and produced the entire novel within 4 months, between December 14, 1862, and April 4, 1863. The first part of the manuscript was then submitted to the prison censor, who, whether carelessly or for devious purposes, passed it and forwarded the manuscript to the censor of the journal Sovremenniki. Passed again, the novel was sent to the journal's editor Nekrasov, who promptly lost it in a cab. He managed to recover the manuscript only after advertising in the official gazette of the St. Petersburg police. With what is perhaps the greatest irony of Russian letters, the novel that the police helped to retrieve turned out to be the most subversive and revolutionary work of 19th-century Russian literature. Its publication has aptly been called the most spectacular example of bureaucratic bungling in the cultural realm during the reign of Alexander 1137. Appeared in numbers 3, 4 and 5 of Sovremenniki for 1863 and was published subsequently as a separate volume. A rough draft lacking sections 19 to 23 of Chapter 5 and all of Chapter 6 was discovered much later in the archive of the Peter Paul Fortress and published in 1929. An authoritative version of the novel edited by T.I. Ornatsky and S.A. Reiser appeared in the Academy of Sciences Literary Monument series in 1975. Their text is basically a reprint of the original journal version, which was carefully collated with manuscripts housed in the Central Government Archive of Literature and Art in Moscow. We have used this edition in preparing the present translation. Although a number of Western European literary texts exerted a significant influence on Chernyshevsky's novelette, the works of 3 authors all mentioned specifically in the text of the novelette merit special attention. First among these writers is the French philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau, whose novel Julie, ou la Nouvelle Héloïse, 176-1, served as one of Chernyshevsky's most important sources. 38 Rousseau's Julie d'Atange provided a model for Chernyshevsky's Julie Letellier, the semi-liberated French courtesan who acts as a foil for his heroine Vera Pavlovna. And like Rousseau's Saint Preux, Chernyshevsky's Lopukhov is a man of strong character and absolute rationality. Most important, Chernyshevsky's Vera Pavlovna is meant to be perceived as a new improved version of Rousseau's Julie. Through her character, Chernyshevsky sought to show how the ideal of women's equality articulated by Rousseau could be realized in practice. This lineage is stated explicitly in Vera Pavlovna's Fourth Dream, where Chernyshevsky describes Rousseau as the figure who inaugurated the modern phase of feminism by providing the first model of an intelligent and independent heroine. The novels of the French author Georges Sand, particularly Jacques 1834, translated 1844, also strongly influenced the feminist theme as well as the plot of What Is to Be Done. 39 Throughout her work, Sand emphasizes the primacy of love and the absolute right of a woman to achieve romantic fulfillment, if not with her legal husband, then with her heart's desire. Thus at the end of Jacques, Sand's hero chooses to sacrifice his love for Fernande in order to set her free to love Octave. He makes his own suicide appear to be an accident and quits the scene without remorse. It is particularly notable for our purposes that the hero's sister, Sylvia, tries to dissuade Jacques from his chosen course by arguing that there really should be something else to life besides love. She even suggests to the hero that he start all over again, perhaps in the New World. While Sand's heroine may achieve personal fulfillment, however, she contributes little to society. So just as Chernyshevsky's Vera Pavlovna is a new version of Rousseau's Julie, she also represents an advance over Sand's Fernande. Living not for love alone, Vera Pavlovna pursues her own course of spiritual and intellectual development. She has her own work, organizing sewing cooperatives, which she finally abandons only to pursue an even nobler calling, the study of medicine, as many new men do in order to achieve complete independence and equality. In Chernyshevsky's view, then, the emancipation of women requires both freedom in love and involvement in socially useful labor, especially of the type favored by male intellectuals. Indeed, Chernyshevsky considered love and labor to be complementary, with the sensual stimulation of the former yielding greater creativity and productivity in the latter. By the same token, Chernyshevsky's Lopukhov represents an advance over Sand's hero. Seeking to extricate himself more rationally than Jacques from his own love triangle, Lopukhov stages a fictitious suicide. Then, heeding Sylvia's advice to Jacques, as it were, he chooses to start life afresh in the New World. He later returns to Russia, finds a suitable mate, and ultimately settles down to live in complete harmony New York with her alongside Vera Pavlovna and Kirsanov. Finally, Chernyshevsky was also influenced by the English novelist Charles Dickens' Hard Times, 1854, which he had reviewed in Savra 40 while appreciating Dickens' hard-headed realism and biting social criticism. However, Chernyshevsky took issue with what he described as the English author's deviations from that admirable path, his fondness for plots centering on love and sentiment and his reliance on conventional morality and happy endings. Similarities in characters and themes abound between Hard Times and What Is to Be Done. Bounderby's rugged individualism has been transformed into the new men's rational egoism, Gratrin's heartless utilitarianism has been revised, particularly to accommodate emotions. Dickens' industrial institutions, coal mine, factory, trade union, find their counterpart in Vera Pavlovna's sewing cooperative and commune. Sleary's circus and the values of imagination and recreation it represents have become the picnics and gala balls of Chernyshevsky's emerging utopia. And Dickens' solidly liberal criticism of all the major institutions of mid-19th century England, economic, political, social, religious, educational, and domestic, has become, in Chernyshevsky's novel, a radical critique of mid-19th century Russia, with the ultimate goal of revolutionary transformation replacing that of gradual reform. While Rousseau, Sand, and Dickens proved to be the three most important Western authors whose novels influenced Chernyshevsky's, within the Russian literary tradition it was Herzen's Who Is to Blame, 1841, 1846, and Turgenev's Fathers and Sons, 1862, that exerted the greatest impact. 41 Like Chernyshevsky subsequently, Herzen began where Sand's Jacques left off. In his novel he too created a romantic triangle that develops into a short-lived ménage à trois until the conflict is resolved. 42 In Herzen's novel, however, it is the rival, not the husband, who departs and resigns himself to a life of aimless wandering. Yet Beltov's decision brings no relief to the principal players. Lyubov's health declines while her husband sinks deeper into drink. The tragic unhappiness resulting for all those involved offered little hope for either the emancipation of women or the personal fulfillment of critical intellectuals in mid-19th century Russia. Herzen's novel thus represents more than a love story. Who is to blame? Is a novel of ideas and issues given artistic form through vivid characterization. In particular, Herzen was concerned with the same basic questions that agitated Chernyshevsky, defining the social role of intellectuals and denying their ability to affect Russia's future. Yet Herzen offered more pessimistic answers than his successor. His chief male character, the aristocratic Vladimir Beltov, is an ideological hero, a man of noble soul but weak character, who fails to find a way to translate his lofty ideals into effective action and thereby relieve Russia's oppressiveness. The reader is left to wonder whether the fault lies with the Manel, the constraints of his environmental, or the rigidity of his ideals. Beltov's tragedy thus is not merely personal psychological but also socio-political, and Herzen managed to combine these two levels in a compelling work of fiction. But the question posed by Herzen's title, the responsibility for his character's ineffectuality and for Russia's oppressiveness, remained unanswered because the author had no answer. Chernyshevsky, ascribing blame to both the patriarchal Tsarist system and Beltov's misplaced idealism, would pose a different, more practical question in the title of his novel. In doing so, he too would present both a romantic triangle and ideological hero, in his book. Between Herzen's Who is to Blame and Chernyshevsky's What is to be Done stands, both chronologically and ideologically, Turgenev's controversial novel Fathers and Sons. In it the author treats as his central problem the relationship between ideology and romantic love, or more generally between reason and emotion. The young Harold the Raznashinets 43 Bessarabia, an ideological nihilist who exalts reason and denies the significance of emotion or poetry, encounters love and passion in the form of Odintsova, and to a lesser extent Finekha, and consequently discovers the abyss of romanticism within himself. The discovery undermines both his ideology and his sense of self. Forced to confront his own mortality, he quits the scene by what can be interpreted as a senseless, low self-destructive act. Reason without idealism. Turgenev seems to say why can provide neither a guide to action for the intelligentsia nor a solution to Russia's ills. While Turgenev's hero articulates a much more explicit ideology than Herzen's, Bessarab's nihilism still remains destructive at best. He aims only to clear the ground and has absolutely no positive program in mind. One can also argue that the objects of Bessarab's romantic love are themselves unworthy of him, on the one hand a spoiled and cautious aristocrat, on the other a sweet and innocent peasant maiden. In terms of neither his ideology nor his love could Bessarab be perceived as a flattering portrait of the new man. In contrast, the hero's weak-willed liberal friend, the nobleman Arkady Kirsanovy, manages to achieve a measure of happiness as well as modest economic progress by combining his reason with idealism and an acceptance of such traditional values as love of famille naturelle and the land. Chernyshevsky considered Fathers and Sons to be a dastardly caricature of his close friend and fellow radical critic Nikolai Dobroliubov. 44 In his own novel he sought to refute Turgenev's portrayal of the new men and women, and to present a more accurate image that would demonstrate the possibility of reconciling rational egoism and romantic love in a single ideology that allowed for effective action. Chernyshevsky consequently borrowed names from Turgenev's work. Kirsanov and Lepukhov, 45, selected his heroes from the same class, the Raznikintsi, and gave them the same noble academic calling, medicine. But he transformed Bessarab's negative, ill-conceived, and easily abandoned nihilism into rational egoism / Bessarab's abyss of romanticism into mature, rational love, and his self-destructive urge into a revolutionary movement. Even Turgenev's caricature of a liberated woman, Ukshina, was replaced by the genuinely emancipated Vera Pavlovna. Chernyshevsky's novel must thus be seen as part of an ongoing debate in Russian literature, with each author developing, refuting, recasting, and transforming the characters, plot, and themes of his predecessor's work. The structure of What is to be Done? The first Soviet Commissar of Education, A.V. Lunakarsky, once suggested that the key to the structure of What is to be Done lies in its vulgar people, new people, superior people, and dreams. 46. This remark suggests a hierarchy of characterization, In fact, there are two, one for heroes and the other for heroines, with opportunity for comparison and contrasts both within and between the two groups. Among males, the three most important vulgar characters, all from the nobility, are Miss Historishnikov, dominated by a desire for Vera Pavlovna's respectability, Jean Solovtsov, passionately in love with Katya Polizova's wealth, and Serge, absolutely devoted to Julie Letellier's wool. The first two, both ultimately unsuccessful suitors, demonstrate no possibility whatever of improvement, thereby apparently contradicting Chernyshevsky's own theory of environmental determinism. Serge appears minimally acceptable and, with Julie's prompting, even manages to act nobly on a few occasions. The main heroes of the novelette Lopukhov and Kirsanov occupy the next level up. Both of these new men emerge from the midst of the Raznikhintsevy, both pursue medical studies, and both are strong proponents as well as exponents of Chernyshevsky's central tenet of rational egoism. On the highest level in the masculine hierarchy stands Rakhimitov, the superior person/an extraordinary man. A descendant of an old Russian family of wealthy aristocrats, he manages to overcome this handicap to become a revolutionary ascetic, a prodigy of self-discipline, a virtuous and incorruptible militant, devoted to the cause of revolution. His life story has been shown to bear a close resemblance to the Russian hagiographic tradition, particularly to the life of Alexei, man of God 47, while both his teachings and his deeds reveal a multitude of religious, specifically Christian, themes and motifs. 48 Chernyshevsky's one attempt to humanize his superhero, he gives him a penchant for fine cigars, does little to bring Rakhimitov down to earth. He remains an artificial creation, a model for emulation, placed in the novel both to humiliate mere mortals and to inspire them to become at least new men / if not superior ones. A similar hierarchy of characters exists on the female side. On the lowest level stands Marya Alexeyevna, Vera's greedy and deceitful moth, Julie Letellier, the French courtesan, Nastya Kryakova, the fallen woman, and Katya Polizova, the mistaken woman. But Chernyshevsky displays much greater generosity toward these vulgar women than he does toward his men. Actually eulogized before being dismissed, Marya Alexeyevna is explained as the product of her environment. Circumstances also account for the behavior of Julie, who sympathizes with Vera's plight and assists her on several occasions. Rescued from her life of prostitution by Kirsanov, Nastya becomes a productive member of the sewing cooperative. Kirsanov also rescues Katya from the error of her ways, she becomes a virtuous character and falls in love with Lopukhov Beaumont. Thus, although apparently more capable of redemption than men, women still have to depend on their male counterparts for liberation. Vera Pavlovna, of course, represents the outstanding model of the new woman. From Rousseau's Julie and George Sand's heroines she has inherited a belief in the centrality of love. But like her Russian predecessors, in particular Herzen's Lyubov, she is a full participant in the debate over the woman question in Russian letters. In one sense, the entire novel can be said to describe the development of Vera Pavlovna's consciousness both as a human being and as a woman. Here, Chernyshevsky's humanizing touches, including the heroine's fondness for fine boots in her wardrobe and fresh cream in her tea, prove more successful in tempering the idealized aspects of her character. But Chernyshevsky's heroine has a long way to go before she becomes an emancipated woman. The process requires self-reflection, study, and engagement in cooperative labor. 3 times during the course of the action Vera Pavlovna too must be aided by men who appear just in the nick of time. Lopukhov rescues her from the oppressive environment of her family, Kirsanov frees her from a loveless marriage and from her ultimately unfulfilling work in the sewing cooperative, and finally, Rakhimitov releases her from her guilt and her intellectual error by explaining the true meaning of all her thoughts, feelings, and desires. Thus, although Vera Pavlovna represents a significant advance over Herzen's pathetic Lyubov and Turgenev's isolated Odintsova and ridiculous Kukhina, she still must be seen as a new woman in the making. But then again, she also must be perceived as representing attainable qualities. At the highest level in Chernyshevsky's female hierarchy stands the mysterious spirit who appears to Vera Pavlovna in each of her 4 dreams. This goddess identifies herself as love for humanity, but is also called by the tautological sobriquets bride of her bridegrooms and sister of her sisters. She represents dispassionate wisdom, omniscience, and virtue, and leads Vera Pavlovna through a process of self-discovery and self-realization toward ultimate emancipation. When Vera asks in her 4th dream for a glimpse of the goddess's face, there occurs what has been called a reverse transfiguration 49, as the spirit reveals that she possesses none other than Vera Pavlovna's own face and ill, since Chernyshevsky's heroine represents the highest form of female virtue attainable at that time. Like Rakhmitov, the mysterious goddess appears as a model for emulation, to humiliate and inspire mortals to reach and attain at least the earth, if not yet the stars. The literary technique employed by Chernyshevsky in expressing his ideas through these hierarchies of characters has aroused considerable controversy. F. B. Randall acknowledges that the novel is not modern in any formal sense and that it does not depend in any way on the beauty of its language. But he cites its elaborate plot, serious conversation, detailed characterization, and Victorian sense of humor, as well as the author's didacticism as hallmarks of Chernyshevsky's novelistic technique. 50. William Worlin and N.G.O. Pereira, both historians, come closer to articulating the popular view of Chernyshevsky as a writer. Worlin repeatedly uses such terms as artistic failing/incapacity as a writer/ and literary failure to describe the author and his work. 51. Pereira declares that by any artistic standards What Is to Be Done is simply a bad novel and that its author's forte was clearly not literary talent. 52. 2 recent works in English have shed new light on Chernyshevsky's technique and should occasion a major reconsideration of his reputation as a writer. In a book devoted primarily to a study of Dostoevsky's diary, OFA writer Gary Saul Morson includes some extremely insightful remarks about Chernyshevsky's What Is to Be Done. 53. He analyzes it as a literary utopia that makes extensive and effective use of meta-literary techniques to implicate its readers. He draws attention to the author's strategy of alternating narrative and meta-narrative. The interruptions, inquisitions, essays, and so on all form part of what Morson describes as Chernyshevsky's didactic frame-breaking. Thus, for a contemporary audience, reading the novel became a form of complicity with the author as he engaged in a political act designed to implicate his readers. The author's Aesopian language should thus be viewed not merely as a literary technique employed to evade Tsarist censorship but as one of the work's principal themes. In the first comprehensive study of Chernyshevsky's novelette, Irina Paperno argues that the basic structural principle of the novel consists in the organization of the narrative world in terms of the opposition of contrasting qualities, concepts, and characters. She identifies a mechanism for the resolution of these oppositions through which, after a series of formal operations, a quality is identified with its opposite. She studies this reconciliation of oppositions in all its variations and at every level of structure in the novel. In addition, Paperno interprets What Is to Be Done as a new gospel. Moving beyond Chernyshevsky's obvious allusions to the Bible and the Christian tradition, she explores the implications of title-subtitle structural patterns and motifs: wedding, death and resurrection, sainthood, martyrdom. She concludes that the novel represents nothing less than the New Testament of the late 19th century, a true positivistic gospel, one that fulfilled its role in Russian letters not in spite of its artistic faults but rather because of them. Paperno provides a convincing argument both for the tremendous emotional appeal that the novel had for Russian readers of the 1860s and for its impact on Russian society and politics. Residential responses to What Is to Be Done? The response to What Is to Be Done was immediate and passionate. Radical young intelligentsia found in the novel an appealing solution to what they considered to be the problems plaguing mid-19th century Russia, as well as to their own sense of alienation, uncertainty, and helplessness. On the one hand, the novel offered the vision of a future in which Russia was prosperous, socially just, and on a par with Europe as a member of a new world community. Indeed, through application of science and technology to the peasant commune, Russia could move from last to first in the march of human progress. On the other hand, What Is to Be Done exalted the current status of the intelligentsia by stressing its members' nobility of character and their central role in the process of social and economic development. Through knowledge and their own rational actions they too could fulfill Christ's prophecy that the last shall be first. 54 It might be added that this social inversion also overcame Chernyshevsky's personal inadequacies and problems. In the novel The Socially Graceless and Shy, Chernyshevsky is transformed into the accomplished Lopukov skilled in conversation, dancing, business and cards, as Vera Pavlovna the frivolous and materialistic Olga Sokratovna comes to share her husband's ideals and concerns. But while New Russia had been transfigured by industrial technology, the elimination of all patriarchal relations and sexual as well as intellectual freedom, it remained primarily a rural society where the individual found meaning and self-fulfillment through his or her contribution to an agrarian community. Chernyshevsky's utopia thus retained a comforting anchor in the this worldly present while projecting a transcendental otherworldly Zion of the future. 55 The combination proved inspirational. By convincing educated young Russians of the need for radical action, what is to be done? Widen the rift between reformers and revolutionaries within the intelligentsia beyond repair. Denouncing the Alexandrian reforms as inadequate, radical intellectuals, disaffected women and idealistic youths immediately accepted the novel as a creed of personal morality and a program for social action. The failure of their efforts to liberate themselves and transform society through scientific study, defiance of social conventions, and the organization of cooperative enterprises frequently owed as much to their impracticality as to Tsarist suppression, but the suppression was real enough to convince many of them that Chernyshevsky was right to reject liberal methods. Propelled toward more violent means, they and later Russian revolutionaries were still inspired by the author's idealized image of dedicated and self-sacrificing intellectuals, capable of transforming society through knowledge and action. 56 This spiritual message inspired not only the populist youths and terrorists who willingly endured personal hardship and risked imprisonment or execution to proselytize among the people or to kill Tsarist officials, and even Alexander II himself in 1881, in The People's Name. It also stirred Russian Marxists, who otherwise rejected Chernyshevsky's ideas as idealistic and therefore unrealistic. Declared Georgy Plekhanov, an erstwhile populist considered to be the father of Russian Marxism. Who has not read and reread this famous work? Who has not been charmed by it? Who has not become cleaner, better, braver, and bolder under its philanthropic influence? Who has not imitated the purity of the principal characters? Who, after reading this novel, has not reflected on his personal life, has not subjected his personal striving and tendencies to a severe examination? We all draw from it moral strength and faith in a better future. 57. And defending what is to be done? Against a critic in a Swiss cafe, Lenin called Chernyshevsky the greatest and most talented representative of socialism before Marx. Under his influence hundreds of people became revolutionaries. He plowed me up more profoundly than anyone else. After my brother's execution, knowing that Chernyshevsky's novel was one of his favorite books, I really undertook to read it, and I sat over it not for several days but for several weeks. Only then did I understand its depth. It's a thing that supplies energy for a whole lifetime. 58. Indeed, paying tribute to Chernyshevsky's influence on him, Lenin named his own seminal pamphlet of 1902 on the role and organization of the Revolutionary Party What is to be done? The novel's enduring legacy, then, lay in the provision of an idealized model for emulation and a moral creed for Russian social revolutionaries. It was a strange legacy for a professed materialist to leave behind, but not one that Chernyshevsky would have disavowed. Moderates, in contrast, resented the novel's harsh criticism of their beliefs and moral character, while conservatives were incensed by its condemnation of traditional values and institutions. Both denounced it as the progeny as well as the generator of moral decay, spiritual degeneration, and social collapse. For conservatives, however, Chernyshevsky's radicalism was simply the inevitable outcome of liberal reformism. Thus the novel helped to harden the attitude of conservatives against further reform of Russian social and political institutions. The literary response to What Is to Be Done proved equally strong. The novel spawned a special genre of anti-nihilist literature, including such works as Tolstoy's play The Infected Family, 1863–1864, Alexei Pizemsky's Troubled Sea, 1863, and Nikolai Lskov's No Way Out, 1864, and culminated in the greatest anti-nihilist novel of the 19th century, Dostoevsky's Possessed, 1872.59. In addition, the figure of Chernyshevsky appeared unflatteringly as a fictional character in a number of works, ranging from Dmitry Grigorovich's School of Hospitality, 1865, to Vladimir Nabokov's novel The Gift, 1937.60. But by far the most fascinating literary response provoked by What Is to Be Done appeared shortly after the novel was published. Dostoevsky's Brilliant Notes from Underground, 1865. A discussion of the complicated relationship between these two works can be found in Joseph Frank's cultural biography of Dostoevsky. 61. There Frank combines the insight of two Soviet critics, V. L. Komarovic, who demonstrate that Dostoevsky's work was structurally dependent on Chernyshevsky's Novet, and A. P. Skaftiov, who explored the role of the underground man as his creator's spokesman. Frank argues that the underground man is really a parodistic persona whose life exemplifies the tragicomic impasses resulting from his acceptance of all the implications of reason in its then current Russian incarnation, especially those that Chernyshevsky chose to disregard. By and large, Soviet criticism of Chernyshevsky's What Is to Be Done has been ideological and reductionist. Typical is the statement made by Pyotr Nikolaev in the introduction to the recent Soviet translation of the novel into English. Characteristic of Russian prose in general, and What Is to Be Done in particular, is its noble social sentiment aspiring to conscious service in the people's name towards a better life on this earth. It is a rare example of a work of fiction consummating the social and economic thought of its country and its time. In the fullest sense, it became a weapon in the hands of its author, a revolutionary scholar and man of letters. For it was conceived in the thick and consecrated to the cause of battle. 62. There are a few exceptions. Grigory Tamarchenko's monograph Chernyshevsky Romanist, Chernyshevsky the Novelist, and his introduction to the authoritative edition in the Literary Monument series represent valuable contributions to our understanding of the work, as does S.A. Reiser's article I and the same volume. 63. Otherwise one falls back on the earlier studies by M. P. Alexeyev and A. P. Skaftiov, which explore Chernyshevsky's relations to Western European literature, T. A. Bogdanovic's monograph on the private lives of men of the 1860s, and a few articles by U. K. Rudenko, including one on characterization. 64. 2 volumes of Soviet commentary on the Novet, one by N. L. Brodsky and N. P. Sidorov, 1933, the other by M. T. Pinyov, 1963, also contain a few valuable insights. 65. Western criticism has served Chernyshevsky somewhat better, but it was not until Irina Paperno's penetrating study of the author's life and work that a really first-rate monograph has been available. Books by Randall, 1967, L. Worlin, 1971, and Pereira, 1975, have been referred to earlier. The first emphasizes Chernyshevsky as a writer and argues that he constitutes a major figure in Russian letters whose novel deserves to be read as literature. Worlin concentrates on the role of in public debate and its impact on Russian youth. Pereira describes Chernyshevsky neither as the thoroughgoing revolutionary that his Soviet admirers assert him to be, nor as the gravedigger of liberal humanism his anti-Soviet detractors portray, but rather as the first full-fledged theorist of democratic socialism in Russia. English translations of What Is to Be Done? While Western criticism may have received Chernyshevsky somewhat better than its Soviet counterpart, Western translators have done the novel a distinct disservice. 66. Until now only 2 American translations of the novel have appeared, both in 1886, both woefully inadequate. They are flawed by numerous inaccuracies and infelicities, and their English is now antiquated. The first was published by Benjamin R. Tucker, a famous American anarchist who knew no Russian and probably based his translation on a French version. Tucker's version was revised and abridged, i.e., censored and truncated, by Ludmila Turkevich and published by the Vintage Russian Library in 1961. When this volume went out of print, it was reissued by Virago Books in 1983 in a so-called expanded form by Kathy Porter, with only a small portion of the omitted material reinstated. The second American translation was published by Nathan Haskell Dole, an American man of letters, and S.S. Skidelsky. Although Dole knew Russian, his translation also suffers from numerous blunders, literalisms, awkward phrases, and infelicitous expressions. After having been out of print for many years, his version was recently reissued by Artis Publishers in a facsimile edition with a new introduction by Catherine Feuer. Although Feuer claims that her volume provides a complete translation of Chernyshevsky's novel, in fact the reprint contains all the omissions of Dole's Victorian version, including a number of erotic passages. In addition to these American translations, a Soviet edition of What Is to Be Done? Translated by Laura Biriha was published by Rajiga in 1983. Though it is at least complete, one scholar has characterized it accurately as mutilated by the translator's determined use of outdated and confused British, especially Cockney, and U.S., Western cowboy, slang. 67. The publication of this new translation is intended to make the complete text of Chernyshevsky's What Is to Be Done? Readily available to English and American readers for the first time. The text is accompanied by a comprehensive commentary designed to make the novel comprehensible to the general reader. A list of principal characters, including accent marks for pronunciation, precedes the text, and a selected bibliography of works in English follows it. It is our hope that the availability of a complete, accurate, and readable version will allow English and American readers to fathom the impact of Chernyshevsky's novel on human lives, as well as the source of its power to make history. Readers will find a rich work of synthesis that creatively fashioned many of the salient ideas then current in Western Europe into a coherent ideology that addressed universal themes as well as the historical problems and conditions of mid-19th century Russia. For in seeking solutions to Russia's ills, Chernyshevsky explored the nature of marriage and the family, human intimacy, and the need for sexual freedom. In evaluating the Tsarist social order, he examined the basis of relations between social groups, the role of women, the sources of prostitution, and the relationship between social structure and political power. Turning to economics, he discussed the sources and meaning of backwardness, the process and social costs of development, and alternative forms of organizing production. As a religious thinker, he committed sacrilege by having his characters violate Christian sacraments, rituals, and beliefs, and by establishing his own religion of atheism, complete with its own appropriation of those same religious patterns, symbols, images, and motifs. 68 In the realm of psychology, Chernyshevsky explored human emotions and motivations, particularly the tension between egoism and altruism and between reason and irrationality. To be sure, his ideas on these issues often seem simplistic and naive, especially to late 20th century eyes gazing back over the destruction as well as accomplishments that human reason, science, and technology have wrought. 69 Like the intelligentsia generally, Chernyshevsky overestimated the power of ideas and human reason to solve complex social problems. His belief in human intellect and in a universal human nature led him to prescribe solutions to problems, whether of peasants or of women, that often reflected his values and needs more than those of the intended beneficiaries. But in exploring so many aspects of human life, Chernyshevsky's novel still challenges its readers to think about them. That, too, is a legacy the moralistic teacher from Saratov would probably not have disavowed. Principal characters: Rosa Iskias, Pavel Konstantinik, caretaker of Storozhnikov's property and assistant head clerk; Mciya Alexevna, his wife; Vera Pavlovna, Viroka, Verka, their daughter; Fedaya, their son; Matriy 6na, their sei Vant. Storozhnikovs. Anna Petra 6vna, widow of a councillor of state. Mikhail Ivanik, Mfsha, Mitchell, her son. P61 Ozovs. Vasily factory owner. Katerina Vasilevna, Katya, his daughter. DMFTRY Sergei Chlapuk 6V, aka Charles Beaumont, medical student, and Fedya's tutor Alexander Matveyevich Kirsanov, Sasha, medical student, and Dmitri's friend Alexei Petrosixvich Mirzaev, their friend, a chaplain Natalia Andreevna Mirzaeva, and Atasha, his wife Yuri Mosikslov, another friend Nastasia Borisovna Kryilkova, a prostitute Julie Letellier, a French courtesan Serge, her lover Jean Solov 6V, Serge's friend Rakhmitov, Niktushka L6MOV, an extraordinary man. 37. I. The Fool. On the morning of July 856, the staff of one of the large hotels near the Moscow railway station in Petersburg was in a quandle, almost in a state of distress. On the previous evening at 9 o'clock a gentleman had arrived carrying a suitcase. He had taken a room, submit his passport for registration, and ordered tea and a cutlet. He said that he wished not to be disturbed because he was tired and wanted to get some sleep, but had asked to be awakened at 8 o'clock the next morning because he had urgent business. He had locked his door. After a brief rattle of cutlel and crockle, all had become silent. Apparently he had fallen asleep. At 8 o'clock the next morning a servant knocked at the guest's door, but there was no answer. The servant knocked more loudly, loudly indeed, but still there was no reply. Apparently the guest was sound asleep. The servant waited a quarter of an hour, tried to wake him again, but was no more successful. Then he conferred with the other servants and with the waiter. Perhaps something has happened to him. We must break the door down. No, that'll never do, a door be broken down only in the presence of the police. So they would attempt to awaken him once more, knocking even more loudly. If that didn't work, they would send for the police. They made one last try, but failed to awaken him. They sent for the police. Now everyone was waiting to see what would happen. A police officer arrived around 10 o'clock. First he tried knocking, then he ordered the servants to knock. The result was exactly the same. Well, lads, we have no choice but to break down the door. They broke down the door. The room was empty. Look under the bed. The guest wasn't there, either. The police officer went over to the table, on which lay a sheet of paper inscribed with large letters, I shall leave here at 11 p.m. and shall not return. You will hear me on the Lightini Foundry Bridge 3 between 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning. There is no need to suspect anyone else. So that's it? Now it's all clear. No one could make head or tail of it, said the police officer. What is it, Ivan Afanasyevich? Asked the waiter. Bring me some tea and I'll tell you all about it. For a long time afterward the policeman's story served as the subject of animated retelling and discussion in the hotel. The story goes as follows. About 2:30 a.m., on a dark, cloudy night, there was a sudden flash of light and the sound of a shot from the middle of the Lightini Bridge. The night watchman ran toward the noise and a few passers-by gathered around. But no one was there and there was nothing left on the spot from which the sound had come. It appeared that someone had shot himself, rather than shot at someone else. A few men volunteered to dive. After a while some boat hooks were produced and then even a fisherman's net. They dived, searched, fished around, caught some 50 large spars, but failed to retrieve even one body. How could they? It was so dark. During those 2 intervening hours the body must have been washed out to sea. Go and search along the shore. There emerged, as a result, a group of progressives who rejected the previous proposition, perhaps there never was a body. Maybe it was some drunk or mischiefmaker fooling around someone who fired a shot and then ran off. Or else, I wonder, could he be standing here right now among this bustling crowd, chuckling about the fuss he's caused? But the majority, as always when they are behaving sensibly, turned out to be conservative and defended their position. What nonsense! Fooling around. No, someone put a bullet through his head and that's all there is to it. The progressives were defeated. But, As usual, the victorious party split immediately after its victory. All right. So he blew his brains out. But why did he do it? Some of the conservatives were of the opinion that he was dead drunk, others argued that perhaps he had gone broke. Someone else observed that he was simply a fool. On this view, simply a fool, everyone was in agreement, even those who denied that he had shot himself. Indeed, whether it was someone drunk or broke who had shot himself, or some mischief maker who hadn't shot himself but was only playing a trick, it was still a stupid, foolish thing to do. Thus the affair on the bridge that night came to an end. The next morning in the hotel at the Moscow railway station it was discovered that the fool had not been fooling around at all, but really had shot himself. But in the resolution of this affair there remained one element with which even the defeated party could agree, namely, that even if someone had not been making mischief but really had shot himself, he was still a fool. This result, satisfactory for all concerned, was particularly sound precisely because of the triumph it afforded the conservatives. Indeed, if someone had merely played a prank with that shot on the bridge, then, in fact, it would still be open to question whether the person was a fool or merely a mischief maker. But someone who shot himself on the bridge? Who would shoot himself on a bridge? How could it happen? For what purpose? How stupid to do it on a bridge. Therefore, this someone was undoubtedly a fool. Once again doubts began to occur, someone had shot himself on a bridge. But people do not shoot themselves on bridges, therefore, he didn't shoot himself. But toward evening the staff of the hotel was summoned to the police station to identify a peaked cap that had a bullet hole in it and had been fished out of the water. Everyone confirmed that the cap was the very one the guest had been wearing. Thus he had undoubtedly shot himself, the spirit of protest and progress was decisively defeated. Everyone was in agreement that he was a fool. But suddenly they all declared, how shrewd to do it on a bridge. If his aim was poor, it would obviously end his suffering at once. Good thinking. If he had been wounded, he would have fallen into the water and drowned before he could regain consciousness. Yes indeed, on a bridge. Very clever. One couldn't make any sense whatever of this whole affair, he was both a fool and very clever. 2. The first consequence of this foolish affair. On the same morning, a little after 11 o'clock, a young lady was sitting in one of 3 rooms in a small cottage on Kameny Stone. His brains out. But why did he do it? Some of the conservatives were of the opinion that he was dead drunk, others argued that perhaps he had gone broke. Someone else observed that he was simply a fool. On this view, simply a fool, everyone was in agreement, even those who denied that he had shot himself. Indeed, whether it was someone drunk or broke who had shot himself, or some mischief maker who hadn't shot himself but was only playing a trick, it was still a stupid, foolish thing to do. Thus the affair on the bridge that night came to an end. The next morning in the hotel at the Moscow railway station it was discovered that the fool had not been fooling around at all, but really had shot himself. But in the resolution of this affair there remained one element with which even the defeated party could agree, namely, that even if someone had not been making mischief but really had shot himself, he was still a fool. This result, satisfactory for all concerned, was particularly sound precisely because of the triumph it afforded the conservatives. Indeed, if someone had merely played a prank with that shot on the bridge, then, in fact, it would still be open to question whether the person was a fool or merely a mischief maker. But someone who shot himself on the bridge? Who would shoot himself on a bridge? How could it happen? For what purpose? How stupid to do it on a bridge. Therefore, this someone was undoubtedly a fool. Once again doubts began to occur, someone had shot himself on a bridge. But people do not shoot themselves on bridges, therefore, he didn't shoot himself. But toward evening the staff of the hotel was summoned to the police station to identify a peaked cap that had a bullet hole in it and had been fished out of the water. Everyone confirmed that the cap was the very one the guest had been wearing. Thus he had undoubtedly shot himself. The spirit of protest and progress was decisively defeated. Everyone was in agreement that he was a fool. But suddenly they all declared, how shrewd to do it on a bridge. If his aim was poor, it would obviously end his suffering at once. Good thinking. If he had been wounded, he would have fallen into the water and drowned before he could regain consciousness. Yes indeed, on a bridge. Very clever. One couldn't make any sense whatever of this whole affair. He was both a fool and very clever. To the first consequence of this foolish affair. On the same morning, a little after 11 o'clock, a young lady was sitting in one of 3 rooms in a small cottage on Kameny Stone Island. 4 She was sewing and, in a low voice, singing a bold and daring French song. 5 We are poor, went the words of the song, but we are working people, we have strong hands. We are uneducated, but not stupid, and we long for light. We shall study, knowledge will set us free. We shall work, labor will enrich us. This will come to pass. If we live a little longer, we shall live to see it. Ira, qui vivra, verra. This will come to pass, he who lives, will see it. We are coarse, but it is we ourselves who suffer from this coarseness. We are full of prejudices, but it is we ourselves who suffer as a result. We understand this. We shall search for happiness, we shall discover humaneness, and we shall become good. This will come to pass. If we live a little longer, we shall live to see it. Labor without knowledge bears no fruit. Our own happiness is impossible without the happiness of others. We shall become educated, we shall be enriched, we will be happy and will become brothers and sisters. This will come to pass. If we live a little longer, we shall live to see it. Let us study and work, let us sing and love, there will be heaven on earth. Let us rejoice in life. This will come to pass, it will come to pass soon, we shall all live to see it. Don, vivuns, a bienvit ira, aviendra. An ustas I verones. So let us live, it will soon come to pass, it will come to pass, we shall all see it. For an island in the Neva estuary which became a popular site for summer cottages, dachas, particularly of the St. Petersburg social elite. 5 An allusion to the revolutionary song La Marseillaise, later the French national anthem. Chernyshevsky altered the original French lyrics and replaced them with his own in order to express his revolutionary enthusiasm, faith in knowledge, and idealization of labor. Throughout the novel, Chernyshevsky uses the device of deliberate mistranslation to illustrate his theory of social inversion and transformation. The song was bold and daring and its tune was cheerful. It contained 2 or 3 somber notes, but they were submerged in the overall joyfulness of its melody. They disappeared in the refrain and vanished in the concluding couplet. At least, they were supposed to be submerged, to disappear, and they would have if the lady had been in a different mood. But right now these few somber notes are more audible than all the others. Having noticed this, she seems to rouse herself. She lowers her voice on these somber notes and begins to sing the more cheerful ones that followed with greater spirit. But once again her thoughts wander from the song to her own preoccupations and the somber notes gain the upper hand. Obviously the young lady does not want to give herself up to sadness, however, it appears that sadness will not leave her alone, try as she may to cast it off. But whether the cheerful song is sad or whether it becomes cheerful once again as it is supposed to, the lady continues sewing very diligently. She is a good seamstress. A young maid enters the room. Masha, look at how well I can sew. I've almost finished the sleeves on this dress I am planning to wear to your wedding. Yes, but it's much plainer than the one you embroidered for me. I should hope so. Surely the bride must be the most elegantly dressed woman at her own wedding. I have brought a letter for you, Vera Pavlovna. 6. A look of perplexity passed across Vera Pavlovna's face as she began to open it. The envelope bore a Petersburg postmark. How can that be? Why, he's in Moscow. She hastily unfolded the letter and suddenly grew pale. The hand holding the letter dropped to her side. No, it isn't so. I didn't manage to read it all. It couldn't have said that. And again she raised her hand with the letter. All of this occurred within a few seconds. But the second time her gaze remained fixed for several moments on the few lines of the letter. Her bright eyes grew dimmer and dimmer and the letter dropped from her limp hand onto the sewing table. She covered her face with her hands and began to sob. Oh, what have I done? What have I done? And she sobbed once again. Viroka, what's the matter? Since when have you become a crybaby? What on earth is the matter? A young man entered the room with quick but light, careful steps. Read the letter, she said. It's on the table. She was no longer sobbing, she sat completely still, scarcely breathing. The young man took the letter. He also turned pale and his hands began to tremble. He looked at the letter for a very long time, even though it was only 30 words or so in all. I was disturbing your peace and quiet. I am quitting the scene. Don't pity me, I love you both so much that I am very pleased with this decisive act. Farewell. The young man stood rubbing his forehead for quite some time, then he began to twirl his mustache and stare at the sleeve of his overcoat. Finally he collected his thoughts. He took a step toward the young woman. She was still sitting motionless as before, scarcely breathing, as if in a stupor. He took her hand. Viroka. But as soon as his hand touched hers, she jumped up with a terrible scream, as if hit by an electric shock. She swiftly stepped back from the young man and impetuously pushed him away. Get away. Don't touch me. You have blood on your hands. His blood. I can't bear to look at you. I shall leave you. At once. Get away from me. She kept pushing and shoving the empty air. Suddenly she staggered, fell into a chair, and covered her face with her hands. His blood is on me. On me, as well. You're not the guilty one. I am. I alone. What have I done? Oh, what have I done? She sobbed and gasped for breath. Viroka he said softly and timidly, my friend. She took a deep breath, and in a calm but still quivering voice she spoke as best she could, my dear, leave me now. Come back in an hour and I'll have calmed down. Get me some water and then leave me. He obeyed her in silence. He went to his own room, sat down again at the desk where only a quarter of an hour ago he had been sitting so serenely and contentedly, and took up his pen. One must know how to control oneself at times like these. I have the willpower. All this will pass. It will pass. And unbeknownst to him his pen was writing in the middle of some article. Will she be able to bear it? How awful our happiness has been ruined. My dearest. I am ready now. Let's talk. Came a call from the other room. The young woman's voice sounded hollow but steady. My dear, we must part. I have made the decision. I know it will be difficult, but it would be even more difficult for us to go on seeing each other. I am his murderer. I have killed him for your sake. Viroka, how are you to blame? Don't say anything. Don't try to make excuses for me or I'll grow to hate you. It is I. I am to blame for everything. Forgive me, my dear. I've made a decision that's very painful for you and, my dear, for me, too. But there's nothing else I can do. In a short while you yourself will see that it has to be like this. There's no other choice, my friend. Listen to me. I am leaving Petersburg. It will be easier for me to live far away from places that would remind me of my past. I'll sell all my things and be able to live for some time on the money I get for them. Where? In Tver, in Nizhny Novgorod. I don't know where. It doesn't matter. I'll try to give singing lessons. I'll probably find some pupils because I'll settle in a large town. If I'll don't find any, I'll become a governess. I don't expect to need anything, but if I do, then I'll certainly come to you. Take care that you set aside a small amount of money for me just in case. You know that I have so many needs and expenses, even though I try to be frugal. I won't be able to get along without that. Do you hear? I am not refusing your assistance. This will prove to you, my dear, that you still remain precious to me. And now let's bid farewell forever. Set off for town at once, immediately. It'll be easier for me once I'm left here alone. I shall be gone by tomorrow. Then you may come back. I'll go to Moscow, make inquiries, and find out in which provincial towns I'd be most assured of finding pupils. I forbid you to see me off at the station. Farewell, my dear. Give me your hand for the very last time. He wanted to embrace her, but she prevented him from doing so. No, don't, I won't allow it. It would be an insult to him. Give me your hand. See how I clasp it? Now, farewell. He did not release her hand. Enough. Now go. She freed her hand, he dared not stop her. Farewell. She looked at him very tenderly, but withdrew to her own room with a firm step, never once turning back to look at him. He couldn't find his hat for the longest time. 5 times he must have held it, but he didn't even know it. It was as though he were drunk. At last he realized that the hat he was looking for was in his hand. He stepped into the vestibule and put on his coat. He was approaching the gate when suddenly. Who's chasing me? It's probably Masha. Vera has undoubtedly taken ill. He turned around. Vera Pavlovna threw herself on his neck, hugging and kissing him. No, my dear, I couldn't stop myself. Now, farewell forever. She ran back, threw herself onto her bed, and let flow the tears she had been holding back for so long. The subject of this work is love, the main character is a woman, that's fine, even if the work itself is not that good, says the female reader. That's true, I reply. The male reader does not confine himself to such easy conclusions, since from birth man's intellectual capability is greater than woman's and also much better developed. He says. She probably thinks it, but sees no need to say it, so I have no grounds to quarrel with her. The male reader says, I know for a fact that the gentleman who committed suicide did not really commit suicide. Seizing upon the phrase know for a fact, I reply, you don't know it for a fact, because you haven't been told it yet. Why, you know nothing at all by yourself. You don't even know that in the way I started this work I insulted you and humiliated you. You didn't know that, did you? Well, now you do. Yes, the first pages of my story reveal that I have a very poor opinion of my public. I employed the conventional ruse of a novelist. I began my tale with some striking scenes taken from the middle or the end, and I shrouded them with mystery. You, the public, are kind, very kind indeed, and therefore undiscriminating and slow-witted. You can't be relied upon to know from the first few pages whether or not a book is worth reading. You have poor instincts that are in need of assistance. For help you can look to 2 things, either the author's reputation or his striking style. Since this is only my first novel, you haven't yet formed an opinion of my literary talents. Why, you have so many gifted authors to choose from. My name could not have attracted you. So I was obliged to bait my hook with striking scenes. Don't condemn me for it, you deserve all the blame. It's your own simple-minded naivete that compelled me to stoop to such vulgarity. But now that you've fallen into my hands, I can continue the story as I see fit without further tricks. No mysteries lie ahead, you will always know the outcome of every situation at least 20 pages in advance. And to begin with, I shall even tell you the outcome of the entire novel. It will end happily amidst wine and song. There will be neither striking scenes nor embellishments. The author is in no mood for such things, dear public, because he keeps thinking about the confusion in your head and about the useless unnecessary suffering of each and every one of us that results from the absurd muddle in your thoughts. I find it both pitiful and amusing to look at you. You are so impotent and spiteful, all because of the extraordinary quantity of nonsense stuff between your two ears. I am angry at you for being so nasty to people in general. Since you belong to those people, why are you so nasty to yourself? That's why I'm blaming you. You're nasty out of intellectual impotence. Therefore, even though I am blaming you, I'm also obliged to help you. How shall I begin to render you assistance? Perhaps by dealing with your thoughts at this very moment. What sort of writer is this who talks to me in such an arrogant way? I'll tell you what sort of writer I am. I possess not one bit of artistic talent. I even lack full command of the language. But that doesn't mean a thing. Read on, dearest public, it will be well worth your while. Truth is a good thing, it compensates for the inadequacies of any writer who serves its cause. Therefore I shall inform you of the following. If I hadn't warned you, you might well have thought that this tale was being told artistically and that its author possessed great poetic talent. But now that I've warned you that I have no talent whatever, you know that any merit to be found in my tale is due entirely to its truthfulness. But then again, dear readers, when I address you it behooves me to spell everything out, since you're merely amateurs and not at all experts at deciphering unstated meanings. When I say that I have not one bit of artistic talent and that my tale is a very weak piece of work, you should by no means conclude that I am any worse than those authors whom you consider to be great, or that my novel is any poorer than theirs. That's not at all what I mean. I mean that my tale suffers from imperfections when it's compared with the works of genuinely gifted writers. As far as the worth of its execution is concerned, you can confidently place my tale side by side with the most famous works of your well-known authors. Perhaps you'd not do wrong to place it even higher than theirs. It certainly contains more artistry, rest assured on that point. You may thank me. You so love to cringe before those who abuse you, so now you can cringe before me too. Yet there is among you, dear readers, a particular group of people, by now a fairly sizable group, which I respect. I speak arrogantly to the vast majority of readers, but to them alone, and up to this point I've been speaking only to them. But with the particular group I just mentioned, I would have spoken humbly, even timidly. There is no need to offer them any explanation. I value their opinion, but I know in advance that they're on my side. Good, strong, honest, capable people, you have only just begun to appear among us. Already there's a fair number of you, and it's growing all the time. If you were my entire audience, there'd be no need for me to write. If you did not yet exist, it would be impossible for me to write. But you're not yet my entire audience, although some of you are numbered among my readers. Therefore, it's still necessary and already possible for me to write. Chapter 1. Vera Pavlovna's life with her family. Vera Pavlovna had a very ordinary upbringing. Her early life, before she made the acquaintance of the medical student Lopukhov, contained a few noteworthy events, but nothing unusual. Even then, however, her behavior showed itself to be somewhat exceptional. Vera Pavlovna grew up in a multi-storied house on Gorokhof Street, between Sadovaya Garden Street and the Semenovsky Bridge. At the present time this house is designated by an appropriate number Bur, but in 1852, when there were no such numbers, the house carried the inscription, Residence of the Counselor of State, Ivan Zakharovich Storozhnikov. That's what the inscription said, but Ivan Zakharovich Storozhnikov had died in 1837, and since then the house had belonged to his son, Mikhail Ivanovich, or so the legal documents indicated. But the tenants knew that Mikhail Ivanovich was only the former owner's son, and that the real proprietor was his widow, Anna Petrovna. Then, as now, the house was large. It had 2 gates, 4 doorways onto the street, and 3 courtyards within. In 1852, just as now, the owner and her son lived in the rooms on the ground floor with their windows looking out on the street. Anna Petrovna remains just as handsome a woman now as she was then. Mikhail Ivanovich is just as handsome an officer now as he was then. I don't know who now resides in the fourth-floor apartment to the right atop the filthiest of the many back staircases off the first courtyard. But in 1852 these rooms were inhabited by the manager of the building, Pavel Konstantinovich Rizalsky, a portly handsome man, his wife Marya Alexeyevna a tall thin sturdy woman, their daughter a young unmarried woman none other than Vera Pavlovna, and their 9-year-old son Fedya. Besides being the manager of the building, Pavel Konstantinovich worked as an assistant to the head of a government department. He received no income from this position and only a modest one from being manager. Anyone else would have earned much more, but as Pavel Konstantinovich himself used to say, he had his scruples. The landlady, however, was entirely satisfied with him. During his 14 years of managing he had managed to accumulate a sum of about 10,000 rubles. No more than 3,000 or so had come from the landlady's pocket, the rest he had acquired at no cost whatever to his employer. Pavel Konstantinovich was a pawnbroker. Marya Alexeyevna also was in possession of a tidy bit of capital, 000 rubles or so, as she used to tell her fellow gossips, but in fact it was more than that. The origin of her capital dates back some 15 years to the sale of a raccoon coat, miscellaneous scraps of clothing and assorted bits of furniture that she had acquired at the death of her brother, an office clerk. Having realized a profit of some 150 rubles, she likewise put the money back into circulation by accepting pledges as collateral, taking far greater risks than her husband ever did. Several times she got caught at her own game. Once a swindler borrowed 5 rubles from her and left his passport as a pledge. It turned out to be stolen, and Marya Alexeyevna had to lay out an extra 15 rubles to extricate herself from that affair. Another scoundrel once pawned a gold watch for 20 rubles, it turned out to have been lifted from a dead body, and Marya Alexeyevna had to hand over quite a hefty sum to get herself out of that mess. But if she suffered losses that her husband managed to avoid, since he was more discriminating in his choice of clients, she also realized greater profits. She even sought out special opportunities for making money. Once, when Vera Pavlovna was still very young, Marya Alexeyevna never would have done it when her daughter was older, but there was absolutely no reason not to do it back then. The child would never have understood "thank you very much" if it hadn't been for the cook, who explained the whole thing to her very clearly. And the cook would never have done so, since it wasn't right to talk about such things to children, but it happened that the cook couldn't restrain herself after one of the worst beatings she'd ever received at the hands of Marya Alexeyevna following a little fling with her boyfriend. By the way, Matryoshka always sported a black eye, not from Marya Alexeyevna but from her boyfriend, which was alright since a cook with a black eye comes cheaper. Be that as it may. One time a strange lady came to see Marya Alexeyevna. She was quite unlike all her other acquaintances, very beautiful, well dressed, and rather splendid. She arrived and stayed for a prolonged visit. For a week the visit went smoothly, except that some civilian, also very handsome, kept dropping by to call as well. He brought Veroka candy, gave her nice dolls, and presented her with 2 books, both with pictures. In one there were nice pictures of animals and towns. Marya Alexeyevna took the other one away from Veroka as soon as the gentleman had gone, so that Veroka managed to glimpse the pictures only once, when he himself first showed them to her. And so the new acquaintance stayed for about a week, and everything was quiet. All that week Marya Alexeyevna didn't go near the cupboard, where the decanter of vodka stood, the key to which she never entrusted to anyone. She didn't beat Matryoshka, didn't hit Veroka, and didn't swear too loudly. Then one night Veroka was continually awakened by the strange lady's terrible screams and by a great commotion and bustle in the house. The next morning Marya Alexeyevna went to her cupboard and stood next to it longer than usual, all the while repeating, "Thank God it came out all right, thank God." She even summoned Matryoshka over to the cupboard and said, "To your health, Matryoshka, you did a fine job." Afterward, instead of fighting and squabbling, as she usually did following a visit to the cupboard, Marya Alexeyevna gave Veroka a kiss and went off to bed. Another week passed quietly. The lady didn't scream any more, but neither did she leave her room. Soon afterward she moved out of the house. 2 days later another civilian arrived, not the same one as before. he brought along the police and abused Marya Alexeyevna. But she conceded nothing and kept repeating, "I've no idea what you're talking about. Check the house register if you want to know who my guest was. 8 An acquaintance of mine, Sevastianova, a merchant's wife from Pskov, and that's all." Finally, after a good bit of swearing, the civilian left and never returned. Viroka witnessed the whole affair when she was 8 years old. When she was 9, Matriana explained it all to her. However, there was only one such episode, others were different and not very frequent. Once, when Viroka was 10 and was accompanying her mother to the flea market, she received an unexpected wallop across the back of her head at the intersection of Gorokhovaya and Sadovaya streets, along with the explanation, "Instead of gawking at the church, you idiot, why don't you cross yourself? Can't you see that all good people cross themselves?" When Viroka was 12, she began to attend private school. She also started taking piano lessons from a drunken but very kind GER-man piano teacher. He was a good teacher, and very inexpensive as a result of his drinking. When she was 14, she did the sewing for her entire family. Bear in mind, of course, that the family wasn't all that large. When she was about to turn 16, her mother started shouting at her in the following manner, "Scrub that face of yours, Yuri, as dark as a gypsy girl. You'll never get it clean. I must have given birth to a scarecrow, I don't know who you take after." Viroka put up with a great deal on account of her dark complexion and had become quite accustomed to think of herself as homely. Previously her mother had dressed her in rags, but now she began to spruce her up a bit. This better dressed Viroka, who accompanied her mother to church, used to think, "These clothes would better suit someone else. Whatever I wear, I'm still a gypsy girl, a scarecrow, whether I'm in a cotton frock or a silk dress. It would be nice to be pretty. Oh, how I'd like to be pretty." When Viroka turned 16, she ceased taking piano lessons and stopped attending private school. Instead, she began giving lessons in that very same school. Soon her mother found other pupils for her as well. After 6 months or so, Viroka's mother stopped calling her a gypsy girl and a scarecrow and began to spruce her up even more. Meanwhile Matl, Ona, this was already the third one after the aforementioned Matriana, the original's left eye was always blackened, whereas the replacement's left cheekbone was usually, but not always, bruised. This third Matriana told Viroka that the head of her father's department, an important department head who wore an order around his neck, 9, was planning to propose to her. Indeed, the petty clerks reported that the department head had of late become better disposed toward Pavel Konstantinovich. The department head, in turn, began to express the opinion in the presence of his relatives that what he needed most was a good-looking wife, even if she didn't have a WTY, as well as the opinion that Pavel Konstantinovich was not that bad a clerk. It's not clear how all this would have ended, but the department head deliberated for a long time and very judiciously. So that in the meantime another opportunity presented itself. The landlady's son dropped in on the manager to say that his moth-er wanted Pavel Konstantinovich to collect samples of various wallpapers, as she was planning to redecorate her apartment. Such requests had previously been communicated through the butler. Obviously the purpose of this visit would have been immediately apparent even to less worldly wise folk than Marya Alexeyevna and her husband. The landlady's son came and stayed for more than half an hour. He even deigned to have a cup of tea brewed from the choicest leaves. The next day Marya Alexeyevna presented her daughter with a necklace left as an unredeemed pledge. She also ordered 2 fine new dresses for her. The material alone cost 40 rubles for the first, 52 for the second. Together with cutting, flounces, and ribbon, the 2 dresses came to 174 rubles. At least that's what Marya Alexeyevna told her husband, while Viroka knew that she had spent a total of less than 100 rubles. After all, she was present at the purchase, but 2 extremely fine dresses can be made for 100 rubles. Viroka was delighted with them and with the necklace, but most of all she was delighted that her mother at long last had agreed to start buying her shoes at Korolyov's Point. 10 shoes from the flea market were so ugly, while those from Korolyov's fitted one's feet so beautifully. The dresses had the intended effect. The landlady's son soon acquired the habit of visiting the manager and, it goes without saying, once there, he chatted more with the manager's daughter than with the manager and his wife, who, it also goes without saying, made a big fuss over him. The mother provided her daughter with complete instructions, everything she needed to know. There's no reason to repeat it all here, it's perfectly well known. One day after dinner her mother said, "Viroka, change into something a bit nicer. I have a surprise for you, we're going to the opera. I bought us some seats in the second circle, where all the generals' wives sit. And I did it all for you, you little fool. I don't spare even my last kopecks. And your father has spent so much on you that we all feel the pinch. We paid a small fortune to madam for your private school, in addition, there was that drunken piano teacher. And you ingrate, you don't carry. No, you have no soul. You're so unfeeling." That was all Marya Alexeyevna said. She abused her daughter no longer, and what kind of abuse was it anyway? Marya Alexeyevna was simply having one of her friendly little chats with Viroka. She'd long since stopped abusing her, nor had she beat her even once since she'd heard the rumor about her husband's department head. They went to the opera. After the first act the landlady's son appeared in their box accompanied by two friends. One was a civilian, lean and very elegant, the other was in the military, portly and not so elegant. They sat down, settled in, and began to whisper among themselves, especially the landlady's son and the civilian, while the soldier said very little. Marya Alexeyevna listened attentively and overheard almost every word, but she couldn't understand much because they were speaking entirely in French. She recognized only 4 or 5 words in their conversation: belle, charmante, amour, bonheur, pretty, charming, love, happiness. Oy, but what good did that do? Belle, charmante. Marya Alexeyevna had been hearing that her gypsy girl was belle and charmante for quite a while now. Amour, Marya Alexeyevna could see for herself that he was wallowing in amour, and if amour, then bonheur goes without saying, but what did it all mean? The big question is, when will he propose? Viroka, you're so ungrateful as can be, Marya Alexeyevna whispered to her daughter. Why are you turning your face away from them? Have they insulted you by coming in? They've done you an honor, you little fool. What's the French word for wedding? Is it mariage, or what, Viroka? And how about the French for bride and groom, and to be married? Viroka told her. No, for some reason I haven't heard those words. Vera, you must have told me the wrong ones. Be more careful. No, those are right, but you'll never hear those words from them. Let's leave. I can't stay here any longer. What? What did you say, you wretch? Marya Alexeyevna saw red. Let's go. Afterward you can do anything you like to me, but I'm not staying. I'll tell you why later. Mother dear, she said more loudly, I have a terrible headache. I can't stay here any longer. I beg of you. Viroka stood up. The gentleman began to make a fuss over her. It will pass, Viroka, said Marya Alexeyevna in a stem but rouse manner. Take a little tum in the vestibule with Mikhail Ivanovich and your headache will pass. No, it won't. I feel quite ill. Quickly, mother. The gentleman held the door and tried to escort Viroka by the arm, but the wretch wouldn't have it. They helped the ladies on with their coats and saw them out to the carriage. Marya Alexeyevna haughtily glanced at the footman. Just look, you louts, look at these fine gentlemen. That one will soon be my son-in-law. Then I'll have some louts of my own. And you, my dear, if you continue to put on airs, you miserable creature, I'll smack you. But wait a minute, wait just 1 minute. What was her son-in-law saying to that arrogant wench as he helped her into the carriage? Santé, I think that means health. Savoir, to find out. Visite, that's the same in our language. Permettez, I ask permission. These words did little to diminish Marya Alexeyevna's wrath, still they had to be taken into consideration. The carriage started on its way. What did he say as he helped you in? He said that he would drop by tomorrow morning to inquire about my health. Tomorrow morning? You're not lying, are you? Veroka was silent. Thank your lucky stars. But Marya Alexeyevna could restrain herself no longer. She yanked her daughter's hair only once and not too hard. Well, I won't lay a finger on you. Only mind that you're cheerful tomorrow. Sleep well tonight, you little fool. Don't get it into your head to start bawling. Take care so that tomorrow you won't look too pale or have bloodshot eyes. I've let you off so far. But not for much longer. And I won't spare your pretty face even if it means losing everything. I'll make you feel it. You know that I gave up tears a long time ago. Well, there you are. And be a little more talkative with him. Yes, I will talk to him tomorrow. Good for you. It's about time you wised up. Fear God and honor thy mother, you shameless hussy. 10 minutes passed. Veroka, don't be angry with me. I abuse you only because I love you and I want the best for you. You don't know how mothers dote on their children. 9 months I carried you in my womb. Now Veroka, pay me back, be obedient. You'll see it's for your own good. Behave as I tell you and tomorrow he'll propose. Mama, you're mistaken. He isn't even considering a proposal. If you only knew what they were saying. I know, all right, if it wasn't about marriage then we all know too well what it was about. I wasn't born yesterday. We'll make him knock le under. I'll drag him off to the church in a sack, pull him around the altar by his whiskers and he'll thank me for it. There's no point in talking to you, I've already said too much. Young girls don't have to know all this, it's a mother's business. A girl is supposed to obey, you're still too young to understand anything. So will you talk to him as I tell you? Yes, I will talk to him. And you, Pavel Konstantinik, why are you sitting there like a bump on a log? Tell her that you too as her father order her to obey her mother and that her mother would never lead her astray. Marya Alexeyevna, you're a very clever woman, but this is a risky business. Perhaps you're going too far. You idiot. Look what you've blurted out right in front of Veroka. Now I'm sorry I woke you up. That old saying is correct, if you don't touch shit it doesn't stink. What a blabbermouth. Don't try to think, just answer me. Is a daughter supposed to obey her mother or not? Of course she is. No two ways about it. Well then, as her father order her to do so. Veroka, obey your mother in everything. She's a clever woman, very experienced. She won't lead you astray. I command you as your father. Their carriage drew up at the gate. Enough, Mama. I told you I would talk to him. Now I'm very tired and need my rest. Go to bed and sleep well. I won't disturb you. Get a good rest. You'll need it for tomorrow. In fact, all the while they climbed the stairs, Marya Alexeyevna kept silent, and that wasn't easy. And again, when Veroka went straight to her room saying that she didn't want any tea, it wasn't easy for Marya Alexeyevna to say with some affection, Veroka, come here. Her daughter approached. I want to give you my blessing before you retire. Now Veroka, bow your head. Her daughter did so. May God bless you, Veroka, as I now do. She made the sign of the cross over her daughter 3 times and held out her handi to have it kissed. No, Mama, I told you a long time ago that I will not kiss your hand. And now let me go. I really don't feel very well. Oh, how Marya Alexeyevna's eyes were about to blaze, but she gained control of herself and said meekly, go along now and get some rest. Veroka scarcely had time to undress and put away her clothes. Though in fact all this took quite a while, since she kept lapsing into daydreams. She removed her bracelet and then sat holding it for a long time. She took off her earrings and fell into a reverie again. A good long time passed before she remembered that she really was very tired, that she'd found it difficult even to stand in front of the mirror, that upon reaching her room she'd sunk down onto a chair in exhaustion, and that she really should have gotten undressed more quickly and gone right to bed. No sooner had Veruca gotten into bed than into her room came Marya Alexeyevna carrying a tray with Pavel Konstantinych's very own large tea mug and a whole pile of rusks. "Have some tea, Veruca. To your health. I brought you some myself, see how your mother looks after you." I was sitting down there thinking, how is it that Veruca went to bed without her tea? There I sat drinking my own tea thinking about you. So I brought you some. Drink it, my dearest daughter. Veruca thought that her mother's voice sounded odd. In fact, it was very kind and gentle, something that had never happened before. She looked at her mother in astonishment. Marya Alexeyevna's cheeks were flushed and her eyes were wandering. "Have some tea. I'll just sit here a while and look at you. When you drink it up I'll bring you another cup." The tea, which was half-thick tasty cream, aroused Veruca's appetite. She propped herself up on one elbow and began to drink. Tea tastes so good when it's fresh and strong, especially when it's mixed with lots of cream and sugar. Extraordinarily good. Not at all like watery tea with one small lump of sugar, that's awful. When I can afford it I shall drink tea like this. Thank you, Mama. Don't go to sleep, I'll bring you another cup. She returned with more of the delicious brew. Drink it and I'll sit here for a while. She sat in silence for a moment, then she began to talk in a peculiar way, first in a very rapid patter, then drawing out her words. "Well now, Veruca, you just said thank you. You haven't thanked me in quite a while. You think I'm mean. Yes, I am, but only because it's impossible not to be. I've become a little tipsy, Veruca. I had 3 glasses of punch and now I've become a little tipsy at my age. And you've upset me too, Veruca. You've distressed me deeply. So I've become tipsy. I've had a hard life, Veruca. I don't want yours to be like it. May you live in wealth. I've suffered so many torments, Veruca, so very, very many. You don't remember what our life was like before your father became the manager here. We were so poor, so very, very poor, and I was an honest woman then, Veruca. No longer. No, I won't commit another sin, I won't lie to you, I won't tell you that I'm still an honest woman. No, indeed, that time is long past. Veruca, you're an educated person and I'm not. Still, I know everything that's written in those books of yours. It says that one shouldn't be treated the way I was. You're dishonest, people say. And as for your father, yes, he is your father, though Nadinx's father was someone else. He's a poor foot, but he too taunts and humiliates me. Then I was overcome by meanness. If other people say I'm dishonest, I might as well be. And then Nadinxa was born. So what of it? Whose fault was that? And who was it that got a good job? My sin was less than his in this case. They took her away from me off to a foundling home. I could never find out where she was, I couldn't get to see her. I don't even know if she's still alive. How could she be? It doesn't hurt so much anymore, but back then it wasn't easy. I turned even more vicious. Then I turned mean. And our affairs started to improve. Who do you think got the job for your fool of a father? Me. And who do you think got him made manager? Me again. And then we started to live well. Why? Because I turned dishonest and mean, that's why. I know, Veruca, in your books it says that only dishonest and mean people prosper. It's all true, Veruca. Even your father has some money now, I got it for him. I have some of my own, too, maybe even more than he has, and I got that to support myself in my old age. And then your father, the fool, started to respect me. Now he's at my beck and call, I have him well trained. Before that he persecuted me and humiliated me. For what? He didn't need a reason, Veruca, it was just because I wasn't mean enough. Your books say that we're not supposed to live like this. Don't you think I know that, Veruca? But in those books of yours it says that in order not to live like this, Everything has to be organized differently, now, no one can live any other way. So why don't they hurl up and set up a new order? Hey, Viroka, do you think I don't know anything about those new systems described in your books? I know they're good ones. Only you and I won't live to see them. People are really stupid. How can you set up a new system with the likes of them? So let's keep on living in the old order. That includes you. What sort of a system is it? Your books say that the old order is one of filching and fleecing. That's true, Viroka. So if there's no new order, let's live by the old, filch and fleece. I'm telling you all this because I love you, Biko. Zzz. Marya Alexeyevna began to snore and soon slumped over. Lee. Marya Alexeyevna understood what was being said at the theater, but she still didn't know what was going to come out of that conversation. At the same time she lay there snoring, she had been so upset by her daughter that in her distress she poured a great deal of rum into her punch. Mikhail Ivanich Storozhnikov was having supper in a fashionable restaurant with the two cavaliers who had accompanied him to the theater. Another person had joined their group, a French woman who arrived with an officer. Supper was almost over. Monsieur Storozhnikov was overjoyed. During supper the French woman had addressed him on 3 separate occasions. Monsieur Storozhnik. You will allow me to call you that, won't you? It sounds so much nicer and it's much easier to say. I never thought I would be the only woman in your company. I had hoped to see Adele here. That would have been very nice as I see her so seldom. Unfortunately Adele has quarreled with me. The officer wanted to say something but kept silent. Don't believe him, Mademoiselle Julie/LL, said the civilian. He's afraid to tell you the truth, he thinks you'll be angry when you find out he's rejected a French woman for a Russian. I don't know why we came here, said the officer. Why, Serge, we came because Jean asked us to. And I've so enjoyed meeting Monsieur Storozhnik. But Monsieur Storozhnik, shame on you. What poor taste you have. I would never have objected if you'd forsaken Adele for that Georgian girl who was in the box with the two of them, but to reject a French woman for a Russian. Imagine. Colorless eyes, straggly colorless hair and a foolish colorless face. I am sorry, not colorless, but as you say, blood and cream, some dish that only Eskimos can stand. Jean, pass the ashtray to that man who sinned against the graces so he can sprinkle ashes on his guilty head. You've spoken so much nonsense, Julie, that it's you, not he, who should sprinkle ashes on your head, said the officer. The girl you call a Georgian is in fact that very Russian. You're joking. A pure Russian, said the officer. Impossible. You're wrong to think, my dear Julie, that there's only one type of beauty in our country as there is in yours. Yes, we have many blondes. But we're a combination of tribes, from fair-haired like the Finns, yes, the Finns / the French woman took note, to black-haired much darker than the Italians, more like the Tatars or Mongols, yes, the Mongols I know / the French woman took note, they have all mingled their blood with ours. Those blondes you so despise are only one of our local types, the most prevalent but by no means the only one. That's astonishing. But she's magnificent. Why doesn't she go on the stage? But gentlemen, I can only speak about what I saw. There's still a very important question, what about her feet? I've been told by your great poet Karazin that in all of Russia there aren't 5 pairs of small dainty feet. 12. Julie, it wasn't Karazin who said that, by the way, his name was Karamzin. He was a historian, and not a Russian but a Tatar. T3 There you have additional evidence for the diversity of our types. It was Pushkin who talked about women's feet. His verses were suited to his age, but by now they've lost most of their value. By the way, Eskimos live in America, are savages, the ones who drink reindeer blood, are called Samoyeds. T4 Much obliged, Serge. Karamzin was a historian, Pushkin I know, Eskimos live in America, and Russians have their Samoyeds. Yes, Samoyeds, it sounds so sweet, Samoyeds. From now on I'll be able to remember. Gentlemen, I'll have Serge tell me all this again when we're alone, or in different company. It's good for conversation. Besides, knowledge is my passion. I was born to be a Madame d'Esta et gentle men.is, but that's all beside the point. Let's return to the question of her feet. If you'll allow me to call upon you tomorrow, Mademoiselle Julie, I shall have the honor of bringing you her shoe. Yes, bring it to me, I shall try it on. It has aroused my curiosity. Storozhnikov was ecstatic, and why not? He'd just managed to grab onto Jean's coattail, and Jean had grabbed onto Serge's. Julie was one of the leading ladies among those in Serge's society. It was an honor, a very great honor, indeed. Her feet are all right, Jean confirmed. But as a positive sort 16, I'm interested in something more substantial. I surveyed her bust. She has a fine bust, said Storozhnikov, encouraged by such favorable reactions to the object of his predilection, and concluding that now he could pay Julie a compliment, something he'd never dared before. She has an enchanting bust, although, of course, to praise another woman's bust in present company is a sacrilege. Ha, ha, how this gentleman wishes to compliment my bust. I'm neither a hypocrite nor an impostor, Monsieur Storozhnik. One don't praise myself, nor can one tolerate others' praise for my deficiencies. Thank heaven one still have enough to be genuinely proud of. But my bust, ha, ha, Hal Jean, you've seen my bust, tell him. You're still silent, Jean. Your hand, Monsieur Storozhnik. She grabbed his hand. You see, that's not really me. Feel over here. And here. Now you know. One wear a false bust just as one wear a dress, a skirt, or a chemise, and not because one like to, I think it better to do without such hypocrisy, but because it's what's expected in society. But for a woman who's lived as much as one, and how I've lived, Monsieur Storozhnik. Now I'm a saint or a nun compared to what one was before. Such a woman cannot hope to preserve her bust. Suddenly she burst into tears. My bust. My bust. My innocence. Oh, God, why was one ever born? You're liars, gentlemen, she shouted, jumping up and banging her fist on the table. Slanderers. You're all base. She's not his mistress. He wants to buy her. One saw how she turned away from him, how she burned with indignation and hatred. This is vile. Yes, said the civilian, stretching lazily, you were rather boasting, Storozhnikov. Your affair still hasn't reached its climax, yet you claim to be living with her. Why, you even broke up with Adele in order to convince us. Yes, you described it all so well, but you were describing what you haven't yet seen. Never mind, it's not important. If it didn't happen a week ago, then it will a week from now, it's all the same. And you won't be disappointed by your imaginary descriptions, you'll find her even better than you thought. I've examined her, you'll be satisfied. Storozhnikov was beside himself with rage. No, Mademoiselle Julie, one assure you you're mistaken. Forgive me for daring to contradict you, but she is my mistress. What you observed was an ordinary lover's quarrel resulting from jealousy. She saw that one spent the first act sitting in the box next to Mademoiselle Mathilde. And that's all there is to it. You're lying, my friend, lying, said Jean and yawned. I am not lying, not at all. Prove it. I'm a positive sort and cannot be convinced without proof. What kind of proof can one produce? Now you're in retreat and proving that you're a liar. What kind of proof? It's not hard to find. Now then, tomorrow we'll all gather here again for dinner. Mademoiselle Julie will be so kind as to bring Serge, one shall bring my nice little Bert, and you shall bring her. If you do, then I'll have lost and will pay for dinner. If you don't, then you'll be expelled from our circle in disgrace. Jean rang for the waiter. Simon. Be a good fellow, tomorrow I should like to order supper for 6, just like when I got married to Bert, you remember, just before Christ Mass, and in the same room as then. How could I forget a supper like that, monsieur? It shall be done. The waiter left. What vile, base people. For 2 years I worked as a street walker in Paris, for another 6 months I lived in a house frequented by thieves, but never did I encounter such despicable characters as the three of you. My God, the company I'm forced to keep in society. What have I done to deserve such shame, zero Lord? She sank to her knees. Oh, God, I am a weak woman. I was able to bear hunger, but those winters in Paris were so cold. It was so hard and the temptations were so great. I wanted to live and to love. Oh, God, surely it wasn't really a sin. So why are you punishing me now? Take me away from this circle of people, lift me out of this slime. Grant me strength to become a street walker in Paris again. I ask for nothing more, I am unworthy of anything else. But deliver me from these people, these vile men. She jumped up and ran toward the officer. Serge, are you like them? No, you're better. Better / replied the officer imperturbably. Isn't this disgusting? Disgusting, Julie. But you stay silent? You permit it? Do you agree with it? Will you take part in it? Come and sit on my lap, my dear Julie. He began to caress her and she calmed down. How I love you at moments like this. You're a fine woman. Why don't you agree to marry me? How many times have I asked you? Say yes. Marriage? The yoke? Prejudice? Never. I won't even allow you to talk about such nonsense. Don't make me angry. But, Serge, dear Serge. Forbid him. He's afraid of you, save her. Calm down, Julie. That's impossible. If it isn't he, it'll be someone else, it's all the same. Look here, Jean is already hoping to win her over for himself. And there are thousands like him, you know. When a mother decides to sell off her daughter, you can't protect her from everyone. As we Russians say, there's no use beating your head against a brick wall. We're a clever people, Julie. You see how serene my life is, having accepted this Russian principle. Never. You're a slave, but a French woman is free. She struggles, she falls, but she struggles. I won't allow it. Who is she? Where does she live? Do you know? I do. Let's go to her. I'll warn her. At 1 o'clock in the morning? Let's go to bed instead. Goodbye, Jean. Goodbye, Chernyshevsky. Obviously you shouldn't expect us at your supper tomorrow night. You see how distraught she is. To tell you the truth, I don't like this affair much either. Of course, you don't care about my opinion. Goodbye. The frenzied French woman, said the civilian, stretching and yawning after Julie and the officer left. She is an exciting woman, but this is a bit too much. It's nice to see a fine woman sulk, but I couldn't put up with her for 4 hours, let alone 4 years. Needless to say, Chernyshevsky, our supper won't be ruined because of her whims. I'll bring Paul and Mathilde instead of them. And now it's time we all went home. I must drop in on Bert and then go on to see my little Lotta, who is so very sweet. 3. Well, Vera, good for you. No tear-stained eyes. Obviously you realize that your mother is telling the truth, or else you'd be rearing up on your haunches. Veroka showed signs of impatience. All right, I won't carry on. Don't get upset. Last night, before I fell asleep in your room, I may have said too much. I wasn't in very good shape yesterday. You should never believe anything I say when I'm drunk. Do you hear? Don't believe a word of it. Veroka recognized the old Marya Alexeyevna once again. Yesterday it had seemed that a few human traits were peeking through the bestial cover, but now she was a beast once again. Veroka made an effort to stifle the disgust she felt, but she couldn't. Once she had merely despised her mother, yesterday it seemed to her that she would stop hating her and might only pity her. But now she experienced that hatred again, though the pity was still there. Get dressed, Veroka. He'll be here soon. She scrutinized her daughter's attire. If you behave yourself, I'll give you a nice pair of earrings with big emeralds. They're a bit old-fashioned, but they could be remade into a fine brooch. They were pawned for 150 rubles 250 with the interest, so they cost more than 400. You hear me, I'll give them to you. Chernyshevsky arrived. Yesterday he'd spent a long time trying to figure a way out of the mess he'd made. He'd walked home from the restaurant and thought all along the way. By the time he arrived home he was calm. He'd come up with a plan and now he was very satisfied with himself. He inquired about Vera Pavlovna's health. Just fine, she replied. He expressed relief and then declared that one should always make the best of good health. Of course one should. And, in Marya Alexeyevna's opinion, of one's youth as well. He agreed completely and wondered if they might not like to take advantage of the evening for a little drive out of town. The weather was frosty, the road inviting. With whom does he propose to drive? Why, just the three of us, you, Marya Alexeyevna, Vera Pavlovna and I. In that case Marya Alexeyevna was in complete agreement. For now she would go fix some coffee and a little snack while Veroka would sing something. You will sing, Veroka, won't you? Added her mother in a tone of voice that allowed for no objections. Yes, I will, replied the daughter. Veroka sat down at the piano and sang the Troika, a song that had recently been set to music. Marya Alexeyevna, who was eavesdropping on the other side of the door, considered this a good choice. In the song a young girl is making eyes at an officer. That Verka is clever when she wants to be. A real minx. Soon Veroka stopped singing, just as she should. Marya Alexeyevna had given strict orders, first sing then chat. Now Veroka was talking, but to Marya Alexeyevna's annoyance it was all in French. What a fool I am! I forgot to tell her to speak in Russian. But Vera was talking softly and smiling. That must mean that everything's still all right. But why are his eyes starting to bulge? Well, he's a fool, and that's what makes him a fool. All he can do is stare and blink. Just the kind of fool we need. There, she's letting him hold her hand. That Verka has become smarter. I am proud of her. Monsieur Chernyshevsky, I must speak with you in all seriousness. Last night you took a box at the opera in order to exhibit me to your friends as your mistress. I won't say that it was dishonest of you, if you were capable of understanding that you wouldn't have done it. But I'm warning you, if you dare approach me in the theater, on the street, anywhere, then I shall slap your face. My mother may torment me. At this point Veroka's milady, come what may, it doesn't really matter to me. This evening you'll receive a note from my mother saying that our drive has been cancelled because I'm not feeling well. He stood there and stared blankly, just as Marya Alexeyevna had observed. I'm speaking to you as if you lacked even a single spark of honor. But perhaps you're not yet entirely depraved. If so, then I beseech you, stop visiting us. In that case I could forgive even your slander. If you agree, give me your hand. She extended hers. He took it, not really understanding what he was doing. Thank you. Now go. Say that you must leave to prepare the horses for our drive. He blinked some more. She had already turned back to her music and resumed singing the Troika. It's a pity there were no connoisseurs present. It would have been curious to hear. Surely they seldom have the opportunity of hearing a song sung with such feeling. Perhaps there was even a little too much feeling. It was a bit too unesthetic. A moment later Marya Alexeyevna entered, followed by the cook carrying a tray with coffee and a snack. Instead of sitting down, Mikhail Ivanich edged his way toward the door. Leaving so soon, Mikhail Ivanich? I must make haste, Marya Alexeyevna, to prepare the horses for this evening. Why, there's plenty of time, Mikhail Ivanich. But he was already out the door. Marya Alexeyevna rushed back from the hallway with upraised fists. What on earth have you done, damn you, Verka? Huh. But the accursed Verka was no longer in the drawing room. Her mother followed her to the bedroom, but her door was locked. Marya Alexeyevna hurled all her weight against the door to break it down, but the door didn't budge, and the accursed Verka replied, "If you break down my door, I'll break the window and shout for help. You won't take me alive." Marya Alexeyevna raged for a long time but didn't break down the door. Finally she grew tired of shouting. Then Veroka said, "Mother, I merely used to dislike you before, but after last night I began to pity you, too. You've known so much grief, that's why you are what you are. I didn't talk to you before, but now I want to, but only when you've stopped being angry. Then we'll have a good chat, better than ever before." Needless to say, Marya Alexeyevna did not exactly take these words to heart, but her exhausted nerves needed a rest. It also occurred to her that it might even be better to enter into negotiations with her daughter, since the wench was getting completely out of hand. Without Vera's agreement, nothing could be done. There was no way of marrying her off to that fool Mishka unless she was willing. And Marya Alexeyevna still had no idea what Verka said to him after all. They did hold hands. What did it all mean? Thus sat the weary Marya Alexeyevna, alternating between ferocity and cunning, when suddenly the doorbell rang. It was Julie and Serge. 4. Julie's very first words upon awakening that morning were, "Serge, does her mother speak French?" "I don't know," he replied. "You still haven't given up that little scheme of yours?" No, she hadn't. Furthermore, after taking into account various clues related to the evening at the opera and determining that the girl's mother probably did not speak French, Julie took Serge along as interpreter. It would have been his fate to tag along in any case, even if Veroka's mother had been Cardinal Mezzofanti 17. Serge didn't complain, he accompanied Julie everywhere, much like the heroine's confidant in one of Kummel's tragedies. I8 Julie had awakened late, had called in at Wakeman Si9 along the way, and then at 4 more stores not along the way because she needed to. As a result, Mikhail Ivanovich had time to explain himself, and Marya Alexeyevna had time to fly into a rage and calm down again, while Julie and Serge made their way from Lightini Street to Gorokhofaya. And what pretext shall we give for our visit? Phew, what a foul staircase. Why, even in Paris I never saw one like this. Never mind any pretext that occurs to you. Her mother's a pawnbroker, take off your brooch. Wait, even better, the girl gives piano lessons. We'll say that you have a niece. When she caught sight of Serge's uniform and Julie's splendor, Matryoshka, for the first time in her whole life, felt ashamed of her bruised cheek. She'd never before been face to face with such an imposing lady. Marya Alexeyevna felt a similar reverence and indescribable astonishment when Matryoshka announced the arrival of a colonel and his wife. Especially the wife. Gossip that reached Marya Alexeyevna's ears usually came from no higher level in society than that of low-ranking civil servants. Gossip about real aristocrats usually died out somewhere in the ether, well before reaching her. Therefore, she conferred the full legal meaning on the terms husband and wife which Serge and Julie exchanged after the Parisian fashion. Marya Alexeyevna recovered her wits quickly and came rushing in. Serge said that he was delighted to have made their acquaintance the previous evening, etc., etc., that his wife had a niece, etc., etc., and that since his wife didn't speak Russian, he had come along to interpret. "Yes, I thank the Lord," said Marya Alexeyevna, "that Veroka has the talent to give piano lessons. And I'd consider it an honor if she were to be accepted into a house as fine as yours. However, our little piano teacher isn't feeling too well today." Marya Alexeyevna spoke quite loudly so that Veroka would hear her and realize that a truce was being offered. She herself, in spite of all her reverence, stared at her guests. "I don't know if she's feeling strong enough to come out and play something for you on the piano. Veroka, my dear, are you coming out or not?" With strangers present, there wouldn't be a scene, so why not come out? Viroka unlocked her door, glanced at Serge, and blushed from shame and anger. Even a set of poor eyes would have noticed her reaction, but Julie's eyes were sharper perhaps than even Marya Alexeyevna's. The French woman came right to the point. My dear child, you're surprised and embarrassed to see the man in whose presence you were so insulted last night, and who probably had a hand in your humiliation. My husband is frivolous, but he's still better than those other rakes. Forgive him for my sake. I've come to you with good intentions. The lessons for my niece are merely a pretext, but one we must preserve. Play something for me, the shorter the better, and then we'll go into your room and have a nice long talk. Heed my words, my child. Is this the Julie who is known to all the aristocratic young men of Petersburg? Is this the woman whose pranks have caused even rakes to blush? No, surely this is a princess, whose ears have never been defiled by so much as a single rude word. Viroka sat down to play her exhibition piece. Julie stood nearby while Serge had a conversation with Marya Alexeyevna to ascertain the extent of her involvement with Storozhnikov. In a few minutes Julie interrupted Viroka, took her by the waist, walked up and down a bit, and then led her off to her room. Serge explained that his wife was satisfied with Viroka's playing, but wished to have a little chat with her, since it was essential to investigate the character of any piano teacher, etc., etc. He continued to steer their conversation back to Storozhnikov. This was all well and good, except that Marya Alexeyevna was becoming more vigilant and a little suspicious. My dear child, said Julie upon entering Viroka's room, your mother is a very wicked woman. But if I am to know how to talk with you, I must first ask you why you were in the theater last night. I already know why from my husband, but I will come to understand your character from your account of it. Don't be afraid of me. After hearing Viroka's tale, she declared, yes, I can talk with you. I see that you have the requisite strength of character. In very tactful and delicate terms Julie told her about the previous night's wager. To this Viroka replied with the story of the proposed drive. Well, is he hoping to deceive your mother, or are they conspiring together against you? Viroka fervently asserted that her mother was not so wicked a woman as to be involved in such a conspiracy. I'll see about that at once, said Julie. You stay here, you aren't needed out there right now. Julie returned to the drawing room. Serge, he's already invited this woman and her daughter out for a drive this very evening. Tell her about dinner last night. My wife likes your daughter, now we need only set the price. I feel sure we won't disagree on that score. But let me finish the conversation about our mutual acquaintance. You have nothing but praise for him. Did you know that he speaks quite candidly about his relations with your family, for example, his purpose in inviting us into your box at the opera last night? The inquisitive glance before her went unnoticed as the thought flashed through Marya Alexeyevna's head, so that's it? I am no gossip, she answered with displeasure. I neither carry tales nor listen to them. This was said with some acrimony, despite the reverence she felt for her guest. Young men say all sorts of things to each other, it's nothing to worry about. Very well, but is this also what you would call gossip? Then he began to describe the events at the dinner. Marya Alexeyevna did not allow him to finish. At his first mention of the wager, she jumped up and roared in a fury, completely forgetting the important status of her visitors. So that's what he's up to. What a blackguard. What a scoundrel. That's why he invited us out for a drive. He wanted to get me outside of town and then dispatch me to Kingdom Come in order to dishonor a defenseless girl. The filthy swine. And so on and so forth. Then she began to thank her visitor for saving both her life and her daughter's honor. The fact is, my dear sir, right from the start I guessed you had some special reason for coming here. A piano lesson is only a lesson, but I knew you had some ulterior motive. Only I had something else in mind. I thought you had another bride picked out for him, and you wanted to snatch him away from us. I have sinned against you, cursed woman that I am. Be generous and forgive me. Now I can say that you've done us a great favor, one that will last us to the grave, and so on and so forth. Numerous curses, words of gratitude, and apologies flowed forth in a disorderly stream. Julie did not listen very long to this endless speech, the meaning of which was apparent to her from the tone of voice and the gestures. At Marya Alexeyevna's very first words, the French woman rose and returned to Viroka's room. Well, your mother was not his accomplice and now she's very angry at him. But I know people like her very well, they have no feelings whatever that can withstand financial considerations. Soon she'll set about finding you another match, and God knows how it will end. In any case, it won't be easy for you. She'll leave you in peace for a little while, but I assure you it won't be for long. What will you do now? Do you have any relatives in Petersburg? No. That's a pity. Do you have a lover? Viroka didn't know how to answer that question, she merely opened her eyes very wide in a strange sort of way. Forgive me, please forgive me, it's obvious that you don't, but that's even worse. It means you have nowhere to go. What shall we do? Well, listen. I'm not what I seem. I'm not his wife, I'm a kept woman. I am known throughout Petersburg as a very wicked woman, but I am really very honest. If you come to me, it will mean the end of your reputation. It's dangerous enough that I've set foot in your apartment once, if I came here again, it would probably mean your ruin. Still, we must see each other again, perhaps more than once, that is, if you trust me. You do? Then when would you be available tomorrow? Around noon, replied Viroka. That was a little early for Julie, but no matter, she would ask to be awakened and would meet Viroka in the shopping arcade directly across from Nevsky Prospect. It was the nearest one and would be the easiest place for them to find each other. Besides, no one there would know Julie. Yes, and here's a good idea. Give me some paper so I can write that blackguard a letter that will get him under control. Julie wrote, Monsieur Chernyshevsky. You are no doubt in a great predicament at the moment. If you wish to escape from it, be at my place at 7 p.m. J.L.E. Tellier. Now, farewell. Julie held out her hand, but Viroka rushed to embrace her. She kissed her, wept, and kissed her again. Julie was unable to hold herself back for long. She was not nearly so restrained in her tears as Viroka. She was deeply moved by joy and pride, knowing what a good deed she was doing. She became ecstatic, she talked and talked through tears and kisses, and concluded with the exclamation, my friend, my dear child. God forbid that you should ever know what I feel now, when, after so many years, unsullied lips touch mine. May you perish rather than ever bestow a loveless kiss. V. Chernyshevsky's plan was not so murderous as Marya Alexeyevna had supposed. In her own way she had given the affair too crude a form, but she had discerned its essence. Later that evening Chernyshevsky planned to steer the two ladies to the restaurant where the dinner was to take place. By that time they would be cold and hungry, in need of warmth and a cup of tea. He would slip some opium into Marya Alexeyevna's goblet or cup. Viroka would lose her head when she saw her mother pass out. He would lead her into the room where his friends were gathered for dinner and the wager would be won. After that, it hardly mattered. Perhaps in her confusion Viroka wouldn't understand anything and would agree to remain in unfamiliar company, and even if she were to walk out immediately, it wouldn't matter a bit. They would excuse it, since she'd only just embarked on the life of an adventuress. Naturally she'd be a little embarrassed at first. Then he'd settle things with Marya Alexeyevna with the help of some money at that point. Of course, there'd be nothing she could possibly do about it. But now what could he do? He cursed his boastfulness in front of his friends and his slow witness in the face of Viroka's sudden, sharp resistance. He wanted the earth to open and swallow him up. And it was in just such a state of mind that he received Julie's letter, healing balm to his wound, a ray of sunshine through impenetrable darkness, a firm roadway under the feet of a man sinking in a bottomless pit. Oh, she would help, that cleverest of all women, she would think of something, that noblest of all women. At 10 minutes before 7 he was standing at her door. "The mistress is expecting you. You may go in." How majestically she was sitting, how sternly she looked at him. She scarcely nodded her head in answer to his bow. "I am very glad to see you. Please be seated." She moved not a muscle of her face. He would receive a stem dressing down. "Never mind, abuse me, but save me. Monsieur Storishnik," she began in cold, measured tone s. "You know my opinion of this affair that brings us together, I needn't go over it again. I have seen that young person about whom we spoke yesterday, I have heard about your visit to her today, consequently, I know everything and am glad to be spared the painful necessity of interrogating you. Your predicament is crystal clear, both to you and to me." "Lord, it would be much better if she abused me," thought the defendant. "It seems to me that you cannot possibly extricate yourself without somebody's help, and that you are unable to count on effective assistance from anyone but me. If you have any objection to what I've said thus far, I'm waiting. Therefore, after a pause, you agree that there's no one but me in a position to help you. Then listen to what I can and will do for you. If what I propose seems appropriate, then I will state the conditions under which I am willing to assist you." And in the same long drawn-out style of an official document, she said she could send Jean a letter to the effect that after yesterday's outburst she had reconsidered, that now she wished to participate in the dinner, but had a previous engagement for that evening and therefore would ask Jean to persuade Storishnikov to postpone the affair. She would arrange the date with Jean later. She read him the letter. In it Storishnikov heard her conviction that he would win the wager and her opinion that he would be annoyed at having to delay his triumphage. "Will this letter do?" "By all means." "In that case," continued Julie in the same long drawn-out official manner, she would dispatch the letter on 2 conditions. "You may accept them or not. If you do, I will send the letter. If you don't, I will bum it / and so on and so forth," in the same endless style that was driving the poor man out of his mind. The conditions, at long last. There were 2 of them. First, you cease all pursuit of the young person in question. Second, you refrain from mentioning her name in any conversation. "That's all," thought Storishnikov. "I was worried who knew what the devil she'd demand, and what the devil I'd be ready to do." He agreed, his face radiated joy at the leniency of the condition s. But Julie did not relent one bit, she kept on and on, explaining everything. "The first condition is necessary for her, the second also, but even more so for you. I shall postpone the dinner for 1 week, then another, and soon the whole affair will be forgotten. But you must understand that the others will forget only if you refrain from mentioning so much as a single word about the person in question." And so on and so forth. And she kept explaining and demonstrating, even the fact that the letter would be received by Jean in time. "I've made inquiries, he is dining at Bert / etc. He will leave for your place after he finishes his cigar / etc., and on in the same manner." Or, for example, she went on in this way, "And so the letter is to be dispatched and I am very glad. Be so kind as to reread it. I do not enjoy your trust, nor do I demand it. Have you read it? Now be so kind as to seal it yourself. Here's an envelope. I shall ring. Pauline, be so kind as to deliver this letter / etc. Pauline, I did not receive Monsieur Storishnikov today, he was never here. Do you understand?" This excruciating process of salvation dragged on for almost an hour. At last the letter was dispatched and Storishnikov breathed more easily, even though sweat was pouring from him. Julie continued, "In a quarter of an hour you will have to hurry home so that Jean can find you there. But rest assured that I shall use these next 15 minutes to say a few more words to you. It's up to you whether you follow my advice or not, but you must consider it carefully. I will not speak about an honest man's obligations toward a young woman whose name he's compromised. I know our fashionable young people too well to expect any good to come of that. But I believe that marriage to the young person in question would be very beneficial for you. As a straightforward woman, I shall expound on the foundations of this opinion with great clarity, although some of what I have to say may be a bit delicate for your ears. However, one small word from you will be enough and I'll stop. You are a man of weak character and in danger of falling into the hands of some evil woman who would torment you and trifle with you. She is kind and generous, therefore she won't hurt you. Marriage to her, in spite of her humble origins and relative poverty, would significantly advance your career. Were she to be introduced into society with your financial means and her own beauty, intelligence, and strength of character, she would soon come to occupy a dazzling position. The advantages would be obvious for any man. But, aside from those that any husband would acquire by having such a wife, you, with your own particular personality, have more need than most for guidance or, I shall say it outright, for supervision. Each one of my words has been carefully weighed and is based upon my observation of her. I don't demand trust, but I do recommend that you consider my advice carefully. I doubt very much that she would accept your offer, but if she did, it would be extremely advantageous for you. I shall not detain you any longer. You must hurry on home now. 6. Of course Marya Alexeyevna stopped nagging Veroka for refusing to go on the drive once she realized that Mishka the fool was not such a foot and that he had almost managed to put one over on her. Veroka was left in peace and the next morning she headed off for the shopping arcade without any interference. It's freezing here and I don't like the cold, said Julie. We must go somewhere else. But where? Wait a moment, I'll just drop into this shop and be right back. She bought a thick veil for Veroka. Put this on now, you can visit me without danger. Don't lift the veil until we're alone. Pauline is very discreet, but I still don't want her to see you there. I'm too concerned about your welfare, my child. In fact, Julie herself was wearing her maid's hat and coat as well as a thick veil. After warming herself, Julie heard Veroka's news and told her all about her meeting with Chernyshevsky. Now, my child, there's no doubt that he'll propose to you. That type falls madly in love as soon as his advances are rejected. Do you know, my dear, that you treated him as if you were an experienced coquette? Coquetry, and I mean the genuine article, not its stupid, amateur imitations. They are revolting, just like any bad imitation of a good thing. Coquetry entails intelligence and tact applied to a woman's dealings with a man. For that reason quite naive young women, if only they possess intelligence and tact, will sometimes behave like experienced coquettes without intending to. Perhaps my arguments will also have some effect on him, but the main thing is your resolve. Be that as it might, he will propose to you and I advise you to accept him. You who yesterday said that it's better to die than bestow a single loveless kiss. My dear child, that was said in a moment of distraction. It's all well and good at such times. But life consists of prose and calculation. NOL, never'll never. He is disgusting and the whole thing is repulsive. I shall not debase myself. Let them devour me, I'll throw myself out the window. I'll go begging in the streets. I would rather die than give my hand to such a vile base man. Julie began to list the advantages. You'll escape from your mother's persecution, you'll end the danger of being sold off. He's not an evil man, just not too bright. A man who's not evil yet not too bright makes the best kind of husband for a clever woman of character. You'll be mistress of your own house. She described in vivid colors the position of some actresses and dancers who don't submit in love to their men and who dominate them. This is the best possible position for a woman in society, except when, at least as far as society is concerned, the woman receives not only independence and power but formal legal recognition of such a position, that is when a husband relates to his wife as an admirer does to an actress. She spoke at some length, as did Veroka. They both grew heated. Finally Veroka reached the point of pathos. You call me a dreamer and ask what I want out of Livy. I prefer neither to dominate nor to submit. I wish neither to deceive nor to dissemble. I don't want to be concerned about other people's opinions or strive for what others advisel when I really have no need for it. I have not become accustomed to wealth and have no need for it myself. Why should I seek it only because others consider that it's good to have and therefore that it would be good for me? I've not been in society and have never experienced what it means to be dazzling, it still doesn't attract me. Why should I make sacrifices for a brilliant position only because other people think it's valuable? I'm unwilling to sacrifice not only myself but even my slightest whim for something I really don't need. I want to be independent and live in my own way. I am eager to acquire only what I really need, what I don't need I don't want and won't want. I don't know yet what I'll need later. You say that I am young and inexperienced and that in time I'll change. So what? When I change then I will, but for now I don't want a thing nothing that I myself don't desire. And you ask me what I want now, well I don't even know myself. Do I want to love a man? I don't know. When I awoke yesterday morning I didn't even know that I would want to love you. For several hours before I didn't know that I would, nor did I know how I would feel when I did. So now I don't know how I would feel if I loved a man, I know only that I don't want to submit to anyone. I want to be free, I don't want to be obligated to anyone for anything. I don't want anyone ever to say, you're obligated to do this for me. I want to do only what I desire and want others to do likewise. I don't want to demand anything from anyone. I don't want to impinge on anyone's freedom and I want to be free myself. Julie listened and thought, pondered, and blushed for she was unable to refrain from bursting into fire when a flame was burning so close to her. She jumped up and in a voice breaking with emotion burst out. Yes, my child, it's just as it should be. I would feel that way myself if I weren't so corrupted. I haven't been corrupted by being what the world calls a fallen woman or by the life I've lived, experienced, and suffered, or by the desecration to which my body has been subjected. No, I was corrupted by the fact that I became accustomed to idleness and luxury, that I wasn't strong enough to live on my own, that I had need for others. Therefore I tried to please, and had to do things I didn't want to do. That's what corruption is. Don't listen to what I said to you, my child, I was trying to corrupt you. What a tunant! I cannot come into contact with purity without defiling it. Avoid me, my child, I'm a vile woman. Don't think about society. Everyone in it is repulsive, worse than I am. Where there's idleness, there's vileness, where there's luxury, there's vileness. Run away, my child, run away. 7. More and more Chernyshevsky thought, what if I actually do up and marry her? Something was happening to him that is quite common in the lives not only of people like him who are not self-sufficient, but even of those who possess an independent character. And even in the history of whole peoples. The books of Hume 20 and Gibbon 21 rank at 22. And Thierry 23 are full of such incidents. People carry on in one direction simply because they've yet to hear the words "why not try the other way, my friend?" They hear that and immediately begin to tum around and go off in the other direction. Chernyshevsky saw and heard that rich young men acquire poor but pretty young women as mistresses. Well, he'd tried to make Viroka his mistress, no other word had occurred to him. Now he heard some different words, take a wife. So he started thinking along that new line just as he had previously thought about having a mistress. This is a general characteristic one in which Chernyshevsky very adequately represented some 9/10 of the human race. Historians and psychologists maintain that in every individual occurrence the common factor is particularized, as they say, by local temporal, racial and personal circumstances, and that it's these particulars that are crucial. That is, while each and every spoon remains a spoon, each and every person eats his broth or cabbage soup with his very own spoon, the one he holds in his hand, and it's precisely that spoon which should be examined. So why not examine it? Julie had already stated the most important point, as if she'd been reading Russian novels, in which the same point is always made: resistance inflames desire. Storozhnikov had become accustomed to the notion that he would possess Viroka. Just like Julie, I too like to call vulgar things by their real names, using the same crude base language in which almost all of us constantly think and speak. For the last several weeks Storozhnikov had occupied himself with imagining Viroka in different poses and he wanted to see these fantasies realized. It turned out that she would not fulfill them in the role of mistress. Well, then let her do it as wife, it didn't matter. The main thing was not what part she played but the poses that is the possession. What filth, what pure filth possession. Who dares possess another person? One can possess a bathrobe or a pair of slippers. Yet what nonsense, almost every one of us men possesses one of you our sisters. Again I say, what nonsense, how are you our sisters? You are our lackeys. Some of you, even many of you, dominate us. Never mind, many lackeys exercise power over their masters. After the evening at the theater, Storozhnikov's fantasies about Veraka's poses became inflamed as never before. Having shown his friends the mistress of his imagination, he realized that the mistress was much better than even he had dreamed. The vast majority of men come to appreciate beauty fully, just like intelligence or any other virtue, only after hearing the general consensus. Anyone can see that a pretty face is pretty, but how can one know how pretty it really is until its worth has been awarded a diploma? Naturally, no one noticed Viroka when she was seated in the balcony or in the back rows of the stalls, but as soon as she appeared in a box in the second tier, a large number of binoculars were trained on her. And what praises Storozhnikov heard sung as he escorted her into the lobby! And Serge? Why, he was a man with the most refined tastes. What about Julie? No. When such happiness comes along, there's no reason to agonize over what one calls the possession of it. Storozhnikov's self-esteem was inflamed along with his sensuality, but it was also affected by the statement, I doubt that she'll accept you. What? How could she not accept him with his uniform and his house? No, you are lying, Madame Frenchwoman. She'll accept me, she will, of course she will. There was one more reason of a similar nature. Storozhnikov's mother would naturally oppose the match. In this case his mother was a representative of society. Up to now Storozhnikov had been afraid of his mother, and of course he was oppressed by his dependence on her. People who have no character are strongly attracted by the thought, I am not afraid. I have character. There was also, naturally, the desire to use his wife to advance his career in society. And, in addition to all this, Storozhnikov dared not approach Veraka in his former role, and yet he was dying to see her. In a word, with every passing day Storozhnikov's desire to get Maride grew stronger and stronger. A week later, on Sunday, when Marya Alexeyevna had returned from late mass and was considering how she might trap him, he himself appeared and made his proposal. Since Viroka refused to come out of her own room, he was able to speak only with her mother. Marya Alexeyevna, of course, said she would consider it a great honor, but that as a loving mother, she was obliged to consult her daughter. She asked that he be so kind as to return and receive an answer the following morning. That's my Vera. Well done, the wench. Marya Alexeyevna said to her husband, astonished at such a sudden turn of events. Just look at how she caught that fellow. All the while I kept thinking and couldn't figure out a way. I thought it would be very difficult to lure him back. I thought the whole affair was ruined, but no, my turtle dove didn't spoil it after all. Instead she brought about a happy ending. She knew how to behave. She's a sly one, she is. The good Lord is making the child wise, intoned Pavel Konstantinych. He rarely played any role whatever in domestic life. But Marya Alexeyevna was a staunch guardian of good old-fashioned custom and on such a ceremonial occasion as a proposal for their daughter she assigned to her husband the honorable role that rightfully belongs to the head of a family and master of a house. Pavel Konstantinych and Marya Alexeyevna sat themselves down on the divan a most solemn place and told Matriona to ask the young mistress to join them. Vera began Pavel Konstantinik Mikhail Ivanik is doing us a great honor by asking for your hand in marriage. We replied that as loving parents we would not coerce you but we ourselves would be very pleased. Inasmuch as you are the good obedient daughter we have always known you can rely on our experience. We never dared ask God to send us such a fine suitor. Will you accept him Vera? No she replied. What did you say Vera? Shouted Pavel Konstantinik. The whole matter was so clear that even he could shout without consulting his wife as to how he ought to behave. Have you gone mad you fool? I dare you to repeat that you disobedient wench. Shouted Marya Alexeyevna raising her fists at her daughter. Excuse me mother said Vera rising. If you so much as touch me I shall leave this house at once. If you lock me up I shall throw myself out the window. I knew how you would take my refusal and I have decided what to do. Sit down and stay seated or else I'll leave. Marya Alexeyevna sat down once again. How stupid I was not to lock the front door she thought. She'll throw open the bolt in a second and out she'll go. There'll be no stopping her. She's mad. I will not marry him. And without my consent I cannot be married. Vera you're out of your mind said Marya Alexeyevna gasping for breath. How can this be? What will we tell him tomorrow? Asked her father. You're not to blame because I won't agree. This scene continued for another 2 hours. Marya Alexeyevna raged, 20 times or so she began to shout and clench her fists but Veroka said, don't get up or else I'll leave. They ranted and raved but got nowhere. It all came to an end when Matriana walked in and asked whether she should serve dinner. The meat pie was overdone. Think it over until this evening Vera and think better of it you fool. Said Marya Alexeyevna aloud and then whispered something to Matriana. Mother are you trying to do something to me? Take the key out of the door to my room or something else. Don't, it will only make things worse. Marya Alexeyevna said don't bother to the cook. What kind of a beast is she that Verka? If only he weren't taking her for her pretty face I'd make it black and blue. But how can I touch her? She'll disfigure herself damn her. They went into dinner. They ate in silence. After dinner Veroka went to her room. As usual Pavel Konstantinik lay down to have a snooze. But to no avail, he'd hardly begun to doze when Matriana entered and announced that the landlady's servant had come. She was demanding to see Pavel Konstantinik at once. Matriana was shaking like an aspen leaf. Why on earth? 8. Why shouldn't she be shaking since the sorry state of affairs had come about all because of her? No sooner had she summoned Veroka to her mother and father than she ran over to tell the landlady's cook's wife that your master has proposed to our young mistress. In turn they called in the landlady's youngest maid and accused her of being an unworthy friend for not having shared the news with them sooner. The youngest maid couldn't understand why they were accusing her, she'd never hidden a thing from them. When they told her the news she replied, "Lilt's the first I've heard of it." They apologized for casting aspersions on her devotion. She went to pass the news along to the elder maid, who said, "This must have happened without his mother's knowledge, since I've heard nothing about it and I'm supposed to know everything that Anna Petrovna knows." So she went to inform her mistress. That's how Matriana caused the whole mess. Damn my big mouth, it'll be the end of me. She knew that Marya Alexeyevna would eventually discover how the news leaked out. As it turned out, however, Marya Alexeyevna never did discover how the news leaked out. Anna Petrovna moaned and groaned, twice she fainted alone with the elder maid, which indicated just how upset she was. Then she sent for her son. He entered. "Michet, is it true what I hear?" He asked in a tone of irate suffering. "What have you heard, Mom Ann?" "That you have proposed to that manager's daughter." "I have, Mom Ann." "Without consulting your mother?" "I would have asked for your consent after receiving hers. I assume that you could feel more assured of receiving her consent than mine." Ma man, nowadays this is how it's done, you get the girl's consent first, then inform your family. How it's done? Maybe how it's done is for the sons of good families to marry God knows what and for their mothers to give their consent. Ma man, she's not God knows what, once you get to know her, you'll approve my choice. Once I get to know her, I'll never get to know her. Approve your choice? I forbid you any further thoughts about your choice. Do you hear? I forbid it. Ma man, this is not how it's done nowadays. I'm no longer a little boy for you to lead by the hand. I know what I'm doing. Ah. Anna Petrovna closed her eyes. Mikhail Ivanovich had yielded to Marya Alexeyevna, Julie, and Veraka, but they were women of intelligence and character. Here, as far as intelligence was concerned, the battle was evenly matched, and if his mother had a slight edge in character, still her son was standing on solid ground. Up to now he'd feared his mother out of sheer habit, however, both of them were well aware that the landlady was not in fact the landlady, but only the landlord's mother, and that the landlady's son was not in fact the landlady's son, but the landlord. For that reason the landlady was very slow to pronounce the decisive words "I forbid." She dragged out the conversation, hoping to wear her son down and to exhaust him before it became an all-out battle. But her son had gone too far, there was no turning back. He had no choice but to persevere. Ma man, I assure you that you couldn't wish for a better daughter. Monster. Matricide. Ma man, let's discuss it calmly. Sooner or later I have to get married, a married man has more expenses than a single one. Of course, I could always marry the kind of woman who would need all the income from the house to support a family. But Vera will make you a very respectful daughter and we could continue living together as before. Monster. Murderer. Get out of my sight. Ma man, don't be angry. I've done nothing to wrong you. Marrying some tramp and he's done nothing to wrong me. Well, ma man, now I will get out of your sight. I won't allow you to call her such names in my presence. Murderer. Anna Petrovna fainted, and Michel left, well satisfied that he'd conducted the first, and most important, skirmish very successfully. Seeing that her son had left, Anna Petrovna curtailed her faint. He was definitely getting out of hand. In reply to her saying, "I forbid you," he said that the house belonged to him. Anna Petrovna racked her brains and vented her sorrow to the elder maid, who, in this case, completely shared her feeling of contempt for the manager's daughter. After consulting her, she sent for the manager. Up to this point, Pavel Konstantinich, I've been very satisfied with you, but now these intrigues in which you may not even be participating could force me to quarrel with you. Your Excellency, as God is my witness, I've done you no wrong. I've known for some time that Michel has been running after your daughter. I haven't interfered because a young man can't live without diversions. I indulge young men's foolish pranks. But I'll not tolerate any disgrace to our family. How did your daughter dare conceive such notions? Your Excellency, she dared no such thing. She's an obedient girl. We brought her up with respect. What exactly do you mean to say? Your Excellency, she would never dare oppose your will. Anna Petrovna couldn't believe her own ears. Could such good fortune really and truly be hers? You must know what my wishes are. I cannot consent to such a strange, one might even say indecent match. We can appreciate that, Your Excellency, and Veroka can, too. Why, she even said, I wouldn't dare, says she, offend Her Excellency. Well, how did it all happen? It happened, Your Excellency, when Mikhail Ivanovich declared his intentions to my wife and she told him that she couldn't make any reply until tomorrow morning. My wife and I fully intended, Your Excellency, to come straight to you and inform you about it, but we dared not disturb Your Excellency at so late an hour. And when Mikhail Ivanovich left, we told Veroka, and she said, I agree with you completely, Papa and Mama, we shouldn't even think about it. So she's a sensible and honest girl. Of course, Your Excellency, and respectful, too. Well, I'm very glad indeed that we can stay friends. I shall reward you for this. I'm even prepared to reward you now. That apartment on the second floor, off the main entrance, near the tailor, it's empty, isn't it? It'll be vacated in 3 days, Your Excellency. It's yours. You can spend up to 100 rubles to redecorate it. And I'm giving you a raise of 240 rubles a year. Please allow me to kiss Your Excellency's hand. Yes, yes. Tatyana. The elder maid entered. Bring in my blue velvet coat. This is a gift for your wife. It cost me 150 rubles, actually only 85, and I've worn it only twice, actually more than 20 times. And here's a present for your daughter. Anna Petrovna gave the manager a very small lady's watch. I paid 300 rubles for it, actually only 120. I know how to reward, nor will I forget in the future. I indulge young people's foolish pranks. Having dismissed the manager, Anna Petrovna called Tatyana once again. Ask Mikhail Ivanych to come in. No, wait. It'll be better if I go in to see him. She was afraid that her messenger would convey the gist of the manager's news to her son's lackey, and that he in turn would tell her son. Then the bouquet of flowers would wither, so to speak, and the force of her words wouldn't have quite the same effect on her son. Mikhail Ivanych was lying down and twirling his mustache with considerable satisfaction. What on earth does she want now? He wondered. I don't have any smelling salts in here. He got up when his mother entered, but he saw a look of contemptuous triumph on her face. She sat down and said, take a seat, Mikhail Ivanych. Let's have a little chat. She smirked at him for some time. At last she said, I am very pleased, Mikhail Ivanych. Can you guess why? I don't know what to think, Mom. You re-behaving so strangely. You'll see that it's not really so strange, just think a little bit and perhaps you'll guess why. Another long silence. He was in a quandary while she savored her triumph. You can't guess? Then I'll tell you. It's simple and natural. If you had even a spark of nobility, you'd have guessed. Your lover. In their earlier conversation, Anna Petrovna had minced her words, but now there was no reason to do so. Her enemy had been deprived of the means to defeat her. Your lover, Donti object Mikhail Ivanych you yourself have declared that she's your lover, that creature of low origin poor breeding and bad manners, even that despicable creature. Mom, I don't wish to hear such words used to describe the young woman who will soon become my wife. I wouldn't have used them if I ever supposed that she would become your wife. But I began with the aim of explaining that this will never be and why it will never be. Allow me to finish. Then you'll feel free to reproach me for any words you still consider inappropriate. As for now, allow me to finish. I wish to say that your lover that creature. Without a name, with no upbringing, manners, or feeling, even she has put you to shame, even she has understood the full indecency of your intention. What? What are you saying, Mom? Tell me. You're the one causing the delay. I wish to say that even she, do you understand, even she was able to understand and appreciate my feelings, even she, after learning of your proposal from her own mother, sent her father to inform me that she would never oppose my wishes and would not dishonor our family with her besmirched name. Mom, are you deceiving me? To my great good fortune and yours, I am not. She says that. But Mikhail Ivanych was no longer in the room. He was on his way out, throwing on his overcoat. Hold him, Peter, hold him! Shouted Anna Petrovna. Peter stood by gaping at such an extraordinary order while Mikhail Ivanych was already descending the stairs. 9. Well, what happened? Marya Alexeyevna asked her husband when he returned. Everything's fine, my dear. She knew everything already, and said, "How dare you?" I said, "We don't, Your Excellency. Vera has just refused him." "What? What did you say? Is that what you blurted out, you stupid ass?" "Marya Alexeyevna. Ass. Scoundrel. Murderer. Assassin. Here's what you get." She slapped her husband's face. "And here. Again. Let that be a lesson to you, you moron." She seized his hair and began to pull. This lesson must have lasted quite a while because Chernyshevsky, upon rushing into their drawing room at the conclusion of his mother's admonitions and long pauses, still found Marya Alexeyevna's instruction in full swing. You didn't even lock the door. Strangers can walk in and see God knows what. You should be ashamed, you swine." That was all Marya Alexeyevna could find to say. "Where's Vera Pavlovna? I must see her at once. Is she really going to refuse me?" Circumstances were so difficult that Marya Alexeyevna could only throw up her hands. The same thing happened to Napoleon after the Battle of Waterloo, where Marshal Grouchy had proved to be as stupid as Pavel Konstantinich and Lafayette had begun to make a row like Viroka. Napoleon had fought and struggled, had achieved great feats of military art, but all to no avail. He could only throw up his hands and say, "I give up. Let everyone do what they want with themselves and with me." 24. "Vera Pavlovna. Are you really refusing my offer? Judge for yourself. How can I not refuse you? Vera Pavlovna. I've offended you cruelly. I'm guilty and deserve to be shot, but I can't bear your refusal / and so on and so forth." Viroka listened to him for several minutes. Finally it was time to put a stop to it. It was too painful. "No, Mikhail Ivanich, enough. Stop. I cannot consent. If that's the case, I beg you for one mercy. At the moment you're still too keenly aware of my insult. But don't give me your answer now. Let me have some time to earn your forgiveness. I may appear base and mean to you, but watch, perhaps I'll mend my ways. I shall make every effort to do so. Help me. Don't push me away now. Give me some time. I'll do anything you say. You'll see how obedient I can be. Perhaps you'll even discover some good in me. Just give me time." "I pity you / said Viroka. "I recognize the sincerity of your love." "Viroka. This isn't love at all. It's a mixture of tawdry vulgarity and filthy rubbish. That's not what love is. Not every man who finds it upsetting to have his offer refused actually loves the woman. That's not love at all." But Viroka still doesn't know all this, and she's touched. "You don't want me to give you my answer now? All right. But I'm warning you, a delay will lead nowhere. I shall never give you any other answer than the one I gave you today. I'll earn it, I'll earn another answer. You'll save me." He seized her hand and began to kiss it. Just then Marya Alexeyevna entered the room. In a sudden burst of emotion she wanted to bestow her blessing on these dear children without going through any formalities, that is, without Pavel Konstantinich. Afterward she would summon him and they would bless the couple again formally. Chernyshevsky shattered half her joy when he explained with many kisses that although Vera Pavlovna hadn't yet given her consent, she hadn't refused, she had postponed her answer. It was not very good news, but it was much better than before. Chernyshevsky returned home victorious. There was more talk about income from the house, and once again Anna Pavlovna had no choice but to resume fainting. Marya Alexeyevna had absolutely no idea what to think about Viroka. In both word and deed her daughter appeared to be contradicting her wishes. But now it turned out that her daughter had overcome all obstacles that had stymied Marya Alexeyevna. To judge by the progress of this affair, it seemed that Viroka was hoping for the same outcome as she, Marya Alexeyevna. However, being the learned and refined person she was, her daughter was manipulating the material in a different way. But if that was the case, why didn't she say to Marya Alexeyevna, "Mama, calm yourself. I want the same thing as you. Or does she resent me so much that in a matter like this where we both need to work together she wants to proceed without her Maria Alexeyevna could easily understand why Veroka would postpone her answer. She wanted to teach her suitor such a good lesson that he wouldn't dare draw a single breath without her permission, and so that his mother Anna Petrovna would be forced into submission. She was obviously more cunning even than Maria Alexeyevna. When she thought about it, her reflections brought her to just such a conclusion. But Maria Alexeyevna's eyes and ears were constantly seeing evidence to the contrary. What if her conclusions were wrong? If her daughter had no real intention of marrying Storozhnikov? She was such a wild beast, Maria Alexeyevna had no idea how to tame her. In all likelihood that worthless Verka didn't want to get married, that was beyond doubt. Maria Alexeyevna had too much common sense to be deluded by her own cunning conclusion that Veroka was a skillful schemer. But this girl was arranging it so that if she did marry him, and the devil only knows what she had in mind, perhaps even that, then she would be the undisputed mistress, holding sway over her husband, his mother, and even the house. What was there left to do? Wait and see, nothing more. Right now Verka still doesn't want it, but she could get used to the idea. Stranger things have happened. She might even come to want it. One might even intimidate her a bit, only at the right time. But for now one can only wait until that time comes. So Maria Alexeyevna waited. Nevertheless, the conclusion that Verka was moving toward a match, although in complete opposition to her own good common sense, was still very tempting. Everything except for Veroka's words and actions confirmed this interpretation. The suitor behaved as smooth as silk. His mother protested for 3 weeks or so, but the son kept returning to the question of the house, and his mother began to yield. She expressed a desire to make Veroka's acquaintance, but Veroka would not go to see her. At first Maria Alexeyevna thought that had she been in Veroka's place she would have behaved more cleverly, even gone to see her, but after she gave it some thought she realized that it was much more clever not to go. Oh, what a sly trick! Indeed, 2 weeks later Anna Petrovna herself dropped in under the pretense of wishing to inspect the redecoration of the new apartment. She was very cold, scathingly gracious. After hearing 2 or 3 biting words, Veroka withdrew to her own room. Until she actually left, Maria Alexeyevna thought that she really shouldn't leave, that she should counter with even sharper words. But after Veroka left, Maria Alexeyevna understood at once, yes, it was best to leave. Let her son finish her off. 2 weeks later Anna Petrovna dropped in again, this time without any pretext for the visit. She simply said that she'd come for a visit and made no caustic remarks in Veroka's presence. And so time passed. The suitor gave Veroka gifts. They were presented through Maria Alexeyevna and of course remained in her possession, just like Anna Petrovna's watch, but not all of them. The less expensive ones were passed along to Veroka. Maria Alexeyevna said they were unredeemed items left in pawn. After all, the suitor ought to see a few gifts displayed on his intended. When he did see them, he became convinced that Veroka had decided to accept his proposal. Why else would she have accepted his presents? But why the delay? He understood, and Maria Alexeyevna explained. She was waiting until Anna Petrovna's spirit was completely broken. And with redoubled ardor he ran his mother through her paces, an occupation that provided him no little pleasure. Thus Veroka was left in peace. She was even pampered. She found this base civility disgusting and tried to be in her mother's presence as little as possible. Maria Alexeyevna no longer dared enter her daughter's room. When Veroka sat there, which she did almost all day long, she was never disturbed. Occasionally she would allow Mikhail Ivanich to call upon her. He was as obedient as a child. When she told him to read, he would do so with the fervor of a student preparing for an examination. He gained very little from his reading, still he got something out of it. She tried to help him. He found conversation more comprehensible than books and made some progress, slow minimal, but progress nonetheless. He began to treat his mother with a little more decency, preferring the bridle to the lunch to keep her in check. 3 or 4 months passed in this way. There was a truce, tranquility prevailed, but on any day the stoitil could break. Veroka's heart was weary with such painful waiting. If not Tota Yi then tomorrow either Mikhail Ivanik or Marya Alexeyevna would start pestering her again and demand her consent. Surely they weren't going to endure the wait forever. If I wanted to create powerful confrontation slow I would provide a thunderous resolution for this predicament. In fact it wasn't like that at all. If I wanted to entice you with uncertain deal I wouldn't be telling you now that nothing of the sort took place. But since I'm writing without setting any traps I'll say in advance that there will be no thunderous confrontation, this predicament will be resolved without storm thunder or lightning. CHAPTERTWO. First love and legal marriage. It's well known how such situations would have turned out in the old days. A fine young girl from a vile family with a vulgar man whom she doesn't like forced upon her as a suitor. He's a worthless, good-for-nothing character who would have gotten even worse, except that once taken under tow, he submits. Little by little he starts to approximate an ordinary fellow, if not a good one, then at least not too bad a one either. At first the girl won't have him at all, then she begins to get accustomed to having him under her control. She becomes convinced that he represents the lesser of two evils, that is, between a husband like him and a family like hers, he's the lesser evil, and eventually she makes her admirer a happy man. At first she's disgusted to learn what it means to make him a happy man in the absence of love, but her husband is so obedient. As we say, you may even come to like it once you get used to it. She develops into an ordinary, upstanding lady, that is, a woman good in and of herself, but one who becomes reconciled with mediocrity, and merely whiles away her life on earth. This is how it used to be with splendid young women and splendid young men. They all became good people who also lived on earth for no good reason, except to while their lives away. This was the way it was then because there were so few decent folk. The crop in the old days was so small that, as the proverb says, each ear of corn stood so far from the others that not one could make itself heard even by shouting. But neither a young man nor a young woman can live life all alone without withering, therefore they would either wither or become reconciled to mediocrity. But nowadays other options are becoming more and more available. Decent people have begun to meet one another. This development is inevitable, since each year the number of decent people has been growing. In time it will be the most common option, in even more time it will become the only option because all people will be decent. Then everything will be very wonderful indeed. Everything is fine with Viroka now. That's why I'm recounting her story, with her permission, since, as far as I know, she's one of the first women whose life was arranged so well. The earliest examples retain historical interest. The first swallow always attracts considerable attention from northerners. The episode that marked the turning point of Vera's life was as follows. The time came to prepare her younger brother to enter the gymnasium. 25 Viroka's father began to solicit from among his co-workers the name of an inexpensive tutor. One of his colleagues recommended a medical student named Lepukhov. Lepukhov had given some 5 or 6 lessons before he and Viroka set eyes on each other. He worked with Fedya at one end of the apartment, while she kept to her own room at the other. As the date of Lepukhov's exams at the academy neared, he moved his lessons from the morning to the evening because he needed his mornings to study. Arriving one evening, he found the whole family at tea. There were familiar people sitting on the divan, the pupil's father and mother. The young lad was sitting on a chair next to his mother. A little way off sat an unfamiliar person, a tall, slender young woman, with a rather dark complexion and black hair. Nice, thick hair and dark eyes. Nice eyes, very nice eyes, and with a southern type of face, as if born in the Ukraine, or more likely the Caucasus. No matter, it's a very pretty face, only rather cold, not at all southern in that respect. She looks healthy. If all people were that healthy, there'd be fewer of us medics around. Yes, indeed, she has a healthy blush and an ample bosom. She'll never need a stethoscope. When she enters society she'll produce quite an impression. All the same, I'm really not interested in her. Meanwhile, she looked at the tutor as he entered the room. No longer a youth, The student was of medium height, a little taller than average, with dark chestnut-colored hair, regular, even handsome features, and a proud, bold look. Not bad, and probably kind, but too serious. She didn't add, all the same, I'm really not interested in him. 25 The principal secondary school in the Tsarist educational system. Most gymnasia were established after the statutes on school organization of 1803 and 1804, which provided for the founding of such a school in each provincial capital. The curriculum emphasized classical studies and prepared students for entrance to university or cities as well as for service in the state bureaucracy. Because that question had never even occurred to her. Hadn't Fedaya already told her so much about him that she was bored to death? He's very kind, sister, but not too talkative. I told him, sister, that you were the beauty around here, and he says, so what of it? And sister, I told him everyone loves a beauty. And he says everyone's stupid. And I said, don't you? And he says I have no time. And sister, I asked him, so you don't want to make Viroka's acquaintance? And he says I have a lot of acquaintances already. Fedaya blurted all this out right after his first lesson and blathered on in the same way with several additions. So sister, today I told him that everyone looks at you wherever you go. And sister, he says good for her. Then I said, don't you want to have a look at her? And he says I'll get to see her soon enough. And afterward, and then sister, I told him what dainty hands you have, and he says you just feel like chattering. Can't you find something more interesting to go on about? The tutor learned from Fedaya everything there was to know about his sister. Lepukhov tried to stop him from talking about family affairs, but how do you prevent a 9-year-old child from blurting out everything unless you intimidate him? You may manage to interrupt him by the 5th word or so, but by then it's too late. Children begin without any preface, they proceed straight to the heart of the matter. So mixed in with all sorts of comments on various family matters, the tutor heard the following observations: my sister has such a rich suitor. But Mama says he's stupid. Mama's working hard to woo Vera's suitor. Mama says my sister has snared her suitor very skillfully. Mama says I'm clever, but Viroka's even cleverer. Mama says we'll drive his mother out of the house / and so on and so forth. Naturally, being in possession of such information about each other, these two young people had little desire to become acquainted. So far, however, we know only that this was natural on Viroka's part. She hadn't reached that stage of development where she would attempt to subdue the savage or tame the brute. She had no other fish to fry. She was glad to be left in peace. She was like a battered and tormented person who had somehow managed to assume a position where her broken arm had stopped throbbing and the pain in her side had abated. She was afraid to stir lest the previous aches return in all her joints. Why should she be interested in making any new acquaintances, especially among other young people? Yes, that's the way it was with Viroka. But what about him? He was a loner, according to Fedaya, whose head was stuffed with books and anatomical specimens which constitute the greatest pleasure and the sweetest nourishment for the soul of a good medical student. Or had Fedaya slandered him? 91. 2. No, Fedaya hadn't slandered him. Lepukhov was precisely that kind of student whose head was stuffed with books, which ones, we'll soon see as a result of Marya Alexeyevna's bibliographical research, and with anatomical specimens. Unless your head was stuffed full of anatomical specimens, it was impossible to become a professor. And Lepukhov was planning to become one. But just as we see that he'd learned very little about Viroka from the information communicated to him by Fedaya, we must supplement the information provided by Fedaya about the tutor, so that we may get to know him better. As far as his finances were concerned, Lepukhov belonged to a very small minority of medical auditors, that is, students with no government stipends who manage to live without starving or freezing to death. Exactly how they manage, and on what means, God only knows. It's totally incomprehensible to mortals. But our story has no need to treat at length people suffering from nutritional deficiencies, therefore it will include only 2 or 3 details about the time when Lepukhov found himself in such indecent circumstances. He found himself in such a position for a very brief period, 3 years or so, even less. Before he entered the medical academy he'd enjoyed an abundance of nourishment. His father was a petty bourgeois from Ryazan who lived well for his station, that is, his family had meat in their cabbage soup even when it wasn't Sunday, and they drank tea every day of the week. Somehow he'd managed to send his son to a gymnasium. In addition, from the age of 15, his son began to contribute by giving lessons. The father's resources were insufficient to support the son in Petersburg. Still, during each of his first 2 years, Lopukhov received 35 rubles from home, and he managed to earn almost as much himself by copying documents freelance in one part of the Vyborg district. 26 It was precisely and only during this period that he experienced great hardship. He had no one to blame but himself. He was on the verge of being awarded a government stipend, except that he'd become involved in some sort of argument and was put out to pasture. When he was in his 3rd year, his affairs began to mend. The assistant to the local policeman offered him some lessons, then he began to find some more. During the last 2 years he was no longer existing in such need. He lived in the same apartment for over a year, in not one room but 2, which meant that he wasn't poor, along with another fortunate young man named Kirsanov. They were the greatest of friends. Both had become accustomed early to struggling to overcome obstacles without assistance. In general, there were many similarities between them. If you encountered them separately, each one would appear to have the very same character. But if you met them together, you would observe that, even though they were both very candid and solid men, Lopukhov was somewhat more reserved, while his colleague was more expansive. Now we see only Lopukhov. Kirsanov will appear much later. And as for Lopukhov considered apart from Kirsanov, we can only note what must be repeated later about Kirsanov. For example, Lopukhov was preoccupied by arranging his life after graduation, an event that was only a few months away both for him and for Kirsanov. The two men had identical plans for the future. Lopukhov knew for certain that he would become an intern in a military hospital in Petersburg. That was considered to be a fortunate placement, and soon he would receive a chair at the academy. He didn't want to have a private practice. It's a curious thing, in the last 10 years or so a number of our best medical students have decided upon graduation not to practice medicine, the only vocation that affords a medic the means of earning a decent living. At the first opportunity, they drop medicine and take up one of its auxiliary sciences, physiology, chemistry, or something of that sort. But every one of them knows that if he had a private practice, he would have a major reputation by the age of 30, a secure life by the age of 35, and by 45 great wealth. But they reason differently. You see, medicina is now in such an undeveloped state that, rather than treat patients, it's more important to prepare for the future so that doctors will possess the skill to administer treatment. And so, in the name of their beloved science, they delight in abusing medicine. Even though they devote all their efforts to it, they reject wealth, even prosperity, and, you see, they sit in hospitals making interesting scientific observations. They dissect frogs, cut open hundreds of corpses a year, and at the first opportunity they outfit themselves with a chemical laboratory. The degree of seriousness with which they pursue these steadfast intentions depends of course on the arrangement of their domestic circumstances. If it's not required by their nearest and dearest, they may never practice medicine, that is, they relegate themselves to near poverty. If compelled by family necessity, however, they engage in only enough private practice to support their family, that is, a very small amount. And they only treat patients who are genuinely ill and can actually be treated. Given the pitiful state of contemporary medicine, that is, not a very lucrative clientele. Lopukhov and Kirsanov belonged. 93. To this group of young people. They were scheduled to complete their course at the end of the year and had announced that they would take the exams, or, as they say in the academy, sit the exams, in order to receive their medical degrees. Now they were both working on their doctoral dissertations, using up an enormous quantity of frogs. Both had chosen to specialize on the nervous system. Strictly speaking, they were working together. But, as far as the actual presentation of their dissertations was concerned, their work was distinct. Each entered into his record of data only those facts that, though observed by both, were relevant to the subject of his own dissertation. Now, at last, it's appropriate to speak exclusively about Lopukh. There was a time when he was a rather serious drinker. This happened when he had no money for tea and sometimes none for boots. That kind of period is extremely conducive to bouts of drinking, not only because of a person's predisposition but also because of the enhanced possibility, it's cheaper to drink than to feed and clothe oneself. But his drinking came about as a consequence of depression over his intolerable poverty and nothing more. As for the present, there's rarely been a man who has abstained for so long, and not only with regard to alcohol. In the old days Lopukh had engaged in a rather large number of romantic adventures. Once, for example, it so happened that he fell in love with a touring dancer. What to do? He pondered and schemed, and finally set off for her apartment. "What do you want?" "I've been sent by Count so-and-so with a letter." The servant easily mistook his student uniform for that of a clerk or a special orderly. "Give me the letter." "Will you wait for an answer?" "The Count ordered me to wait." The servant returned and announced with astonishment, "You're invited to come in." "So there he is, that's the one. He cheers so loudly that I can even make out his voice from my dressing room." "How many times have you been handed over to the police for creating a disturbance in my honor?" "Twice." "Only twice? Well, and why have you come?" "To see you." "Fine. And now what?" "I don't know." "Whatever you want." "Well, I know what I want. Tea." "My breakfast." "You see, the table's been set. Sit down and join me." They made another place. She laughed at him and he laughed at himself. He was young, not bad-looking, not unintelligent, and very original. Why not have some fun with him? So she did, for 2 weeks or so, and then she said, "Clear out. I've been wanting to go, but I felt awkward." Then we part as friends. They embraced once again. Splendid. But all of this occurred a long time ago, some 3 years back, and for the last 2 years he's refrained from such pranks. In addition to his friends and 2 or 3 professors who'd recognized in him the makings of a good scientist, he met only the families. 94. Of those young people he tutored. But he only met the families. He avoided any intimacy like the plague and treated all the members of the family coldly, except for his young pupils. 3. And so Lopukh entered the room and saw the family, including Viroka, seated at tea. Of course, the family, including Viroka, saw that the tutor had entered the room. "Please be seated," said Marya Alexeyevna. "Matriona, bring another glass." 27. "If that's for me, then thank you very much, but I don't want any tea." "Matriona, no need for that glass." "What a well-mannered young man. Why don't you want any? You should have a little something." He looked at Marya Alexeyevna. Then, as if by chance, he glanced at Viroka, or perhaps it wasn't really by chance. Perhaps he had noticed the slight shrug of her shoulders. "And he's noticed that I blushed," she thought. "Thank you, but I drink tea only at home." On the other hand, he's not so shy. He entered and bowed with ease, thought the young woman sitting at one end of the table. On the other hand, if she's a spoiled brat, at least she's ashamed of her mother's vulgarity, thought the young man sitting at the other end of the table. Fedya soon finished his tea and went off to his lesson. Thus the most important result of the evening was only that Marya Alexeyevna formed a favorable impression of the tutor, seeing that her sugar bowl would most likely suffer no major losses from the rescheduling of her son's lessons from morning to evening. 2 days later the tutor once again found the family at tea. Again he refused a glass, thereby setting Marya Alexeyevna's mind completely at ease. This time there was a new face seated at the table, an officer, on whom Marya Alexeyevna fawned. Ah, he thought, the suitor. The suitor, in accordance with his uniform and station in life, I considered it necessary not merely to notice the tutor but, having done so, to size him up from head to toe with a slow, offhand glance, as is customary in good society. He'd just begun this process when he felt that the tutor was not only doing the same thing to him but even 95. Worse, he was looking him straight in the eye, and so intently that, instead of continuing with his own inspection, the suitor said, "Is your field a difficult one, Monsieur Lepukhov? I mean medicine." "It is," he replied, all the while looking him straight in the eye. The suitor noticed that his own left hand, for no good reason, was toying with the second and third buttons of his uniform. If things had gotten that bad, there was nothing left to do but drink up his glass of tea as quickly as possible in order to ask Kia Alexeyevna for another. "If I'm not mistaken, you're wearing the uniform of such and such a regiment?" asked the tutor. "Yes, I serve in that regiment," replied Mikhail Ivanich. "Have you been in it for very long?" "9 years." "Did you enter it as soon as you began to serve?" "I did." "Do you have your own company yet?" "No, not yet." "Why, he's interrogating me as if I were his orderly." "Do you hope to get one soon?" "Not for a while." The tutor considered this sufficient and terminated the interrogation, once again staring his imaginary orderly straight in the eye. "On the other hand." "On the other hand," thought Virokha, "but what is the other hand? At last I've discovered what it is. On the other hand, he behaves himself as Serge would, the man who accompanied dear Julie that time. He's no beast. But why does he say such strange things about young women, for example, that only stupid men love beautiful girls, besides. What is besides? I've discovered what it is besides. Why didn't he want to hear anything about me? Why did he say it wouldn't be interesting? Virokha, would you play something for us on the piano?" "Mikhail Ivanich and I would be delighted to listen," said Marya Alexeyevna when Virokha had put her second cup of tea down on the table. "Why not? And if you'd sing us a song, Vera Pavlovna," added Mikhail Ivanich in an ingratiating tone. "Why not? However," thought the tutor, "that why not sounds awfully like I'm willing to do anything just to get rid of you." Although he'd been sitting there for 5 minutes or so and had never glanced at her, he knew that she hadn't looked at her suitor even once except when she answered his question. Even then she looked at him exactly the same way she looked at her mother and father, coldly and without affection. 96. Something wasn't quite right, just as Fedaya had indicated. Then again, perhaps she really was a cold, proud young woman eager to enter high society to hold sway and be dazzling. Perhaps she was displeased that a better suitor for her couldn't have been found. She would accept his offer, despising him all the while, because there was no one else to lead her where she wanted to go. All this was becoming more interesting. "Fedaya, drink up quickly," said his mother. "Don't hurry him, Marya Alexeyevna, I would like to listen, if Vera Pavlovna will permit," said the tutor. Virokha picked up the first songbook that came to hand, not even looking to see what it was, opened it to the first piece she came to, and began to play mechanically. It didn't matter what or how she played, as long as she could be done with it as quickly as possible. But it happened to be an interesting piece, something out of a fairly decent opera, and the girl's playing became more animated. Upon finishing, she was about to rise. "But you promised to sing, Vera Pavlovna. If I may be so bold, I would like to hear something from Regalata." All that season La Donna Immobile was a very popular aria, to ate very well. Virokha sang La Donna Immobile, stood up, and went to her room. "No, she isn't a cold woman without a soul. This is very interesting," thought the tutor. "Was NT that nice?" said Mikhail Ivanich to the tutor in a normal tone, without sizing him up. "Why, There's no need to have poor relations with people who know how to interrogate orderlies, he thought. Why not speak to the tutor without pretensions, so as not to anger him? Yes, very nice. Do you know music very well? So. Do you play? A little. Marya Alexeyevna, who was listening to this conversation, had a happy thought. What instrument do you play, Dmitry Sergeevich? She inquired. Piano. Could we possibly ask you to favor us with a selection? Gladly. He played a piece. He performed not brilliantly, but well enough, perhaps not at all badly. After he had finished the lesson, Marya Alexeyevna went up to him and said they were having a little party the following evening, in honor of her daughter's birthday, and she wondered if he would like to attend. Clearly there was a shortage of men, as is usual at such parties. Never mind, he'd get a closer look at this girl. There was something very interesting in her or about her. Yes, thank you. I would. But the tutor was mistaken. Marya Alexeyevna had a much more important reason than providing dancing partners for the girls. Dear reader, you know, of course, well in advance that there will be a conversation between Viroka and Lopukhov which will clear up the misunderstanding between them and that they will fall in love. That goes without saying. 4. Marya Alexeyevna wanted to hold a big party on the occasion of her daughter's birthday, but Viroka begged her not to invite any guests. The former hoped to exhibit the new suitor, while the latter found the whole process very painful. They came to an understanding and agreed to hold a small party and to ask only a few of their closest acquaintances. They invited some of Pavel Konstantinik's colleagues, of course, those higher in rank and senior in position to him, 2 of Marya Alexeyevna's friends, and 3 young women who were Viroka's dearest companions. In surveying the assembled guests, Lopukhov noted that there was no shortage of men. Each young woman was paired with a young man, either a potential or an actual suitor. Consequently, Lopukhov had not been invited as a dancing partner. So what was it, then? After some thought, he recalled that his invitation had been preceded by his demonstration at the piano. So he'd been invited to reduce their expenses by eliminating the need to hire a pianist. Very well, he thought, but I beg your pardon, Marya Alexeyevna. He went up to Pavel Konstantinik. Well, Pavel Konstantinik, what do you think? Isn't it about time to play some whist? Look, the old folks are getting bored. What stakes do you play? Any at all. A hand was arranged at once and Lopukhov sat down to play. The academy in the Vyborg district is a classical institution for playing. 98. Cards. It's not at all unusual to find in someone's room, that is, in the room of some registered student, a game that's been going on for over a day and a half. It must be admitted that the sums of money that change hands at these card tables are considerably smaller than those at the English Club 29, but the level of the player's skill is much higher. Lopukhov himself was a devoted player at one time, that is, when he was at his most destitute. Mesdames, how shall we play? We could take turns, but there are only 7 of us left, we won't have enough ladies or gentlemen to make up a quadrille. The first rubber was just ending when one of the girls, the boldest, ran up to Lopukhov. Monsieur Lopukhov, you simply must dance. On one condition / he replied, rising and bowing. What's that? I invite you to dance the first quadrille. Oh, my heavens. I am already engaged for the first, but I'm free for the second. Lopukhov made another deep bow. 2 gentlemen were taking turns playing. Lopukhov asked Viroka to dance the third quadrille, she was engaged to Mikhail Ivanik for the first, and he'd promised the second to the bold young woman. Lopukhov watched Viroka and was absolutely convinced of the error in his previous view of her as a girl without a sout who, in a cold and calculating manner, was out to marry a man she despised. He now saw before him an ordinary young girl who danced and laughed from the depths of her soul. Yes, To Viroka's shame it must be admitted that she was an ordinary young girl who loved to dance. She had insisted that there be no party, but once a small one had been arranged, excluding any exhibition of her suitor, that she would have found too burdensome. Then, contrary to her own expectations, she forgot all about her grief. At that age one doesn't want to grieve, one wants to run, laugh, and make merry. The least opportunity compels one to forget one's grief for a little while. Lopukhov's sympathies were now at her disposal. Still, there was a great deal that he did not yet understand. He was intrigued by Viroka's strange predicament. "Monsieur Lopukhov, I never expected to see you dancing," she began. "Why not? Is it all that hard to dance?" "Of course it isn't, in general, but for you, of course it is." "Why is it so for me?" 99. "Because I know your secret, yours and Fedya's. You hold women in contempt." Fedya didn't quite understand my secret. "I don't hold women in contempt, but I do avoid them." "Do you know why?" "I have a fiancée who is so jealous that she told me their secret to make me avoid them." "You have a fiancée?" "Yes." "What a surprise. A student, yet already betrothed. Is she very pretty? Are you in love with her?" "Yes, she is a great beauty and I love her very much." "Is she blonde or brunette?" "I can't answer that. It's a secret." "Well, good luck to her if that's a secret. But what secret did she reveal to you which would make you avoid the society of women?" "Knowing that I don't like being in a bad mood, she conveyed such a secret to me that I can no longer look at any woman without getting into a bad mood. Therefore I avoid women." "You can't look at any woman without getting into a bad mood? You're quite expert at paying compliments." "How can I say it any other way? To pity means to be in a bad mood. Are we really so pitiful? Aren't you a woman? All I have to do is tell you your most intimate desire and you'll agree with me. It's a desire shared by all women. Tell me, please." "It is, oh, how I'd like to be a man. I have yet to meet any woman in whom I couldn't discover this most intimate desire. In the vast major ity there's no need to search for it, it expresses itself directly, with no summons necessary, as soon as the woman's the least bit upset. Then you'll immediately hear something of this sort: 'We women are such poor creatures,' or 'being a man isn't at all like being a woman,' or even the exact words, 'Why wasn't I born a man?'" Viroka smiled. It was true, these words could indeed be heard from any woman. So you see how pitiful women are. If the most intimate desire of each and every one were to be fulfilled, there would be no women at all left on earth. "Yes, that seems to be so," said Viroka. "In precisely the same way that if the most intimate desire of every 100 poor person were to be fulfilled, there would be none of them left on the earth. So you see, how can one say that women are not pitiful? They are just as pitiful as the poor. Who enjoys seeing poor people? I've found it just as disagreeable to look at women since I discovered their secret. It was revealed to me by my jealous fiancée on the day of our betrothal. Up to that time I very much enjoyed being in the company of women. Since then my enjoyment has vanished as if by magic. My fiancée cured me." "Your fiancée is a kind and clever woman." "Yes, we women are poor pitiful creatures," said Viroka. "But who is your fiancée? You speak about her so mysteriously." "That's my secret, which even Fedya won't tell you. I share the desire of the poor completely, that poverty may cease. Someday that desire will be fulfilled. Sooner or later we'll be able to organize life in such a way that there'll be no more poverty." "But no more poverty," interrupted Viroka. "I've always thought that would happen, but I've never been able to figure out how." "Tell me." "I can't, but my fiancée could. Without her I can only say that she's working on it. She's very strong, stronger than anyone else on earth. We weren't talking about her but about women. I share the desire of the poor completely, that poverty should cease, because my fiancée will accomplish that. But I'm not in agreement with women's desire that there be no more women left on earth, because that desire can't possibly be fulfilled. I can't agree with what can't be. But I have an other desire. I would like it if women would become friends with my fiancée. She'll work on their behalf as she does for so many, for everyone. If they became friends with her, I would no longer have any reason to pity them, and their most intimate desire, "Oh, why wasn't I born a man?" would soon disappear. If women got to know her well, they'd fare no worse than men. Monsieur Lepukhov. Let's dance another quadrille. Without fail. I commend you for that, he said, shaking her hand in a serene and serious manner as if he were her girlfriend or she his comrade. Which one? The last. Very well. Marya Alexeyevna brushed past them several times during that quadrille. What would she have thought of their conversation if she'd overheard it? We who heard the whole thing from beginning to end maintain that it was a very strange conversation indeed to have while dancing a quadrille. 101. Now it was time for the last one. We were talking only about me, began Lepukhov. It wasn't very polite of me to talk only about myself. Now I would like to be more polite and talk about you, Vera Pavlovna. You know that I had a much worse opinion of you than you had of me. But now? Well, we'll come back to that later. There's still one thing I can't figure out. Please explain it to me. How soon is your wedding? Never. Just as I supposed during the last 3 hours since I left the card table to come over here. Then why is he considered to be your suitor? Why is he considered to be my suitor? Why indeed? Part of it is too painful to tell. The other part I can explain. I pity him. He loves me so much. You'll say that I should tell him directly what I think about our marriage. I have. He says, don't say that. It will destroy me. Keep silent. That's the second reason. As for the first, the one you can't tell me, I can tell you, your family situation is horrible. It's tolerable now. No one torments me at the moment. They're all waiting, and they leave me alone, or almost alone. But that can't go on for very long. They'll begin to pester you again. What will you do then? Nothing. I've thought about it and have decided. I won't remain here any longer. I can become an actress. What an enviable life. Independence. Independence. And applause. Yes, that's nice too. But the main thing is independence. To do what I want, to live as I want, without asking anyone, without demanding anything from anyone, without needing anyone at all. That's the way I want to live. Fine. Splendid. Now I have a favor, I could find out how it's done, whom to come to. All right. Thank you. Viroka shook his hand. Do it at once. I want to escape as soon as possible from my vile, intolerable, humiliating position. I say, I'm calm and can bear it, but is it really true? Can't I see what's happening to my reputation? Don't I know what everyone here thinks of me? She's a conniver and a schemer. She wants to be rich, to enter high society, to be dazzling. She'll keep her husband under her thumb, twist him around her finger, deceive him. Don't I know what they all think of me? I don't want to live like this. I don't. She suddenly became pensive. Don't laugh at what I say, but I do pity him. He loves me so much. He loves you. Does he look at you the way I do or not? Does he? 102. You look at me in a simple, direct manner. No, your look doesn't offend me. You see, Vera Pavlovna, that's because. Never mind. But does he look at you the same way? Viroka blushed and remained silent. Then he doesn't love you. That's not love, Vera Pavlovna. But. Viroka didn't finish. You wanted to say, well, if it's not love, what is it? Never mind for now. But you yourself must admit that it's not love. Whom do you love most of all? I am not talking about that kind of love. I mean among your friends and relatives. No one in particular, I'm afraid. I don't love any of them very much. But wait, I recently met a very strange woman. She told me all sorts of terrible things about herself and forbade me to be on friendly terms with her. We met under extraordinary circumstances. She said that if I were ever really desperate, if it were really a matter of life or death, then I could come to her. But under no other circumstances. I love her very much. Would you want her to do something for you which she might find unpleasant or harmful? Viraka smiled. How could that be? Well, just imagine that you really wanted her to do something for you and she said, if I do this it will torment me. Would you repeat your request? Would you insist on it? I would sooner die. There. You said it yourself. Now that's love. But that love is simple affection, not passion. But what is love as passion? How is passion different from simple affection? In intensity. Thus, if love as simple affection in its weakest form, too weak when compared to passion, places you in such a relation to another person that you say it's better to die than cause that person pain. If simple affection says that, what will passion say, since it's 1,000 times more intense? It will say, I'd sooner die than demand. Ask. No, then even permit that person to do anything for me except what he himself would find pleasant. I'd sooner die than have him feel pressured or force himself. Love is the kind of passion that would say that. If it isn't, then it's pure passion and not love at all. I'll leave you now. I've said all that I have to say, Vera Pavlovna. Viraka shook his hand. Goodbye. Why don't you congratulate me? Today is my birthday. Lopukhov looked at her. It may just be. It may. If you re not mistaken, then it may be good for me too. 103. V. How sudden, how unexpected, mused Viraka, alone in her room at the end of the evening. It's the first time we've spoken together, and yet we've become so close. A half hour before we didn't know each other at all, an hour later we've become very close. How strange. No, it isn't strange at all, Viraka. People such as Lopukhov possess magic words that attract any aggrieved, offended creature. It's their fiancé who provides them with these words. But what's really strange, Viraka, though neither to you nor to me, is that you're so calm about it. Love is considered to be a disquieting emotion. But you'll fall asleep tonight like a baby, and your sleep won't be troubled or disturbed by dreams, unless you dream of happy children's games, forfeits or catch, perhaps of dancing, also happy and carefree. This may appear strange to others, but you don't know that it's strange, while I know that it's not. Anxiety in love isn't real love. If there's any anxiety, then something isn't as it should be, for love itself is happy and carefree. How strange, thinks Viraka. I myself had pondered and anticipated all that he said about the poor, about women, and about love. Where did I get it from? Was it from the books I read? No, it's not the same. Books contain hesitations and reservations. It's all so extraordinary and improbable, like a wonderful dream, only it won't come true. But to me it always seemed so simple, simpler than anything else, the most ordinary thing, impossible to be without, sure that it would be, the surest of all. I considered these books the very best there were. Take George Sand 30 for instance. She's so kind and upstanding, but in her books it's all only dreams. What about our own writers? No, they have nothing of the sort at all. Or take Dickens. 31 He has it, but he doesn't really expect it to happen, he merely desires it because he himself is so kind, but he knows that it can never be. Why don't they know that this is impossible to do without, that this really must be accomplished, that it certainly will be so that no one will ever be poor or unhappy again? Isn't this what they're all saying? No, they feel sorry, but they really think things will always stay just the way they are, maybe a little better, but still much the same. They didn't say what I've been thinking. If they had, I would have known that good, intelligent people think like that. It always seemed to me that I was all alone, the only one who thought like that, because I'm so foolish. Besides me, no one thinks like that and no one else is really waiting. But now here he is, saying that his fiancée has explained to all those who love her that everything will come to pass, just as it seemed to me. And she explained it all so clearly that everyone began to work to bring it about sooner. What a clever fiancée. But who is she? I'll find out, I really will. Yes, it'll be wonderful when there are no more poor people, when no one can coerce anyone else, when everyone is cheerful, good, and happy. And with that, Veroka fell fast asleep. She slept soundly, with no dreams. No, Veroka, it isn't strange that you've pondered all this and have taken it to heart, you simple girl, you who've never even heard the names of those who've begun to teach this way and who've proven that this must come to pass, that it certainly will, that it can't help but be. It isn't strange that you understood and took to heart those ideas that your books couldn't present clearly to you. Your books were written by people who studied these ideas when they were still just ideas, they seemed astonishing and exhilarating, but nothing more. Now, Veroka, these ideas are apparent in life, more books have been written by other people who consider these ideas splendid, but containing nothing astonishing. Veroka, these ideas are now part of the air we breathe, like the scent of fields when flowers are in bloom. These ideas penetrate everywhere, you heard them even from your drunken moth who told you that life must be lived while explaining why she'd resorted to deceit and theft. She wanted to speak against your ideas, but she herself was developing them. You heard them from the impudent, corrupt French woman who drags her lover around behind her as if he were her maid, she does with him as she chooses. Nevertheless, upon returning to her senses, she sees that she has no freedom herself. She must please others and constrain herself, and it's all very painful. Already she seems to be doubting her own life with Serge, that good, gentle, kind man, and she says, all the same, even a person as bad as I am considers such relations to be sordid. Nowadays, Veroka, it isn't hard to acquire ideas such as yours. But others don't take them to heart. You do, and that's admirable, but even that's strange. What's strange in your wanting to be a free and happy person? That desire is neither a very puzzling discovery of science nor a great feat of heroism. What's really strange, Veroka, is that there are people who don't. 105. Share this desire, who have completely different ones, perhaps it's they who will find those ideas strange, my friend, with which you can fall asleep the first night of your being in love, that from thinking about yourself, your beloved, and your love, you should begin to think that all people should be happy and that one must work to bring this about soon. But, while you don't know how strange it is, I know that it isn't strange at all, that it alone is natural and humane. It's simply humane. I feel joy and happiness means I want everyone to be joyful and happy. It's humane, Veroka, that both of these ideas are one and the same. You're a good girl, you're not foolish. Forgive me for saying it, but I find nothing astonishing about you. Perhaps half the young women I've known, perhaps more than half, I haven't counted, there are far too many, are no worse than you, and some of them, forgive me for saying so, are even better. Lepukov thinks you're a wonderful girl, no doubt about it, but it's not surprising that he should think so, since he's in love with you. And there's nothing astonishing about the fact that he's in love with you. You're quite lovable. Since he's in love, he must think about you in just that way. 6. Marya Alexeyevna brushed past her daughter and the tutor during the first quadrille, but during the second she did not appear near them, so engrossed was she in preparing some hors d'oeuvres in lieu of supper. Having finished with these labors, she inquired after the tutor, but he'd already gone. 2 days later he arrived for his lesson. The samovar was brought in, as was always the case at that time. Marya Alexeyevna came into the room where the tutor gave Fedya his lessons. Matriana usually summoned Fedaya to tea. Since the tutor didn't take tea, he wanted to remain in the classroom and use the time to read through Fedaya's notebook. But Marya Alexeyevna invited him in to sit with her, as she wanted to have a talk with him. He came in and sat down at the table. Marya Alexeyevna began by interrogating him about Fedaya's abilities, which gymnasium was better, and whether it might not be better to enroll the lad as a live-in student. The questions were natural enough, but weren't they being raised a bit prematurely? During this conversation she so earnestly and cordially urged the tutor to have some tea that he agreed to deviate from his own rule and accept a glass. Viroka came in after some time. She and the tutor exchanged bows, as if nothing had taken place between them, and Marya Alexeyevna 106 continued to talk about Fedaya. Then the conversation took a sudden, precipitous turn when she began to inquire about the tutor himself. Who was he, what was he, who were his parents, were they people of means, how did he live, and what were his plans for the future? The tutor gave adequate answers, but remained rather vague. He had a family, they lived in the provinces, they were not wealthy, he supported himself by giving lessons, and he planned to become a doctor in Petersburg. In a word, nothing much came of the inquiry. Confronting such obstinacy, Marya Alexeyevna got to the point in a more direct manner. So you say that you'll become a doctor here? Well, thank God Petersburg doctors can earn a living. What about a family? Do you have your eye on a nice girl? What's all this? The tutor had almost forgotten about his fantastic fiancée and was just about to say, no, I don't when he suddenly thought, so she overheard our conversation. He was very amused. What an absurd story he'd thought up then. Why did I devise such an allegory? It wasn't needed at all. 32 And now just look. They say that propaganda is harmful. Look at the effect it's had on a woman whose heart is pure and who is not disposed to do evil. Well, so she overheard and understood he. What of it? Yes, indeed I do, said Lopukhov. Are you engaged? I am. Formally or just an understanding between the two of you? Formally. Poor Marya Alexeyevna. She had overheard the words my fiancé, your fiancé, I love her very much, she is very beautiful, and she had been reassured that the tutor had no designs on her daughter. By the second quadrille she could devote herself entirely to preparing some hors d'oeuvres in lieu of supper. But now she wanted to hear this reassuring story in greater detail and with more substance. She continued her questions. Everyone enjoys hearing reassuring conversations. In any case, it was curious, everything was curious. The tutor provided more substance, although he preferred to keep his answers brief. Was his fiancée attractive? Extraordinarily so. Was there a dowry? No, but she would inherit a fortune. How large? Very. Enormous. Indeed. Over 100,000 rubles. Much more. How much? Why talk about it? Suffice it to say that it was very large. In cash? Yes, that too. Proper tie, perhaps. That too. How soon? Very. And when will the wedding be? Soon. As it should be, Dmitri Sergeich, and before she comes into her inheritance, because afterward there'll be no getting rid of suitors. Absolutely true. And how was it that God had sent him such good fortune and that no one else had snatched her away? Just so. Almost no one else knows that she's to inherit a fortune. But he had found out about it? Yes. How? He had to confess that he'd been inquiring for some time before he discovered it. Was he sure that it was true? Indeed, he'd checked all the documents himself. Himself? Yes. Right away. Right away? Of course. Who in his right mind would take one step without checking? Precisely, Dmitri Sergeich, not one step. What good fortune! Surely the answer to his parents' prayers. No doubt. Marya Alexeyevna had taken a liking to the tutor from the moment she found out that he didn't drink tea. Clearly he was a sound and solid man. He said little, but that was all to the good. He was no chatterbox. And what he said well, especially concerning money. But as of the other evening she realized that the tutor was an excellent find, mainly as a result of his refusal to flirt with young ladies in any family where he was employed. Such an absolute prohibition is rare among our young people. By now she was completely satisfied with him. He was a very solid man indeed. Why, he'd never even bragged about having a rich fiancé. She'd had to pry each and every word out of him. And how he'd managed to sniff out the fortune. Obviously he'd been searching for a wealthy fiancé for some time, and just look how he'd managed to insinuate himself into her graces. Well, he certainly knows how to conduct his own affairs. He checked the documents himself, right away, he says. Who in his right mind, he says, would take one step? He's a young man of unusual solidity. At first Viroka could hardly refrain from smiling too noticeably, but gradually it occurred to her, how did it? No, it couldn't be. Yes, it could. That while Lopukhov was answering Marya Alexeyevna's questions, he wasn't talking to her at all but to Viroka. He was playing a trick on Marya Alexeyevna and was in all earnestness telling only her, Viroka, the whole truth and nothing but. Was she just imagining this, or was it really so? Who knows? He did, and she would soon. As for us, chances are there's no need for us to know, we only need the facts. And the fact was that at first Viroka smiled while listening to Lopukhov, then realized that in all earnestness he was speaking to her, not to Marya Alexeyevna, and that he was not joking, but telling the truth. Marya Alexeyevna, who had listened very intently to Lopukhov right from the beginning, turned to Viroka and said, Viroka, my dear, why are you sitting there like an oaf? By now you're well enough acquainted with Dmitri Sergeich. You should ask him to accompany you on the piano while you sing some 108 thing. What she really meant was, we have great respect for you, Dmitri Sergeich, and would like for you to become a close friend of our family. And you, Viroka, should not be shy with Dmitri Sergeyevich. I'll tell Mikhail Ivanich that he already has a fiancé, and he won't be jealous. That was the meaning of her words for Viroka, and for Dmitri Sergeich he was now no longer the tutor in Marya Alexeyevna's mind, but Dmitri Sergeich. As for Marya Alexeyevna herself, these words had yet a third, very natural and genuine meaning, we must flatter him. When he's rich, that rascal's friendship may eventually come in handy. That was the gist of Marya Alexeyevna's words as far as she herself was concerned. But in addition, there was also a private meaning. After I've flattered him, I'll tell him how modest our means are and how difficult it is for us to pay 1 ruble per lesson. Marya Alexeyevna's words contained all these meanings. Dmitri Sergeich said that he would finish the lesson first and then he'd be glad to play something on the piano. 7. Marya Alexeyevna's words had many meanings, and no fewer results. Concerning their most private meaning, that is, a reduction in the cost of the lessons, she was more successful than she'd hoped to be. 2 lessons later, when she once again raised the issue of their modest means, Dmitri Sergeich began to bargain, and bargain he did. For a long time he didn't give in, but held out for 75 kopecks. You recall that at the time there were still coins worth 75 kopecks. Marya Alexeyevna never thought that he would go any lower, but contrary to all her expectations, she managed to knock the price down to 60 kopecks. It would seem that the private meaning of her words, the hope of reducing the price, contradicted her own opinion of Dmitri Sergeich, not Lopukhov, but Dmitri Sergeich, as a greedy scoundrel. Why should such a money grubber conduct his financial affairs with any regard for their need? And if he did so, then she ought to have been disappointed to find him so frivolous, and consequently so harmful an influence. Of course, she would have reached that very conclusion had it concerned anyone else's business. But human nature is such that it's difficult to judge one's own affairs according to any general rule. People love to make exceptions in their own favor. When Collegiate Secretary Ivanov assures Collegiate Counselor Ivan Ivanych that he's devoted to him heart and soul, Ivan Ivanych knows full well that he can't expect such devotion from anyone. Moreover, he knows that Ivanov in particular has sold his own father for a decent price at least. 109. 5 times before, thereby outdoing Ivan Ivanych himself, who sold his father only 3 times. Nevertheless, Ivan Ivanych believes that Ivanov is devoted to him, that is, he doesn't really believe it, but is favorably disposed toward him, and even if he doesn't believe it, he allows him to make a fool of him, all of which indicates that he believes him anyway, even though he really doesn't. What would you have us do with this characteristic of the human heart? It's bad, even harmful. Unfortunately, Marya Alexeyevna wasn't exempt from this failing shared by almost all money grubbers, schemers, and good-for-nothings. Exceptions to the rule can be found only in 2 extreme cases of moral worth: either the man is a transcendental scoundrel, an 8th wonder of the world as regards knavish virtuosity on the order of Ali Pasha Yaninsky of Albania, Ahmet Cezar of Syria, or Mehmet Ali of Egypt, who hoodwinked European diplomats as if they were babes in arms, as Cezar did Napoleon the Great, at a time when swindling enveloped every living soul like an absolutely impenetrable coat of armor. 33 It was virtually impossible to break through it to any human weakness, pride, ambition, lust for power, self-love, nothing. But there are extremely few heroes of such swindles, and they can rarely be found on European soil, where the virtuosity of deception suffers from many human frailties. Therefore, if someone points to a swindler and says, "No one will ever succeed in duping that man," you may boldly wager 10 rubles to 1, even though you may not be as cunning, that you will hoodwink him, if only you want to. And you may boldly wager 100 rubles to 1 that he's prone to deluding himself one way or another, since the most common, general characteristic of all swindlers is that they delude themselves in some way. Louis Philippe and Met Emich seem to be real experts, but look how beautifully both managed to ride their own delusions from Paris and Vienna all the way to lush locales and bucolic backwaters where they could enjoy the sight of some local yokel herding sheep. 34 While en Apo, Leon was so clever, much cleverer than the 2 of them put together. In addition, he was said to possess a brilliant intellect, but he deluded himself and landed on Elba. And, as if that wasn't enough, he went even further and succeeded so well that he deluded himself all the way to St. Helena. 35 It was so very difficult, almost impossible, yet he managed to overcome all obstacles en route to that island. Just read Charas's History of the Campaign of 1815, 36. It poignantly portrays the zeal and skill with which he deluded himself. Alas, even Marya Alexeyevna wasn't exempt from this harmful proclivity. There are very few people whose consummate skill in deceiving others can serve as a suit of armor against self-delusion. On the other hand, there are lots of people whose simple purity of heart serves them admirably in this respect. According to the testimony of all the Vidocks and Vankakanes of the world, there's no task more difficult than duping a sincere, honest man if he has the least bit of intelligence and life experience. 37 Reasonably intelligent individuals are never hoodwinked individually. But they possess another, equally harmful form of this human frailty: they are subject to mass delusion. A swindler will never be able to lead a single individual by the nose, but as for a large group taken together, their noses are always ready and willing. Meanwhile, the swindlers, weak as individuals and each led by his own nose, when taken together can never be led by their noses. That's the whole secret of world history. But there's really no need to delve into world history here. We're telling a tale, so let's get on with it. The first result of Marya Alexeyevna's words was a reduction in the price of the tutor's lessons. The second, as a direct consequence of the first, was that Marya Alexeyevna became even more convinced of the tutors, i.e., no longer the tutors, but Dmitry Sergeitch's, absolute reliability. She even came to the conclusion that conversations with him would be useful for Viroka and might make her more inclined to marry Mikhail Ivanych. This conclusion was very brilliant indeed, and Marya Alexeyevna would never have arrived at it on her own, had she not encountered clear, incontrovertible proof of Dmitry Sergeich's beneficial influence on Viroka. We shall now see how she acquired this proof. The third result of Marya Alexeyevna's words was, naturally, that Viroka and Dmitry Sergeich began to spend a considerable amount of time together, with the mother's permission and encouragement. After finishing his lessons around 8 o'clock, Lopukhov would remain at the Rizalsky house for another 2 or 3 hours. He'd play a game of cards with the lady of the house, the man of the house, and the suitor. He'd chat with them, he'd play the piano while Viroka sang, or she'd play while he listened. Sometimes he'd talk with Viroka. Marya Alexeyevna wouldn't object or interfere, although, of course, she'd never leave them alone without supervision. Oh, no, it goes without saying, she never left them alone, even though Dmitry Sergeich was a very fine young man. The old saying still rings true, don't hide things carelessly and you won't lead a thief into temptation. She had no hesitation whatever in considering Dmitry Sergeich a thief, not in any critical way, but in a commendable one. Or else why should she respect him and want to make him a close acquaintance? One doesn't want to associate with fools, does one? Of course one should associate with fools when there's something to be gained by it. But so far Dmitry Sergeich had nothing of his own, therefore, one could cultivate his friendship only for his virtues, that is, for his intelligence, reliability, prudence, and ability to manage his own affairs. And if every person has the devil knows what in mind, then all the more need to beware of such a clever man. Consequently, one would have to watch him very carefully. Marya Alexeyevna did just that. But all of her observations only confirmed Dmitry Sergeich's reliability and trustworthiness. How, for example, could one have detected the presence of amorous intrigues? By his peeking down her corset. Well, when Viroka plays the piano and Dmitry Sergeich stands right next to her listening, Marya Alexeyevna watches to see whether he will peek down her corset. No, not even close. Sometimes he doesn't even look at Viroka, but elsewhere, wherever his gaze leads, or else he does look at her, straight in the eye, so simply and coolly that it's immediately clear he's doing so only out of politeness, while he himself is thinking about his fiancée's dowry. His eyes are never on fire as Mikhail Ivanich's are. How else might amorous activities be recognized? By words of love. But no such words are heard. In fact, they hardly speak to each other. He talks 112 more with Marya Alexeyevna. Or else he started bringing books to Vera Pavlovna. Once when Viroka had gone to visit a friend, Mikhail Ivanich was paying a kali on Marya Alexeyevna. Marya Alexeyevna picked up some of these books and brought them in to show him. Have a look, Mikhail Ivanich. I've almost figured out the title of this French book all by myself, Gostinaya 38. That must mean it's a manual on social etiquette, but I can't make out the German one. No, Marya Alexeyevna, it's not Gostinaya, it's Destiny, 39. That means destiny. What kind of destiny? Is that the title of a novette, a fortune-telling guide, or a book on dream interpretation? Well, Marya Alexeyevna, let's have a look and find out. Mikhail Ivanich flipped through a few pages. Most of it deals with series. Marya Alexeyevna. 40. It's a scholarly book. Series. That's good, that means how to conduct monetary transactions. Yes, that's what it's all about, Marya Alexeyevna. Well, and what about the German book? Mikhail Ivanich, read the title slowly, On Religion by Ludwig, that is by Louis XIV. Marya Alexeyevna. It's a book by Louis XIV. He was King of France. Marya Alexeyevna, the father of the king whose place is now occupied by Napoleon 41. That means it's a book on religious matters. Yes indeed, Marya Alexeyevna. That's good, Mikhail Ivanich. Although I know that Dmitry Sergeyevich is a respectable young man, nevertheless you have to keep your eye on each and every young man. Of course, that's not what he has in mind, Marya Alexeyevna, but all the same, I'm very grateful to you for your vigilance. One must be vigilant, Mikhail Ivanych, a mother's obligation is to protect her daughter's purity. I can vouch for Virokaz. But here's what I'm wondering, Mikhail Ivanych, what religion was the King of France? Catholic, naturally. And in his book, is he trying to convert others to the papist religion? I think not, Marya Alexeyevna. If a Catholic archbishop had written it, then undoubtedly he'd be trying to convert others to the papist religion. But a king wouldn't concern himself with such matters. As a wise ruler and politician, he simply wishes to instill piety. Well, what more is to be said? Marya Alexeyevna couldn't help but see that Mikhail Ivanych, in spite of his limited intelligence, was very sound in his reasoning. Nevertheless, she wished to clarify matters once and for all. 2 or 3 days later she said to Lopukhov, while playing a game of preference with him and Mikhail Ivanych, "Say, Dmitry Sergeich, I want to ask you something. Did the father of the preceding king of France, the one whose place is now occupied by Napoleon, did he order baptism in the papist religion?" 42. No, Marya Alexeyevna, he did not. And is the papist religion a good thing, Dmitry Sergeich? No, Marya Alexeyevna, it is not. I play the 7 of diamonds. I only asked out of curiosity, Dmitry Sergeich. Although I'm not an educated woman, I thought it would be interesting to know. How many did you fail to write off, Dmitry Sergeich? None, Marya Alexeyevna. They train us well at the academy. A doctor has to know how to play cards. For Lopukhov these questions remained a complete mystery. Why did Marya Alexeyevna need to know whether Philippe Galite had ordered baptism in the papist religion? After all this, wouldn't it have been excusable if Marya Alexeyevna had stopped exhausting herself as a result of this unceasing vigilance? He doesn't peek down the girl's corset, his face shows no particular emotion, and he lends her religious books. What more could one ask for? But no, Marya Alexeyevna wasn't satisfied by her own vigilance. She went so far as to arrange a test, as if she'd studied the same rule of logic that I too learned by heart: the observation of phenomena that occur in and of themselves must be verified by experiments, conduct according to a well-formulated plan, in order to ensure the most profound insight into the mysteries of such relationships. She arranged a trial as if she'd read Saxon the grammarian's account of how Hamlet was tested in the forest by a maiden. 43. 8. Hamlet's trial. One day Marya Alexeyevna announced at tea time that she had a headache. She poured out the tea, locked the sugar bowl, and then went off to lie down. Vera and Lopukhov remained sitting in the tea room, which was right next to the bedroom where Marya Alexeyevna had retired. In a few minutes the patient summoned Fedya. "Tell your sister that I can't fall asleep while they're talking. Let them move somewhere else where they won't disturb me. And say it nicely so that Dmitry Sergeich won't be offended. You know what good care he takes of you." Fedya went and conveyed his mother's request. "Why don't we move to my room, Dmitry Sergeich?" asked Virokha. "It's far enough away from mother's bedroom so that we won't disturb her." That, of course, is exactly what Marya Alexeyevna had expected. In a quarter of an hour she crept along in stocking feet, without her shoes, up to the door of Virokha's room. It was half open. Between the door and the jamb there was a nice crack. Marya Alexeyevna applied her eye to it and pricked up her ears. This is what she saw: there were 2 windows in Virokha's room with a writing desk standing between them. At one window, near one end of the desk, sat Virokha knitting a woolen scarf for her father, dutifully carrying out Marya Alexeyevna's orders. At the other window, near the other end of the desk, sat Lopukhov. He was leaning his elbow on the table and holding a cigar in his hand, his other hand was tucked into his pocket. Between them was a distance of some 2 arshins, perhaps more. 44. Virokha was looking intently at her knitting, Lopukhov at his cigar. The seating arrangement was most reassuring. This is what she heard. But must one view life in that way? These were the first words Marya Alexeyevna overheard. Yes, Vera Pavlovna, one must. In other words, those cold and practical people are telling the truth when they say that man is governed exclusively by the calculation of his own advantage. Yes, they are telling the truth. What we call sublime emotion or ideal aspiration, all that, in the general course of life, is completely insignificant in comparison with each person's pursuit of his own advantage. And in essence these things constitute the same pursuit of advantage. Take you, for example. Are you that way? What other way would I be, Vera Pavlovna? Now you'll learn about the fundamental source of my life. Up to the present time the focus of my life has been my studies, preparing me to become a doctor. Excellent. Why did my father send me to the gymnasium? He used to repeat again and again, study, Mitya. When you've learned all you can, you'll become a civil servant. You'll support your mother and me and will enjoy a good life. That's why I studied. Without that calculation my father would never have sent me to the gymnasium. Our family needed a wage earner. As for me, although I came to love my studies, I wouldn't have wasted the time if I hadn't thought the investment would yield a good return. Soon I neared the end of my course in the gymnasium. I persuaded my father to let me enter the medical academy instead of taking a post in the civil service. How did this come about? My father and I realized that doctors live much better than low-ranking civil servants or even department heads, which was as high a rank as I could reach. That's the reason I wound up in the academy and why I stayed there, for a big hunk of bread. Without that calculation I would neither have entered the academy nor remained there. But surely you loved your studies in the gymnasium and then you came to love medical science. Yes, but that was icing on the cake. It may even be useful for achieving success. But while you can get along without icing, you can't manage without cake. Love for science was only a result of the process, not its motive. My real motive has always been one and the same. Advantage. Let's assume that you're right. Yes, you are right. All actions, as far as I can see, can be explained by advantage. But isn't that theory rather cold? Theory is supposed to be cold. The mind is supposed to make judgments about things coldly. But it's merciless. It shows no mercy toward fantasies that are empty and harmful. But it's prosaic. Poetic form isn't appropriate for science. So this theory, whose validity I have no choice but to accept, condemns people to a cold, pitiless, prosaic life. No, Vera Pavlovna. The theory is cold, but it teaches man how to procure warmth. A match is cold, as is the side of the matchbox against which it's struck, as is the wood, but together they produce the fire that cooks our food and heats our bodies. This theory is pitiless, but by following it people will cease to be pitiful objects of idle compassion. A lancet isn't supposed to bend, or else we'd have to pity the patient who'd be no better off for our pity. The theory is prosaic, but it reveals the genuine motives of life. Poetry resides in the truth of life. Why is Shakespeare the greatest poet? Because his works contain more of the truth of life and less delusion than those of other poets. Then I too will be merciless, Dmitry Sergeich said Viroka with a smile. Don't be deluded into thinking that you've discovered in me a stubborn opponent to your theory regarding the calculation of advantage, or that you've made a new convert. For some time I've been thinking along the same lines as I've read in your book and heard from you. But I used to think that these were my own personal thoughts and that intelligent, learned people thought otherwise, therefore I hesitated. Most of what one used to read was written in opposition and is full of censure and sarcasm against what one observes in oneself and in others. Nature, life and reason lead in one direction while books lead in another by saying it's all foolish and base. You know, those objections I expressed to you were in part comical even to me. Yes, they are, Vera Pavlovna. However, she said laughing, we're paying each other unusual compliments. I say, Dmitry Sergeich, you shouldn't feel so smug. And you say you're very amusing with your doubts, Vera Pavlovna. Well, said he also with a smile, it's not in our own interests to pay compliments, so we don't pay compliments. Very well, Dmitry Sergeich. People are egoists, isn't that so? You've been talking about yourself, now I want to talk about myself. And so you should. Every person thinks about himself most of all. Very we you. Let's see if I can trip you up with some questions about me. Let's see. I have a wealthy suitor. I don't like him. Must I accept his proposal? Calculate what's the most advantageous for you. The most advantageous? You know that I'm not well off. On the one hand there's my dislike for the man, on the other domination over him, an enviable position in society, wealth and hordes of admirers. 117. Consider all aspects, then choose what's most advantageous for you. And if I choose a rich husband and hordes of admirers, I'll say that you chose what you considered to be in your own best interest. And what will you feel compelled to say about me? If you acted dispassionately after thinking it all over carefully, then I'll say that you acted in a reasonable manner and most likely won't come to regret it. But will my choice be reprehensible? People who utter all sorts of nonsense may say what they like about it. People who possess a correct view of life will say that you acted as you should have. If you behaved as you did, it means that your personality is such that it was impossible for you to act differently under those circumstances. They will say that you acted out of necessity and, strictly speaking, you had no other choice. And there would be no censure for my choice. Who has the right to censure the consequences of facts, when these facts exist? Your personality in given circumstances constitutes a fact. Your actions are necessary consequences of this fact, produced by the nature of things. You don't answer for them, and it's absurd to censure them. You certainly don't retreat from your theory. So I won't earn your disapproval if I accept my suitor's proposal. I would be stupid to censure you. And so I have your permission, perhaps even your approval, perhaps even your encouragement to proceed in such a manner. My advice is always the same: calculate what's advantageous. As soon as you follow that, you have my approval. Thank you. Now my personal affairs have been settled. Let's return to the more general question. We began with the proposition that man acts out of necessity and that his actions are determined by the influences under which these actions occur. Stronger influences take precedence over weaker ones. We left the discussion as we reached the point where, when an action has everyday significance, these motives are called advantages while their interplay in a person is called the consideration of advantage. Therefore, a man always acts according to the calculation of his own advantage. Have I correctly conveyed this line of thought? You have. You see what a good student I am. Now we've finished with this particular question about those actions that have everyday significance. But there are still some problems remaining with the general. 118. Question. Your book states that man acts out of necessity. But there are some cases in which it seems that my decision to act in one way or another depends on my caprice. For example, I sit playing the piano, leafing through pages of music. Sometimes I turn the page with my left hand, sometimes with my right. Let's say that I've just turned the page with my right hand, couldn't I have used my left? Doesn't it depend on my caprice? No, Vera Pavlovna. If you turn the pages without thinking which hand to use, then you'll use the hand that's more convenient. There's no question of caprice. If you think, let me turn the page with my right hand, then you'd do so under the influence of that idea, but the idea wouldn't have come from your caprice, it would have been a necessary result of other. 45. On this last word Marya Alexeyevna ceased her eavesdropping. Well, now they've entered higher realms, it's way beyond me, and I have no need for it. What an intelligent, reliable, one might even say noble young man! What sensible rules he instills into Veroka. That's what it means to be educated. Why, if I were to tell her the same thing, she wouldn't listen to me and would even take offense. I couldn't please her because I can't talk in that educated way. But as soon as he starts talking to her like that, she listens and sees that it's all true and she agrees. Yes, The old saying is true, learning is light and ignorance is darkness. If I'd been brought up with some learning, would things still be the way they are now? I'd have had my husband promoted to the rank of general, I'd have gotten him a position in the provisions department, or in something else just as good. Well, of course I'd have to handle all his dealings with suppliers. He'd be a disaster. And I'd have built a much nicer house than this one. I'd have bought more than 1,000 serfs. But now I can't. First of all, you have to show yourself to advantage in society. How can I do that when I don't speak a word of French, or any other language, for that matter? They'd say she has no manners and is only fit to swear in the Haymarket. It just won't do. Ignorance is darkness. Yes, indeed, learning is light and ignorance is darkness. It was precisely this overheard conversation that led Marya Alexeyevna to the conclusion not only that her daughter's conversations with Dmitry Sergeevich were not dangerous for Veroka, she'd realized this before, but that they'd even be of some use to her and would assist her efforts to persuade Veroka to forsake her stupid, naive, girlish notions and bring the question of her engagement to Mikhail Ivanich to a swift and happy conclusion. 9. Maria Alexeyevna's relations with Lopukhov verge on farce and show her in a comic guise. Both of these outcomes are decidedly unintended. If I had wanted to concern myself with what we usually call artistic merit, I would have concealed Marya Alexeyevna's relations with Lopukhov, the account of which lends an air of vaudeville to this part of the novel. It would have been very easy to conceal them. The entire development of the story could have been explained without them. Would it have been surprising if, even without his friendship with Maria Alexeyevna, the tutor had had the opportunity to exchange a few words with the young woman whose brother he was tutoring? Are that many words really needed in order for love to flourish? There was no need for Maria Alexeyevna's cooperation to guarantee the outcome of Veroka's meeting with Lopukhov. But I'm recounting this affair the way it happened, rather than the way needed to establish my artistic reputation. As a novelist, I very much regret that I wrote several pages in which I stooped to the level of vaudeville. My intention to present this affair as it really was, and not as it would be most convenient to relate, creates yet another unpleasant problem. I am displeased that Marya Alexeyevna is shown in such a comic light with her reflections on the fiancé, thought up by Lopukhov, or with her fantastic speculations on the content of the books that Lopukhov gave Veroka to read, or with her discussion on whether Philippe Galite converted his subjects to Catholicism, or what kind of books were written by Louis XIV. Everyone makes mistakes, and these mistakes can become ridiculous if a person is discussing matters about which he knows nothing. But it would be unjust to conclude from Marya Alexeyevna's ridiculous blunders that her favorable opinion of Lopukhov was based on these trifles alone. No, indeed. No fantasies about a rich fiancé or a pious Philippe Galite would have clouded her common sense for one moment if she'd noticed anything the least bit suspicious in Lopukhov's actual words and behavior. But he really did behave himself in precisely the way that Maria Alexeyevna thought only a person of her own ilk would. Why, here was a spry young man who didn't peek into the corset of an attractive young woman, who did not go trailing around behind her, and who played cards with Maria Alexeyevna without making excuses. 120. Without pleading, I'd better go sit and chat with Vera Pavlovna. He discussed various matters in a way that seemed to Marya Alexeyevna to approximate her own. Just like her, he said that everything was based on advantage, that when a scoundrel acted like a scoundrel, there was no reason to get excited and whine about principles of honor that he ought to be observing, that the scoundrel was not a scoundrel for nothing, that he had to be one because of his circumstances, that not to be a scoundrel, apart from the fact that this was an impossibility, would be silly on his part, even downright absurd. Yes, Marya Alexeyevna was quite right to realize that she and Lopukhov had a great deal in common. I understand how much Lopukhov is compromised in the eyes of my enlightened public by Marya Alexeyevna's sympathy for his way of thinking. But I don't wish to play favorites and won't conceal the evidence, even if it's harmful to Lopukhov's reputation, although I have just proved how I could have hidden the more unsavory side of his relations with the Rizulsky family. I shall do even more, I shall now explain how it was that he actually deserved Marya Alexeyevna's favor. Indeed, as has been demonstrated by the conversation between Lopukhov and Viroka, his way of thinking would appeal much more to people of Marya Alexeyevna's ilk than to the eloquent advocates of various sublime ideals. Lopukhov saw things in the same way they appear to the large mass of humanity, except for these advocates of sublime ideals. If Marya Alexeyevna could repeat with considerable pleasure his advice to Viroka concerning Storyshnikov's proposal, then, with the same pleasure, he could attest to the veracity of her drunken confession to Viroka. The similarity between their views was so great that enlightened and high-minded novelists, journalists, and other instructors of our public have long since proclaimed, people such as Lopukhov are no different from Marya Alexeyevna and her ilk. If such enlightened and high-minded writers have thus understood people such as Lopukhov, can we really condemn Marya Alexeyevna for not seeing in him anything but what our best writers, thinkers, and teachers have seen? Of course, if Marya Alexeyevna had known even half of what these writers know, she'd have been smart enough to realize that Lopukhov was a bad match for her. However, in addition to the fact that she was ignorant, she had one other excuse for her mistake. Lopukhov had never said to her all that he could have. He was a propagandist, but not quite like the lovers of sublime ideals who constantly attempt to instill in the various Marya Alexeyevnas the high-minded notions with which they are so entranced within their own selves. He had enough good sense not to attempt to straighten out a 50-year-old gnarled tree. 121. Both he and she understood the facts in the same way and discussed them between themselves. As a man with a theoretical education, he could arrive at conclusions from certain facts, something that people like Marya Alexeyevna couldn't do because they knew nothing except their everyday, personal cares and common aphorisms of popular, universal wisdom, proverbs, sayings, and other similar age-old, and ancient pronouncements. As for conclusions, the two of them never went that far. If, for example, he had begun to explain the meaning of advantage, which he'd discussed with Viroka, Marya Alexeyevna would probably have winced, realizing that the advantage of his advantage was not exactly the same as that of her advantage. But Lopukhov didn't explain this to her, nor did he explain it in his conversations with Viroka, because she already understood the meaning of this word from the books that formed the basis of their conversation. Of course, it's true that in attesting to the veracity of Marya Alexeyevna's drunken confession, Lopukhov would have added, since by your own admission, Marya Alexeyevna, the new ways are better than the old, I don't forbid those people who take pleasure in it to work to establish the new order. Regarding the stupidity of people, a factor you consider to be an obstacle to setting up the new order, I'm in complete agreement with you. It is an obstacle. But, Marya Alexeyevna, you yourself won't argue when I say that people become smarter rather quickly when they realize that it's to their advantage to do so, though they hadn't noticed the necessity of doing so before. You'll also agree that they've had no previous opportunity to acquire this intelligence, but if you provide them with this opportunity, then they'll gladly make use of it. But he didn't bring the conversation to this point with Marya Alexeyevna not out of cautiousness, though he was cautious, but simply because of the same good sense and decorum that kept him from conversing with her in Latin or burdening her with the latest medical discoveries that he himself found so interesting. He possessed sufficient intelligence and discretion to refrain from inflicting on a person pronouncements that he or she could never understand. But everything I say is intended to excuse Marya Alexeyevna for not managing to sniff out what sort of man Lopukhov really was, and not as an excuse for Lopukhov himself. It would not be appropriate to exonerate him, the reasons will be made clear soon enough. While not exonerating him, some people might wish to excuse him out of love for their fellow man, they should not do so. For example, they might use the excuse that he was a medical student who studied natural science, and that this predisposed him to a materialist point of view. But that kind of excuse is very poor. There are any number of sciences that 122. Predispose one to this view, mathematics, history, social science, and all sorts of others. Is it really true that all geometers, astronomers, historians, political economists, jurisprudents, publicists, and many other sorts of scholars are all materialists? Far from it. In other words, Lopukhov does not escape blame. Compassionate people who do not seek to exonerate him could also say in his defense that he's not completely devoid of several praiseworthy characteristics. He made the firm and conscious decision to refuse any material rewards and honors for the work he did for others, finding that the best reward was pleasure in the work itself. And when he met a young woman who was so pretty that he fell in love with her, he decided to treat her with a chaste regard, purer than that with which many brothers regard their own sisters. But, in reply to this defense of his materialism, it must be stated that no man is completely devoid of redeeming characteristics, and that materialists, whatever they are still materialists, and by that very fact alone it is resolved and proved that they are base and amoral people who cannot be excused, because to do so would constitute a display of indulgence toward their materialism. Therefore, without exonerating Lopukhov, no excuse is possible. Nor can he be exonerated because the lovers of sublime ideals and the defenders of exalted aspirations, who have declared that materialists are base and amoral people, have lately shown themselves to such advantage, from the point of view of both intelligence and character, in the eyes of all decent people, materialists and non-materialists alike, that it now seems superfluous to defend anyone against their censure, while to direct attention to their words has become indecent behavior. X. Needless to say, the main theme of conversation between Virokha and Lopukhov was not which way of thinking should be considered the more justified. In general they spoke very little with each other, and their long conversations, being so infrequent, concerned only peripheral topics, such as ways of thinking and other such subjects. For they knew that a pair of very acute eyes was following their every move. Therefore, they exchanged few words about the main subject that concerned them both, and usually only when they were choosing music for playing and singing. The main subject, which was allotted so little time in their not very frequent long conversations, and which did not play a very significant role even in their short exchanges, this subject was not their feelings for each other. No, they did not exchange 123. So much as a word about them after their few vague words in their very first conversation on that festive evening. They had no time to discuss such matters. In the 2 or 3 minutes available for the exchange of ideas without fear of being overheard, they hardly managed to treat the one main subject, namely, the efforts and plans about how and when Virokha could be delivered from her terrible predicament. And this fact left them neither the time nor the inclination to discuss feelings. The morning after their very first conversation, Lopukhov investigated the means by which one can become an actress. He knew that a young girl would face many unpleasant dangers en route to a career on the stage, but he assumed that with her strength of character she might eventually achieve her goal honorably. It turned out not to be so. 2 days later, when he came for his lesson, he had to tell Virokha, "I advise you to give up the idea of becoming an actress." Why? Because you'd even do better to accept your suitor's proposal. That was the end of the conversation. This was said as they were leafing through music, he to play and she to sing. Virokha felt depressed and several times lost the beat, even though she was singing a song she knew well. When the piece was over and they began to discuss which one to choose next, Virokha managed to say, "That seemed the best way. It was painful to hear that it's not possible. But no matter. It will be harder for me to go on, but go on I will. I shall become a governess." When he returned 2 days later, she said, "I could not find out how one goes about looking for a position as governess. Could you help me, Dmitry Sergeich? I have no one besides you. It's a pity that I have so few acquaintances who might now be useful. The families in which I give lessons or used to are all people of modest means, and so are their acquaintances, but I'll try. My friend, I'm taking up your time, but I have no other choice. Vera Pavlovna, you mustn't worry about my time since now I am your friend." Virokha smiled and blushed. She'd failed to notice that she'd replaced the name Dmitry Sergeich with the words my friend. Lopukhov smiled too. You didn't mean to say that, Vera Pavlovna. You may take it back if you regret it. Vera smiled again. Too late, she said, and blushed again, but I don't regret it, she added, blushing even more. If necessary, you'll see what a loyal friend I can be. They shook hands. You have now heard in their entirety their first two conversations after that festive evening. 124. 2 days later in the Police Gazette 46 there appeared a notice to the effect that a young gentlewoman able to speak French, German, etc., was seeking a position as a governess. Inquiries should be sent to so and so, at such and such an address. In Kolomna. 47 Lopukhov now found it necessary to devote a great deal of time to Veroka's affairs. Every morning he set off, usually on foot, and went from the Vyborg district to his acquaintance in Kolomna, whose address was listed in the announcement. The distance was considerable, but he was unable to locate a suitable acquaintance who lived any closer to the Vyborg district. Necessity required that the acquaintance meet a number of conditions: a decent apartment, reasonable family circumstances, and a respectable appearance. A poor apartment would result in offers of inadequate conditions for the governess. If the reference were to lack respectability and a good family situation, it would reflect adversely on the young woman he was recommending. Of course Lopukhov couldn't use his own address in the announcement. What would people think of a young woman if the only person assisting her was a poor student? Thus Lopukhov got his exercise. After collecting from his acquaintance the addresses of those who'd come to make inquiries about the governess, he continued his expedition. The acquaintance said that he was the young woman's distant relative and was only acting as an intermediary, but that she had a nephew who would stop by the following day to negotiate conditions. The nephew arrived, on foot and not in a carriage, inspected the prospects, and, needless to say, was usually dissatisfied by what he observed. One family was too arrogant, in another, the mother was all right, but the father was a fool, in a third, the opposite was true. In those families where one could actually survive, the conditions were unsuitable for Veroka, or she had to know English, which she didn't, or they really wanted a nanny instead of a governess, or the people were all right, although poor, but there was no room in the apartmenti for Veroka, except in the nursery where there were already 2 young children, 2 infants, a nanny, and a wet nurse. But the announcement continued to appear in the Police Gazette, inquiries continued to arrive from those seeking governesses, and Lopukhov did not lose hope. This search continued for another 2 weeks. On the 5th day, when Lopukhov returned from his trekking around Petersburg and lay down on his couch, Kirsanov said to him, Dmitry, you have become a poor partner in our work. Every day you disappear for the whole morning. And half the time you disappear in the evenings as well. Perhaps you're giving too many lessons. Is this the right time to take on more? I'd like to drop those I already have. I've got about 40 rubles, enough to last 3 months, until the end of term. Don't you have even more money stowed away, 100 rubles or so? More, almost 150. But I'm not giving lessons. I dropped them all except for one. I have some business to attend to. When I finish it, you won't be able to complain about my being so poor a colleague. What sort of business? Well, you see, the household where I'm still giving lessons, although the family itself is rotten, includes a decent young woman. She wants to become a governess to escape from that household. I am looking for a position for her. Is she a worthy young woman? She is. Well, that's good. Keep looking. And with that their conversation ended. Hey, Messrs. Kirsanov and Lopukhov. You are both learned men, but you haven't guessed how really good it is. Let's suppose that what you were talking about is also good. Kirsanov never even thought of asking whether the young woman was pretty, and Lopukhov never thought of mentioning it. Kirsanov never thought of saying, my friend, you haven't fallen in love, have you? Look at how much effort you're going to. And Lopukov never thought of saying, well, my friend, I become very interested in her. Or, if he didn't want to say that, he never thought of staving off such a guess by saying, I don't want you to think, Alexander, that I've fallen in love. You see, both of them considered that when the business concerned the deliverance of another person from a bad situation, it was entirely irrelevant whether or not that person, even if that person happened to be a young woman, had a pretty face, and as for falling in love or not falling in love, that didn't even come up for discussion. They were not even aware of the fact that they were thinking this. And that is precisely what's the best thing about it. They were not even aware that they were thinking this. However, doesn't this demonstrate to the perspicacious sort of reader, as it does to the majority of ordinary men of letters, consisting of the most perspicacious gentlemen, does this not demonstrate, I repeat, that Kirsanov and Lopukov were both withered men, devoid of any aesthetic streak? 48 Not long ago this phrase was fashionable among aesthetic men of letters who possessed elevated aspirations. Aesthetic streak. Perhaps it's still in vogue among them. I don't know, since I haven't seen them for quite a while. Is it natural that two young men possessing even the least drop of good taste and a glimmer of feeling wouldn't be interested in the subject of good looks when they talked about a young woman? Of course, these are men who lack any artistic emotion, aesthetic streak. According to the opinions of others who have studied human nature in circles richer in aesthetic emotion than even a group of our own aesthetic men of letters, young men in similar situations will infallibly discuss a woman precisely within the context of her physical appearance. But that was the way it used to be, gentlemen, not anymore. That may be the way it still is, but not among the group of our young people who are now referred to as modem youth. These young people, gentlemen, are somewhat strange. 11. Well, my friend, still no luck. Not yet, Vera Pavlovna. But don't despair, something will come up. I'm visiting 2 or 3 households every day. Surely a decent one will come up sooner or later. Ah, but if you only knew how hard, my friend, how very hard it is for me to remain here. When I could not imagine how near was the chance to escape from this humiliation and filth, then I forced myself into a kind of lifeless stupor. But now, my friend, it's too hard to breathe in this foul, putrid air. Patience, Vera Pavlovna, patience. We'll find something. This kind of conversation went on for a week. On Tuesday, patience, Vera Pavlovna, patience. We'll find something. My friend, I'm causing you such trouble and you're losing so much time. How shall I ever repay you? You will repay me, my friend, if you don't get angry at me. Lopukov said this and became flustered. Viroka looked at him. No, it wasn't that he hadn't finished what he had to say. He hadn't intended to go on and was waiting for some answer from her. But whatever for, my friend? What have you done? Lopukov became even more flustered and seemed to grow a bit sad. What's the matter, my friend? No, you haven't even noticed / he said gloomily, and then he began. 127. Laughing very cheerfully. Oh, my God, he said, how stupid I am, how very stupid. Forgive me, my friend. What on earth for? Never mind. You've already repaid me. Ah, so that's it? What a character you are. All right, call me what you will. On Thursday there occurred the trial of Hamlet according to Saxon the grammarian. For several days afterward Marya Alexeyevna took some respite, a very brief one, from her supervision. Saturday. After tea Marya Alexeyevna went to check the linen returned by the laundress. My friend, it seems that something can be arranged. Really? If only. Oh, Lord. Oh, my Lord, the sooner, the better. I think I'll die if this goes on much longer. When will it be? And how? It will be decided tomorrow. It's almost certain, almost. What? How? Calm down, my friend, or we'll be noticed. You're nearly jumping for joy. Marya Alexeyevna could come back in for something at any moment. You're a fine one to talk. You came in here so radiant that Mama could hardly take her eyes off you. What of it? I told her why I was so cheerful. I realized that I had to tell her something, so I said, I've found an excellent position. You're intolerable, simply intolerable. You dwell on warnings, but you still haven't told me what the offer is. Go on, tell me. This morning Kirsanov, you know, my friend, that my comrade's name is Kirsanov. I know that, you insufferable man. Tell me immediately, without any nonsense. You keep interrupting me, my friend. Oh, my lord. Still reprimanding instead of telling me about the offer. I don't know what to do with you. I'd make you go down on your knees, but I can't do that here. I order you to fall to your knees in your own apartment, and I want to receive a note from Kirsanov telling me that you've done so. Do you hear what I shall do with you? All right, I'll go down on my knees. But for now I'll keep silent. After I've carried out the punishment and have been forgiven, then I'll speak. I forgive you, you intolerable man, only tell me. Thank you. But you have forgiven me, Vera Pavlovna, when you yourself are to blame. You keep on interrupting. What's this? You called me Vera Pavlovna? Whatever happened to my friend? 128. It was a reprimand, my friend. I'm a stern judge and quick to take offense. A reprimand? How dare you reprimand me? I don't want to listen to you. You don't? Of course not. What else is there to hear? You've said everything already, the offer is almost certain and will be settled tomorrow. You see, my friend, you still know very little today. What else is there to hear? Goodbye, my friend. But just listen, my friend. My friend, listen to me. I won't, and I'm leaving. There now, I've returned. Now tell me immediately and I won't interrupt. Oh, my lord, if only you knew how you've cheered me up. Give me your hand. You see how warmly I clasp it, how very warmly. But why are there tears in your eyes? Thank you. Thank you. This morning Kirsanov gave me the address of a lady with whom I have an appointment tomorrow. I am not personally acquainted with her, but I've heard a great deal about her from our mutual acquaintance who acted as an intermediary. I know her husband, we've met many times at the home of this acquaintance. Judging by all of this, I am sure that life in their household will be tolerable. And when she gave her address to my acquaintance to pass along to me, she said she was certain that we could come to an agreement on the terms. In other words, my friend, one can consider that the matter is almost entirely settled. Oh, how splendid that will be! What joy! Viroka kept repeating. But I want to know soon as possible. After you see her, will you come right to us? No, my friend. That would arouse suspicion. I come here only to give lessons. Here's what we'll do. I will send a letter to Marya Alexeyevna saying that I can't come on Tuesday and would like to move the lesson to Wednesday. If it says Wednesday morning / that will mean that the matter is settled. If it says Wednesday evening / then it's fallen through. But it's almost sure to say Wednesday morning. Marya Alexeyevna will tell Fedya, and you, and Pavel Konstantinych. When will the letter arrive? In the evening. So long to wait. No, I won't have the patience. And what will I learn from the letter? Only yes. And then I'll have to wait until Wednesday. What torture! If it's yes, then I want to leave here as soon as possible. I'll want to know immediately. How can we arrange it? Here's what I'll 129. Do. I'll wait for you on the street after you leave your appointment with the lady. My friend, that would be even more indiscreet than if I came here directly. No, it would be better if I came. No, it might not be possible to talk here. In any case Mama would get suspicious. No, my plan is better. I have a thick veil and no one will recognize me. Well, it might actually work. Let me think a minute. There's no time to think. Mama could come back at any moment. Where does this lady live? On Galerniagali Street, next to the bridge. What time will you be there? The appointment is set for noon. From 12 o'clock on I'll be sitting on the last bench along Konnovardiasky Horse Guard Boulevard at the end closest to the bridge. I said I'd be wearing a thick veil. But here's a clue, I'll be holding a sheaf of music. If I am not there, it means I've been delayed. But you should sit down on that bench and wait for me. I may be late, but I'll definitely come. What a good plan. I am so grateful to you. How happy I'll be. And how's your fiancé, Dmitry Sergeich? You've just been demoted from my friend to Dmitry Sergeich. How happy I am, how very happy. Viroka ran to the piano and started to play. My friend, what degradation of art. What debasement of good taste. Operatic arias abandoned for a sprightly gallop 49. Yes indeed. A few moments later Marya Alexeyevna came in. Dmitry Sergeich played a game of two-handed preference with her. At first he was winning, then he allowed her to recoup, and finally he lost 35 kopecks. It was the first time he had allowed her such a triumph, and he left with her feeling very satisfied indeed, not with the money, but with the victory itself. Even those hearts that are most mired in materialism can know purely idealistic joys, which goes to show that the materialistic explanation of life is unsatisfactory. 12. Viroka's first dream. And Viroka has a dream. She dreams that she's locked up in a damp, dark cellar. Suddenly the door flies open and she finds herself in a field, running about and 49. A lively French dance in 2/4 time. 130. Skipping. She thinks, how did I not die in that cellar? It's because I had not yet seen this field. If I had, then surely I would have died in the cellar. And once again she is running about and skipping. Now she dreams that she's stricken by paralysis and thinks, how can I be paralyzed? This happens only to old men and women, not to young girls. Oh, yes, it does, very often, says an unfamiliar voice. But now, as soon as I touch your hand, you'll be cured. You see, you're cured already. Get up. Who's that talking? How much better I feel. The illness has passed. And Viroka stands, walks, and runs. Once again she's in the field, skipping and running. Again she thinks, how could I have endured that paralysis? It's because I was born paralyzed and didn't know that others can walk and run. If I'd known, then surely I couldn't have endured it. And she runs and skips. Now she sees a young woman walking across the field. How strange. Both her face and her gait, everything about her keeps changing, constantly changing. First she's English, then French, now she's German, then Polish, she becomes Russian, English again, then German, again Russian. How can it be that she has one and the same face? Surely an English girl doesn't resemble a French girl or a German a Russian. Even though her face keeps changing, she still has the same face. What a strange creature. And her expression changes constantly, too, how meek, how angry, then sad, then cheerful. Everything keeps changing. Still, she's so kind. How can it be that even when she's angry, she's still so kind? And what a beauty she is. Although her face keeps hanging, it becomes even more beautiful with every transformation. The girl approaches Viroka. Who are you? He used to call me Vera Pavlovna, but now he calls me my friend. Oh, so it's you, the same Viroka who fell in love with me. Yes, I love you very much. But who are you? I am the bride of your bridegroom. Which bridegroom? I don't know. I don't know all my bridegrooms. They know me, but it's impossible for me to know them. I have so many. Choose a bridegroom for yourself from among them. I want all my sisters and my bridegrooms to choose only each other. Were you locked up in a cellar? Were you stricken by paralysis? I was. And have you been delivered now? I have. It was I who released you, and I who cured you. Remember that there are still many who have not yet been released and not yet cured. Release them. Cure them. Will you do it? I will. But what's your name? I'm so eager to know it. I have many different names. I tell each person the name he should use. You shall call me Love of Humanity. That's my real name. Not many people use it. But that's what you shall call me. Now Viroka is walking through a town. She comes upon a cellar where some young girls are locked up. Viroka touches the lock and it falls away. Come out, she says, and they do. She comes upon a room where some young girls are paralyzed. Get up, she says, and they do. They stand and begin to walk. And now they're all out in the field, running about and skipping once again. Oh, what fun! How much nicer it is to be together with them than to be all alone. Oh, what fun! 13. Of late Lopukh had very little time to spend with his academic associates. Kirsanov, who did keep up with them, happened to mention in reply to their questions what was occupying so much of Lopukhov's time. As we know, it was one of these mutual acquaintances who provided the address of the lady Lopukhov was now going to see. How wonderfully things will be arranged, if it all works out, Lopukhov thought on his way to see her. In 2 years, at the most 2.5, I'll have a position at the university. Then I'll be able to earn a living. Meanwhile she'll be living harmoniously with Madame B, if only Madame B really is a fine woman, as I have no reason to doubt. And indeed Lopukhov discovered that Madame B was a kind and intelligent woman, with no pretensions, even though because of her husband's position, her own fortune, and her family she could have had considerable pretensions. The terms she proposed were fair, the household was most suitable for Viroka, and everything was turning out extremely well, just as Lopukhov had expected. Madame B, for her part, found Lopukhov's answers to her questions about Viroka's character most satisfactory. Everything was moving ahead well. After half an hour more of discussion, Madame B said, "If your young aunt finds my terms agreeable, then I'll invite her to accept the position and move in, the sooner the better as far as I'm concerned. She finds them agreeable. She has authorized me to act on her behalf. But now that we've settled the affair, I must tell you something that wasn't worth mentioning before we reached our agreement. This girl is no relative of mine. She's the daughter of a civil servant in whose family I give lessons. Except for me, she had no one to whom she could entrust this matter. But I'm not related to her in any way." 132. I knew that, Monsieur Lopukhov. You, Professor N. She named the person who had provided her with the address, and your comrade who spoke with him about this matter all know each other to be sufficiently honorable so that you could discuss your friendship with a young woman without compromising her in the eyes of the other two. Professor N. has a similar opinion of me, knowing that I was looking for a governess. He considered it within his rights to tell me that this young woman wasn't your relative. Don't blame him for his indiscretion. He knows me very well. I'm also an honest person, Monsieur Lopukhov, and I too understand who deserves respect. I trust Professor N. as much as I trust myself and as much as he trusts you. But Professor N didn't know her name. Now it seems that I can ask you what it is, since we have concluded our discussion and either today or tomorrow she will be joining our household. Her name is Vera Pavlovna Rizulskaya. Now I have something else to explain. It may seem strange to you, given my solicitude for my children, that I've decided to settle this affair with you, never having seen a young woman who will have such a close relationship with my children. But I know very, very well the kind of people who belong to your circle. I know that if one of you takes such a friendly interest in another person, then that person must be a rare find for a mother who wants her own daughter to become a truly fine person. Therefore a personal inspection seems completely unnecessary and inappropriate. I am paying a compliment to myself, and not to you. I'm very pleased now for Mademoiselle Rozalskaya. Her own home life is so awful that she would be very happy in any decent household. But I never imagined that she would enjoy the truly wonderful life that awaits her in your home. Yes, Professor N told me that she has a difficult life at home. Very difficult. Lopukh began to tell Madame B all that she needed to know so that in her conversations with Viroka she could avoid all subjects that would remind the girl of past unpleasantness. Madame B listened sympathetically and at last shook Lopukh's hand and said, "No more, Monsieur Lopukh, or else I shall break down completely. At my age, almost 40, it would be absurd to reveal that I still can't listen with equanimity to an account of family tyranny such as I myself endured during my youth. Allow me to say one more thing. You'll probably consider it of so little importance that it may not even be worth mentioning. Still, it's better to warn you. This young woman is running away from a match that is being forced upon her by her mother." 133. Madame B became more thoughtful. Lopukh looked at her for some time and became more thoughtful too. "If I'm not mistaken, this circumstance does not seem as insignificant to you as I'd hoped." Madame B appeared to be terribly upset. "Forgive me," he continued, seeing how upset she was. "Forgive me, but I see that it disturbs you." "Yes, it's a very serious matter, Monsieur Lopukh. Leaving home against your parents' wishes could provoke a major quarrel. But, as I told you, that doesn't matter. If she were escaping merely from their coarseness and tyranny, it would still be possible to smooth over the difficulty one way or another. In the last resort one could expend a certain sum of money and they would be content. That's insignificant. But when that kind of mother is forcing a match, it means that the suitor is wealthy and the match advantageous." "Of course," said Lopukh despondently. "Of course, Monsieur Lopukh, of course he's wealthy. That is precisely what disturbs me. In such a case the mother can never be appeased. And you know about the rights of parents, 50 in this instance they would take full advantage of them. They would initiate a lawsuit and carry it through to the end." Lopukh rose. "And so I've only to ask you to forget everything I've said to you." "No, wait. At least let me vindicate myself somehow. Good Lord, I must seem very nasty to you now. The thing that must make any decent person feel sympathy and spring to the girl's defense gives me pause. Oh, what pitiful beings we are." It was pitiful indeed to look at her. She wasn't feigning. She really was in great distress. She was so embarrassed that for quite a while her speech was rather incoherent. Then she managed to compose her thoughts. But, whether incoherent or composed, her words conveyed no new information to Lopukh. And by now he himself was quite upset. He was so preoccupied by what she'd just disclosed to him that he couldn't concern himself with her explanations on the occasion of the disclosure. After he'd allowed her to have her say, he spoke. "Everything you've said in your own defense has been in vain. I was obliged to stay so as not to appear rude or to make you think that I blame you or that I'm angry. But I must confess that I wasn't really listening to you. Oh, if only I didn't know that you were absolutely right. Yes, how splendid it would be if you were wrong. I'd tell her that we couldn't agree on tens or that you weren't to my liking and that's all there was to it. She and I could continue to hope that we'd find another opportunity for deliverance. But now what can I possibly tell her?" Madame B began to weep. "What can I tell her?" repeated Lopukh as he descended the stairs. "What will she do? What will she do?" he wondered as he turned from Galernia Street into the lane that leads to Konogvardievsky Boulevard. Needless to say, Madame B was not absolutely right in the way grown-ups are when they prove to children that they can't reach out and touch the moon. Given her own status in society and the rather important connection stemming from her husband's position, it was very likely, even certain, that if she really had wanted Veroka to live in her household, Marya Alexeyevna could not have snatched her daughter away, nor could she have created any serious unpleasantness either for her or for her husband, who would have been the official respondents in the case and whose welfare she had in mind. Nevertheless, Madame B would have incurred a great deal of trouble and perhaps even a few unpleasant exchanges. She would have had to ask favors of various people whose services it might have been better to reserve for her own needs, not for those of others. Who is obligated, and what reasonable person would wish to behave any differently? We have no right whatever to condemn Madame B. And Lopukhov was not wrong to despair over Veroka's deliverance. 14. Meanwhile, Veroka sat for a very long while on the agreed-upon bench. Each and every time a peak service cap came around the corner, her heart began to beat. Finally, it was he. Her friend. She jumped up and ran to meet him. Perhaps he would have managed to appear more cheerful as he approached the bench, but taken unawares much sooner than he had expected to show her his face, he was caught with a gloomy expression. No luck. None, my friend. But it was almost certain? Why no luck? How could it be, my friend? 135. Let's head toward home. I'll accompany you and we can chat. In a few moments I'll tell you why we had no luck. But for now let me think. I still haven't gathered my thoughts. We need to come up with something new. Let's not despair, we'll think up something. With these last few words he was trying to cheer himself up, but not having much success. Tell me at once. I can't bear to wait. You say come up with something new. Does that mean everything we thought up before is useless? Can't I become a governess? Oh, poor, unfortunate me. Why should I deceive you? No, you can't. I wanted to tell you. But have patience, my friend, have patience. Be strong. The strong will eventually succeed. I am strong, my friend, but it's very difficult. They walked on for several moments in silence. What's this? Yes, she has something under her coat. My friend, you're carrying something. Give it to me and I'll carry it for you. No, there's no need. It isn't heavy. Never mind. They continue on again in silence. They walk for a long time. I was so excited that I couldn't get to sleep until 2 o'clock this morning. And when I did, I had such a wonderful dream. I dreamed that I was being liberated from a stuffy cellar, that I'd been paralyzed and was cured, and then I ran out into a field with many other girls who'd also been freed from cellars and cured of their paralysis. It was so much fun to run around in that spacious field. But my dream hasn't come true. I thought I wouldn't be returning home. My friend, give me your bundle, I'll carry it for you, since it's no longer a secret. Once again they continue on in silence. Thus they walk for a long time. My friend, do you know what I've concluded as a result of the discussion with that lady? You can't leave home without Marya Alexeyevna's permission. You can't. No. Here, let me take your arm. I'm worried about you. No, it's nothing. It's just a little hard to breathe under this veil. She throws off the veil. Now that's better. I'm all right. How pale she is. No, my friend, don't think about what I just said. I didn't mean it. We'll manage somehow. How will we, my friend? You're saying that just to console me. There's nothing we can possibly do. He remains silent. Once again they walk on in silence. How pale? How very pale. My friend, there is one way. What's that, my dear? 136. I shall tell you, my friend, but only after you've calmed down a little. We must discuss it dispassionately. Tell me immediately. I won't calm down until you do. No, you're too agitated, my friend. You can't make important decisions now. In a little while. Soon. Here's the entrance. Goodbye, my friend. As soon as I see that you're able to reply dispassionately, I'll tell you. When will that be? The day after tomorrow at my lesson. That's too long to wait. I'll come tomorrow on purpose. No, sooner. Tonight. No, I won't let you go. Come in with me now. You say I'm upset and I can't reason. All right. Have dinner with us. You'll see how calm I can be. After dinner Mama will take a nap and then we can talk. But how can I just walk in with you? If we enter together, your mother will get suspicious again. Suspicious? What do I care? No, my friend. In fact, it would be better if you come in. I had my veil raised and someone could have seen us. You're right. 15. Marya Alexeyevna was very surprised indeed to see her daughter and Lopukhov come in together. She set about examining them with utmost scrutiny. I dropped in on you, Marya Alexeyevna, to say that since I'll be busy the day after tomorrow I'll come for the lesson tomorrow instead. Let me sit down. I am very tired and upset. I'd like to have a little rest. What on earth is the matter with you, Dmitry Sergeevich? You look awfully gloomy. Are they returning from an amorous rendezvous, or did they just happen to meet by chance? Marya Alexeyevna wondered. If it were the former, shouldn't he be more cheerful? If they'd had a lover's quarrel because she wouldn't agree to his desires, then he'd certainly be angry, but in that case he'd never have escorted her home. And once more she went straight to her room and didn't even look at him. No sign of a quarrel. No, it looks as if they just met by chance. On the other hand, the devil knows what they're up to. One has to be vigilant. 137. There's nothing wrong, Marya Alexeyevna, but Vera Pavlovna looks a bit pale, at least it seems so to me. Veroka. It happens occasionally. Perhaps it just seems so to me. I confess that my head is spinning from so many ideas. What is it, Dmitry Sergeevich? Have you had some kind of disagreement with your fiancé? No, Marya Alexeyevna. I'm pleased with my fiancé. But I'd like to quarrel with my parents. What are you saying, my dear fellow? Dmitry Sergeevich, how can you quarrel with your parents? I'd never have thought it of you, my dear boy. It's an impossible situation, Marya Alexeyevna. It's that kind of family. They demand God knows what from a man, more than he can ever do. That's a different story, Dmitry Sergeevich. You can't please everyone, one must know one's limits, that's for sure. If that's what it is, a quarrel about money, then I certainly can't blame you. Forgive me if I'm rude, Marya Alexeyevna. I'm so upset that I need to have some rest among pleasant and well-respected company. I can't find that kind of company anywhere except in your house. Permit me to invite myself to dinner with you today. Let me send Matriana out to make a few special purchases. I think that Denker's wine shop isn't far from here, he doesn't stock the very best wines, but it will do. Marya Alexeyevna became furious at the first mention of his staying to dinner, but when he mentioned Matriana, she managed to stifle her fury and her face assumed an expectant expression. Let's just see, my fine friend, what you'll contribute to the dinner. From Denker's well now, it ought to be something good. But her fine friend, who wasn't looking at her expression, had already taken out his cigar case, torn off a corner of a long-lost letter, taken out a pencil, and was now writing something down. If I may be so bold as to inquire, Marya Alexeyevna, what kind of wine do you prefer? My dear Dmitry Sergeevich, I must confess that I know nothing about wines and hardly ever drink them. It's not a woman's affair. Oh, sure thought Lopukhov, From the first glance one could tell from your face that you don't drink. Of course not, Marya Alexeyevna. But even young ladies can drink maraschino liqueur. Will you allow me to order some? What's that, Dmitry Sergeich? It's hardly a wine at all. It's more like a sweet syrup. He took out a 10-ruble note. I think that'll be enough. He glanced over his list. Lust in case, here's another 5 rubles. 3 weeks' earnings, his allowance for a whole month. But he had no choice, he needed a large bribe for Marya Alexeyevna. Marya Alexeyevna's eyes became moist and the sweetest smile imaginable took full possession of her face. Is there a confectionery nearby? I don't know if they sell any walnut cake, the best as far as my taste goes, Marya Alexeyevna. But if they don't, we'll take whatever they have. Please don't be offended. He went out to the kitchen and sent Matriona off to make the purchases. Let's splurge today, Marya Alexeyevna. I want to toast the quarrel with my parents. Why not go on a binge, Marya Alexeyevna? Things couldn't be better with my fiancé. And once that's in the bag, we'll really start living. Am I right, Marya Alexeyevna? Right you are, my dear Dmitry Sergeich. But what's this I see? You're throwing a lot of money around. I wouldn't have expected it from such a reasonable man. Could it be you've received an advance from your fiancé or what? No, I haven't, Marya Alexeyevna, but if I've got some money, then we can splurge. What kind of advance? That's not the point. You can't make do on advances. Business must be conducted on the up and up, or else you'll arouse suspicion. And it's dishonorable, Marya Alexeyevna. Dishonorable, Dmitry Sergeich. Dishonorable indeed. In my opinion, honor must always be maintained. Right you are, Marya Alexeyevna. During the half hour or 3/4 of an hour remaining until dinner, the conversation continued in a most amicable way about various honorable subjects. Dmitry Sergeich incidentally declared in a burst of candor that the date of his wedding was fast approaching. What about Vera Pavlovna's marriage? Marya Alexeyevna couldn't say much since she wasn't putting any pressure on her daughter. Of course not. But in his estimation, Vera Pavlovna would soon agree to marry. She hadn't actually said anything to him, but he had eyes to see. Marya Alexeyevna, we're old birds, and as they say, old birds can't be caught with chaff. I may still be young, but I too am an old bird, an old hand. Isn't that right, Marya Alexeyevna? Yes indeed, my boy, an old hand. In short, this pleasant heart-to-heart with Marya Alexeyevna so revived Dmitry Sergeich that his grief entirely disappeared. He was more 139 cheerful than Marya Alexeyevna had ever seen him. That sly rogue. That rascal. He's already snitched over 1,000 rubles from his fiancée. His parents have found out that he's lined his pockets, and now they've begun to pester him. And he says, no, dear mama and papa, as a dutiful son, I'm prepared to respect you, but I have no money for you. What a scoundrel! It's very pleasant to chat with such a fellow, especially when, after hearing Matryona's return, you run into the kitchen pretending that you're going to the bedroom to fetch a handkerchief, and you see that the wine cost 12 rubles 50 kopecks, and that we'll only drink a third of it at dinner, and that the confectioner's cake cost 1 ruble 50 kopecks, and that, it's safe to say, is money thrown away on a cake. Still, there'll be some left over, and I can give it to my oid cronies instead of pres elves, and not only not suffer any loss, but actually save money. 16. Viroka is sitting in her room. Did I do the right thing in making him come in? Mama looked at us so intently. And what an awkward position I've put him in. How can he stay to dinner? My God, what will ever become of poor me? There's one way, he says. No, my dear, there isn't any. Yes, there is one. There it is, the window. When things become too difficult, I shall throw myself out of it. How ridiculous. When things become too difficult. What about now? When you do throw yourself out a window, how fast you travel. It's as if you're flying instead of falling. It must be very nice. But then you hit the sidewalk, how hard it is. Is it painful? No, I doubt there's time enough to feel the pain. Still it's very hard. But that's for one brief moment. On the other hand, before that moment, there's the air soft as a featherbed and it parts so easily and gently. Yes, that's lovely. And then what? Everyone will stare, the skull's split open, the face is smashed, bloodied, and mudded. No, if only you could spread some clean sand on the spot beforehand, but even the sand here is dirty. No, I mean some of the cleanest, whitest sand, now that would be nice. Then your face wouldn't be so smashed, it would stay clean and wouldn't frighten anyone. In Paris the poor, unfortunate girls poison themselves with char. 140. Coal fumes. That's a good way, a very good way. Not like throwing yourself out the window. They're talking so loudly. What are they saying? No, I can't make it out. And I would leave him a note telling him everything. I told him then, this is my birthday. How bold I was that day. How could I have been so bold? I was so foolish and didn't understand a thing. Yes, those poor girls in Paris are very clever. So why can't I be clever, too? How amusing it would be. They'll enter my room and won't be able to see anything. It'll be full of fumes and the air will be green. They'll get frightened. What on earth? Where's Viroka? Mama will shout at Papa, why are you standing there? Break open the window. They will, and then they'll see me. I'll be sitting at my dressing table, my head slumped forward and my face covered by my hands. Viroka, are you overcome with fumes? I'll make no reply. Viroka, why don't you say something? Oh, she has suffocated. They'll start to scream and cry. How amusing it will be when they start to cry, and Mama will say how much she loved me. Yes, but he'll feel sorry for me. Well, I'll leave him a note. Yes, I'll consider that, and maybe I'll do just what those poor girls in Paris do. Once I say it, I'll do it. I am not afraid. What is there to be afraid of? It'll be so nice. But I'll wait a bit to find out what this one way is that he's talking about. No, there isn't any way. He only said that to calm me down. Why do people try to do that? It really isn't necessary. Can you ever comfort someone when there's no way to help? Even though he's smart, he tried, to. Why? It's so unnecessary. Why is he talking like that? It's as though he were cheerful. He sounds cheerful. Can he really have come up with another way? No, there isn't any. But if he hasn't, then why does he sound so cheerful? What has he come up with? 17. Viroka, come to dinner. Called Marya Alexeyevna. In fact, Pavel Konstantinovich had returned and the pie had been ready for some time, not the one from the confectioner's, but Matryana's own homemade pie with meat filling left over from yesterday's soup. Marya Alexeyevna, have you ever tried a glass of vodka before dinner? It's good for you, especially this kind here, flavored with the rind. 141. Of bitter oranges. 52. I'm speaking as a doctor. Please, try some. No, you must. As a doctor I'm prescribing that you try some / well, since one should always follow a doctor's orders, but only half a glass / I know, Marya Alexeyevna, half a glass won't do you any good / what about you, Dmitry Sergeich, / I've grown old and settled down, Marya Alexeyevna. I've taken the pledge / my word, it certainly warms me up, / that's why it's good for you, Marya Alexeyevna / I, how very cheerful he is. Could there really and truly be a way? And since when has he become so friendly with her? Why won't that sly fellow even look at me, / I, they sat down to dinner. And now Pavel Konstantinovich and I will try some ale. It's just like beer, no more, no less. Try some, Marya Alexeyevna / I. If you say it's like beer, I'll try it. Why shouldn't I drink some beer, good lord, so many bottles. How foolish I am. That's what this friendship is all about, what a scoundrel he is. He's not drinking. He merely sipped his ale. It's good stuff, this ale. It smells a bit like Voss 53 and it has a kick. Yes, quite a kick. As soon as I marry her off to that Miss Historishnikov, I'm going to give up vodka and switch to ale. This fellow will never drink himself into a stupor. At least sip some, you rascal. Well, so much the better for me. But I bet if he really wanted to, he could drink like a fish you really ought to drink something, Dmitry Sergeich I've drunk quite a bit in my time, Marya Alexeyevna. I've built up a reserve that'll last for a good long while. When I had neither work nor money, I drank. When I have both work and money, I don't need to. I feel good even without it The entire dinner continued in this same way. The confectioner's pie was served. Dear Matryono Stepanovna, what will we drink with dessert? I right away, Dmitry Sergeich, right away I Matryono returns carrying a bottle of champagne. Vera Pavlovna, you haven't drunk anything and neither have I. Now let's both drink. To my fiancé and to your suitor, I what's this, I thinks Viroka. Is that it, I. May God grant happiness to your fiancé and to Viroka's suitor says Marya Alexeyevna. And may he allow us old folks to see Viroka married soon. Don't worry, you'll see it very soon, Marya Alexeyevna. Right, Vera Pavlovna? Right. Could it be he really means it? Wonders Viroka. Yes, Vera Pavlovna, of course it is. Just say yes. Yes, says Viroka. There now, Vera Pavlovna, you've been worrying your mother for nothing. Yes, you said, and that's that. So now we'll drink another toast. To Vera Pavlovna's wedding, the sooner, the better. Drink up, Vera Pavlovna. Don't worry, it'll all be all right. Let's clink our glasses. To your wedding day. They clink. God willing, God willing. Thank you, Viroka, you're a great comfort to me in my old age. Says Marya Alexeyevna, wiping away her tears. The English ale and the maraschino liquor have put her in a sentimental mood. God willing, repeats Pavel Konstantinych. How pleased we all are with you, Dmitry Sergeich, says Marya Alexeyevna at the end of dinner. How very pleased. You've treated us to a feast in our own house. You've made it a holiday. By now her eyes are more mellow than bright. Not every crafty scheme turns out as well as this one. Lopukhov had not counted on this result when he bought the wine. He'd merely intended to bribe Marya Alexeyevna in order to remain in her good graces after having invited himself to dinner. Would she really get drunk in the presence of an outsider? Even though she had considerable regard for him, she still didn't trust him entirely after all. Whom could she trust? And she herself had never expected that matters would progress so rapidly. She'd planned to postpone the main treat until after tea. But the flesh is weak. She could have withstood the vodka and any familiar beverage, but the ale and other delicacies proved too great a temptation for her inexperience. Dinner turned out to be a festive occasion, worthy of a nobleman, therefore Marya Alexeyevna told Matryono to fetch the samovar, as befits such a splendid repast. But she and Lopukhov were the only ones to partake of this gentility. Viroka said that she didn't want any tea and went to her room. Pavel Konstantinych, a most uncultured man, went to lie down as usual, right after the last course. Dmitry Sergeich drank slowly. After finishing one cup, he requested another. At this point Marya Alexeyevna gave out. She excused herself by saying that she'd been feeling badly ever since that morning. The guest, 143, begged her not to stand on ceremony and he was soon left there all alone. Lopukhov drank a second cup followed by a third and then dozed in the armchair dead drunk in Matryona's judgment just like her own treasure Marya Alexeyevna. Meanwhile her own treasure was snoring away. It must have been this snoring that awoke Dmitry Sergeich after Matryona had cleared away the samovar, the cups and herself into the kitchen. 18. Forgive me Vera Pavlovna said Lopukhov upon entering her room. He spoke very softly and his voice was shaking now although he'd been shouting during dinner. He also said Vera Pavlovna instead of my friend. Forgive my impertinence. You must understand what I was saying, a husband and wife cannot be separated. You will be free. My dear. You saw that I was crying when you came in. 54 Those were tears of joy. Lopukhov kissed her hand many times. So my dear, you are liberating me from this cellar. How kind and clever you are. How on earth did you think of it? I thought of it that evening while we were dancing together. My dear, even then I thought you were a kind man. You are liberating me, my dear. I'm prepared to be patient now that I know I'll be leaving the cellar. It won't be so stuffy in here anymore. How will I be leaving it, my dear? Here's how, Veroka. It's now almost the end of April. My work at the academy will be done by the beginning of July. I must finish so I can earn enough for us to live on. Then you'll leave the cellar. You need only endure another 3 months, even less. You will leave. I'll become a doctor. The salary isn't large but it will do. I'll start a private practice as large as it needs to be and we'll be able to live. Oh my dear, we'll need very very little. But there is one thing, I don't want to live on your money. Why, even now I'm giving lessons. I shall lose them as soon as Mama tells everyone that I'm the villain. But I shall find other lessons. I'll be able to live. Isn't that right? I shouldn't be living on your money, should I? Who told you that, my dear friend Veroka? Oh, he still asks who told me. Weren't you the one who was always going on about it? And what about all your books? A good half of each one is devoted to this question. All my books? My going on about it? But when, Veroka? When? Who was it who said that everything is based on money? Who was it, Sergeich? Well, what of it? Do you think I'm such a silly little baby that I can't draw a conclusion based on premises, as your books would say? But what conclusion? God knows what you're going on about, my dear friend Veroka. Oh, you sly one. You do want to be a despot. You want me to be your slave. 55 No, sir. That will never be, Sergeich. 00 You understand. You explain it and I am sure to understand. You said, Sergeich, that everything is based on money. Your book said that the person who has money has both power and rights. That means that as long as a woman is living at a man's expense, she's in a state of dependence. Isn't that correct, Sergeich? You assumed that I didn't understand and would be your slave. No, Sergeich, I won't allow you to be a tyrant over me. You would to be a kind, beneficent despot, but I don't want even that, Sergeich. So, my dearest, how shall we live? You will cut up people's arms and legs, feed them vile potions, and I will give piano lessons. How else shall we arrange our life? Well, Veroka. Each of us will guard his own independence as much as he can from the other, no matter how much he loves the other, no matter how much he trusts the other. I don't know whether or not you'll succeed in doing what you say, but that really doesn't matter. Once a person has resolved to do it, that's really enough protection from the other. He feels that he can get along on his own, that he can refuse support if he has to, and that feeling alone is almost enough. But what funny people we are, Veroka. You say you don't want to live at my expense and I praise you for saying it. Who else says such things, Veroka? Amusing, amusing, my dear. But what of it? We'll live as we choose, as best suits us. How else shall we arrange our life, my dear? Vera Pavlovna, I've already expressed my thoughts about one aspect of our life which you were kind enough to reject totally with your own plan, calling me a tyrant and a slave master. Be so kind as to devise your own arrangements for other aspects of our relationship. I consider it futile to make any other suggestions, and then have you destroy them in the same way. Viroka, my friend, tell me yourself how you plan to live. No doubt the only thing left then for me to say will be how cleverly you've thought it all. Oh, you see, my dear. What's this? You deign to pay me compliments. You desire to be courteous. I know all too well that flattery serves to disguise domination as humility. I ask you to speak more directly in the future. You praise me to excess, my dear. I am embarrassed. No, don't praise me or I'll become too arrogant. All right, Vera Pavlovna, I'll begin to be rude to you, if that's more to your liking. There's so little femininity in your nature that you'll probably devise schemes that are thoroughly masculine. Tell me, my dear, what does this femininity entail? I realize that a woman's voice is contralto, and a man's is baritone. What follows from that? Is it really worth discussing just so that we stay contraltos? Is it really worth entreating us? Why is everyone trying to persuade us to remain feminine? Isn't that absurd, my dear? Yes, indeed, Viroka, and crude 6 as well. Well, my dear, I for one shall not worry about femininity. With your permission, Dmitry Sergeich, I'll express thoroughly masculine ideas about how we are to arrange our life. We will be friends. But I want to be your best friend. I have yet to say how I despise your dear Kirsanov. You shouldn't, Viroka. He's a fine person. I detest him. I shall forbid you to see him. A splendid beginning. You're so frightened of my despotism that you want to make your husband into a puppet. How, pray tell, can I stop seeing him when we're sharing our living quarters? Yes, and undoubtedly you're always in each other's arms. Naturally. At tea time and at dinner. Only our hands are so busy, it's rather difficult to embrace. And you're inseparable for days on end. No doubt. I in my room, he in his. Is that almost inseparable? Well, if that's the case, why can't you stop seeing him altogether? Because we're friends. Sometimes we feel like talking, and we do so as long as it's no burden to the other. You sit together, embrace and quarrel, quarrel and embrace. I detest him. 56. Suggesting both vulgarity and banality, the Russian word poshlost is difficult to translate precisely. Essentially it expresses the intellectual's disdain for the Philistine values and false pride imputed to the petty bourgeoisie. Self-satisfied mediocrity or unjustified self-satisfaction comes closest to the Russian meaning. 146. What on earth are you saying, Viroka? We have never quarreled. We live almost separately. We're friends, that's true. But what of it? So, my dear, I've fooled you. I've really fooled you. You didn't want to tell me how we would arrange our life together, but you've told me everything. How I fooled you. Listen now and I'll tell you how we'll live, according to your own account. First, we'll have 2 rooms, one for you and one for me, as well as a third room where we'll have tea and dinner, and receive those guests who come to see both of us, not you or me exclusively. Second, I'll never dare to enter your room so as not to pester you, Kirsanov doesn't either, and that's why you never quarrel. Nor will you enter my room. That's the second point. Now for the third. Oh, dear, I forgot to ask you about this one. Does Kirsanov interfere in your affairs or you in his? Do you have the right to question each other about anything? Oh, now I know why you're so interested in Kirsanov. I won't answer. No, I detest him in any case. And don't say it, there's no need to. I know the answer. You have no right to question each other about anything. And so, third, I won't have the right to question you about anything, my dear. If you want to or have to tell me something about your affairs, then you'll tell me yourself. And the opposite is also true. These are our 3 rules. What else? Viroka, the second point demands explanation. We'll see each other in the neutral room for tea and dinner. Point 57. But imagine the following circumstance. We drank our tea together in the morning and now I'm sitting in my own room, not daring to poke my nose into yours. That means that I won't see you until dinner, correct? Of course. Fine. Let's say that an acquaintance drops by and tells me that another friend of mine will be coming over at 2 o'clock. But I have to go out on business at 1. May I request that you convey the necessary message to the friend who will be coming at 2 o'clock? May I ask you to do that if you plan to be at home? Of course you may. Whether or not I agree to do it is another matter. If I refuse, you can't object, nor can you seek an explanation. But you may certainly ask whether I am willing to provide assistance. That you may do. Good. But I didn't know all that at tea time, and I'm not allowed to enter your room. How then will I make my request? Oh, Lord, how simple-minded you are, like a little child. What sort of dilemma is it, please tell me. Here's exactly what you should do, Dmitry Sergeevich. You go into the neutral room and say, Vera Pavlovna. I answer you from my own room, yes, Dmitry Sergeevich, what is it? You say, I'm going out. I expect that a Mr. A, you insert the name of your friend, will be coming by to see me. I have a message I'd like to give him. May I request, Vera Pavlovna, that you deliver the message? If I say no, our conversation is ended. If I say yes, I'll come into the neutral room and you'll tell me what the message is that I should convey to your friend. Now, you little child, do you know what you must do? Yes, dear Viroka. But all joking aside, what you describe really is the best way to arrange our life. But where did you come up with these ideas? I recognize them, and I even remember where I read them. Point 58. But you couldn't have seen any of those books and there were no such details in the ones I lent you. Did you hear them from someone? From whom? Surely I'm the first decent person you've ever met. My dear, is it really all that hard to arrive at these ideas independently? I have observed family life. I'm not talking about my own, which is so unusual. But I do have friends and I've been in their homes. My God, you can't imagine how much unpleasantness I've seen between husbands and wives, my dear. Well, Viroka, I can imagine it. Do you know what I think, my dear? People ought not to live the way they do all together, under one roof. They should see each other only on business or when they get together to relax and have a good time. I frequently observe and wonder why we're so polite to strangers. Why do we always try to behave better when a stranger is present than in our own families? People do behave better among strangers. Why is that so? Why do we feel worse with our nearest and dearest, those whom we love? Do you know what I'd like you to do, my dear? Please continue to treat me from now on as you've done up to now. This hasn't kept you from loving me, nor has it interfered with our being best friends. How have you behaved up to now? Have you ever answered me rudely or reprimanded me? No. People say that you can't be rude to a strange woman, or Gert that you can't reprimand her. All right, my dear. Now I am your betrothed and soon I'll become your wife. Nevertheless, you'll treat me just as you're supposed to treat a stranger. My friend, I think that will be the best way of ensuring our lasting harmony and abiding love. Isn't that right, dear? I don't know what to make of you, Viroka, although you've certainly surprised me before this. You wish to flatter me, dear. No, my friend, it's not as difficult to understand as you think. I am not the only one to have these ideas. They're shared by many girls and young women as innocent as I. But they can't tell their suitors or their husbands what they think. They know that if they did / they'd be considered immoral. But I fell in love with you / my dear / because you didn't think that. Do you know when I fell in love with you? It was that first time we talked on my birthday. When you said that women are poor creatures and deserve to be pitied, that's when I fell in love with you. And when did I fall in love with you? You know already that it was on the same day / but when exactly? How amusing you are / my dear. The way you say it / it's impossible not to guess the answer. And as soon as I do / you'll begin to flatter me again. Still hazard a guess. Well, it's obvious. When I asked you if it really was possible to arrange things so that people would be happy. For that / Viroka / I must kiss your hand again. Enough / my dear / I don't like it when men kiss women's hands. Why not / Viroka? You know the answer to that / my dear. Why ask me? Don't ask such things. Yes / my friend / it's true. I shouldn't ask such things. It's foolish. I'll ask you only when I really don't know what you mean. As for now / you wanted to say that no one should have his or her hand kissed. Viroka started laughing. Now I forgive you because I've managed to have a laugh at your expense. You see / you wanted to test me / but you yourself didn't know why it was wrong. No one should have his or her hand kissed, that's true / but I was talking about that situation in general. I was only talking about the practice of men kissing women's hands. My dear / that should be very embarrassing for women. It means that they aren't considered as equals to men. It means that a man can't lower his dignity before a woman / that she's so much lower that however much he degrades himself before her / he's still not her equal / but much higher than she is. But if you don't think that / my dear / why should you kiss my hand? Listen. Do you know what just occurred to me / my dear? We aren't behaving very much like an engaged couple. Yes / that's true / Viroka / we aren't. But then / what are we? Lord knows / my dear. Here's the thing, it's as if we've already been married for a long time. Yes / indeed / my friend. That's the truth. We're old friends and nothing's changed. 149. Only one thing has changed, my dear. I now know that I am leaving the cellar and I'm going to be free. 19. Thus they chatted, a somewhat unusual first conversation between fiancés. They shook hands, and when Lopukov went home, it was Viroka who locked the door behind him, since Matriana was sitting in a tavern, relying on the fact that her treasure would still be snoring away for a long time to come. And indeed, her treasure did just that. After returning home around 7 o'clock, Lopukov wanted to get down to work, but he couldn't. His mind was preoccupied. He was still thinking about what had preoccupied him all the way from the Semyonovsky Bridge to the Vyborg district. Amorous fantasies, of course. Yes, indeed, only they weren't quite amorous and not quite fantasies. The life of a man who possesses only limited means has its prosaic aspects, and it was on them that Lopukov was dwelling. What else? A materialist thinks exclusively about advantage, and indeed he was considering only that. Instead of lofty poetic and sublime visions, he was concerned with the sort of amorous fantasies appropriate to a crude materialist. Sacrifice. It seems to be almost impossible to drive that idea out of her head. That's bad. If you think that you're obligated to another person for something special, then relations with that person are already somewhat strained. She's sure to find out. My friends will tell her what an admirable career I had awaiting me. Even if they don't, she'll figure it out by herself. So, my friend, it was for me that you gave up your career. Well, we can assume that it won't be the money. Neither my friends nor she will hold that one against me. So I must be grateful that she won't think it was for me that he remained impoverished. Without me he could have been rich. They won't think that. But she'll find out that I wanted a scholarly reputation and that I could have achieved one. That will distress her. Oh, what a sacrifice he made for me. But I hadn't been planning to make sacrifices. I haven't been foolish enough to make any so far, and I hope I never will. I did what was best for me. I'm not the sort of person who makes sacrifices. No one is. It's a fallacious concept. Sacrifice is all stuff and nonsense. 59 One does what's most pleasurable. But go and try to explain that to her. It's theoretically comprehensible, but as soon as a person is confronted with the facts, he becomes emotional. You, he says, you are my benefactor. Hasn't the bud of this future blossom already appeared? You, she says, you've released me from the cellar. You're so good to me. What need was there for me to release you if the idea hadn't appealed to me? Do you think I am releasing you? Forget it. Do you think I would have taken the trouble if it didn't give me pleasure as well? Perhaps I released myself. Yes, absolutely, myself. I want to live and love, do you understand? I am doing it all for myself. How can I rid her of that pernicious feeling of gratitude that will burden her? I'll manage it somehow. She's a clever girl. She'll understand that it's pure nonsense. Of course, this isn't at all what I had intended. I thought that if she managed to escape from that household, we could postpone marriage for 2 years or so. During that time I'd have become a professor and my financial position would have been satisfactory. But a delay proved to be impossible. Well, what losses have I incurred? Was I thinking about myself when I decided to arrange my financial affairs first? What does that mean to a man? Nothing. It's a woman who feels the lack of money. I have a pair of boots, my coat is not worn through at the elbows, I have a bowl of cabbage soup, my room is warm. What the hell more do I need? That much I'll always have. So then, what losses have I incurred? But it's not enough for an attractive young woman. She needs to have pleasures and success in society. But she won't have enough money for that. Of course, she won't think she'll miss it. She's a clever girl and honest. She'll think to herself, that's all trifles, rubbish I despise, and she will, too. But does it really help if a person doesn't realize what he lacks, or, if he does, he insists that he doesn't need it at all? That's an illusion, a fantasy. Human nature is stifled by reason, circumstances, and pride. It keeps silent and doesn't make itself known to one's consciousness, all the while silently doing its work of undermining life. A young girl shouldn't have to live like that, a beautiful woman shouldn't have to live like that. It's not right if she's dressed worse than others, if she lacks sparkle on account of her limited means. I pity you, poor dear. I thought things would somehow come out a little better for you. But what about me? I'm the winner. It's still uncertain whether she'd have married me 2 years from now, but now she will. Dmitri, come and have some tea. Coming. Lopukhov headed into Kirsanov's room, but along the way he had more time to reflect. It's certainly true that one's own ego comes first, that's where it begins and ends. I started with the idea of sacrifice. What dishonesty? As if I were really giving up a scholarly reputation and a position in the department. What nonsense! What? 151. Difference will it make? I'll still be working, I'll still get a chair, and I'll still be serving medicine. It's very amusing for the theorist to observe how egoism can play with one's own ideas in practice. Since I'm forewarning the reader about everything, I'll tell him not to assume that Lopukhov's monologue contains any mysterious hint by the author concerning some important future development in relations between Lopukhov and Vera Pavlovna. Her life will not be undermined by an inability to sparkle in society or to dress elegantly, and her relations with Lopukhov will not be spoiled by any pernicious feeling of gratitude. I'm not the sort of author whose every word hides some kind of surprise. I describe what people thought and what they did, and that's all. If some action, conversation, or internal monologue is needed to characterize a person or situation, then I'll relate it, even if it should prove to have no influence on the future course of my novel. Now, Alexander, you won't be able to complain that I'm lagging behind you at work. I'll soon catch up. What, have you finished with your efforts on that girl's behalf? I have. Will she become a governess at Madame B.'s? No, she won't. Things have turned out differently. She'll be able to lead a tolerable life in her own home for the time being. Well, that's fine. It's hard to be a governess. Meanwhile, I've finished with the optical nerve, my friend, and am about to start on the next pair. Where did you stop? I still have to finish up my work on. Here there followed all sorts of anatomical and physiological terms. XX. It's now the 28th of April. He said that matters would be arranged by the beginning of July, let's suppose the 10th, since that's not the very beginning. I can use that date. Perhaps, just to be sure, I should take the 15th. No, the 10th is better. How many days are left? No need to count today, as there are only 5 hours left. There are 2 days remaining in April, 31 days in May plus those 2 is 33, 30 days in June plus 33 is 63, 10 days in July. That makes 73 days in all. Is that all? Only 73 days? And then freedom. I shall escape from this cellar. How happy I am. My dearest, how clever it was of him to think of it. How very happy I am. This was Sunday evening. On Monday there was a lesson, rescheduled from Tuesday. 152. My friend, my dearest, how glad I am to be with you again, even for a moment. Do you know how much longer I have to stay in the cellar? Will your affairs be settled soon? By the 10th of July. They will, Viroka. Then I have to stay in the cellar only 72 more days, not counting this evening. I've already crossed out one day. I've made a calendar, just like school children do, and I'm crossing off the days. How wonderful it is to cross out days. My dearest, dearest Viroka. Yes, you won't have to languish here for long. The 2.5 months will pass quickly and then you'll be free. How wonderful it will be. But, my dearest, you mustn't talk to me or look at me any more, or play the piano each time you come. And I won't always come out of my room to see you. No, I won't be able to bear it. I will come out, but only for a minute, and I'll look at you in a cold and unfriendly way. Now I'll return to my room. Farewell, my dear. When will you return? On Thursday. 3 days. So long. But then there'll only be 68 more days left. Even fewer. It should be possible to get you out of here by the 7th. The 7th. So now there are only 68 days left. How happy you've made me. Farewell, my dear. Thursday. My dear, I have only 66 more days here. Yes, Viroka, time passes quickly. Quickly? No, dear. The days have become so long. At any other time a whole month would have gone by, instead of only these last 3 days. Goodbye, my dear, we shouldn't talk for long. We are clever, aren't we? Goodbye. Still 66 days left to stay in the cellar. It's natural that I didn't notice. Time flies at my work. And I am not the one in the cellar. Yes. Saturday. My dear, there are still 64 days left. What anguish! These 2 days were longer than the previous 3. What anguish! What vileness, my dear, if you only knew. Goodbye, my sweet, till Tuesday. These next 3 days will be even longer than all the last 5. Goodbye, yeah, my dear. Yes. Her eyes look bad. She doesn't like to cry. It isn't good. Yes. 153. Tuesday. Oh, my dear, I've stopped counting the days. They're not passing quickly, not passing at all. Viroka, my dear, I have a favor to ask you. We need to have a long talk. You're so eager for your freedom. Give yourself some, we need to talk. We do, my dear, we really do. Then this is what I ask you. Tomorrow, whenever it's most convenient, it doesn't matter when, just tell me you'll be on that same bench on Konogvardievsky Boulevard. Will you come? I will, my dear, I certainly will. At 11 o'clock, is that all right? Fine. Thank you, my dear. Goodbye, dearest. I'm so glad you thought of that. How is it that I was too silly to think of it? Goodbye. We will have a long talk. And I'll get a breath of freedom. Goodbye, my dearest. Tomorrow at 11 o'clock, without fail. Friday. Viroka, where are you going? Who, me, Mama. Viroka blushed. To Nevsky Prospect, Mama. Good. I'll go along with you, Viroka. I have to go into the shopping arcade. Point 60. What's this, Viroka? You say you're going to Nevsky and yet you've put on that dress? You should be better dressed to walk along Nevsky. People will see you. I like this dress. Wait a moment, Mama, I need to get something from my room. They set off, and now they're on their way. They've reached the shopping arcade and are walking along Sadovaya Street, not very far from the corner of Nevsky, close to Ruzanov's shop. Point 61. Mama, I have 2 words to say to you. What is it, Viroka? Goodbye, Mama. I don't know when I'll see you again. If you don't get angry, then it will be tomorrow. What, Viroka? I don't understand. Goodbye, Mama. I'm going to join my husband. Dmitry Sergeich and I were married 3 days ago. Coachman, to Karavannaya Caravan Street, please. 25 kopecks, madam. Fine, let's get going. Mama, he'll drop in on you this evening. Don't be angry at me, Mama. These last words barely reached Marya Alexeyevna's ears. Coachman, I am not really going to Karavannaya Street. I only said that so you'd hurry and I could get away from that woman quickly. Tum left, along Ne.Fsky. I'm going much farther than Karavannaya Street, all the way to Vasilievsky Island, the 5th line past Middle Prospect. If you get me there quickly, I'll give you a good tip. So you tricked me, madam. That'll cost you 50 kopecks. If you drive quickly. XXI. The wedding arrangements were not very elaborate, nor were they entirely conventional. For 2 days or so after the conversation during which they became engaged, Viroka rejoiced over her imminent emancipation. By the 3rd day her cellar / as she called it, seemed twice as unbearable as before. On the 4th day she began to cry, which she detested, but she didn't cry for long. On the 5th day she cried for longer. On the 6th she no longer cried, but her anguish prevented her from sleeping. Lopukhov saw this and uttered his first monologue, hum. He looked again, and uttered his second hum. Yes. In the first, he inferred something, but didn't know exactly what it was. In the second he explained the inference to himself. No, it won't do, having shown her a glimpse of freedom, to leave her in confinement. He thought about it for the next 2 hours, an hour and a half en route from the Semenovsky Bridge to the Vyborg district, and a half hour at home on his sofa. For the first quarter of an hour he thought without knitting his brows, for the remaining hour and 3/4 he knitted his brows. At the end of 2 hours he struck his forehead and exclaimed, "You meathead! You're worse than the postmaster in Gogol's Comedy 62. He looked at his watch. 10 o'clock, there's still time. He left his apartment. During the first quarter of an hour, when he wasn't knitting his brows, he was thinking, it's all nonsense. Why must I finish my course? I won't die if I don't get a diploma. Who needs it? I can earn as much money, maybe even more, giving lessons and doing translations, as I can being a doctor. What nonsense! In fact, to tell the truth, there was really no reason for him to knit his brows. In part the problem turned out to be solvable because ever since his last lesson he'd had a premonition of something akin to these reflections. Now he understood. If we were to remind him of his ruminations beginning with the subject of sacrifice and ending with the theme of woman's elegance, we could accuse him of having had a premonition from then on of something of the sort, since there would be no other way of explaining the appearance of his ideal I'll give up a scholarly career. At that time it didn't occur to him that he'd give it UPI, but his instinct was already saying you will, and without delay. And if we accuse Lepukhov the pragmatist of specious logic in his answer I am not giving up anything / he would triumph as a theoretician and would reply, here's another example of how egoism determines both our thoughts, I should have seen it, but didn't, because I wanted to see something else, and our actions. Why else did I force the girl to stay in her cellar for an extra week when I should have foreseen it and made all the necessary arrangements then? But nothing of the sort occurred to him because he was forced to knit his brows, and having done so he had to ponder for an hour and 3/4 the words "Who will marry us?" The reply was always the same, "No one will." Sudden ly instead of this "no one" the name Mertzalov popped into his head. It was then that he struck his forehead and swore at himself for good reason. How was it that he didn't think of Mertzalov right from the start? But perhaps that wasn't such a good reason, because it was strange indeed to think of Mertzalov as a person to marry them. In the medical academy there are a great many students of different kinslow, among them seminarians. 63 They have acquaintances in the theological academy, through them, so did Lepukhov. One of the students he knew in the theological academy, not an intimate but a close acquaintance, had finished his studies a year ago and was now a priest in some large building with endless corridors on Vasilievsky Island. 64 It was to see this person that Lepukhov now set off. Because of the extraordinary circumstances and the lateness of the hurry, he even hired a cab. Mertzalov was at home alone reading some recent work, either by Louis XIV or by someone else of the same dynasty. 65 So that's all there is to it, Alexei Petrovich. I understand that it entails a large risk for you. It'll all be alright if we make it up with her parents, but what if they press a lawsuit? 66 Then there could be trouble for you, and there probably will be. But Lepukhov couldn't come up with a single but. How indeed can you persuade a person to place his head in a noose for your sake? Mertzalov thought about it for a long time, he too trying to come up with a but to authorize himself to run such a risk, but he couldn't come up with a single one either. What can I do? I'd like to. A year ago I did exactly the same thing, but now I feel bound, as you soon will too. It's a shame. I should help you, but when you have a wife you're afraid to act. Take a chance. Hello, Alyosha said an attractive and lively young blonde, aged 17, who was just coming back from visiting her parents. Regards from everyone. Hello, Lepukhov. We haven't seen you for some time. What's that you're saying about wives? You're always putting the blame on them. Mertzalov apprised his wife of the facts. The young woman's eyes began to sparkle. But Alyosha, they won't gobble you up. There's a risk, Natasha. A very great one. Lepukhov confirmed. Well, what's to be done? Take the risk, Alyosha. I beg you. If you won't accuse me of having forgotten all about you in facing this dangerous situation, Natasha, then it's all settled. When do you want to be married, Dmitry Sergeich? Consequently, there were no more obstacles remaining. On Monday morning Lepukhov said to Kirsanov, "Do you know what, Alexander? I am thinking about turning over my share of our work to you. Take my papers and specimens. I am giving it all up. I am leaving the academy. Here's my resignation." I'm getting married. Lopukhov related the story in brief. If you or I were stupid, Dmitri, I'd tell you that you're mad. But I am not saying that. I am sure you've thought through all possible objections more carefully than I. And if you haven't, it makes no difference. I don't know if you're acting foolishly or wisely, but I'm not stupid enough to try to dissuade you when I know it's not possible. Do you need my assistance in any way, or not? We need to find a 3-room apartment in an inexpensive neighborhood. I'll be busy at the academy, trying to get my documents by tomorrow. 67 You could look for the apartment. On Tuesday Lopukhov received his documents and set off to tell Murtzilov that the wedding could take place the next day. What time suits you, Alexei Petrovich? It didn't matter to Alexei Petrovich, since he'd be home all day. In any case, I should be able to send Kirsanov to warn you. On Wednesday at 11 o'clock Lopukhov arrived at Konogvardievsky Boulevard and had to wait there so long for Viroka that he began to worry. But there she was, hurrying along. Viroka, my friend, has something happened? No, my dear, it's nothing. I'm late because I overslept. What time did you fall asleep? I didn't want to tell you, dear. It was 7 o'clock. But I just lay there thinking. No, it was even earlier, 6 o'clock. Here's what I wanted to ask you, my dear Viroka. We must get married as soon as possible so we can both get some peace of mind. Yes, dear, we must. As soon as possible. So, in 3 or 4 days. Oh, if only we could, dearest, it would be very clever of you. I shall find an apartment in 3 days for sure, and I'll buy what household goods we need. Then we'll be able to move in together. Yes, my dear, we will. But first we have to get married. Oh, yes, I'd completely forgotten that. Well, we can get married today. That's what I wanted to ask you. Let's go, dear, and let's get married. How did you manage to arrange everything? What a clever man you are, my dear. I'll tell you along the way. Let's go. They arrived at the building, made their way through long corridors to the church, found the guard, and sent for Murtzilov. He lived in the very same building with the endless corridors. Now, Viroka, I have yet another request. You do know that during the ceremony the couple is supposed to kiss? Yes, my dear. How embarrassing. Well, so that it won't be too embarrassing then, let's kiss each other now. So be it, my dear. But couldn't we do without it? No, not during the ceremony. So we must be prepared. They kiss. It's good we had time to prepare, my dear. Here comes the guard. Now it won't be too embarrassing during the ceremony. But it wasn't the guard. The guard had gone to fetch the sexton. It was Kirsanov, who'd been waiting for them at Murtzilov's. Viroka, this is Alexander Matveyevich Kirsanov, the man you so despise and whom you want to forbid me ever to see. Vera Pavlovna, why do you want to come between our two loving hearts? Precisely because they're so loving, said Viroka, shaking Kirsanov's hand. Smiling all the while, she wondered aloud, will I come to love him the same way you do? You love him very much, don't you? Me, replied Kirsanov. I love only myself, Vera Pavlovna, you don't love him. We lived together and didn't argue. That's enough. And he doesn't love you. Not that I've noticed. But let's ask him. Do you love me, Dmitri? I have no particular dislike for you. Well, if that's true, Alexander Matveyevich, I shall not forbid him to see you and I too shall come to love you. Now that's much better, Vera Pavlovna /1 Alexei Petrovich arrived. Here I am. Let's go into the church. He was very cheerful and made a few jokes, but once the ceremony began, his voice began to tremble. What if they do press a lawsuit? Natasha, Go home to your father. Your husband can't provide for you, and it's a wretched life to have a living husband but have to eat your father's bread. Still, after a few words he regained complete control of himself. Natalia Andreevna, or Natasha, as Alexey Petrovich called her, arrived in the middle of the ceremony. Afterward she invited the young couple to a small breakfast she'd prepared. They accepted. They laughed, danced 2 quadrilles in couples and even some waltzes. Alexey Petrovich, who didn't know how to dance, played the violin. An hour and a half passed by quickly and completely unnoticed. The wedding was very jolly. "I think I'm expected home for dinner," said Viroka. "It's time. Now, dear, I'll be able to endure the next 3 or 4 days, or even more, in my cellar without much difficulty. I won't have to languish any more. Now I have nothing to fear. No, there's no need to come with me. I'll go home alone so no one will notice us together." 159. "Never mind, they won't gobble me up. Don't feel guilty, friends," said Alexey Petrovich while accompanying Lopukhov and Kirsanov, who'd remained behind a few more minutes to allow Viroka to leave alone. "Now I'm very glad that Natasha gave me such strong encouragement." The next day, after 4 days of searching, an acceptable apartment was found at the far end of Line 5 on Vasilievsky Island. With a receive of only 160 rubles, Lopukhov had agreed with his friend that for the time being he and Viroka couldn't even consider acquiring furniture, crockery and other household items. Therefore they rented 3 furnished rooms with board included from a local petty bourgeois couple. 68 The old man passed his days peacefully tending a stand where he peddled buttons, ribbons, pins and so on near the fence between lines 1 and 2 on Middle Prospect. He spent evenings chatting with his old wife. She passed her days darning hundreds and thousands of items of old clothes brought to her by the armful from the flea market. This landlord and landlady also functioned as the couple's SEI vans. All this cost only 30 rubles a month. At that time, some 10 years ago, life in Petersburg was inexpensive even by Petersburg standards. This set of arrangements provided them with the means to live for 3, perhaps even 4 months. 10 rubles a month should suffice for tea, etc. And within 4 months Lopukhov hoped to find lessons, some kind of literary work or employment in a merchant's office, it didn't matter what. On the very same day they found the apartment, and an excellent one it was, which is why they had to look for it so long but finally managed to find it. Lopukhov, who had come as usual on Thursday for his lessons, said to Viroka, "You can move in tomorrow, my friend. Here's the address. I'll say no more to you now lest someone notice. You have saved me, my dearest." But now how was she to leave her house? Tell them outright? Viroka would have considered that, but her mother might hurl herself into the fray and lock her up. Viroka decided to leave a letter in her room. After Marya Alexeyevna had heard that her daughter was planning to head off in the direction of Nevsky Prospect and had announced that she'd go with her, Viroka returned to her room and reclaimed the letter. She thought it better, more honest, to tell her straight to her face. Surely her mother wouldn't create a scene in public. She need only take care that when she told her mother she was standing a reasonable distance from her. Then she would jump into a cab and hurry away before her mother could manage to grab hold of her sleeve. In precisely this manner did the striking scene in front of Rozanov's shop occur. XXII. But so far we've witnessed only the first half of this scene. For a moment, no, even less than a moment, Marya Alexeyevna, who suspected nothing of the sort, stood there stupefied. She was trying, but kept failing to understand what it was that her daughter was saying. What did it all mean, and how could it be? But this was only for a moment, or even less. She roused herself and shouted some expletive, but her daughter's cab was already turning onto Nevsky. Marya Alexeyevna ran several steps in that direction. She needed a cab. She hurled herself to the sidewalk. Cabby. Where to, madame? Where to, indeed? She thought she'd heard her daughter say Karavannaya Street / yet the cab had turned left onto Nevsky. Where should she go? Catch up with her, that bitch. Catch up with whom? Madam? Tell me where you want to go. How can I go without any directions, not knowing where you're headed? Marya Alexeyevna lost her temper and began swearing at the cabbie. You're drunk, lady, I can see that / he replied, and drove off. Marya Alexeyevna kept hurling insults after him, called to some other cabbies, tore off in one direction for a few steps, then another, waved her arms, and finally came to a halt again under the colonnade. She stood there stamping her foot in a rage. A group of some 5 lads peddling all sorts of wares near the shopping arcade soon gathered around her. They feasted their eyes on her, exchanging remarks of a more or less disrespectful nature, and addressed her with both wisecracks and well-intentioned advice. That's the way, Lady Crockett, and it's still so early. Good for you, lady. Lady, hey lady, buy 5 lemons from me. Use them as a chaser. I'll sell them to you cheap. Lady, hey lady, don't listen to him. Les mons won't help. What you need is a hair of the dog that bit you. Lady, hey lady, you sure can curse. Let's have a contest to see who can outdo the other. Marya Alexeyevna, not knowing exactly what she was doing, boxed the ear of the closest of her interlocutors. He was a lad of about 17 who was sticking his tongue out at her, not without considerable grace. His cap flew off and his full head of hair came to hand. Marya Alexeyevna seized hold. This act filled her remaining interlocutors with indescribable enthusiasm. That's the way, lady. 161. Give it to him. Hey Fedka, give it to her back. Someone remarked, but most of them were decidedly on Marya Alexeyevna's side. What can Fedka do against this lady? Give it to him, lady, give it to him. He's got it coming to him, the bastard. By now there were many other spectators in addition to the group of boys, cabbies, shopkeepers and passers-by. Then Marya Alexeyevna seemed to come to her senses. Pushing Fedka's head away with one last mechanical shove, she walked across the street accompanied by ecstatic shouts of praise from her interlocutors. She managed to realize that she was heading home only when she passed the gates of the Corps of Pages. 69 She took a cab and arrived home safely. She smacked her own Fedaya after he let her in, then she ran to her cupboard, smacked Matriana, who'd come to see what all the fuss was about, ran back to her cupboard and then into Viroka's room. A minute later she came out to her cupboard again and soon ran back into Viroka's room, where she remained for some time. Then she wandered around other rooms swearing all the while, but there was no one left to smack. Fedaya had escaped to the back stairway. Matriana, after peeking through a crack into Viroka's room and noting that Marya Alexeyevna was advancing toward her, ran headlong and ended up not in the kitchen but in the bedroom under Marya Alexeyevna's bed, where she remained in safety until she was peaceably summoned. Matriana couldn't say whether or not Marya Alexeyevna wandered through empty rooms shouting and cursing for a very long time. It must have been so, because when Pavel Konstantinych returned home from work he caught it too, both ideally and materially 70. But all good things come to an end. When at last Marya Alexeyevna shouted, "Matriana, serve dinner!" Matriana realized that the storm had ended. She came out from under the bed and went in to serve dinner. Marya Alexeyevna refrained from swearing all during dinner. She merely snarled with no aggressive intention, simply for her own satisfaction. Then, instead of going to lie down, she sat completely alone, first in silence, then grumbling. Then she stopped grumbling and sat in silence again. At last she shouted, "Matriana, go wake your master and send him in to me." Matriana, expecting further orders, hadn't dared slip out to the tavern or anywhere else. She did as she was told, and Pavel Konstantinych made his appearance. "Go tell the landlady that your daughter married that devil with your permission. Say that you opposed my wishes. Say that you did it to please her, since you knew that she was against the match. Tell her it's all my fault and that you were carrying out her wishes. Tell her it was you who arranged the match. Understand me?" "Yes, Marya Alexeyevna. That's a very clever plan you thought up. Well, go do it. It doesn't matter if she's having dinner, call her away from the table. Hurry up, while she still doesn't know anything." The plausibility of Pavel Konstantinik's words was so evident that the landlady would have believed him even if he hadn't possessed the gift of persuasive and reverential explication. So great was his persuasiveness that the landlady would have forgiven him even if there hadn't been conclusive proof that he'd always opposed his wife and had intentionally matched Viroka with Lopukhov in order to thwart her proposed mismatch with Mikhail Ivanich. How did they get married? Why, Pavel Konstantinik had provided them with a generous dowry. He gave Lopukhov 000 rubles in cash and paid for the entire wedding and all household furnishings. It was he who'd carried their notes back and forth, he who'd arranged their rendezvous at the apartment of his colleague Filantiev, a department head and a married man, because, even though I'm a humble fellow, Your Excellency, I still value my daughter's maidenly honor. We really couldn't afford to hire a tutor for my young son, that was just a pretext, Your Excellency. He went on and on. Pavel Konstantinik painted his wife's perfidy in the blackest of colors. How could she possibly not be convinced and not forgive him? And the news itself provided her with great, unexpected joy. Joy softens the heart. The landlady began her valedictory address with a very lengthy preamble on Marya Alexeyevna's vile thoughts and deeds. At first she demanded that Pavel Konstantinik send his wife packing. But he entreated her, the landlady herself had said it more for show than for anything else. Finally her decision was announced. Pavel Konstantinik would stay on as manager, their street front apartment would be forfeited. They would be moved to the back courtyard on the understanding that his wife never set foot anywhere near the front, lest the landlady catch sight of her face, and that she be required to come and go through the gates farthest from the landlady's windows. Of the 20 rubles a month additional salary, he would forfeit 15, keeping only 5 as a reward for his zeal in carrying out the landlady's wishes and for his expenses in connection with his daughter's wedding. Marya Alexeyevna had several different schemes in mind for dealing with Lopukhov when he showed up that evening. The one closest to her heart consisted of hiding 2 doormen in the kitchen. At a signal from her, they would hurl themselves upon Lopukhov and give him a sound thrashing. In the most pathetic scenario she and Pavel Konstantinik would solemnly proclaim a parental curse on their disobedient daughter and on him, her criminal accomplice, followed by an explanation that such a malediction was so powerful that even the earth, as everyone knows, refuses to receive the remains of children cursed by their parents. But these were all merely dreams, just like the landlady's idea of separating Pavel Konstantinik from his wife. Such schemes, like any sort of poetry, serve no practical purpose except to comfort the heart, providing the basis for endless, solitary reflections and certain dramatic explanations useful in future conversations, to wit, here is what I could have and would have done, had I not relented so generously. The schemes to thrash Lopukhov and to curse her daughter constituted the ideal side of Marya Alexeyevna's thoughts and feelings. The real side of her mind and soul took a much less elevated, much more practical direction. This disparity is the inevitable result of every human being's frailty. Once Marya Alexeyevna regained her senses near the gate of the Corps of Pages, she understood that her daughter really had disappeared, that she'd gotten married and had escaped from her. These facts entered her consciousness in the form of the following mental exclamation: "I've been robbed." All the way home she kept exclaiming either aloud or to herself, "I've been robbed." Therefore, pausing only a few moments through human weakness to convey her grief to Fedaya and Matriana, each and every one of us is so distracted by the expression of his or her feelings that in the rush of emotion we forget the mundane interests of the moment. Marya Alexeyevna ran into Viroka's room, searched the drawers of her dressing table and her closet, and cast a hurried glance around the room. No, everything seems to be here. Then she set about Viral, ring this comforting impression by a more meticulous examination. It turned out that all of Viroka's dresses and other possessions had been left behind, except for 1 pair of modest gold earrings, 1 old muslin dress, and the old coat that Viroka was wearing when she left the house. Regarding this question of real life, Marya Alexeyevna expected that Viroka would give Lopukhov a list of the things she required. She firmly resolved not to hand over any gold jewelry or other such items, she would provide 4 of her plainest dresses and some of her most worn. 164. Underclothes. To part with nothing at all was impossible, honorable decorum would not allow that, and Marya Alexeyevna was a stickler for the rules. The second question of real life was their future relationship with the landlady. We've already seen that Marya Alexeyevna managed to resolve this problem very successfully. Now, for the third question, what to do with the wench and the villain, her daughter and uninvited son-in-law? Anathematize them. That wouldn't be difficult, but it would serve only as a dessert to a more substantial repast. And that could take only one form: presenting a petition, initiating a lawsuit, and going to court. 71 At first, in her agitated state, Marya Alexeyevna looked at this solution to the problem in the ideal sense. From that point of view it seemed to be very attractive. But the calmer she became after the storm was spent, the more the affair appeared to her in a different light. No one knew better than she that lawsuits required money and more money. Such cases, though tempting in their ideal beauty, demanded larger and larger sums and dragged on for a very long time. After consuming a great deal of money, they often came to absolutely nothing in the end. What was there to do? In the last analysis it turned out that there were only 2 possibilities: to excoriate Lopukhov to her own satisfaction and reject all his efforts to claim Virokha's belongings, and then to threaten to lodge an official complaint. But she'd have to abuse him in the strongest possible terms, to her heart's content. However, she didn't even manage to abuse him at all. Lopukhov arrived and began in the following way: Virokha and I ask that you forgive us, Marya Alexeyevna and Pavel Konstantinych, for acting without your consent. At that point Marya Alexeyevna screamed, "I curse her, the good-for-nothing girl." But instead of the phrase good-for-nothing girl she managed to get out only the first syllable, because Lopukhov announced in a very loud voice, "I will not listen to your abuse. I have come to discuss the business at hand. You're angry and unable to talk calmly. Therefore I will speak with Pavel Konstantinych alone, and you, Marya Alexeyevna, can send in Fedaya or Matriona to summon us after you've calmed down." As soon as he said this he began to move Pavel Konstantinych toward his study. He spoke so loudly that there was no possibility of outshouting him. Marya Alexeyevna was forced to stop talking. He led Pavel Konstantinych as far as the parlor door, stopped there, turned, and said, "Well now, Marya Alexeyevna, it looks as if I may be able to talk to you, too. But we must speak calmly and only about the business at hand." She was just about to start screaming again, but he interrupted her. "If you can't speak calmly, then we'll leave." "Where are you going, you fool?" shouted Marya Alexeyevna to her husband. "He's dragging me away." If Pavel Konstantinych were to be similarly inclined to deal with me in an impassioned way, then I would also leave. It really doesn't matter to me. But Pavel Konstantinych, why do you allow her to call you such names? Marya Alexeyevna doesn't understand how things work. She probably thinks she can do whatever she wants to us. But you're a civil servant, and you must know how things are done. Tell her she can do nothing to Virokha now, and even less to me. That bastard knows there's nothing I can do to them, thought Marya Alexeyevna, so she told Lopukhov that she'd flared up at first as a mother, but now she could speak with more composure. Lopukhov returned with Pavel Konstantinych and they all sat down. He asked her to listen until he finished everything he had to say, then she'd get a chance to speak. He started talking, raising his voice considerably whenever she tried to interrupt him. Thus he managed to finish his speech. He said that it was impossible to unmarry them and therefore the affair with Chernyshevsky was a lost cause, as they themselves knew full well. Consequently, a lawsuit would both tire them out and be to no avail, but they could do as they wished. If they had extra money available, they might even be encouraged to try. There was really no reason to be upset since Virokha had never intended to marry Chernyshevsky. That had always been an unrealizable scheme, as Marya Alexeyevna must have known herself. A girl has to be married off sooner or later, and that entails considerable expense for the parents. There is the dowry and then the wedding itself, which costs a fair amount, but the dowry is the main thing. Consequently, Marya Alexeyevna and Pavel Konstantinovich ought to be grateful to their daughter for getting married without causing them any expense whatever. That's the way he spoke, more or less, and he carried on in this detailed way for a full half hour. When he finished, Marya Alexeyevna realized that there was nothing to be gained by talking to such a villain, therefore she began to speak about her own feelings. She was personally aggrieved by the fact that Viroka had gotten married without requesting parental consent because it was so very painful to a mother's heart. Once they touched upon the subject of maternal feelings and grief, the conversation for both of them naturally began to assume the form "well, we can't not." 166. Speak about that, since that's what propriety demands. So they satisfied all the demands of propriety and did speak about it. Marya Alexeyevna said that as a loving mother, she felt aggrieved. Lopukhov said that as a loving mother, she ought not to. After they fulfilled a measure of propriety by appropriately lengthy digressions on feelings, they moved on to another point, also required by propriety, namely, how they, on the one hand, had always desired their daughter's happiness, while he, on the other hand, had absolutely no doubt about that. When the conversation had dragged on for the appropriate length of time on this subject, they began to say their goodbyes, accompanied by lengthy explanations dictated by the rules of gentry decorum. As a result of all this, it turned out that Lopukhov, who appreciated the distress suffered by her maternal heart, did not ask Marya Alexeyevna to grant her daughter permission to meet her mother at the present time because perhaps such a meeting would still be too painful for that maternal heart. But, as Marya Alexeyevna would continue to hear about Viroka's great happiness, which, of course, had always been her sole desire, perhaps her heart would be sufficiently softened so that she might find herself in a position to meet with her daughter without grieving. When they had agreed upon this, they parted amicably. "What a villain!" said Marya Alexeyevna after showing her son-in-law to the door. That night she even dreamed that she was sitting near the window and saw a splendid carriage corning along the street. It stops and an elegant lady gets out with a man. They come into her room and the lady speaks. "Mama, look how well my husband dresses me." The lady is none other than Viroka. Marya Alexeyevna looks and sees that the material for Viroka's dress is very expensive. Viroka says, "The material alone cost 500 silver rubles, but that's nothing for us, Mama. I have a dozen such dresses. Better look at my fingers, Mama. These cost even more." Marya Alexeyevna looks at Viroka's fingers and sees rings with large diamonds. "This ring cost 2,000 rubles, Mama, and this one is even more, 4,000 rubles, Mama. Look at my bosom, Mama. This brooch is even more expensive. It costs 10,000 rubles. And the man, it's Dmitry Sergeich, says, 'All this is nothing for us, dear Marya Alexeyevna. The really important thing is in my pocket. Here, Mama dearest, look at this thick wallet and see how it's bulging with 100-ruble notes. I am giving it to you, Mama, because it too is nothing for us. But this wallet, which is even thicker, dear Mama, I won't give to you. It contains no paper money, only bank drafts and promissory notes. Each one is worth more than the entire wallet I gave you, dear Mama, Marya Alexeyevna.'" Dmitry. 167. Sergeich, my dear son, you certainly know how to ensure the happiness of my daughter and her whole family. But how did it come about, my dear son, that you acquired so much wealth? Dear Mama, I've gone in for tax farming 72. Upon awakening, Marya Alexeyevna thought to herself, he really ought to go in for tax farming. XXIV Eulogy of Marya Alexeyevna. You cease to be an important personage in Viroka's life, Marya Alexeyevna. In parting with you, the author of this tale asks that you not complain about quitting the scene at a moment that is less than advantageous to you. Don't think that you've lost our respect as a result. We leave you after you've been made a fool of, but this in no way diminishes our view of your intelligence, Marya Alexeyevna. Your mistake doesn't bear witness against you. You encountered a sort of people you weren't used to dealing with. It was no sin to be deceived by them, judging from your own former experiences. Your entire previous life led to the conclusion that people are divided into two categories: fools and swindlers. Anyone who isn't a fool is surely a swindler / you thought, and not to be a swindler means that you're fool. This view, Marya Alexeyevna, was very accurate, until quite recently, Marya Alexeyevna, it was completely accurate. You had encountered people who talked extremely well. You realized that everyone without exception was either a schemer who pulled the wool over other folks' eyes with fine phrases, or a full-grown silly child, ignorant of life and unable to apply himself in any way. For at reason, Marya Alexeyevna, you didn't believe in fine phrases, you considered them either stupid or deceptive, and you were right. Your view of other people was completely formed when you encountered the first woman who was neither stupid nor a swindler. You're to be forgiven for being confused, for pausing to consider, for not knowing what to think or how to treat her. Your view of other people was completely formed when you encountered the first honorable man who wasn't a simple-minded, pitiful child, who knew life as well as you, whose judgments were no less accurate than yours, and who knew how to do business no less skillfully than you. You're to be forgiven for making a mistake and taking him for the same kind of rascal that you are. These mistakes, Marya Alexeyevna. 168. Don't diminish my respect for you as a clever and capable woman. You dragged your husband out of obscurity and you've provided for your old age. These are both good things that were difficult for you to achieve. The means you employed were bad, but your environment provided you with none other. The means belong to your environment, not to your personality. The dishonor is not yours, but the honor is to your intelligence and your strength of character. Are you content, Marya Alexeyevna, with this acknowledgement of your good qualities? Of course, because you never thought of claiming to be kind or good. In a moment of involuntary candor, you acknowledged that you're a wicked and dishonest person, and that you considered neither wickedness nor dishonesty to be dishonorable in your case, demonstrating that you couldn't have been different given the circumstances of your life. Consequently, you won't be too concerned if I don't add to this eulogy of your intelligence and strength of character any praise of your virtues. You don't think you have any and wouldn't consider them virtues, you'd be more likely to consider them stupidity. Therefore, you demand no further praise beyond what I've already given you. However, I can say one more thing in your honor. Of all the people I dislike and with whom I would prefer to have nothing to do, I would still rather deal with you than with the others. Of course you're ruthless when it comes to your own advantage. But if there's no advantage to you in doing hand to someone, you won't do it simply for the sake of some stupid little passion. You figure it's not worth spending the time, effort, and money uselessly. Naturally, you'd be delighted to roast your daughter and her husband over a slow fire, but you managed to curb your desire for revenge and to reason coolly about the matter. You realized that you couldn't succeed in roasting them. It's a great quality, Marya Alexeyevna, to be able to recognize an impossibility. Having done so, you chose not to initiate a lawsuit that would have failed to ruin those who'd caused you such irritation. You realized that those insignificant annoyances that a lawsuit could have caused them would have caused you much greater inconvenience and loss. Therefore you abandoned the idea. If it's impossible to vanquish the enemy, if inflicting a small wound on him would result in inflicting a larger one on yourself, then there's no point in beginning the battle. Having understood this, you had the good sense and courage to submit to the inevitable without causing useless harm to yourself and to others. That's also a great quality, Marya Alexeyevna. Yes, one can still deal with you, because you don't wish evil for evil's sake if it's to your own detriment. That's a very rare quality, and a very great one, Marya Alexeyevna. There are millions of people who are far more dangerous to 169 themselves and to others than you are, even though they don't look as horribly harmful as you do. Of all those bad ones, You're still better than most precisely because you're not unreasonable and not dimwit Ted. I'd be glad to wipe you off the face of the earth, but I respect you. You don't do too much damage. You're now engaged in a bad business because your environment demands it, but if we were to provide you with a different environment, you'd gladly become harmless, even beneficiate because you don't want to do evil without financial reward, and if it were in your own interest, you'd do anything at all, you'd even act decently and nobly if necessary. You are capable of it, Marya Alexeyevna. You're not to blame that this capacity is inactive in you, and that antithetical capacities are active instead. You still have it, and that can't be said of the others. Worthless people aren't capable of doing anything, you're merely a bad person, not a worthless one. Morally speaking, you're better than most. Are you content, Marya Alexeyevna? What should I be satisfied with, my good sir? My circumstances are rather poor, aren't they? That's as it should be, Marya Alexeyevna. Chapter 3. Marriage and Second Love. 3 months have passed since Veroka escaped from her cellar. The Lopukhovs' affairs are progressing well. He's found sufficient lessons and has obtained work at a publishing house translating a textbook on geography. Vera Pavlovna has 2 pupils of her own, nothing to envy, but not too bad either. Together they're earning about 80 rubles a month, although they can lead only a very modest existence, they're not in any need. Their means are increasing gradually and they reckon that in about 4 months or even less they'll be able to furnish their household, and that's just what happens subsequently. Of course their life was not arranged precisely the way Veroka described it, half jesting and half serious, on the day of their fantastic engagement, still it was very close to that. The old man and woman in whose house they lived had a great deal to say to each other about the strange way these newlyweds lived. It was as if they weren't newlyweds at all, not even husband and wife, but as if they were God knows what. Well, Petrovna/3 as I see it and as you tell it, it's as if, how can I put it, she was his sister or he was her brother. What a comparison. There's no ceremony between brother and sister. But just look at them. He gets up, puts on his dressing gown, and sits waiting until you bring in the samovar. He makes tea and then calls her, she's also all dressed when she comes out. What kind of brother and sister is that? Here's what I think, sometimes poor people live together in one apartment because of their poverty. That's what I'd compare them to. And how is it, Petrovna, that the husband can't enter his wife's room? If she's not dressed he won't go in. What do you say to that? And what about how they separate at bedtime? He says, "Good night, dear, sleep well." They part and each goes to his own room, they sit reading books and sometimes he's writing. Listen to what happened once. She went to bed and was reading a book. I was merely listening through the partition. I couldn't fall asleep for some reason or other. I heard her get up. Only, what do you think? She stood in front of the mirror to comb her hair. Just like she was planning to greet visitors. I heard her leave her room. So I went into the corridor, stood on a chair, and peeked through the transom into his room. I heard her come up to his door. "May I come in, dear?" she asks. "Just a minute, Veroka/ he says. He'd also gone to bed. He puts on his clothes, his dressing gown too. I figure he's about ready to put on a tie, but no, he doesn't. He straightens out his clothes and says, "You may come in now, Veroka." She says, "There's something in this book I don't understand. Can you explain it to me?" He does. She says, "Forgive me for disturbing you, dear." He says, "It's nothing, Veroka. I was only residential ting. You didn't disturb me at all." And she left. She left. Left. He did nothing. Nothing. Don't be so astonished that she left, but that she got dressed before she went in. He says, "Wait a minute" / then gets dressed and says, "Come in." So now tell me, what kind of custom is that? Here's what I think, Petrovna. It's some sort of sect. You know there are all kinds of them. 74. It seems like that. Maybe you're right. Another conversation. Danalik, I asked her about their customs. I said, don't get angry that I am asking, but what religion are you? The usual / she says, Russian Orthodox. And your husband? He's Orthodox, too / she says. You wouldn't belong to any sect, would you? No / she says, why do you ask? Here's why, ma'am. I don't know whether to call you Miss or Mrs. Are you living with your husband or not? She laughed and said, I am. She laughed. She laughed and said, I am. Then why do you have such a custom that you don't see him unless you're dressed first, as if you weren't living with him? She says, so he won't see me disheveled. It's got nothing to do with any section. Well, what is it, then? I asked. So that there'll be more love and fewer quarrels / well, that certainly seems to be true, Petrovna. They're always in good form. And here's what else she said. If / she says, I don't want strangers to see me in disarray, and if I love my husband more than anyone else, then I should never show myself to him without washing my face first / that seems to be true, too, Petrovna. Do you know why we covet our neighbors' wives? Because we see them all dressed up and we see our own in disarray. That's what it says in the scriptures, the Proverbs of Solomon n7:5. He was the wisest king of all. 2. All was going well with the Lopukhovs. Vera Pavlovna was usually cheerful, but once, 5 months or so after their wedding, Dmitry Sergeich returned home from a lesson to find his wife in a peculiar state of mind. Her eyes were shining with pride and joy. Dmitry Sergeich recalled that for the last several days he'd observed in her signs of pleasant restlessness, cheerful reflection, and tender pride. My friend, you seem so very happy. Won't you share it with me? Yes, I think I am happy, but wait a while, my dear. I'll tell you when it's for sure. I must wait a few more days. It's going to be a source of great joy. I know you'll be happy. Kirsanov and Mertsilov will like it, too. What in the world is it? Have you forgotten our agreement, my dear? No questions. I'll tell you when it's for sure. Over a week passed. I am ready to share my joy with you, my dear. But you must advise me, since you know all about it. You know that I've wanted to do something for quite a while. Well, now I've conceived a plan to organize a dressmaking establishment. Isn't that a good idea? Well, my dear, we've had an agreement that I was to refrain from kissing your hand. But that was a general rule, it didn't apply to excisions such as this one. Give me your hand, Vera Pavlovna. Later, my dear, after I've succeeded. But when you have, you won't give me your hand to kiss. Then Kirsanov, Alexei Petrovich, and everyone else will kiss it. But for now I'm still the only one. Your intention alone deceives it. By force? I'll scream. Go ahead. I'll get flustered, my dear, and I won't say anything. As if it were so important. It is, my friend. We all talk a lot but do nothing. You began thinking about all this after we did, but you resolved to get down to work sooner. Veroka laid her head on her husband's chest and hid her face. You're praising me too much. Her husband kissed her head. What a clever little head. Stop it, dear. It's impossible to tell you anything, look at the way you're behaving. I'll stop. Tell me more, my good Veroka. How dare you call me that? Well then, my wicked Veroka. Oh, you. You keep on interrupting. Sit quietly and listen. It seems to me the main thing is, right from the start, when I have to choose a few people, I must do it very carefully. They must be genuinely honest and good, not frivolous or fickle, but reliable and gentle, so that feudal quarrels won't break out among them and they in turn will be able to select other people. Isn't that right? It is, my dear. So far I've found 3 such young women. Oh, how I've searched. For the last 3 months I've been visiting shops and making acquaintances. And now I've found them. They're splendid girls, and I've become well acquainted with them. And they have to be experts at their trade. Your business must stand on its own merits and everything should be based on commercial calculation. Of course it must. So what else is there? Why do you need my advice? About the details, my dear. Tell me about them. You've probably thought them all out yourself and can adapt to the circumstances. You know that the most important things are principle, character, and ability. Details are determined by the particular conditions of each situation. 174. I know. Nevertheless, lo, when you say it's so, I'll feel more certain. They talked for a long time. Lopukov found nothing to correct in his wife's plan while she found that it was being elaborated and clarified in the process of telling him about it. The next day Lopukov carried the following announcement to the office of the Police Gazette: Vera Pavlovna Lopukova is now accepting orders for ladies' dresses, underwear etc. one at reasonable rates and so on and so forth. That very same morning Vera Pavlovna set off to visit Julie. She doesn't know my married name. Tell her that it's Mademoiselle Rizulskaya. My child, you've come to see me without a veil quite open and you give your own name to my servant. This is madness. You'll ruin yourself, lo, my child. I am now a married woman and can go where I want and do what I want. But your husband will find out. He'll be here in an hour. The questions began. How did she get married? Julie was ecstatic. She hugged and kissed her and wept. After this paroxysm had passed, Vera Pavlovna began to explain the reason for her visit. You know, we only remember our old friends when we need them. I have a big favor to ask of you. I am setting up a dressmaking establishment. Send me your orders and recommend me to your friends. I can sew well and I have good SS's T&S. You even know one of them. Julie did indeed know one of them to be an excellent seamstress. Here are some samples of my work. And I made this dress I'm wearing. You can see how well it fits. Julie carefully examined the fit of her dress, then she scrutinized the stitching on a shawl and a pair of sleeves. She was very satisfied. My child, you could be very successful. You have skill and good taste. But you will need an elegant shop on Nevsky Prospect. Yes'll, and in time I'll have one. That's my goal. But for now I'll take in orders at home. They finished their business and began to talk about Veroka's marriage once again. That Storishnik fellow went on a terrible binge for 2 weeks. Then he made it up with Adele. I am very happy for her. He's a good fellow. It's a piddle thought that Adele has no character. Once launched on this subject, Julie began to describe the adventures of Adele among others. Mademoiselle Rizulskaya was a married woman now, so Julie saw no need to restrain herself. At first she spoke rationally, then she got more and more carried away and began to 175. Describe her revels with great enthusiasm. She went on and on. At first Vera Pavlovna was embarrassed, but Julie didn't notice it. Then Vera Pavlovna recovered her self-possession and began to listen with the same painful interest with which one examines the features of a well-loved face disfigured by disease. But soon Lopukov arrived. Julie was instantly transformed into a respectable society lady endowed with the sternest tact. She didn't maintain this pose for long, however. After congratulating Lopukov on having so beautiful a wife, she became excited again. Yes, she cried, we must celebrate your marriage. She ordered an impromptu breakfast complete with champagne. Verochka had to drink half a glass to toast her marriage, half a glass to her new establishment, and half a glass to Julie's health. Her head started spinning. Then she and Julie began to shout, yell, and raise a rumpus. Julie pinched Viroka, jumped up and began to run around chased by Viroka. They ran through all the rooms bouncing on chairs. Lopukhov sat and laughed. It came to an end when Julie decided to boast about her strength. "I can lift you into the air with one hand." "Oh no, you can't." They started to struggle but fell onto the sofa. They no longer tried to stand up but merely continued to shout and giggle. Soon they both fell asleep. This was the first time in a long while that Lopukhov didn't know what to do. Should he wake them? What a pity to spoil such a cheerful encounter with an awkward conclusion. He stood up quietly and looked for something to read. He found a book, The Chronicles of the Oval Window, compared to which Phobla seemed pale indeed. 76 He settled down on a sofa at the other end of the room and began to read. A quarter of an hour later he dozed off out of sheer boredom. 2 hours later Pauline woke Julie. It was time for dinner. They sat down to eat without Serge, who was attending some gala affair. Julie and Viroka became raucous again and then grew more serious. By the time they parted both were entirely serious. Julie inquired, it hadn't occurred to her before, as to why Viroka was opening a dressmaking establishment. Why, if she were concerned about money, it would be much easier to become an actress or even a singer, since she had such a powerful voice. At this inquiry they both sat down again. Viroka began to explain her idea and Julie became enthusiastic once more. She showered blessings mixed with tears upon her, declaring that she, Julie Letellier, although a fallen woman, nevertheless knew what virtue was all about. There were more tears, embraces, and then more blessings. 4 days later Julie arrived at Vera Pavlovna's and presented her with rather a lot of orders, as well as the addresses of several of her acquaintances from whom she might receive even more. She brought Serge along with her, having insisted upon it, saying, "Lopukhov called on us. Now you must pay them a visit." Julie behaved in a dignified manner and managed to keep it up without the least indiscretion, even though they spent considerable time at the Lopukhovs. She realized that there were no walls, only thin partitions, and she knew how to protect other people's reputations. She did not become excited. Instead, she assumed a more bucolic pose. She dwelled with delight on all aspects of the Lopukhovs' impoverished way of life, concluding that it was the best way to live, even the only way, and that true happiness was feasible only in modest surroundings. She went so far as to announce to Serge that they should go off to live in Switzerland, settle in a small house amidst fields and mountains on the shore of a lake, and there love each other, catch fish, and tend their garden. 7 Serge said that he was in complete agreement, but would wait to see what Julie would say about it. 3 or 4 hours later. The noise of Julie's elegant carriage and the clatter made by her wonderful horses produced a staggering impression on the inhabitants of the fifth line between Middle and Small Prospects, where nothing comparable had been seen at least since the time of Peter the Great, if not earlier. 8 Many eyes observed how the miraculous phenomenon halted before the locked gates of a small, one-story house with 7 windows, how an even more astonishing phenomenon emerged from that wonderful carriage, a splendid lady and a glittering officer, whose high position was indisputable. Disappointment was widespread when the gates were opened a moment later and the carriage drove into the courtyard. The curious had been deprived of the hope of seeing the majestic officer and the even more majestic lady again at their departure. When Daniluk returned home from work, the following conversation with Petrovna ensued. "Well, Daniluk, it seems that our tenants must be descended from 77, perhaps a reference to the satirical masterpiece Candide, 1759, by the leading Enlightenment philosopher, Francois Marie Rouet, Voltaire, 1694–1778. Chernyshevsky may be contrasting the activism of his new people with the social disengagement of both Julie and Candide. At the end of Voltaire's novel, Candide declares that we must cultivate our garden. 78 Chernyshevsky is making a joke, since obviously no street could have existed at this spot before the founding of St. Petersburg by Peter the Great in 1703. 177. Important people. Today a general and his wife came to visit them. She was dressed so well that I don't even know how to describe her, and he had 2 stars on him. It was truly amazing that Petrovna had seen 2 stars on Serge, who didn't have any at all, and, if he did, he probably wouldn't have worn them while escorting Julie. But that she actually saw 2 stars and was neither mistaken nor bragging, it's not she who so testified, but I who vouch for it. She did see them. You and I know very well that he had no stars, however, from Petrovna's point of view, it was impossible not to see 2 stars on someone with that appearance. And so she saw them. I am not joking when I say that she really did. And what livery the lackey wore, Daniluk, English cloth, 5 rubles an arshin, 9. He was such a stern man, so dignified, but he spoke politely. He let me feel the wonderful cloth on his sleeve. Obviously they have money to burn. 80. They spent about 2 hours with our tenants, Daniluk, everyone talking so simply, just like you and me. They didn't even bow to them, but sat laughing with them. Our young man sat with the general, both of them sprawling in armchairs and smoking. Our tenant sprawling and smoking with the general. And that's nothing. His cigarette went out and he borrowed the general's to light his own. I can't tell you how respectfully the general kissed our young lady's hand. What can we make of all this, Daniluk? Everything comes from God, that's what I think. Whether it's friends or relatives, it all comes from God. So it does, Daniluk. There's no doubt about it. I think that either he or she must be a brother or a sister of the general or his wife. To tell you the truth, I think she's the general's sister. Why do you think that, Petrovna? It doesn't seem like that to me. If it were, then our young people would have more money. Well, Daniluk, and what if her mother gave birth to her out of wedlock or her father wasn't married? That would explain the faces, since there's really no resemblance. That could be it, Petrovna, out of wedlock. It sometimes happens. During the next 4 days Petrovna enjoyed great importance in her rag shop. For 3 days the shop attracted a number of customers from that other one across the way. In the interest of enlightenment, Petrovna even neglected her mending for a while to satisfy the general thirst for knowledge. One result of all this was that about a week later Pavel Konstantinych came to visit his daughter and son-in-law. Marya Alexeyevna had been collecting information about her daughter and the villain not constantly or carefully, but just in general, purely out of scientific curiosity. One of her fellow gossips who lived on Vasilevsky Island had been commissioned to make inquiries about Vera Pavlovna whenever she was in their neighborhood. She would pass this information along, sometimes once a month, sometimes more often, as it happened. The Lopukhovs were living in harmony. No scandal to report. There was one thing, though, they had a lot of young friends, almost all of them men, and all of very modest means. They too were living modestly, but obviously there was some money. Not only were they not selling anything, they were actually buying. She had made herself 2 silk dresses. They purchased 2 sofas, a table to match, and half a dozen chairs, all second-hand. They paid only 40 rubles, but the furniture was of good quality and worth about 100. They've notified their landlords to look for new tenants. In a month we're going to move into our own apartment, he said. We're very grateful to you for everything. And the landlords replied, as we are to you. Marya Alexeyevna was comforted by these reports. She was a coarse woman and a very wicked one. She tormented her daughter and was ready to kill her or ruin her for her own interests, and she cursed her for thwarting her scheme to become rich. All of this was true. But does it follow that she felt no love at all for her own daughter? No, it doesn't follow in the least. When her scheme was ruined, when her daughter had escaped her clutches forever, what was left to be done? There was no use crying over spilled milk. After all, she was her daughter. Now there was no chance that doing any harm to Vera Pavlovna could serve Maria Alexeyevna's interests, and the mother sincerely wished her daughter well. Then again, it's not that she wished her God knows what but that makes no difference. At least she wasn't spying on the girl's every move. The measures adopted for watching her daughter were casual, just so, because, you'll agree, how was it possible not to do it? The well-wishing was just as casual, but still, you'll agree, Veraka was her daughter after all. Why not be reconciled? All the more, since that villain of a son-in-law, to all appearances, seemed to be a reliable man, perhaps he might even prove useful later on. Thus Marya Alexeyevna gradually moved toward the idea of renewing relations with her daughter. It would take at least half a year, perhaps a whole year, to reach that stage. There was no need to rush, time has patience. But news of the visit by the general and the general's wife suddenly pushed the matter ahead the rest of the way. The villain had proved himself to be a scoundrel as well. A former miserable little student with no rank, with only a few kopecks to his name, had become friends. 179. With a young, and therefore obviously very important, wealthy general, and had introduced his wife to the general's wife. Such a man will go far. Or was it Veraka who'd made the acquaintance of the general's wife and who'd introduced her husband to the general? It didn't matter. It meant that Veraka would go far. And so, right after receiving news of this visit, Marya Alexeyevna dispatched her husband to inform Vera Pavlovna that she had forgiven her daughter and was now inviting her to pay a visit. Vera Pavlovna and her husband returned home with Pavel Konstantinych and spent the early evening there. The meeting was cool and somewhat strained. They spoke mostly about Fedya, since that wasn't a delicate subject. He was attending the gymnasium. They had persuaded Marya Alexeyevna to enroll him as a live-in student there. Dmitry Sergeevich would visit him and Vera Pavlovna would invite him to spend holidays with them. Somehow or other they managed to stretch the conversation out to tea time, and then the Lepoyovs made haste to depart. They said that they were expecting guests at home that evening. For the last half-year Vera Pavlovna had been breathing pure air, her lungs had become unaccustomed to the oppressive atmosphere of cunning words, every single one of which was uttered for reasons of greedy self-interest, and to hearing deceitful thoughts and base schemes. Her former cellar made a horrible impression on her. The filth, vulgarity, and prevailing cynicism all struck her now as a harsh novelty. Where did I find the strength to live in such vile confines? How did I manage to breathe in that cellar? I not only lived there but even remained in good health. That's astonishing, incomprehensible. How did I manage to foster a love for the good? It's hard to understand and most improbable, thought Vera Pavlovna after she'd returned to her own apartment. She felt as if she'd been saved from suffocation. Not long after returning home, the guests they'd been expecting arrived. They were the usual visitors, Alexey Petrovich, Natasha, and Kirsanovi. They passed the evening as always, but Vera Pavlovna's new life with its purity of thought and its community of wholesome people seemed twice as delightful to her. As usual, the conversation was both cheerful, with many reminiscences, and serious, about everything under the sun, from historical events of the time, the civil strife in Kansas which was the forerunner of the Great Civil War between the North and the South, 81, which in turn was to be the forerunner of even greater events, not only in America, preoccupied this little circle. Now, everyone talks about politics, then only a few people did, including Lopukov, Kirsanovi and their friends. The current debate about the chemical basis of agriculture according to Liebig's theory, 82, the laws governing historical progress, an unavoidable subject of conversation in such circles at that time, 83, the great importance of distinguishing real desires which seek and find their own fulfillment from phantasmic desires which can't be fulfilled and don't need to be, like a false thirst during a fever which admits to only one satisfaction, curing the organism whose diseased condition engenders those phantasmic desires through a distortion of real ones. To the significance of this fundamental distinction established at that time by anthropological philosophy phy.84, they talked about other things as well, both similar to these and not so similar but related. At times the ladies listened into this learned discourse, It was conducted in such a simple way that it hardly seemed like learned discourse, often they intervened with questions of their own. But it goes without saying that for the most part they didn't listen. 85 And even doused Lepukhov and Alexei Petrovich with water when they got too excited over the enormous importance of mineral fertilizers. But Alexei Petrovich and Lepukhov persevered unwavering in their learned discourse. Kirsanov didn't provide much assistance, he was more on the side of the ladies, even entirely so. The three of them played the piano, sang songs and laughed until late into the night, when exhausted they finally managed to separate the invincible zealots of serious conversation. 3. Vera Pavlovna's second dream. Now Vera Pavlovna falls asleep and has a dream. First she sees a field. Her husband, that is her sweetheart, and Alexei Petrovich are. 82. The German chemist Baron Justus von Liebig, 1803–1873, a professor at Gießen and Munich universities, whose work in agricultural chemistry contributed significantly to the development of artificial fertilizers. 83. The discontented, educated Russians who gathered together in the 1850s to discuss political and social issues frequently debated the nature and sources of historical progress, partly in order to define their own social role. The work of the English historian Henry Thomas Buckle, 1821–1861, proved particularly attractive to members of these circles because of its emphasis on scientific method and on the expansion of knowledge as the basis of historical development. 84. A reference to the ideas of Feuerbach, cn 41 above, as well as to their extension by Chernyshevsky in his important treatise The Anthropological Principle in Philosophy, Sovramennik, number 4 1860, available in English in N.G. Chernyshevsky, Selected Philosophical Essays, Moscow, 1953, pages 49–135. This article provides a theoretical statement of both the materialist philosophy and the idea of rational egoism which underlie the present novel. On both, see Introduction, pages 16–19. 85. Russian women active in revolutionary circles seldom engaged in theoretical debate, particularly in the presence of men, whose condescension toward them generally discouraged them from voicing an opinion. 181. Walking across it? Her sweetheart says, "You want to know, Alexei Petrovich, why one kind of dirt produces wheat that's so white, tender, and pure, while another kind doesn't." 86. Soon you'll come to understand the difference yourself. Look at the root of this fine stalk. There's dirt all around, I see, but it's fresh dirt, one might even say clean dirt. Smell it, it's damp and unpleasant, but it's neither moldy nor putrid. You know that in the language of the philosophy to which we both subscribe. 87. This clean dirt is called real dirt. It's dirty to be sure, but if you look at it carefully, you'll see that all its elements are healthy in and of themselves. They constitute dirt in this particular combination, but if the arrangement of atoms were to be slightly altered, something else would emerge. And that new substance would also be healthy because the basic elements are sound. Where does the healthy quality of this dirt come from? Observe the condition of this field. You can see that there is ample drainage for the water. Consequently, there can be no stagnation. Yes, movement is reality, replies Alexei Petrovich, because movement is life. Reality and life are one and the same. But life has as its main element labor, consequently, the main element of reality is labor, and the truest sign of reality is activity. So you see, Alexei Petrovich, when the sun begins to warm this dirt and that warmth begins to rearrange the elements into more complex chemical combinations, that is, into those characteristic of higher forms, then the stalk that grows in this dirt with the help of sunlight will be healthy. Yes, because it's the dirt of real life, says Alexei Petrovich. Now let's cross over to this other field. Let's pull up a plant and examine its root. It's also dirty. Note its character. It's not difficult to observe that this dirt is rotten. That is, it's phantasmic dirt, according to scientific terminology, says Alexei Petrovich. Indeed, its elements are in an unhealthy condition. Moreover, It's only natural that no matter how they might be rearranged, and whatever substances unlike dirt might emerge from these very same elements, they'd still be unhealthy and rotten. Yes, because the elements themselves are unhealthy, says Alexei Petrovich. It won't be hard to discover the cause of this unhealthiness. That is, the cause of this phantasmic stagnation, says Alexei Petrovich. Yes, of the stagnation of these elements, we need only observe the condition of this field. You see, the water has no outlet, therefore it stagnates and putrefies. Yes, the absence of movement is the absence of labor, says Alexei Petrovich, because in an anthropological analysis 88 labor constitutes the fundamental form of movement which provides the basis and content of all other forms: recreation, relaxation, amusement, enjoyment. Without labor to precede them, these other forms have no real ity. And without movement there's no life, that is, no reality, because the dirt is phantasmic, putrid. Until very recently no one knew how to restore such fields to health, but now a method has been discovered. It's called drainage. 89 excess water is channeled off into ditches, leaving only the required amount. And this water is kept in motion, thus the field acquires its reality. But until this method is applied, the dirt remains phantasmic, that is, stagnant, it can't produce any healthy vegetation. Meanwhile, as expected, healthy plants appear in the real dirt, since it's healthy. That which was to be proved. Qed, as it's said in Latin 9-0. Precisely how that which was to be proved is said in Latin, Vera Pavlovna was unable to make out. Alexei Petrovich, you'd enjoy amusing yourself with low Latin and syllogism, says her sweetheart, that is, her husband. Vera Pavlovna goes up to both of them and says, enough of your analyses, identities, and anthropologisms. Gentlemen, please talk about something else so I can participate in your conversation, or better still, let's play a game. Yes, let's, says Alexei Petrovich. Let's play confession. Oh yes, let's. That will be great fun, says Vera Pavlovna. Since you suggested it, show us how it's done. With pleasure, my sister, says Alexei Petrovich. But first, how old are you, my dear sister? 18. Almost 19. But not quite. Therefore, let's say 18. We'll all confess up to that age, since we must maintain equality in all conditions of the game. I'll confess for both myself and my wife. My father was a sexton in the main town of our province, he was also a bookbinder. My mother rented rooms to seminary students. Day and night my parents talked and worried about how to provide our daily bread. My father was inclined to drink, but only when our situation became intolerable, and that was genuine sorrow, or when his income would permit. He would tum over all his money to my mother, saying, "Well, my dear, now we won't have to struggle for the next 2 months. So I've left myself half a ruble and will have a drink in celebration," and that was genuine joy. My mother would often get angry, sometimes she even beat me, but only, as she used to say, when her back ached from carrying heavy kettles and pots, washing clothes for the 5 of us plus 5 seminary students, scrubbing the floors dirted by our 20 feet, which didn't wear galoshes, and taking care of our cow. This was genuine nervous distress caused by too much work and lack of rest. And when, for all that, ends didn't meet, as she used to say, that is, when there wasn't enough money to buy boots for one of my brothers or shoes for one of my sisters, then she used to beat us. She also used to hug us when we, foolish kids that we were, would offer to help her with her work, when we did something clever, or when she had a rare moment to relax and her back pain had eased, as she used to say. Those were genuine joys. Oh, enough of your genuine joys and sorrows, says Vera Pavlovna. In that case, you'll now hear Natasha's confession from me. I don't want to listen. I know it'll have the same sort of genuine joys and sorrows. That's absolutely true. Perhaps you'd be interested in hearing my confession says Serge, appearing from God knows where. Alright, let's hear it says Vera Pavlovna. My father and mother, even though they were well off, also talked and worried about money constantly. Even rich people aren't free of such worries. You don't know how to confess, Serge says Alexei Petrovich politely. Tell us why they worried about money, what kind of expenses concerned them, which needs they were hard-pressed to satisfy. Yes, of course, I understand why you're asking says Serge. But let's leave that topic and turn to another. They also worried about their children. But were their children assured of receiving their daily bread? Asks Alexei Petrovich. 184. Of course, but they had to worry about. Don't confess, Serge, says Alexei Petrovich. We know your whole story, concern for the superfluous, worry about the unnecessary, that's the soil that produced you. It was phantasmic. Therefore, take a good look at yourself, you weren't born a stupid man. You seem to be very good, perhaps neither worse nor less intelligent than we are. But what good are you? Of what use are you? I am good for escorting Julie wherever she wants to go, and I'm of use so that she can carouse, answers Serge. We see, then, as a result, says Alexei Petrovich, that phantasmic or unhealthy soil. Oh, I am so fed up with your realities and phantasms. Their meaning has been clear for ages, yet still you go on explaining. Says Vera Pavlovna. Wouldn't you like to have a little chat with me? Asks Marya Alexeyevna, who's also appeared from God knows where. Gentlemen, please leave us alone. A mother would like to speak with her daughter. Everyone disappears. Now Veroka sees herself all alone with Marya Alexeyevna. Her mother's face assumes a sarcastic expression. So, Vera Pavlovna, you're an educated lady now, so pure and nobly, says Marya Alexeyevna, her voice shaking with rage. You're so kind. How can I, a vulgar, mean drunkard, possibly speak to you? You have a nasty, wicked mother, Vera Pavlovna. But allow me to inquire, madam, what it was that your mother was always so concerned about? Providing for your daily bread. And in your opinion, in your learned opinion, this is a genuine, real human concern, is it not? You heard abusive language and you saw wickedness and meanness. But permit me to inquire, what purpose did it serve? Was it for nothing, for some trifle? No, madam. No, indeed. Whatever life your family led, it wasn't an empty, phantasmic ani. You see, Vera Pavlovna, I've learned to speak just like you, using that scientific language. But now, Vera Pavlovna, are you distressed and ashamed that your mother is such a nasty, vile woman? Would you prefer it if I were kind and honest? I'm a witch, Vera Pavlovna, I can cast spells and can grant your wish. Be so good as to observe, my dear, how your wish is now being granted, your wicked mother is now disappearing. Behold your good, kind mother and her daughter. Vera Pavlovna sees a room. A drunken, unshaven, disgusting man lies snoring near the threshold. It's impossible to see who he is, as his face is half shielded by his arm, half covered with bruises. There stands a bed. A woman is lying on it. Yes, it's Marya Alexeyevna, only now she's so kind. But how pale her face is, how decrepit she is at age. 185. 45, how exhausted. Near the bed stands a young girl of about 18. Yes, it's I, Veroka, except I'm all in rags. And what's this? My complexion is sallow, my features are gross, and the room is bar-rien. There's hardly any furniture in it. Veroka, my dear, my angel says Maria Alexeyevna, lie down and rest, my treasure. Why are you looking at me? I'll just lie here by myself. But you haven't slept for 3 nights. Never mind, Mama, I'm not tired says Viroka. You know, I'm not feeling any better, Viroka. How will you manage without me? Your father's income is so meager, he can't support you. You're an attractive girl, there are many wicked people in the world. There'll be no one to protect you. How I fear for you. Viroka weeps. Don't be offended, my dear. I'm not saying this to reproach you, but to warn you. Why did you go out on Friday, a day before I fell ill? Viroka weeps. He'll deceive you, Viroka. Give him up. No, Mama. 2 months later. How can it be that in one brief moment 2 months have passed? On a chair sits an officer. A bottle stands on the table before him. Viroka is sitting on his lap. Another 2 months pass by in an instant. A lady is sitting on a sofa. Viroka stands before her. Do you know how to iron, my dear? I do. What are you, my dear? A serf or a free woman? My father is a civil servant. Then you belong to the nobility, my dear. In that case, I'm afraid I can't hire you. What sort of servant would you make? Go away, dear, I can't use you. Viroka is out on the street. Marnzel, hey, Momzel says some tipsy young man. Where to? I'll go with you. Viroka runs toward the banks of the Neva. 91 Well, my dear, have you seen enough of what it would be like to have a kind mother? Asks the former Marya Alexeyevna, the real one. I am good at casting spells, aren't I? Haven't I figured it all out very well? Why have you fallen silent? Don't you have a tongue? I'll squeeze the words out of you. Hey, it's hard to get anything out. Well, have you been out shopping? Yes, I have replies Viroka, trembling. And have you seen and heard? Yes, I have. Do they live well, all those learned types? They read books and devise new worlds where people do what's good. They do, don't they? Speak. Viroka remains silent, trembling. I can't get a peep out of you. Do they live well, I'm asking you. Viroka remains silent and feels a cold shudder. Not a peep. Do they live well, I ask you. Are they good people? Do you want to become like them? Silence. Don't turn your mug away. You listen to me, Verka 92, listen to what I have to say. You're learned now, educated with money that I stole. You dream about the good, but if I hadn't been so wicked, you wouldn't even know what the good is. Do you understand? Everything comes from me. You are my daughter, understand? I am your mother. Viroka weeps, trembles, and shudders. Mama, what do you want from me? I can't love you. Am I asking you to love me? At least I'd like to respect you, but I can't. Do I need your respect? Well, then, what is it, Mama? Why have you come to talk to me and Terry me? What do you want from me? Be grateful, you ingrate. Don't love me or respect me. I'm evil, how can you love me? I'm nasty, how can you respect me? But you must understand, Verka, that if I hadn't been who I was, then you wouldn't be who you are. I was nasty, but you are good. I was wicked, but you are kind. Understand, Verka, and be grateful. Go away now, Marya Alexeyevna. I'd like a word with my little sister. Marya Alexeyevna disappears. The bride of her bridegrooms, the sister of her sisters, now takes Viroka by the hand. I have always wanted to be kind to you, Viroka, since you're so kind yourself, and I always resemble the person with whom I'm speaking. But now you're very sad, and you see, so am I. Look, am I attractive in my sadness? More attractive than anyone in the whole world. Kiss me, Viroka. We're both in distress. You know, your mother was telling you the truth. I don't love her, but I do need her. Can't you do without her? Later it will be possible, when people no longer need to be wicked. But for now it isn't. You see, good people are unable to stand on their own 2 feet, the wicked are clever and strong. You see, Viroka, there are different kinds of wicked people. Some want things to get worse, others better all to further their own interests. Your mother needed you to become educated. She took all the money that you were paid for giving lessons. She wanted her daughter to land a rich son-in-law, therefore it was necessary for you to be cultured. You see, she had nasty thoughts, but advantages resulted from them. Didn't you get any benefits? But this isn't necessarily the case with all wicked people. If your mother had been Anna Petrovna, would you have studied so much, become so educated, learned to recognize and cherish the good? No, you would never have been allowed to perceive it. They would have made a plaything out of you, a doll. Isn't that so? Such a mother needs a doll for a daughter, because she's one herself and plays with other dolls. Your mother is a mean person, but she's still a person, and it was important to her that you be more than a doll. You see how diverse wicked people are. Some of them interfere with my work. I want young men and women to develop and become people, they want them to remain dolls. Other wicked people assist me, they don't actually want to help, but in providing young men and women with an opportunity to develop, they are in fact amassing the means that enable them to do so. And that's all that I really need. Yes, Veraka, now I can't do without these evil people to oppose the other type. My wicked people are very wicked indeed, but good grows up beneath their hands. Yes, Viroka, be grateful to your mother. Don't love her, for she is evil, but you owe her everything. Acknowledge it, without her, you would not exist. And will it always be so? It won't, will it? No, Viroka, it won't be so later. When the good are strong, I won't need the wicked. This will happen very soon, Viroka. Then the wicked will see that they can no longer be wicked. Those who were already developing will become good, since they remained wicked only because it was disadvantageous for them to become good. Since they know that good is better than evil, they'll come to love the good as soon as it's possible to do so without harming themselves. And what will become of the wicked who were dolls? I pity even them. They will still play with dolls, but with harmless ones. And you see, they won't bear children who take after themselves. Soon all people will become developed. I shall teach their children to become people, not dolls. Oh, how wonderful that will be. Yes, but even now it's good because the process has already begun. At least it's good for those who are helping to bring it about. Viroka. 188. When you help the cook prepare dinner, even though the kitchen is stuffy and smoky, you feel just fine. What do you care if it's stuffy and smoky? Everyone enjoys sitting down to dinner, but the person who helped in the preparations enjoys it most of all and finds it twice as delicious. You like sweets, don't you, Viroka? Yes, I do. She replies, smiling to find herself accused of liking sweets and of helping to make them in the kitchen. Then why are you still so sad? Oh, but you aren't any longer. You're so kind. And cheerlut, Viroka, I'm always cheerlut even when I'm sad. Aren't I? Yes, whenever I feel sad, you appear to be sad too, but you always drive my grief away at once. I always become cheerful when I am with you, so very cheerful. Do you remember my little song, Don Vivuns, 93? I do. Well then, let's sing it. All right. Viroka. Did I awaken you? In any case, tea's ready. I was beginning to get worried, I heard you moaning, but when I came in, you were already singing. No, my dear, you didn't wake me. I would have awakened by myself. What a dream I just had, my dear. I'll tell you about it over tea. Run along now so I can get dressed. By the way, Dmitry Sergeich, how dare you enter my room without permission? You forget yourself. Were you worried about me, my dear? Come here, I shall give you a kiss for that. There, now that I've kissed you, run along, go on, for I must get dressed. So be it, but let me serve as your maid. Well, all right, dear, but it's so embarrassing. 4. Vera Pavlovna's dressmaking shop was quickly established. The basic principles were simple, in fact so simple in the beginning that there really isn't much to be said about them. Vera Pavlovna told the first 3 seamstresses nothing more than that she would pay them slightly higher wages than they would have received at other shops. There was nothing special about the business. The seamstresses realized that Vera Pavlovna was neither an idle woman nor a frivolous one. 93 CN 5 above. 189. Therefore they accepted her offer to work in the shop without hesitation. The fact that a woman of modest means wanted to establish a dressmaking shop was no cause to hesitate. These 3 young women found 3 or 4 more, choosing them carefully, as Vera Pavlovna had requested. Nor was there anything special, anything that might arouse suspicion in these conditions of choice. A modest young woman wants all the workers in her shop to be straightforward and of good character, reasonable and easy to get along with. What's so unusual about that? She doesn't want any quarrels, and that's that, therefore, she was behaving sensibly, no more and no less. Vera Pavlovna got very well acquainted with the newly chosen girls before she told them that they were accepted, that's only natural. It also shows her to be a woman of good common sense, and that's that. There's nothing to ponder, nothing to distrust. Thus they worked for about a month for the agreed upon wages. Vera Pavlovna was constantly in the shop and they got to know her well. For all her goodness, they saw that she was also an economical, carefree, and reasonable woman, thus she earned their complete confidence. Nor was there anything special about this either, the only thing one could say was that she was a good employer whose business was doing well. She knew how to run it. But when the month was over, Vera Pavlovna walked into the shop carrying some kind of account book and asked the seamstresses to stop their work and listen to what she had to say. In very simple terms she began to explain extremely comprehensible things, but things the seamstresses had never before heard from her or from anyone else. Now that we know each other well, she began, I can say that you are good workers and good girls. And you probably wouldn't say that I am some sort of fool. That means that I can speak with you frankly about my ideas. If anything seems strange about them, you'll think it over carefully and won't say right away that my ideas are stupid, because you already know that I'm not a foolish woman. Here are my ideas. Good people have said that dressmaking establishments can be organized so as to make them much more profitable for seamstresses to work in than the ones we now know. I would like to try. Judging by the first month, it seems entirely possible to me. You've been receiving your wages regularly. Now I'll tell you how much money I have left over as profit after paying your wages and all other expenses. Vera Pavlovna read out the amount of income and expenses for the whole month. Under expenses, beside wages paid out, were all the other costs, rent for the rooms, light, even a ruble or so which Vera Pavlovna paid for a cab while on business for the shop. 190. You see, she continued, I have this amount of money left over. Now, what shall we do with it? I established the workshop so that profits would go into the hands of the seamstresses themselves for the work they've done. Therefore I am distributing the money among you. This first time each of you will get an equal share. Later on, we'll see if that's the best way to divide it, or if there isn't another, more advantageous way. She distributed the money. For a while the seamstresses were so astonished that they were unable to come to their senses, then they began to thank her. Vera Pavlovna allowed them to express their gratitude for the money to their heart's content, so as not to offend them by refusing to listen and by appearing indifferent to their opinions and inclinations. Then she continued. Now I must tell you the most difficult thing of all that I will ever have to say. I don't even know if I can explain it very well. Nevertheless, I must say it. Why haven't I kept the money myself? Why would I want to establish a workshop if L wasn't going to keep the income from it? As you know, my husband and I are in no great need. We're not rich, but we have enough to live on. If I felt the lack of anything, I'd only have to tell my husband no. I wouldn't even have to do that. He himself would notice that I needed more money, and I would have more. Now he's occupied not with those things that are most profitable, but with those he likes best. But we love each other very much, and he always wants to do what will make me happy, just as I do for him. Therefore, if I lacked money, he would pursue a more profitable occupation than his present one. He would manage to find something, because he's such a clever and resourceful man. But you know him a little. If he isn't doing that, then it means the money we have is enough for me. And that's because I have no great passion for money. You know that people have different passions, not all of them only for money. Some like to go to balls, others like to wear fine clothes or play cards. All these people are prepared to ruin themselves for their passions, and many do. No one is surprised that they hold these passions dearer than money. It happens to be my passion to set up this enterprise with you. And not only won't I ruin myself with my passion, but I don't even spend any money on it. I'm only pleased to be able to do it, even if I earn nothing myself. I see nothing unusual in this. Who expects to earn any income from his passion? Most people spend their money on it. But I am not going to do that. In other words, I enjoy an advantage over others because I can indulge my passion and take pleasure in it while incurring no loss, while others have to pay for their pleasure. Why do I have this passion? Here's why. Many good, clever people have written B00KS on the subject of how one should live on this earth. 191. So that all people may be happy. According to them, the most important thing is to organize workshops according to a new system. 94 I'd like to see if together we can establish the new system they prescribe. It's the same as wanting to build a fine house, plant a nice garden, or erect a greenhouse for one's own enjoyment. I want to organize a nice sewing shop so that I may enjoy it. Of course, it would be fine if I did nothing else every month except distribute the profits among you as I do now. But clever people say that there's a much better way of doing it so that we receive even higher profits and make better use of them. They say that things can be organized very well. So we'll see. Little by little I'll tell you what else we can do according to the ideas of these clever people, and you yourselves should keep watch and take notice. If it occurs to you that something can be done better, we'll try that too, gradually, as best we can. But I can assure you that I won't organize anything new without your participation. The only changes will be those that you yourselves want. Clever people have said that things come out well only if people themselves desire it. That's what I think, too. So you've no need to fear anything new, everything will continue to be done in the same way unless you wish to change it. Nothing will be changed without your consent. And here's my last pronouncement as owner, made without your advice. You see that accounts must be kept and care must be taken so that we have no unnecessary expenses. Last month I did it alone, I no longer want to do that. Choose two of you who can work together with me. I'll do nothing without them. It's your money, not mine, therefore, you must look after it. This enterprise is still new and we don't know yet which of you is best suited to this task, so at first you must choose people for a short term. In a week you'll see whether you should choose someone else or leave those two in the position. These extraordinary words aroused lengthy debate. But Vera Pavlovna had already obtained their confidence. She spoke very simply, without looking too far ahead and without painting alluring prospects that, after momentary ecstasy, would engender distrust. Therefore, the girls didn't think that she was mad, and that was essential. The enterprise proceeded apace. Of course it did. Here's a brief history of the workshop over the next 3 years, during which it constituted the principal feature of Vera Pavlovna's own personal history. The girls from whom the nucleus of the workshop was formed were chosen very carefully. They were good seamstresses and had a direct interest in the success of the enterprise. Therefore, it was only natural that the work proceeded well. The workshop didn't lose a single customer who had ever entrusted an order to it. A certain amount of envy was manifested by other shops and sewing establishments, but this had no real impact except that in order to curtail their nagging, Vera Pavlovna soon found it necessary to obtain the right to display a sign above her workshop. Soon they began to receive more orders than the girls who'd originally entered the workshop could handle, and their number began to increase gradually. In a year and a half almost 20 girls were employed, later even more. One of the first consequences of giving a vote in managing the whole enterprise to the girls themselves was a decision that could have been expected. During the first month of self-management the girls decided that it wouldn't do for Vera Pavlovna to work without compensation. When they informed her, she said that they were right. They wanted to give her 1/3 of the profits. For a while she put that amount aside until she could convince the girls that this contradicted the basic idea of their system. They couldn't understand this for quite a long time. At last they came to realize that Vera Pavlovna had refused a special share of the profits not out of any sense of pride but only because the nature of the enterprise demanded it. By this time the workshop had grown to such an extent that Vera Pavlovna alone couldn't cope with all the cutting, and it was necessary to hire another worker. They paid Vera Pavlovna the same wages as the second cutter. The share of the profits she'd previously put aside was now returned to the till by her own request, minus the wages due her as a cutter. The remainder was used to establish a bank. For about a year Vera Pavlovna spent most of her day in the workshop and worked no fewer hours than any other girl. When she saw the possibility of spending less than a full day there, her wages were reduced accordingly. How were the profits to be divided? Vera Pavlovna wanted to achieve the goal of equal division among all. This was accomplished, but only toward the middle of their 3rd year of operation. Before then they passed through several different stages, starting with the division of the profits in proportion to the wages of each. Soon they realized that if a girl missed several days of work because of illness or some other valid excuse, it wasn't fair to reduce her share of the profits that resulted not from her own labor during those days but from the overall progress of their work and the general condition of the shop. Then they agreed that the cutters and the girls who received extra wages for delivering orders and for performing other duties were already being sufficiently 193 compensated by their individual wages and that it would be unjust for them to receive a larger share of the profits as well. The ordinary seamstresses who had no extra duties were so modest that they wouldn't insist on this, even after they noticed the injustice of the previous order, which they'd helped to establish. It was the other girls, those with extra duties, who felt the awkwardness of receiving more and who refused it, once they came to appreciate the idea of the new system. However, it must be said that this temporary modesty, the patience of the ones and the refusal of the others, did not represent any special feat, given the constant improvement in the affairs of both groups. The most difficult thing of all was to develop the idea that the ordinary seamstresses should each receive the same share of the profits, although some managed to earn more wages than others, and that those who worked better than others were already being sufficiently compensated by receiving higher wages. This was the final change in the distribution of profits made in the middle of the 3rd year, after the workers understood that receipt of profits is not a reward for the skill of individual workers, but rather the result of the general nature of the enterprise, its organization, and its goal. This goal was the greatest possible equality in distribution of the fruits of labor for participants in the enterprise, regardless of their personal characteristics. Any profit sharing by workers depended precisely on the nature of the workshop. The nature of the workshop, its spirit, and its order consisted in the unanimity of all. To achieve this unanimity, each participant was equally important. The tacit consent of the most timid or the least talented was no less essential in the maintenance and development of the enterprise for the general good and success of the whole than the active zeal of the liveliest or most talented. I choose to omit many details here, because I am not really describing the workshop, merely mentioning it insofar as it's necessary to characterize Vera Pavlovna's activity. If I dwell on some particulars, it's only because I want to show how she led the way step by step, and how she patiently, indefatigably, and resolutely maintained her own rule, not to issue pronouncements, but to consult, explain, offer cooperation, and assist in carrying out the decisions reached by the entire groupie. The profits were divided every month. At first each girl took her full share and spent it separately. Each one had her own pressing needs, and there was no habit of acting in concert. When, as a result of constant participation in the enterprise, they had acquired the habit of considering the entire operation of the workshop, Vera Pavlovna directed their attention to the fact that since the quantity of orders varied considerably from month to month, in especially profitable 194 months it might not be such a bad idea to put aside a part of the profits to distribute during the less profitable ones. The accounts were kept very precisely. The girls knew that if one of them left the workshop, she would receive her fair share of the profits remaining in the till without any delay. Therefore they agreed to the proposal. A small reserve of capital was formed and it gradually grew. They began to seek different ways of using it. From the very beginning they all understood that it could be used to make loans to those who encountered some need for extra cash. No one wanted to charge interest for the use of their funds. Less prosperous people believe that the best financial assistance is always interest-free. After the establishment of a bank, they organized a purchasing agency. The girls found that it was advantageous to buy tea, coffee, sugar, footwear, and many other things through the workshop, which could purchase goods in large volume and therefore at cheaper prices. Some time later they went even further. They realized that it might be similarly advantageous to organize the purchase of bread and other supplies bought daily in bakeries and retail shops. But they immediately realized that to do this, they would have to live in the same neighborhood. They began to move in together, a few to an apartment, not far from the workshop. Thus they were able to organize their own purchasing agency to deal with the bakery and other retail shops. Within a year and a half almost all the girls lived in one large apartment, they had a common table and they purchased their provisions just like a large household. Half of the girls were single. Several had older relatives, mothers, or aunts. 2 supported their fathers and many had younger brothers and sisters. 3 girls were unable to move into the common apartment because of family ties. 1 mother was hard to get along with, the other was the wife of a civil servant and didn't want to live with peasant girls, and the third had a drunk for a father. They made use only of the purchasing agency, just as the married seamstresses did. Except for these 3, all the other single girls who had relatives to support lived in the common apartment. There were 2 or 3 to a room, and their relatives were settled according to their needs. 2 older women had separate rooms while the rest lived together. There was 1 room for young boys and 2 for young girls. It was decided that boys could live there only until the age of 8, older boys were sent out as apprentices. An accurate account was kept of everything so that the entire group was of the firm conviction that no one was being offended or exploited by anyone else. The charges for room and board for the single girls were simple to calculate. After some hesitation they decided to set the rate for a brother or sister up to 8 years old at 1/4 the 195 amount of an adult. Girls from 8 to 12 were charged 1/3, and from 12 up, 1/2. From the age of 13 girls became apprentices in the workshop unless something else had been arranged. It was decided that at 16 they became full members of the group if it was agreed that they had acquired the requisite sewing skills. Naturally the charge for adult relatives was the same as that for the seamstresses themselves. There was also a special charge for a single room. Almost all of the old women and all 3 of the old men who were living in the apartment worked in the kitchen and helped with other household chores, Of course they were compensated for this work. All of this can be portrayed in words very quickly, and even in reality it all seemed very easy, simple, and natural once it was established. However, it was very slow to be organized, and each new step was accompanied by considerable discussion. Every change was the result of a whole series of efforts. It would be too long and dry to describe other aspects of life in the workshop in as much detail as IVE devoted to the distribution and investment of profits. So as not to weary the reader, many things will have to be omitted, while others will be mentioned only briefly. For example, the workshop established its own agency for selling ready-made clothes, which were assembled when they weren't busy filling private orders. Although they didn't have a separate store, they'd entered into an agreement with one of the shops in the shopping arcade. They also had a small stand in the flea market where two of the old women were in charge. There's one other aspect of life in the workshop which must be described in great detail. From the very first, Vera Pavlovna had begun to provide books. After giving the seamstresses instructions, she began to read aloud to them and would continue to do so for half an hour or even an hour, unless she was interrupted sooner by the need to provide further instructions. Then the girls would get a rest from listening. More reading was followed by another rest. Needless to say, from the very beginning the girls conceived a liking for reading. Some had been avid readers even before. Within 2 or 3 weeks this reading during work hours had become a regular institution. After 3 or 4 months several excellent readers emerged from the group. It was decided that they would replace Vera Pavlovna and would read for half an hour each, and this time would be counted as part of their work. Once Vera Pavlovna had been relieved of her obligation to read aloud, she began to relate more tales of her own devising, some of which she'd already done as an alternative to reading. Gradually her tales began to resemble light lectures on various fields of knowledge. Then, and this was a very large step, Vera Pavlovna saw the possibility of establishing a regular 196 course of instruction. The girls were so eager to learn and their work was going so well that they decided to take a long break in the middle of the day just before dinner to conduct their lessons. "Alexey Petrovich," said Vera Pavlovna one day during a visit to the Murteselovs, "I have a favor to ask of you. Natasha has already sided with me. My workshop is becoming a lycée 95 of all kinds of learning. Come and be one of our professors." "What would I teach?" "Latin and Greek, perhaps. Or logic and rhetoric?" asked Alexey Petrovich with a laugh. "My specialty is not terribly interesting either to you or to another individual whom I know very well, 96. But it's precisely as a specialist that you're needed. You'll serve as our shield of morality and a guarantor of the correct orientation of our curriculum." "Now that's true. I can see that there could be no morality without me." "Name the subject." "Well, Russian history, for example, or an outline of world history." "Splendid. I'll lecture on that subject and it will be supposed that I am an expert." "Excellent. 2 occupations, professor and shield." Natalia Andreevna, Lopukhov, 2 or 3 students, and Vera Pavlovna herself acted as the other professors, as they jokingly referred to themselves. In addition to instruction, entertainment was arranged. There were parties in the evening and outings to the countryside. At first these were infrequent, then, when more money became available, they were held more often. They rented boxes at the theater. By the 3rd winter they bought a subscription for 10 inexpensive seats to hear Italian opera. 97. There was much joy and happiness for Vera Pavlovna. There was also a great deal of work and trouble, even some disappointment. The misfortune of one of the finest girls in the workshop made a particularly strong impression not only on her but on the entire workshop. Sashenka Perbitkova, one of the 3 original seamstresses whom Vera Pavlovna had hired, was extremely attractive and very sensitive. She was engaged to a nice, kind young man, a civil servant. Once, when she was out walking along the street rather late at night, she was accosted by some gentleman. She quickened her pace. He pursued her and seized her hand. She tugged and pulled away, but the movement of her hand struck his chest and caused this fine gentleman's watch to fall out onto the pavement. This fine gentleman seized Pribitkova with considerable aplomb and, seized by a sense of his own legal rights, he shouted, "Stop, thief! Police!" 2 policemen came to the scene and carted Pribitkova away to the jail at the police station. For 3 days not a word was heard from her in the workshop and no one could imagine what had become of her. On the 4th day a kind soldier, one of the attendants at the jail, brought Vera Pavlovna a note from Pribitkova. Lopukhov left at once to make inquiries. They were very rude to him and he was twice as rude back. Then he went off to see Serge. Serge and Julie were out of town at some large affair and returned only the next day. 2 hours later the district police officer apologized to Pribitkova and went to apologize to her fiancé. But he couldn't find the young man. He'd been to the jail to see Pribitkova the evening before and had found out the gallant's name from the arresting officers. He went to find him and promptly challenged him to a duel. Before hearing the challenge, the gallant had apologized for his mistake in a rather sarcastic tone. After hearing the challenge, he burst out laughing. The civil servant replied, "Surely you won't refuse this challenge," and then slapped his face. The gallant grabbed a stick and the civil servant shoved him away. The gallant fell, his servants ran in to see what the noise was all about. They found their master lying dead on the floor. He'd been knocked down and in falling had struck his temple on the sharp end of a carved wooden table leg. The civil servant wound up in prison, a criminal action was instigated, and there was no end to the matter in sight. What else is there to say? Nothing much, except that from then on Pribitkova was a pitiful sight to behold. There were a few other episodes in the workshop, not of a criminal nature, but not very cheerful either. These were ordinary affairs after which young girls weep for a good long time, whereas young men or middle-aged men have enjoyed a brief but pleasant diversion. Vera Pavlovna realized that with prevailing ideas and circumstances, such episodes were inevitable. No amount of caution on the girl's part or solicitude by others on the girl's behalf could succeed in protecting them each and every time. It was exactly the same with smallpox in days of old, before people learned how to prevent the disease. Now a person who suffers from smallpox has only himself to blame, and even more those close to him. But that wasn't always so. In the past, there 198 was nothing to blame except a vile epidemic, a filthy village or town, or even another person suffering from the disease who came into contact with someone else rather than locking himself up under quarantine until he recovered. So it is now with these episodes. Someday people will be rid of this kind of smallpox as well. The remedy is already available 98, but people still prefer not to swallow it, just as they chose not to adopt any cure against smallpox for years and years. Vera Pavlovna understood that this foul epidemic was sweeping relentlessly through towns and villages and claiming victims from even the most solicitous hands. Still, that's poor consolation when you know only that I am not to blame for your misfortune, nor are you, my friend. Nevertheless, each one of these ordinary episodes brought Vera Pavlovna much sorrow and even greater effort. Sometimes she had to go in search to render aid, more often she didn't need to search, just to help to soothe, restore courage, bolster pride, and to explain that as soon as you stop crying, you'll see that there's really nothing to cry about. But much greater, oh, so much greater, were the joys. Except for the sorrows, it was all joy. The sorrows were individual and infrequent occurrences. Today or in half a year, you start grieving over one, while at the same time you rejoice over all the others. And after 2 or 3 weeks, you can even rejoice over that one. The ordinary course of events was bright and cheerful, it constantly filled Vera Pavlovna with joy. If the routine was upon occasion grievously broken by sorrows, the exceptionally joyous events, which were more frequent than the sorrows, more than compensated for them. For example, they would succeed in finding an excellent position for the younger brother or sister of one of the girls. In the 3rd year 2 girls passed an exam to become private tutors. What good fortune for them! There were several similar happy events. The most frequent cause for celebration in the whole workshop and the most common source of Vera Pavlovna's joy were the marriages. There were rather a lot of them, all of them good matches. Each wedding was arranged with great gaiety. They held many evening parties both before and after the event, and the bride-to-be received many surprises from her friends in the workshop. They were provided with a dowry from the Receive fund. But here again, there was much work for Vera Pavlovna. Needless to say, she had her hands full. At first, Vera Pavlovna did one thing that was considered tactless. When the first bride asked her to act as proxy mother during the ceremony, Vera Pavlovna refused. The second bride made the same request and had the same result. Most often Natasha Mertsalova. 98 Another allegorical allusion to the revolutionary transformation of society. 199. Acted as proxy mother or even Natasha's mother, who was also a very fine woman but never Vera Pavlovna. She would dress the bride and escort her to the church, but only as one of her friends. The first time the girls thought that her refusal indicated some sort of displeasure, but that wasn't it. Vera Pavlovna was pleased to be asked but wouldn't agree to the request. The second time they realized that it was simply her modesty. Vera Pavlovna didn't want to appear as the official patroness of the bride. In general, she avoided any form of influence. She tried to push others to the forefront and succeeded in doing so. Many ladies who came into the workshop with orders were unable to distinguish her from the two other cutters. But Vera Pavlovna took the greatest possible pleasure in the workshop when explaining to someone that the entire system was organized and maintained by the girls themselves. With these explanations she was trying to convince herself of what she wanted to believe, namely that the workshop could function without her, that other workshops of the same sort could appear completely independent of theirs. Even why not? It would be splendid. Best of all, even without any supervision from someone outside the seamstresses' ranks, but entirely as a result of the ideas and skills of the seamstresses themselves. That was Vera Pavlovna's fondest dream. And thus almost 3 years have passed since the establishment of the workshop, more than 3 since Vera Pavlovna's wedding. How quietly and actively have these years gone by, how full of serenity, joy and all good things they were. Upon awakening, Vera Pavlovna lies in bed for a long time luxuriating. She loves to do so. It's as if she were dozing a bit but not quite thinking about what she has to do. So she lies there not quite dozing and not quite thinking. Yes, she is thinking, how warm, soft, nice and splendid to luxuriate in the morning. And so she does until from the neutral room, and oh, we must say one of the neutral rooms, since there are now 2 in this, the 4th year of their marriage, her husband, that is her dearest, says, Veroka, are you awake? Yes, my dear, est. That means that her husband can make the tea as he does every morning, while Vera Pavlovna, and oh, in her own room she's Veroka not Vera Pavlovna, starts to get dressed. How long it takes her? No, she gets dressed quickly in a minute or so, but she spends a long time splashing in the basin. She so enjoys splashing, and brushing her hair. No, it's not the brushing that takes time, she does that in 1 minute. 200. She spends a long time playing with her hair because she loves it so. Moreover, she sometimes spends a very long time on one particular item in her wardrobe, her shoes. She has wonderful shoes. In general, her wardrobe is very modest, but shoes are her passion. Now she's come out to drink her tea. She embraces her husband and asks, "How did you sleep, my dear?" During tea she chats with him about various matters, both trivial and serious. However, Vera Pavlovna, no, Veroka at morning tea, she's still Veroka, doesn't drink tea as much as she drinks cream. Tea is merely a pretext for cream, which fills more than half her cup, since cream is also her passion. It's hard to get good cream in Petersburg, but Veroka manages to find the real, unadulterated stuff. She dreams of having their own cow. Well, if things continue as they have been going, it might even be possible in a year or so. But now it's 10 o'clock. Her dearest goes off to his lessons or to work. He's employed in a manufacturer's office. Vera Pavlovna, and now she's definitely Vera Pavlovna until the next morning, attends to her household chores. She has only one servant, a young girl, who has to be shown everything. As soon as she's been trained, you have to start all over again. Vera Pavlovna can't keep servants for very long, they go off and get married. Within half a year or so you'll see Vera Pavlovna making herself a cape or a pair of cuffs to act as proxy mother at another wedding. She can no longer refuse, but Vera Pavlovna, you arranged it all. There's no one else besides you. Yes, there are many household chores. Then she sets off for her own lessons rather a lot, about 10 hours a week. More would be difficult to handle, and she hardly has enough time. Before the lessons she spends rather a long time in the workshop. After returning from the lessons, she must look in again. Then there's dinner with her dear est. They quite often have guests, one, more often two, but no more than that. Even when there are two guests it entails sufficient labor, preparing an extra dish so that there'll be enough food to go around. If Vera Pavlovna is tired when she returns, dinner is simple. She sits in her own room resting before dinner. The meal is one she's helped with earlier, but it's completed without her. If she isn't tired when she comes home, then things really start happening in the kitchen. A special dish appears at the table, some kind of pastry, more often than not something eaten with cream, that is, something to serve as a pretext for eating cream. During dinner Vera Pavlovna talks and asks questions. She usually talks more than she asks. And how could it be otherwise? There's so much news to report just about the workshop alone. After dinner she sits with her dearest for another quarter of an hour. Then it's good. /TV hat is to be done? 201. Bye, and they retire to their own rooms. Once again Vera Pavlovna lies on her bed, reading and luxuriating. She often takes a little nap, even very often, as much as half the time she dozes for an hour or an hour and a half. This is her weakness, almost a vulgar one, but Vera Pavlovna naps after dinner whenever she can. She loves it, feeling neither shame nor remorse at this vulgar habit. She gets up after sleeping or lounging for an hour and a half or even 2 hours, then she gets dressed and returns to the workshop, where she remains until tea time. If there are no guests coming that evening, she chats with her dearest, spending a half hour or so in the neutral room. Then it's good night, my dearest, they kiss and part until tea the following morning. Then Vera Pavlovna works, sometimes until very late, almost 2 in the morning, reading or resting from her reading at the piano in her own room. The piano was purchased not that long ago, before that they'd rented one. It was quite an event when they purchased their own piano. It proved to be cheaper, too. It was bought by chance for only 100 rubles. It was a little old THIRD-99 and all the necessary repairs cost only another 70 rubles. But it produces an excellent sound. Occasionally her dearest would come to hear her singing, but only occasionally. He had a great deal of work to do. Thus they passed the evening, working, reading, playing, and singing, but reading and singing most of all. That's when there were no guests. But very often they had guests in the evening, young people for the most part, younger than her dearest, and younger than Vera Pavlovna herself. Among them were also the teachers from the workshop. They have a great deal of respect for Lopukhov and consider him one of the best minds in Petersburg. Perhaps they aren't mistaken at all, and their real tie with Lopukhov consists in the fact that they find it useful to converse with him. They share unlimited veneration for Vera Pavlovna. She even allows them to kiss her hand without feeling any humiliation. She behaves as if she were 15 years older than they are, that is, if she's not being silly. But, to tell the truth, she usually acts very silly, running around and playing along with them. They're delighted, they dance a gallop or a waltz, chase each other about, play the piano, chat and laugh, but most of all, they sing. But all this chasing, laughter, and everything else in no way prevent these young people from idolizing Vera Pavlovna totally, unconditionally, and boundlessly. They respect her more than most people respect their older sisters, as even a good mother isn't always respected. Moreover, the songs they sing aren't pure nonsense, although sometimes there's some of that. 2.101 For the most part Vera Pavlovna performs serious songs, at times she plays serious music without singing, and her listeners sit in silence. Rather often the Lopukhovs entertain older guests, about their own age. For the most part they are Dmitri's former colleagues and their acquaintances, 2 or 3 young professors, almost all unmarried. The Mertsilovs are almost the only married visitors. The Lopukhovs don't go visiting all that often, and almost solely to the Mertsilovs or to Natasha's parents. These kind and simple old folks have a large number of sons who occupy respectable positions in various departments. Thus Vera Pavlovna gets to see a rather broad and diverse society in their comfortable home. Vera Pavlovna really enjoys this free, open, and active life, which is not without its sybaritic side, luxuriating in her soft, warm bed, as well as savoring real cream and pastries with cream. Can life really be any better in this world? Vera Pavlovna thinks not. Yes, and for Solnyon in her early youth it could scarcely be better. But years pass, and as they do, life gets continually better if it goes on as it should and as it does now among a very few. Someday it will be like that for everyone. 6. One day toward the end of summer the girls had gathered in their customary fashion for a Sunday outing in the country. During the summer they went out to the islands in boats almost every holiday. 102 Vera Pavlovna usually went along with them, this time Dmitri Sergeich was coming too, which is why the outing was to be so special. His company was a rarity, it was only the second time that summer he was going along with them. When the girls in the workshop heard the good news, they were very pleased. Vera Pavlovna would be even more cheerful than usual and one could expect that the outing would be very lively. A few girls who'd been planning to spend Sunday elsewhere changed their plans and joined those preparing to go on the outing. They had to take 5 large dinghies instead of 4, and even that turned out to be insufficient, so they took 6. The group consisted of some 50 people or more, over 20 seamstresses, only 6 didn't participate, 3 older women, a dozen or so children, the seamstresses' mothers, sisters, and brothers, 3 young suitors, one was a watchmaker's apprentice, the second a merchant, and neither of them yielded an inch in manners to the third, a teacher in the district school, 5 or 6 other young men of diverse callings including even 2 officers, and 8 or 9 students from either the university or the medical academy. They took along 4 big samovars, great piles of baked goods, and huge amounts of cold veal and similar supplies. These people were young, there would be plenty of activity in the fresh air, so one could count on hearty appetites. They also took along half a dozen bottles of wine, not much for 50 people, including more than 15 healthy young men. And indeed, the outing turned out to be even better than expected. Nothing was lacking. They danced in a group of 16 couples, then in 12, then 18, and one quadrille even in 20. They played a game of tackle 03 almost 22 couples and then devised 3 swings between trees. In the intervals they ate and drank tea. For half an hour, no, less, much less, almost half the group listened to an argument between Dmitri Sergeich and 2 students who were closest to him of all his younger friends. Low 4 They attacked each other for inconsequentiality, moderatism, and bourgeois tendencies. These were general charges. But then each and every one in particular was accused of a special fault. For one it was romanticism, for Dmitri Sergeich, schematism, for another, rigorism. Needless to say, it was difficult for the uninitiated to tolerate these investigations for more than a few minutes. Even one of the debaters, the romantic, couldn't stand more than an hour and a half. Low 6 He ran off to join the dancers, but not without his moment of glory. He was indignant at some mod erudist, it could have been me, except I wasn't there. I-07 and knowing that the object of his wrath was quite advanced in years, he exclaimed, "Why are you talking about him?" I'll quote some words uttered several days ago by a very respectable person, a very clever woman. A person can maintain an honest way of thinking only up to the age of 20. 103 Gorky, catch, is a popular Russian game in which one player tries to catch the others, who in turn run away in pairs. 104 Part of the group clearly had formed a radical circle, and were using the outing as a pretext to get together to discuss revolutionary ideas and strategy. One of the students, the rigorist, is Rakhmetov, CN 96 above. 105 Inconsequentiality means inconsistency, while moderatism signs moderation. Radicals use these epithets to accuse their comrades or opponents of insufficient dedication and effectiveness in their pursuit of the revolutionary cause. 106 Perhaps a reference to Chernyshevsky's co-editor of the journal Sovramennik, the poet and publisher Nikolai Nekrasov, 1821–1878, whose popularity among younger radical intellectuals rested as much on his willingness to publish their work as on his own verse criticizing the Tsarist social and political order. 107 Chernyshevsky is referring to his own inability to take part in such events because of his imprisonment. 204. 5. "I know that lady," said an officer who, unfortunately for the romantic, had just come up to the debaters. "It was Madame N and I was there when she said it. She really is an excellent woman, but she was caught because only half an hour before that she'd boasted that she herself was 26 years old. Remember how she laughed along with everyone else." Then all four of them burst out laughing, and the romantic ran off laughing, too. But the officer replaced him in the debate. The enjoyment was even greater than before and lasted right up to tea time. The officer attacked the rigorist and the schematist more fiercely than the romantic had, while he in turn was accused of Augusta Contanaism. Degree 8 After tea the officer declared that so long as he still had some years of honest thought left, he wasn't averse to joining other people of the same age. Dmitry Sergeevich, and then even the unwilling rigorist, followed his example. They refused to join in the dancing but did agree to play a game of tag. When the men decided to run races, jump over a ditch, and wrestle, the three thinkers showed themselves to be very enthusiastic contenders in these masculine pursuits. The officer took first place jumping over the ditch. Dmitry Sergeevich, a very strong man, got upset when the officer defeated him in a wrestling match. He'd hoped to come in second in this event, behind the rigorist, who'd effortlessly lifted both the officer and Dmitry Sergeevich into the air and then pinned them both to the ground. This aroused no further ambition in either Dmitry Sergeevich or the officer. The rigorist was an acknowledged athlete. However, Dmitry Sergeevich in no way wished to endure the affront of being defeated by the officer. He wrestled with him 5 times, even though with some difficulty, the officer pinned him. After the 6th bout, Dmitry Sergeevich acknowledged that he was undoubtedly the weaker of the two. Both were utterly exhausted. Then the three thinkers lay down on the grass and continued their argument. Now it was Dmitry Sergeevich who turned out to be the Augusta Contian and the officer a schematist, while the rigorist remained a rigorist as before. They left for home at 11 o'clock. The older women and children fell asleep in the boats. It was a good thing they'd brought along plenty of warm clothing. Meanwhile the others talked incessantly. In all 6 dinghies there was no end to the merriment and laughter. 2 days later during morning tea Vera Pavlovna remarked to her husband that she didn't like the pallor of his face. He replied that he'd slept badly and that he'd not been feeling too well since last evening, but that it was nothing. Probably he'd caught a mild cold on their outing, no doubt from lying on the grass so long after the races and the wrestling match. He scolded himself for being so careless and convinced Vera Pavlovna that there was no cause for concern. He went about his usual business. At evening tea he said that he was feeling much better. The next morning, however, he announced that he ought to stay home for a few days. Vera Pavlovna, who'd been very concerned the day before, was now extremely alarmed. She demanded that Dmitry Sergeich send for a doctor. But I'm also a doctor, and I can treat myself if need be. For the moment that isn't necessary, he replied. But Vera Pavlovna was insistent. So he wrote a note to Kirsanov saying that his illness was minor, but that he was asking him to come simply in order to please his wife. As a result, Kirsanov was in no hurry. He stayed at the hospital until dinner, and it was already 6 o'clock in the evening when he arrived at the Lopukhovs. "Well, Alexander, it's a good thing I called you," said Lopukhov. "It's not dangerous, and probably won't be, but I have pneumonia. Of course, I could have cured myself without you, but do call in on me. It can't be helped. It's needed to ease my conscience, since I'm not a bachelor like you." For a long time they probed. Kirsanov sounded Lopukhov's chest, and they both agreed that Lopukhov's diagnosis was correct. It wasn't dangerous and probably wouldn't be, but he did have a bad case of pneumonia. He would have to remain in bed for a week and a half or so. Lopukhov had let the illness go a bit too far, still it wasn't very serious. Kirsanov had to spend a long time with Vera Pavlovna to soothe her fears. At last she was completely convinced that they weren't deceiving her, and that in all probability the illness was not only not dangerous but not even too serious. Still, only in all probability. How many things can happen against all probability? Kirsanov began to visit the patient twice a day. They both saw that there weren't any complications and that the illness wasn't dangerous. On the fourth day Kirsanov said to Vera Pavlovna, "Dmitry is doing fine. For the next 3 or 4 days it may be rough going, but no worse than yesterday. Then he'll start to mend. But I need to have a 206 serious talk with you, Vera Pavlovna. You're behaving badly. Why aren't you getting any sleep at night? He doesn't need a nurse to sit up with him, and he doesn't need a doctor. You'll harm your own health, and all for nothing. Why, even now your nerves are somewhat strained." He tried to reason with her for a long time, but to no avail. "Never," she said, "impossible. I'd be glad to, but I couldn't possibly that is, get some sleep at night and leave her husband unattended." At last she replied, "Everything you say to me now, he has said to me before, many times, as you well know. Of course I would have obeyed him sooner than you. In other words, I cannot." There was no way to counter such an argument. Kirsanov shook his head and left. He came back to see the patient at 10 o'clock that evening and sat at his side for about a half hour along with Vera Pavlovna. Then he said to her, "Vera Pavlovna, now you must go and get some rest. We both beseech you. I'll spend the night here." Vera Pavlovna was embarrassed. She herself was half convinced, even more than half, that there really was no need to sit up all night next to the patient, and that she was forcing a busy man like Kirsanov to waste his time. What about it? Perhaps it wasn't really necessary? Perhaps, but who knows? No, she couldn't possibly leave her dearest alone. Who knows what might happen? He might want a drink or a cup of tea. He's so considerate. He wouldn't wake me up. That means she'd have to attend him. There was no need for Kirsanov to stay, she wouldn't allow it. She said that she wouldn't leave because she wasn't all that tired, and that she got lots of rest during the day. In that case, forgive me, but I must ask you to leave, I simply insist on it. Kirsanov took her by the hand and almost had to lead her to her own room by force. "I really feel guilty before you, Alexander," uttered the patient. "What a ridiculous role you have to play, sitting up at night with a sick man whose illness doesn't require it. But I'm very grateful to you. I couldn't persuade her to find a nurse, since she was afraid to leave me alone. There was no one she would trust. If I had realized that she can't possibly be at peace entrusting you to someone else, then, needless to say, I wouldn't have sacrificed my own comfort. But I hope that now she'll get some rest. After all, I am both a doctor and your friend. In fact, As soon as she reached her bed, Vera Pavlovna collapsed upon it and fell fast asleep. The 3 sleepless nights she'd spent were not significant in and of themselves, nor was her anxiety. But the anxiety on top of 3 sleepless nights, without any rest during the day, was really very dangerous. Another 2 or 3 days without 207 sleep and her condition would have been far worse than her husband's. Kirsanov spent another 3 nights with the patient. This didn't tire him at all naturally, because he slept very soundly, only taking the precaution of locking the door so that Vera Pavlovna couldn't observe his negligence. She suspected that he was fast asleep at his post, but she was calm nevertheless. He was a doctor, after all, so there was nothing to fear. He knows when he can sleep and when he can't. She was ashamed that she'd been unable to calm herself before, that she'd troubled Kirsanov. But now he paid no attention whatever to her assurances that she could get some rest even if he weren't there. "You are to blame, Vera Pavlovna. Therefore you must be punished. I no longer trust you." But 4 days later it was obvious to her that the patient was almost well, the evidence was too clear even to her skeptical Mindy. That evening the 3 of them sat together playing cards. Lopukhov was no longer lying down, but almost sitting up, and his voice was strong. Kirsanov could now curtail his sleepy night watches and told them so. "Alexander Matveyevich," said Vera Pavlovna, "why have you been neglecting me entirely? I'm talking about myself now. You're still good friends with Dmitri, he goes to see you rather frequently. But up until his illness you hadn't been to see us for almost half a year. And it's been that way for quite a while. Remember what good friends you and I were in the beginning. People change, Vera Pavlovna. Then again, I am working very hard, if I say so myself. I hardly go visiting. There's no time, and besides, I am lazy. I get so tired from spending my days in the hospital and at the academy that I can't bear to change into any other clothes from my uniform except my dressing gown. T-9 Friendship is a good thing, but don't be offended, lying on a sofa in one's dressing gown smoking a cigar is even better. The truth was that Kirsanov had hardly visited the Lopukhovs at all for over 2 years. The reader has not found his name among the list of usual guests. Among infrequent visitors he had long been the most infrequent of all. 8. The perspicacious reader, I'm addressing only the males in the group, since the females are too clever to bore us with their shrewd guesses. Therefore, once and for all, I declare that I'm not addressing them. There are also among my male readers a few who aren't stupid. I am not addressing them either. But the majority, including almost all men of letters and those purporting to be men of letters, are perspicacious people with whom I always enjoy chatting. And so it is this perspicacious reader who says I understand where all this is leading. A new romance is beginning in Vera Pavlovna's life. Kirsanov will play a role in it. I understand even more. Kirsanov has been in love with Vera Pavlovna for some time now, and that's why he stopped visiting the Lopukhovs. Oh, how perceptive you are, my perspicacious reader. As soon as I tell you something you immediately reply I knew that / and you rejoice in your perspicacity. I bow before you in admiration, zero perspicacious reader. And so a new person is appearing in Vera Pavlovna's life. I would have to describe him if I hadn't done so already. When I spoke of Lopukhov it was difficult to distinguish him from his closest friend, and I was unable to say anything about him which could not also be said about Kirsanov. All that the perspicacious reader can really discover from the following list of Kirsanov's characteristics will be a repetition of the description of Lopukhov. Lopukhov was the son of a petit bourgeois who was reasonably well off for his class, that is, they had meat in their cabbage soup fairly often. Kirsanov was the son of a clerk in a district court, that is, they rarely had meat in their cabbage soup, which also means that they sometimes did. From his early youth, almost since childhood, Lopukhov had earned his own living. From the age of 12 Kirsanov had helped his father by copying documents. By the time he was in his 4th year at school he was also giving lessons. Both men made their own way in life through their own efforts with neither connections nor acquaintances. What sort of man was Lepukhov? One didn't really learn French in the gymnasium, and in German class one learned only to decline or die das with a few mistakes. But upon entering the academy, Lepukhov soon realized that one can't go far in science knowing only Russian. He took a French dictionary and whatever books he could lay his hands on. Telemachy 110, some novels by Madame de Genlis/LLNA. Few issues of our very clever journal Revue Étrangère 112, not very tempting works, but still he took them. He was, naturally, an avid reader. He said to himself, I won't open another Russian book until I can read French fluently. And he did just that. He proceeded with German in a different manner. He rented a corner in an apartment where a large number of German workmen lived. His Kommer was squalid, the Germans were boring, and it was a long walk to the academy, but he endured it nevertheless, for as long as he needed to. It was different with Kirsanov. He learned German by reading various books with the help of a dictionary as Lepukhov had French, but he learned French in a different way, concentrating on one text without a dictionary, the Gospels, a very familiar work. He acquired the New Testament in the Geneva translation and read it through 8 times. 113 By the 9th he understood everything. He was all set. What sort of man was Lepukhov? Here's what sort. One day he was out walking along Kamenostrovsky Stone Island Prospect in his well-worn uniform, returning home from a lesson 3 versts past the Lycée 114 for which he had received 50 kopecks. From the other direction heading toward him was a portly gentleman, out on a constitutional. The portly gent headed straight for him, not about to give way. Now at that time Lepukhov had a rule never to yield to anyone except a woman. They bumped shoulders. The gentleman, turning slightly toward Lepukhov, said, What sort of swine are you, you pig? He was about to continue this edifying speech when Lepukhov turned to face him, seized the gentleman in a bear hug, and deposited him in the gutter, very carefully. He stood over him and said, Don't move or I'll drag you out there where the mud is deeper. 2 peasants came by, looked, and applauded. A civil servant went past, looked, and didn't applaud, but smiled sweetly. Some carriages drove by but no one looked out. They couldn't have seen that someone was lying in the gutter. Lepukhov stood there for some time, then he took the gentleman by the hand, rather than in a bear hug, lifted him up, led him back to the street, and said, Oh, my dear sir, did you stumble? I trust you haven't hurt yourself. Allow me to brush you off. A peasant came by and began to help brush him off. 2 petits bourgeois went past and they helped as well. They finished brushing him off and everyone went his own way. Iis Kirsanov didn't have that kind of experience, but had a different one. A certain lady who had several people doing her bidding decided that she should have a catalogue made of the library left her by her husband, who'd died some 20 years before, and who'd been a devoted follower of Voltaire. 116 Why it was that 20 years later a catalogue was needed isn't at all clear. Kirsanov was chosen to do the job, for which he would receive the sum of 80 rubles. He worked on it about a month and a half. Suddenly the woman decided that the catalogue wasn't really needed at all. She came into the library and said, Don't trouble yourself, I've changed my mind. Here's what I'll owe you for your labor. She handed Kirsanov 10 rubles. Madam / he said, using the lady's full title, I've done more than half the work. Out of 17 bookcases I've already catalogued 10. Do you mean to say that I've underpaid you? Nicholas, come in here and have a little talk with this gentleman. Nicholas came crashing in. How dare you insult ma man? Why, you young whippersnapper / said Kirsanov, an unjustified expression, as Nicholas was at least 5 years older than Kirsanov. You should listen before you interfere. Nicholas screamed for the servants. Oh, the servants, I'll show you servants. In a twinkling of an eye the lady shrieked and fainted. Nicholas realized that he could no longer move his arms, both of which were pinned to his sides as if by an iron band, which was really Kirsanov's right arm, and that Kirsanov's left hand, which had yanked his head back by the forelock, was now grabbing him around the throat. Kirsanov said, "See how easily I could strangle you," and he began to squeeze the throat. Nikolai realized how easily indeed he could be strangled. Kirsanov released his grip on Nicholas's throat so that he could breathe but didn't take his hand completely away. Turning to the Goliaths who'd appeared at the door, Kirsanov said, "Stop right there or I'll choke him. Step aside or I'll strangle him." Nicholas understood all this in a twinkling of an eye and indicated by a gesture that yes indeed, the gentleman was telling the whole truth. "Now, brother, you'll escort me to the stairs," said Kirsanov, turning again to Nicholas and maintaining his hold. He went into the hallway and down the stairs, accompanied from afar by tender looks from the Goliaths. On the bottom step he released his grip on Nicholas's throat, pushed him out the way, and went off to find a shop where he could buy himself a cap to replace the one he'd left as Nicholas's booty. Well, what difference do you see between these two men? All of their most outstanding traits belong not to the two individuals but to a type one so different from those to which you are accustomed, perspicacious reader, that any individual differences are masked by general similarities. When seen among others, these people are like a few Europeans among the Chinese can't distinguish between them, seeing only one thing, that they're all red-headed barbarians, ignorant of ceremony. 117. In Chinese eyes the French are just as red-headed as the English. And the Chinese are correct, in their relations with them, all Europeans behave as one, not as individuals, but as representatives of a type, and nothing more. None of them eats cockroaches or wood lice, none cuts people up into small pieces, they all drink vodka and wine made from grapes instead of rice. Even the one thing that the Chinese recognize as their own native custom, tea drinking, is done differently by Europeans, who take their tea with sugar rather than straight. In just the same way, people of the type to which Lepukhov and Kirsanov belong seem to be alike to people of a different sort. Each of them is a man of courage, unwavering and unyielding, capable of grappling with any task. Upon doing so, he keeps a firm grasp on that task so that it doesn't slip away. This is one side of their character. On the other hand, each of them is a man of such irreproachable honesty that it never even occurs to us to ask, can this man be relied upon unconditionally? This is as clear as the fact that each man is alive and breathing. As long as his chest continues to rise and fall with each breath, it's both passionate and true, you can lean your head upon it confidently and rest it there. These general characteristics are so prominent that any individual differences behind them are blurred. This type arose among us not that long ago. Before then there were only isolated individuals who foreshadowed it. They were exceptions, and as such they felt isolated and impotent. As a result they did nothing, they experienced despair or exaltation, romanticized or fantasized, that is, they couldn't partake of the main characteristics of this type: cold-blooded practicality, measured and calculated activity, and active common sense. Though they were people of the same nature, they had not yet developed into this type. This type arose quite recently. It didn't exist yet during my time, though I'm not old, perhaps not old at all. I myself couldn't develop in that way, since I grew up in a different era. Because I don't belong to this type, I can express my unabashed admiration for it. Unfortunately, I'm not praising myself when I say that these people are truly splendid. This type appeared quite recently, but now it's propagating quickly. It was engendered by its epoch, it's an emblem of it, and, shall I say it, it will vanish together with it all too quickly. Its fate was to appear not that long ago and to vanish very soon. These people couldn't even be found just 6 years ago, 3 years ago they were despised, and now, but it doesn't really matter what people think of them now. In a few years, a very few, people will call out to them, "Save us." What this type says will be done by all. A few years later, perhaps not even years, but a few months later, they'll be cursed, driven from the stage, hissed at, and insulted. So what? Hiss and hurl insults, drive them away and curse them, you got your use out of them, and that's enough for them. And amidst the noise of hissing and the thunder of curses they'll leave the stage, proud and humble, stem and kind, just as they always were. But won't even one of them be left on stage? No. How will we fare without them? Badly. But life will still be better after them than before. Years will pass and people will say, life is better after them, but it's still not good. And when they say this, it will mean that the time has come for this type to reappear. It will be reborn in even greater number bears and in better forms, because there will be more good in the world then, and all that's already good will be better. History will repeat itself in a new form. And so it will continue until such time as people say, well, now life is good. Then this special type will cease to exist because all people will be of this type. It will be difficult to understand that there ever was a time when this type was regarded as special, and not as the general nature of all people. 9. But just as Europeans among the Chinese seem to have one and the same face and one way of acting only in Chinese eyes, in fact there are incomparably more variations among Europeans than among the Chinese. So, too, in this new, apparently single type, the diversity of personalities develops into numerous varieties that differ from one another more than all the individuals of all the other types differ among themselves. There are all kinds, Sybarites and ascetics, stem people and tender, and others besides. But just as the most savage European is very gentle, the most cowardly very brave, and the most voluptuous very moral in the eyes of the Chinese, so it is with them. The most ascetic consider that men need more comforts than people not of their type can imagine, the most sensual are stricter. 213. In their moral precepts than moralizers of another type. But they have their own ideas about morality and comfort, sensuality and virtue. They view these things in their own special way, all in the same way. They view it not only in the same way, but in such a way that somehow morality, comfort, virtue, and sensuality all seem to be one and the same thing. But again, all this is only when viewed from the point of view of the Chinese. Among themselves there's a great variety of conceptions according to their different natures. But how can we grasp these differences in nature and concepts among them? Europeans reveal their variety in conversations among themselves, but only among themselves, not in the presence of the Chinese. Thus the great variety among people of this type becomes apparent when they're conducting their own business, but only then and not with outsiders. We have met two people of this type, Vera Pavlovna and Lopukhov, and we've seen how relations were arranged between them. Now a third person appears. Let's see what differences emerge when we're given an opportunity to compare one with the other two. Vera Pavlovna sees before her both Lopukhov and Kirsanov. Previously she had no choice, now she does. X. But first we must say a few words about Kirsanov's external appearance. He has regular and handsome features, just like Lopukhov. Some people regard Kirsanov as the better looking of the two, others Lopukhov. Lopukhov has a darker complexion, chestnut brown hair, sparkling brown eyes that appear almost black, an aquiline nose, thick lips, and a somewhat oval face. Kirsanov has dark blonde hair, dark blue eyes, a straight Grecian nose, a small mouth, and an oblong face, remarkably pale. Both are fairly tall men and both slender. Lopukhov is a bit broader in frame, Kirsanov a bit taller. Kirsanov's circumstances are rather good. He already occupies a chair. The great majority of the faculty had been against him. Not only didn't they want to give him a chair, they didn't even want to grant his degree. But that proved to be impossible. 2 or 3 young men, and one of his former professors who wasn't so young, all of them his friends, had declared to the rest of the faculty some time before that there was a certain man named Verkov who lived in Berlin, 118, and one named Claude Bernard who lived in Paris, 119, and a few more men whose names I can't remember and who lived in different cities, and that these Virchow's, Claude Bernards, and others were the luminaries of medical science. All of this seemed to us extremely unlikely, since we knew very well that the luminaries of medical science were Boerhaave 120 and Hofland. 121. Harvey was also a great scientist, who discovered the circulation of blood, 122, and Jenner, who taught us how to vaccinate against smallpox. 123. Those names we knew, but we didn't recognize these Virchow's and Claude Bernards. What sort of luminaries were they? On the other hand, how the devil could you tell for sure? Well, it was this very same Claude Bernard who'd spoken respectfully about Kirsanov's work when the young student was still completing his studies. Therefore, it proved to be impossible. They granted Kirsanov's degree, and a year and a half later they awarded him a chair. The students said that with his arrival the contingent of good professors had increased significantly. He didn't take on private patients and declared that he'd given up practicing medicine. But he spent a great deal of time in the hospital. Some days he had dinner there and occasionally even spent the night. What was he doing there? He said he was working on behalf of science, and not for the patients. I am not treating anyone. I am merely making observations and doing experiments. The students confirmed this, adding that at the present time only quacks treated patients, since it wasn't possible to cure them yet. The hospital attendants thought differently. They said among themselves, well, if Kirsanov's taking this patient into his ward, it must be a difficult case. Afterward they would remark to the patient, take heart. It's a rare disease that can stand up to this doctor. He's a real master and will be like a father to you. During the first few months of Vera Pavlovna's married life, Kirsanov visited the Lopukhovs very often, almost every other day, or, to be more accurate, almost every day. Soon, right from the beginning, he became extraordinarily friendly with Vera Pavlovna, just as friendly as he was with Lopukhov. This situation continued for about half a year. One day the three of them were sitting together, he, the husband, and she. The conversation was proceeding as usual, without any ceremony. Kirsanov was chatting more than the other two, when he suddenly fell silent. What's the matter, Alexander? Why have you gone so quiet, Alexander Matveich? Oh, it's nothing much, just feeling depressed. That rarely happens to you, Alexander Matveich, said Vera Pavlovna. And never without some cause, said Kirsanov in a somewhat strained tone. A little while later, somewhat earlier than usual, he got up and left, taking his leave simply as always. 2 days later Lopukhov told Vera Pavlovna that he'd dropped in on Kirsanov and that it seemed to him that he was received in a rather strange way. Kirsanov was trying hard to behave in a friendly fashion toward him, which was completely unnecessary in their relationship. Looking him straight in the eye, Lopukhov had said, Alexander, you seem to be angry at someone. Is it me? No. Veroka? No. Well, then, what is it? Nothing at all. Why do you think so? You're not being very nice to me today. You seem constrained, trying hard to be friendly, and annoyed at something. Kirsanov kept reassuring him copiously that there was nothing wrong, and by so doing demonstrated conclusively that he was indeed annoyed. Then he must have become ashamed. He was his old self again, simple and good. Lopukhov, availing himself of the man's irreasonableness, asked him again, well, Alexander, now tell me, what were you sulking about? I never did anything of the kind, he replied, and once again he became unctuous and disagreeable. What a mystery! Lopukhov could recall nothing that might have offended him, that didn't even seem possible given their mutual respect and warm friendship. Vera Pavlovna also tried hard to recall if she'd offended him in any way. She too could think of nothing. She 216 knew that as far as she was concerned, it was impossible for the very same reason as in her husband's case. 1/VO more days passed. It was very unusual for 4 days to go by without Kirsanov coming to visit the Lopukhovs. Vera Pavlovna began to wonder whether he might be ill. Lopukhov dropped by to see. Ill? Nonsense. But he was still sulking. Lopukhov questioned him persistently. After repeated denials, he began to utter some nonsense about his feelings for Lopukhov and Vera Pavlovna, how he loved and respected them. From everything he said, it seemed that they were neglecting him, but how exactly, and this was the worst part of all, there wasn't the slightest indication in his bombastic speech. It was clear that the gentleman had taken offense. All this was so strange to behold in a man such as Lopukhov considered Kirsanov to be that the guest said to his host, "Listen, you and I are friends. You should be ashamed of yourself." Kirsanov replied with affected forbearance that perhaps it was indeed petty on his part, but what could he do if he'd been offended by so many things? Well, by what? Kirsanov began to list a multitude of instances that had offended him of late, all of the following kind: "You said that the lighter a man's hair is, the drabber he is in general. Vera Pavlovna said that the price of tea had risen. The former was a caustic remark about the color of my hair, the latter, a hint that I am eating you out of house and home." Lopukhov stood there stupefied. The man had gone mad or was obsessed by pride, more accurately, he'd simply become a fool, a petty fool. Lopukhov returned home sadly. He was grieved to see that side of a man whom he'd loved so much. In reply to Vera Pavlovna's inquiries as to what he'd learned, he answered sadly that it was best not to talk about it. Kirsanov had uttered unpleasant nonsense and was probably indisposed. 1/VO or 3 days later Kirsanov must have come to his senses and realized the extreme vulgarity of his wild behavior. He came to visit the Lopukhovs and acted nominal. Then he began to describe how vulgar he'd been. From Vera Pavlovna's reaction he realized that she hadn't heard any of his inanities repeated by her husband, and he sincerely thanked Lopukhov for his discretion. So, to punish himself, he began to tell her everything he'd said. Then he became deeply moved, he apologized and declared that he'd been indisposed and things turned out badly once again. Vera Pavlovna tried to say that he should forget it, that it was all a mere trifle. He latched onto the word trifle and began to utter the same kind of trite nonsense he had spoken during the earlier conversation with Lopukhov. With great delicacy and subtlety he developed the theme that of course it was only a mere trifle, since he well understood his insignificance in the eyes of the Lopukhovs, and that he deserved no better, etc., etc. All of this was said with the darkest, subtlest innuendos accompanied by the lnost cordial x. 217. Prescience of respect and sincerity. Hearing it all, Vera Pavlovna was as stupefied as her husband had been. When Kirsanov left, they recalled that he'd been acting strange for several days before his first vulgar outburst. They hadn't noticed it or understood it then. Now all of his previous remarks had become clear. They were in the same vein, but only pale indications of what was to come. After this Kirsanov began to visit the Lopukhovs fairly frequently, but a continuation of their previous simple relations was no longer possible. For those few days such a long ass's ear had stuck out from behind a respectable man's mask that the Lopukhovs would have lost too much of the respect they'd had for their former friend even if that ear were to be hidden away again forever. But that ear continued to show itself every now and then, not for so long a time, and it was quickly concealed. Still it was there, pitiful, rotten, petty. Soon the Lopukhovs grew cold toward Kirsanov. Once having been provided with a valid excuse not to enjoy his visits there, he stopped them entirely. But he continued to meet the Lopukhovs at the homes of certain mutual friends. In a little while Lopukhov's aversion to him began to lessen. Kirsanov behaved quite decently, as a gentleman. Lopukhov began to drop in on him. In a year or so Kirsanov even renewed his own visits to the Lopukhovs and became his former excellent self, simple and honest. But his visits were infrequent. Clearly he found it awkward to recall the details of those absurd scenes he'd enacted. Lopukhov had almost forgotten all about it. So had Vera Pavlovna. But once relations are broken off, they can't really be re-established. To all appearances he and Lopukh were friends again, and in fact Lopukh began to respect him as before and visit him frequently. Vera Pavlovna also restored to him part of her previous affection, but she saw him very rarely. 12. And now Lopukhov's illness, or more precisely, Vera Pavlovna's extraordinary attachment to her husband, forced Kirsanov to spend more than a week in intimate, daily contact with the Lopukhovs. He realized that he was walking a perilous path when he decided to sit up at night with the patient to relieve Vera Pavlovna of her vigil. He was so glad and proud of the fact that about 3 years ago, having observed the first signs of passion in himself, he'd so successfully managed to do all that was necessary to arrest its development. He felt so good as a result. For 2 or 3 weeks he'd been drawn to the Lopukhovs, but at the same time he experienced more pleasure from the awareness of his resolve in the struggle than pain from the deprivation. Within a 218 month the pain had completely disappeared and there remained only satisfaction with his own integrity. His soul was so calm, so sweet. But now the danger was greater than ever before. During the 3 intervening years Vera Pavlovna had, of course, undergone great moral development. Then she was scarcely more than a child, but not any more. The feeling she inspired no longer resembled the amusing attachment to a little girl whom one both loves and laughs at simultaneously. Vera's development was not only moral. If a woman's beauty is genuine, then here in the north such a woman continues to improve with each passing year. Yes, 3 years of life at such a period do a great deal to develop much that is good in the soul, in the eyes, in facial features, and in the whole person, provided that person is good and life is, too. The danger was great, but only for Kirsanov. What danger was there for Vera Pavlovna? She loved her husband. Kirsanov was not so empty-headed and stupid as to consider himself a dangerous rival to Lopukh. It was not out of false modesty that he thought so. All respectable people who knew both him and Lopukh considered them equals. On Lopukhov's side there was the immeasurable advantage that he'd already earned Vera's love. Yes, he'd done so, and had also won her heart. Her choice had been made, she was very satisfied and happy with it. The idea of looking for something better couldn't even occur to her. Wasn't she happy? Why, it was foolish even to think about such a thing. To worry about her or Lopukh would have been no more than absurd self-conceit on Kirsanov's part. And for this nonsense, for a month or 2, maximum, of heartache, he was going to allow a woman to strain her nerves and risk serious illness by sitting up nights on end in a sick room, and merely to avoid any unimportant and brief disruption in the serenity of his own life was he going to permit serious harm to come to another, no less worthy person? Why, that would be dishonest. And such a dishonest act is fundamentally much more unpleasant than any slight struggle within himself which he would have to endure, and concerning the outcome of which, in proud satisfaction at his own resolve, he had no doubt. This is the way Kirsanov reasoned when he decided to relieve Vera Pavlovna of her unnecessary vigil. The need for the vigil passed. To maintain appearances and to avoid effecting a break so abrupt that it would attract attention, Kirsanov was compelled to visit the Lopukhovs 2 or 3 more times, then a week later, then in a month, then in 6 months. At that point his absence could be adequately explained by other obligations. 13. Everything was going well with Kirsanov, as he'd expected. His at 219 attachment was renewed, and became even stronger than before, but his struggle with it was manageable and entailed no serious torment. Now Kirsanov is visiting the Lopukhovs for the 2nd time, 1 week after Dmitry Sergeitch's recovery, and staying until 9 o'clock in the evening. That's enough, propriety has been maintained. He would come again in 2 weeks. The separation has almost been accomplished. Now he need stay only another hour or so. Within this week the development of his passion has almost been arrested, in a month it will pass completely. He's very pleased with himself. He takes part in the conversation so naturally that he himself rejoices in his success, as a result of his satisfaction, the naturalness of his conduct increases all the more. Tomorrow Lopukhov had been planning to go outside for the first time. Consequently Vera Pavlovna was in a particularly good mood and was rejoicing almost as much as no, certainly even more than the convalescent himself. Their conversation touched on his illness and they all laughed about it, facetiously praising Vera Pavlovna's conjugal self-sacrifice, very nearly ruining her own health by worrying about something that wasn't worth worrying about. "Well, you may laugh," she said, "but I know you wouldn't have had the strength to behave any differently if you'd been in my position. Just look at the influence that the concern of others exerts on a person," said Lopukhov. "Why, that person himself is partially subject to the delusion that he needs God knows what kind of care when he sees how worried others are. I could have gone outside 3 days ago, yet I remained inside. This morning I wanted to go out, but I postponed it for another day just to be on the safe side." "Yes," Kirsanov confirmed, "you could have gone outside some time ago. That's what I call heroism, and to tell the truth, I'm sick of it. I'd like to run outside at once. My dear, you were behaving so heroically for my sake. If in fact you're so eager to put an end to your quarantine, let's go outside at once. I'll soon be going over to the workshop for half an hour. Let's go together. It would be very nice if the very first visit you paid after your illness was to our shop. The girls will take notice and be very pleased by such attention." "All right, let's go together," said Lopukhov with noticeable pleasure at the thought of breathing in some fresh air that very day. "What a tactful hostess I am," said Vera Pavlovna. "Alexander Matveitch, it never occurred to me that perhaps you might not want to come with us." "No, on the contrary, it would be very interesting. I've been meaning to go there for some time." And indeed, Vera Pavlovna's idea was a fortuitous one. The girls really were pleased that Lopukhov should pay them his first visit after 220. His recovery. Kirsanov really was interested in the workshop. How could a man of his way of thinking not be so? If a special reason hadn't prevented him, he would have been one of the most enthusiastic instructors in it from the very beginning. Half an hour, perhaps even an hour, flew by unnoticed. Vera Pavlovna took him through various rooms showing him everything. As they were returning from the dining area to the workrooms, a young woman came up to Vera Pavlovna who'd not been there before. She and Kirsanov exchanged glances. "Nastenka. Sasha, 124. And they embraced. "Sashenka/25 my friend, I'm so glad to see you." The girl kept kissing him, laughing and crying at the same time. When she'd recovered from her joy, she said, "No, Vera Pavlovna, I can't talk about business now. I can't bear to part with him. Sashenka, let's go to my room." Kirsanov was just as glad as she was, although Vera Pavlovna had observed considerable sadness in his eyes when he first recognized her. There was good reason, the girl was in the final stages of consumption. 126 Nastya Kryakova had joined the workshop about a year before, and even then she was very ill. If she'd remained in the shop where she'd been working previously, she surely would have been dead long since from overwork. But in this workshop she'd been given a chance to live a little longer. The girls had released her from any real sewing, there was plenty of other work to be done which would pose no threat to her health. She looked after about half the everyday needs of the workshop, helping to supervise various storerooms and to receive orders. No one could argue that Kryakova was less useful in the workshop than any of the other girls. The Lopukhovs left without waiting for the end of the meeting between Kirsanov and Kryakova. 14 Kryakova's story. Early the next morning Kryakova went to see Vera Pavlovna. "I'd like to talk with you about what you saw yesterday, Vera Pavlovna / she said. Then she was at a loss for some time as to how to go on. "I don't want you to think ill of him." "What do you mean?" "You yourself seem to be thinking ill of me, Nastasia Borisovna." "No, had I been someone else, I'd never have thought this. But you know I am not like the others. No, Nastasia Borisovna, you have no right to talk about yourself like that. We've known you for a year. Many members of our community have known you even longer. So I see that you don't know anything about me. No, on the contrary. I know a great deal about you. You worked as a maid, most recently for the actress N. When she got married, you left to get away from her husband's father. Then you went to work in a shop, after which you came to us. I know all this with all the details. Of course, I was sure that Maximova Enchina, who knew all about me before, wouldn't tell my whole story. All the same, I thought you or the others might have heard about me from someone else. Oh, I'm so glad they don't know everything. I'll tell you anyway, so you'll know how kind Kirsanov is. I was a very wicked girl, Vera Pavlovna. You, Nastasia Borisovna. Yes, Vera Pavlovna, IWAS. And I was very insolent, shameless, and always drunk. That's why I'm so sick now, Vera Pavlovna. In spite of my weak chest, I used to drink too much. Vera Pavlovna had encountered similar cases on 3 or 4 other occasions. Girls whose behavior was irreproachable after they met Vera Pavlovna had told her that for some time before they'd been leading wicked lives. She was astonished the first time she heard such a confession. But after thinking about it for a few days, she asked herself, what about my own life? The soil I grew up in was also bad, but it didn't stick to me. Thousands of women who grow up in families no better than mine manage to remain pure just the same. What's so extraordinary about emerging from that humiliation intact, if good fortune has enabled you to be spared? When she listened to the second confession of this sort, she was no longer so astonished that the girl making it had preserved all the noble qualities of a human being: unselfishness, loyalty in friendship, a tender heart, even a fair share of innocence. Nastasia Borisovna, I've already had conversations such as the one you wish to begin. It's painful both to the speaker and to the listener. I'll respect you no less, probably more than ever, now that I know how much you've endured. But I understand everything even without having heard you out. Let's not talk about it, there's no reason for you to explain yourself to me. I myself spent many years in great misery. I try not to think about it now, and I don't like to talk about it. I find it all very painful. No, Vera Pavlovna, I feel differently. I want to tell you how kind he is. I want someone to know how obligated I am to him. Who can I tell besides you? It will be a relief to me. Of course, there's nothing to be 222 said about the kind of life I led. It's the same for all such poor creatures. I only want to tell you about how I first became acquainted with him. I enjoy talking about him so much. Since I'm going to move in with him, you should know why I'm leaving the workshop. If telling the story will give you pleasure, Nastasia Borisovna, I'd be glad to hear it. Just let me pick up some work to do. Yes, but I can't do any work. The girls have been kind enough to find me a job suited to my health. I want to thank each and every one of them. Vera Pavlovna, tell them that I asked you to thank them for me. I used to walk along Nevsky Prospect, Vera Pavlovna. I'd just gone out that day, and it was still early. A student went by and I accosted him. He said nothing but crossed to the other side of the street. He looked back at me. I ran up to him and seized his hand. No, I say, you're so good looking, I won't let you go. I beg you to let go of me, he says. No, I reply, come with me. No need to slash, he says. Well then I'll go with you. Where are you going? I just won't leave you. I was so shameless, much worse than the others. Perhaps, Nastasia Borisovna, you were ashamed because you were really very bashful. Yes, perhaps. At least I've observed that in others. Of course I didn't understand it at the time, only much later. So when I said to him that I would definitely go with him, he started to laugh and said, come if you want to, but it will be in vain. He wanted to teach me a lesson, as he explained later. He was annoyed that I was chasing after him. So I went along and told him all sorts of nonsense. He was silent. We arrived at his place. For a student he was living comfortably even then. He received 20 rubles a month from his lessons, and at the time he was living alone. I sprawled on his sofa and said, "Well, give me some wine." "No," he says, "I won't give you any wine, but you may have some tea if you'd like." "With punch 127, I said. "No, without." I began to do all sorts of foolish things, behaving in a shameless manner. He sat there staring straight ahead, not paying me any attention. This irked me. Nowadays one can meet lots of young men like him, Vera Pavlovna. Recently young men have gotten a lot better, such a man used to be a rare find. But even this was insulting, so I started to abuse him. "If you're going to be so wooden," I said, adding some insult, "then I'm going to leave." "Why leave now?" he said. "Have some tea. The landlady will bring the samovar any minute." But no more abuse. He addressed me using only polite form. 128 "Why don't you tell me who you are and how this happened to you?" So I began to tell him a story that I'd thought up. We all make up different stories, and that's why no one ever believes us. But there are some girls who don't make up stories. There are in fact some well-born and well-educated girls among us. He listened and said, "No, that isn't a very good story. As much as I'd like to believe it, I can't." We were already drinking our tea. Then he said, "Do you know what I can see from your constitution? Drinking is bad for you. Your lungs have probably been affected by it already. Why don't you let me examine you?" Well, Vera Pavlovna, you won't believe it, but I was embarrassed. And what kind of life had I been leading? I'd been behaving so shamelessly just before. He noticed this and said, "No, I only want to examine your lungs." Although he was only in the second year at school, he already knew a great deal of medicine. He was way ahead in science. He listened to my chest. "You know," he said, "you shouldn't drink at all. Your lungs are in bad shape." "What? Not drink?" I said. "That's not possible for the likes of us. It really isn't, Vera Pavlovna." "Well," he said, "then give up that sort of life." "Why should I give it up? It's fun." "No," he said, "it's not much fun. Now I have to get to work. Run along." So I left, angry that the evening had been wasted. I was also offended that he was so unresponsive. We have our pride, you know. Well, about a month later I happened to be in that neighborhood again. I'll just drop in on that wooden fellow, I thought, and have some fun with him. It was just before dinner. I was feeling well rested from the night before and wasn't drunk yet. He was sitting with a book. "Hello there, you wooden creature." "Hello," he said, "how are you?" I started behaving foolishly again. "I'll chase you away," he said. "Stop it. I told you I don't like it. You're not drunk now, so you can understand. Better listen to what I have to say. Your face looks sicker than before. You must give up drinking. Straighten up your clothes and let's have a good chat." Indeed, my chest had already begun to ache. He examined me again and said that my lungs were much worse. He said a great deal. My chest was so painful that I broke down and cried. I didn't want to die. Why was he scaring me with all that talk of consumption? I said to him, "How can I give up this kind of life? The madam won't release me. I'll owe her 17 rubles. They keep us constantly in debt so that we have no other choice." "Well," he said, "I don't have 17 rubles right now, but come again the day after tomorrow." That seemed so strange to me. That wasn't at all why I'd said it. And how could I have expected it anyway? I couldn't quite believe what I'd heard. I cried all the more, thinking he was making fun of me. It's a sin to abuse a poor girl when you can see she's crying, I said. I didn't believe him for the longest time, even when he assured me that he was in earnest. And what do you think? He got hold of the money and 2 days later handed it over to me. I could hardly believe it even then. But how on earth? I said. Why on earth are you doing this if you want nothing from me? I paid off the madam and rented myself a room. But there was